To enter the city, it was necessary to go through an identification process. The soldier in charge of the verification was startled upon seeing the identification of a young man, Russell Raymond, as he knew the surname belonged to the founding family. However, the young man before him wore a dirty hood and tattered clothes. The soldier completed the check and let him in. As the young man passed by, the soldiers talked about his family and his clothing, noting that despite being an aristocrat, he looked like a peasant. One of the soldiers mentioned that he had heard rumors that the White Tower was looking for mercenaries and wondered if that was why Russell was dressed that way. However, the other soldier disagreed, saying that Russell was not a peasant but an aristocrat and that he wouldn't work as a mercenary. Raymond heard the soldier's comments but didn't care, for before him stood the great capital, Camelot. He made his way to the Magic Tower, where all the kingdom's guardians resided. From the outside, the tower was white, with a large clock at the top, as well as another that tracked the lunar cycle. He recalled how hard he had worked to get into that place. To prevent the downfall of his family after his father's death during the war against the Empire, Russell had to flee the castle and tried to enter the Magic Tower to reclaim his territory. However, this was an impossible dream for him, as he was expelled from the academy even before applying to the Magic Tower. Russell still remembered the man saying that he had received 3 failures, stating that although he was good in theory, he wouldn't be able to reach the second circle due to his narrow mana veins, and recommended that he pursue another path. Russell indeed had narrow mana veins. Being born with such veins meant he couldn't use more than a certain amount of mana, which was a severe limitation for a mage. But somehow, during his career as a mercenary, Russell managed to reach the second circle, despite being considered a third-rate mage. A man came out of the Magic Tower accompanied by 2 guards and announced that the registrations for temporary work that day had been closed, instructing everyone to return the next day. Some people were irritated after having waited for more than half a day. The man also stated that they wouldn't accept beggars in the area and expelled the unwanted ones. Raymond watched the situation as people dispersed. Some mentioned that the museum was looking for temporary mages, but another man stated that only first-class mages were sought, and going there would only result in humiliation. As the day came to an end, and looking at the tower, Russell leaned against a wall and sat on the ground. He took out a small pouch and checked that he had little money left. He then decided to head to the Grand Louvre Museum. At the museum, a man was leading some workers, claiming it was the largest museum in the kingdom. He said they were expecting some aristocrats and that the place needed to be cleaned. Among the workers was Russell. The man warned them to be cautious with the strength of the wind when using magic for cleaning, as any damage caused by their mistakes would have serious consequences. Raymond thought the man was being dramatic, believing that everyone around him was fake. As he followed the man, he noticed an entrance that seemed familiar. He checked the sign on the door, which indicated the Hall of Fantastic Species. He felt something vibrating in his pocket. It was his mother's ring. His legs moved on their own, guiding him into the room as if drawn by fate. He separated from the museum guide who searched for him. Raymond entered a room where there was an enormous fossil. As he approached, the vibration from the ring grew more intense. He wondered what the ring was trying to tell him. He closed his eyes and remembered a visit to this place with his mother. He recalled a corner in the room and went there, finding some old relics, including the heart of an ancient dragon. He looked at the heart and then at the ring, which had a stone resembling a dragon's eye. For some reason, he began to cry. His hands moved on their own and he put the ring on his finger. The vibration stopped, and nothing else happened. Raymond sighed, and suddenly a strong energy began to emanate from the ring. He heard a dragon's voice say, "The heart and the eye have met, opening the other eye. You are enough to be the cornerstone of mythology. I grant you another chance, through mythology." It was then that Russell realized that the wheels that turned the world had broken, and the long-awaited destiny had begun to unfold. Several windows appeared, showing that the eye of the divine Dragon King was scanning the world's information. Victor Russell Raymond's status and mission windows were being activated. Sometime later, Raymond woke up to an angry voice shouting his name. He recognized the voice and wondered who it was. He opened his eyes and was hit in the head by a book thrown by a professor. He stood up. The furious professor stated that despite Raymond's high grades, he must really have some nerve to try sleeping in his class. Raymond didn't quite understand. The man in front of him was Professor Hubert, whom he remembered had left this world a long time ago. He looked around, recognized some of the other young students, and wondered what was happening. He looked at his clothes, touched his own face, and trembling was overjoyed to realize that he had returned to the past. Raymond couldn't believe he had returned to the past, to the point of staring at the professor. Hubert stated that Raymond wasn't the type of person to sleep in class, but even so, he needed to be punished and therefore expelled him from the room. Even after being expelled, Raymond was still amazed. Time travel magic. Could that really be called magic? He then remembered the dragon and what it had said about a second chance. He looked at his hand and noticed the ring had disappeared, wondering if this was something his mother had planned to help him. The professor stepped out of the classroom and called for Russell. The protagonist apologized, but the professor said they needed to talk privately and invited him to his office during lunch. He turned his back to the protagonist, stating that he would be waiting for him. Russell thought that it had been a long time since he'd gotten into trouble like this, but he was still enjoying it. Suddenly, someone hit Russell from behind. The protagonist cursed and the attacker heard him. He was accompanied by two people, and one of them decided to hit Russell because of what he had said, but was stopped by the other, as the professor was watching. The young man with golden hair stated that he had told Russell to take notes for him, but instead he had been sleeping. Russell recognized this person as Coma Frederick. Frederick said that if the protagonist didn't want to suffer too much, he should follow him to the bathroom, then walked away. Raymond then remembered that things like this used to happen back then. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of the protagonist with a mission to escape the bullying. He was supposed to teach a lesson to his 3 classmates in order to receive a reward. Raymond had never seen anything like this before and thought it was a vision, but his hand passed right through the window when he tried to touch it. Frederick realized that Raymond wasn't following him and called out again, saying there was no way to run since they were at the academy, but if he was scared, he could try to flee. Russell sighed. The mission didn't matter to him. He was determined to teach Frederick and his cronies a lesson. After years of living as a mercenary, Frederick was nothing compared to the murderous intent Raymond had sensed from monsters. To the protagonist, the 3 were on a much lower level compared to the monsters he had faced. Frederick had been waiting for a while when he saw Russell arrive and called him a bastard larva. Russell didn't hold back and responded by calling Frederick a bastard bug. One of Frederick's companions said that Russell had finally gone mad. He then attacked the protagonist, but the punch was easily dodged. Russell didn't give him a second chance and delivered a knee strike to his stomach. Seeing his friend hurt, Frederick's other lackey also attacked but was hit with a punch to the face, suffering the same fate as the first. Frederick laughed, surprised at what was happening, and asked Russell if, since he couldn't use magic, he had learned some cheap martial arts as expected from a fallen family. Frederick then approached Russell, stating that magic couldn't be used inside the academy buildings, but small artifacts were allowed. He equipped brass knuckles and attacked the protagonist with murderous intent. Russell remained still, raised his hand, and caught Frederick's fist as it came toward him. He pushed Frederick's hand back, twisting it, and said, "Coma Frederick, you were outranked by your brothers, and even your family abandoned a useless person like you. When your opponents are strong, you hide, but when they are weak, you bully them. A bastard like you dares to mention my family?" As he spoke, Raymond didn't realize that his eyes had changed. They were now exactly like the ring he wore before returning to the past. Frederick was about to wet himself from fear as Russell prepared to punch him. He tried to beg, but it wasn't enough. Leaving the bathroom with the 3 idiots on the floor, Russell warned them to behave from that moment on if they wanted to live. After leaving the bathroom, Russell sat in a corner, wondering if he had gone too far, as he was tired. He then realized that the mission had been completed when a window appeared in front of him, indicating that he had obtained a lower-grade magical stone. He then held the small red stone in his hand, wondering if he should eat it. Russell realized that the stone was a consumable item and wondered if he should really eat it, as even barbarians didn't eat stones. However, he decided to give it a try. After eating the stone, he received a notification that he had consumed a mana stone. He saw this as a new opportunity, just like his return to the past. He felt a power flowing within his body from the mana present in the stone. The mana spread through his body like flames, overflowing. The amount of mana in his circle increased, being absorbed near his heart. After some time, the mana began to stabilize. He felt confident, believing that with this method he might be able to overcome the limitation of his mana veins. After his family's fall, his expulsion from the academy, and his status as a third-rate mage mercenary, he felt that he could change his destiny. Russell then decided to go to the professor's office. Upon arriving, Hubert asked him to sit down. The professor was eating cookies and drinking tea. Hubert commented that Russell seemed different from how he used to be, and taking a sip of tea, asked if he was going through any difficulties. Hubert mentioned that he had heard that classmates were bothering the young man. Russell remembered that Professor Hubert in his past life was someone who never gave up on him. He had always wanted to say certain words to the professor. "There's no need to worry, thank you, Professor." Hubert was surprised by the response and, clearing his throat, stated that as a professor it was obvious he should take care of his students. However, since Raymond had slept in class, he needed to be punished, and the professor wouldn't go easy on him. Hubert then picked up a book and instructed Russell to write an analysis of intensive elemental studies between pages 62 and 74, claiming that this was a section even older students had difficulty understanding. Russell received a mission notification, asking him to complete the professor's task. Depending on Hubert's satisfaction, he would receive a low-level mana stone and possibly other additional rewards. The protagonist froze a bit upon reading the mission, and the professor interpreted it as if he found the task too difficult. Raymond denied this and thanked the professor. Russell returned to his dormitory. The task wasn't difficult for him, as due to his poor mana skills in his past life, he had worked hard to study the theories behind it. Even while working as a mercenary, he hadn't stopped studying. But Russell knew that in this life, there was something important beyond studies: the training of mana veins. Mana veins were the pathways through which mana circulated. Mana absorbed through breathing circulated through the mana veins and was collected by the heart. In his past life, he had tried to train this while being chased by monsters. There was a reversal magic released because of this. In other words, the stronger the mana veins, the more mana collected, and the faster the magic was released, which he used to fight and protect himself against monsters. His mana veins were excessively thin and weak, putting him at a disadvantage in battles. However, the heavens seemed to sympathize with him. Perhaps due to his unlucky fate or just a stroke of luck, Russell had found a historical place with unknown origins that hid two grimoires, one about the veins and another about the body. In this life, Russell decided to use the contents of the two grimoires to train his physique and mana veins. The grimoire about a mage's body replaced muscle tissues with parts of the mana veins. In other words, the stronger the body, the firmer the mana veins would become. The extent of the change wasn't significant when Russell was in an adult body in his past life, but now, in his growing phase, he hoped to see great results. He was determined to overcome the limitation of his mana veins. Raymond trained every day. One day he was completely exhausted but received a mission to run 5 kilometers. Such missions appeared once a day, with the distance changing based on his skill level with the veins, disappearing when he reached a certain level. Russell sighed. He would take advantage of the opportunity he had and wouldn't just sit around. Despite all the effort of the day, he decided to complete the mission of running the 5 kilometers. He pushed himself to the limit until he could barely stand, finishing the run by nightfall. In a corner, a man was watching Russell, claiming that his efforts were in vain while plotting something against him. Professor Hubert couldn't believe that Russell had reached such a profound conclusion in his report, using only academic-level materials. He then asked the young man if he had prepared the report himself. The boy confirmed that he had, and even offered to take a mana oath to guarantee it. Hearing what the young man was saying, Hubert realized that he was quite confident in his words. Hubert then organized the papers, stating that he was very satisfied. As a result, Russell's mission was successfully completed. In addition to the standard reward, he received an increase in his understanding of beast summoning art, an enhancement in magical power, a reduction in mana consumption, and a decrease in spellcasting time. Russell realized that the higher his level of understanding, the stronger he would become. The professor then congratulated Russell on his good work and said that he could leave. Before leaving, Russell requested a favor from the professor. The professor wanted to know why Russell wanted to use the professor's library, as the student's library should have enough books to meet his needs. Russell replied that he had already read all the books in the student library. Hubert was shocked by this information, but stated that, even if Russell was telling the truth, using the professor's library was a different issue. He would need to assess whether Russell was qualified for it. Raymond agreed that it was understandable but didn't expect the professor to give him so many tasks. He had never imagined that Hubert would be so demanding. Russell knew that the stronger a person's theory on a subject, the stronger their magic would be. Therefore, he needed to advance his level of knowledge through the professor's library at any cost. Although it was somewhat problematic to go through several missions to gain access to the library, he considered it an advantage to receive mana stones as rewards, like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While Russell was resting, the same person who had been watching him earlier, along with his companions, approached him. Anton Frederick stated that it was said Russell had a penalty on his mana, but now he only seemed like an exercise fanatic. Frederick then added that his friends had suffered because of Russell. Raymond asked Anton if he was there to seek revenge. Initially, Anton laughed, but then he made a disgusted expression, telling Raymond to stop deluding himself, as no one would seek revenge for something so insignificant. Trampling on something like that was enough. Anton then said he would see Raymond in class, and left without doing anything. Anton's henchman asked why he hadn't done anything, and Anton replied that it was because there was no one around to witness the humiliation. Raymond then remembered that the practical combat magic classes were approaching. It was a class where students' levels were based on their battles against each other, a class where he had always been humiliated in the past. Raymond couldn't believe he had forgotten about these classes and decided to prepare for them. He received a mission notification to reach the 2nd circle. Combining this mission with Hubert's many other assignments, the protagonist studied hard, completed several reports, and obtained the rewards from the missions. Not long after, he had several mana stones, but he wasn't sure if he would be able to handle all the stones he had obtained. Setting aside his fears, he made a decision. He would trust in the training he had done up to that point and consume the mana stones. A few seconds later, a strong wave of mana, like fire, surged and overflowed from Russell's body. It felt as if his body was burning, and he knew he needed to channel the mana quickly, shaping the flow, spinning it, and forming a new circle. He understood that if he failed, his heart might not be able to withstand it. But having already made the decision, he wisely directed the flow of mana to his heart, determined to make the mana his own. A great burst of light exploded through the window as Russell managed to form the second circle. He then became exhausted and lost consciousness. He did not see the rewards he received, which included increases in his fire, water, electricity, and other magic powers. The next day, Raymond was once again in Professor Hubert's office. The professor, who had read all the reports, found them impressive, but had one final question. Wanting to delve deeper into the fundamentals compared to the previous tasks, he asked Russell what the most important structure among the four where magic was compressed was. Russell pondered for a moment. This specific question was one that even Hubert had only recently discovered the answer to. The professor then decided to ask a different question, but before he could do so, the protagonist decided to give an answer, causing the professor to freeze in disbelief. Russell answered that the most important structure was the mental image, prompting the professor to ask why he believed that. Russell then explained that magic was the manifestation of something in the real world using mana. The world categorized progress into 4 levels: assimilation, where the principles of natural phenomena were taught; mental image, where what was taught was visualized in the mind; formula construction, where the visual image was organized into formulas to manifest it; and lastly, manifestation, where magic became a reality in the world through the formula. Assimilation, construction, and manifestation could be learned through effort and study. However, mental image was something that could not be achieved solely through effort. Breaking limits and achieving freedom of imagination through courage determined the levels of mental images. If someone had a flame and imagined it as an arrow, it would become a second-level magic, a fire arrow. If something different was imagined, it would be something entirely distinct. If there were no limits to mental visualization, it might even be possible to create something that does not exist in the world, like beings, which would be something miraculous. This was the same conclusion that Hubert had reached. Just as shadows created by sunlight and hot ice, imagination began with understanding the world, but ended with distorting it. That is what magic was. Hubert was impressed. As I thought, the student library is too small for your world. Russell received a notification that he had completed the professor's mission, earning 2 low-level mana stones. Russell went straight to the professor's library. The first floor was already very large, quite different from the student library. He found several books such as 3-dimensional ballistic trajectory magic, intensive botanical magic, and many others. It was very practical, without neglecting the basic theories of magic. While Russell was reading, someone approached, commenting that he was reading a very interesting book. The voice came from behind him, but when he turned around, the person was already at his desk. It was a woman with a large hat and elegant clothes in shades of white, gray, and red. Russell knew the woman well, Daria Snow White. Russell stood up to greet the master of the Tower of Flames, introducing himself. Daria was at the 8th circle, a level that very few people in the world had reached. Despite being in her 80s, she used an impressive amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. The highest-ranked magic practitioner of the Red Tower faction, this was Daria Snow White, the master of the Tower of Flames. Daria was surprised that Russell knew her and said he didn't need to be nervous. Russell was wondering why she was there. Daria took a lollipop and handed it to Russell, saying that she was just a visitor who happened to cross paths with him. Russell accepted the lollipop and followed Daria, who asked how he had obtained permission to access the library. Russell explained that Professor Hubert had granted him permission. Daria was surprised that someone like Hubert would do that. She smiled, saying it made sense that he was studying something so interesting. She observed Russell's body, noting that he had extremely pure mana and that his mana distribution was quite stable, which was very rare. Russell guessed that Daria had noticed something. The mage then turned to leave, telling Russell not to worry, as she was not there to lecture him. Russell then bowed his head in gratitude. Striking her cane on the ground and releasing a burst of fire energy, Daria wished for the child's abilities to reach their fullest potential. Russell left the professor's library, surprised to have encountered Daria there. At that moment, some people noticed Russell exiting the professor's library. They laughed, suggesting that he must have flattered some professor to gain access, and that he wouldn't gain anything from it. Anton wished Russell to do his best, even if it led him nowhere. Finally, the day of the real-world magic battle studies arrived. The first student to be called would descend into the arena and choose an opponent. The professors usually selected the weaker students so that these students could choose someone of their own level. In the past, Russell had always been called first. People would already bet that he would be selected due to the condition of his veins. The crowd shouted, asking Russell to choose them to improve their grades. The professor in the center of the arena called for silence as he was about to select a student. Everyone expected it to be Russell, but the professor called Anton Frederick instead. Anton descended into the arena with a smile on his face, defying everyone's expectations. He thanked the professor, who mentioned that the favor was nothing compared to what the Frederick Trading Association did. Russell had anticipated something like this. Anton looked at him, asking why he was still sitting and inviting him to come down. Hubert was receiving an unexpected visit from his colleague Daria. The mage sat down on a couch, stating that it was nothing unusual for a professor to visit one of their students. She then took a sip of tea and asked if he had given permission to a child named Russell to use the professor's library. Hubert became concerned, thinking Russell might have done something wrong, but Daria reassured him, saying she had simply not seen something so rare and valuable in a long time. Hubert lowered his head, stating that the narrowing of Russell's mana veins was an unusual condition, even on the continent. Daria smiled, calling her student exceptional, and said that the child had overcome this problem. Hubert did not understand what she meant, so the mage revealed that the boy had already reached the second circle. The professor was extremely surprised by this information. At that moment, Russell was in the arena, where he had received the mission to win the magical training fight with a reward of magic stones and a compartment for 40 kilograms. Compartments were something only wealthy mages could use and were very useful for storing magic stones. As Russell was examining the mission, Anton called him an insect, striking an imposing pose and releasing his mana, asking if Russell was frozen. He then stated that if Russell wanted to live, he would have to beg. The protagonist laughed and released his own power. A professor then instructed both of them to take their positions as the combat was about to begin. Anton was surprised and nervous to see that Russell, who supposedly had narrowed mana veins, had reached the second circle. Anton was the first to attack using the second circle magic, Flame Projection. The flames quickly approached Russell, who summoned a barrier to defend himself. A man applauded upon seeing that Russell had created a shield so thin, yet sufficient to deflect the flames and protect him. The professor who had called Anton to fight first was surprised, questioning whether Russell had been hiding his abilities until now. Anton was using his flames with full power, not believing that Russell could defend himself. His firepower slowly began to diminish. Russell then saw an opening and used the second circle magic, Fire Arrow. The arrow flew swiftly, cutting through Anton's flames. Anton, from the Frederick family, couldn't believe that Russell had truly reached the second circle as he tried to summon a shield. He managed to protect himself, but when he looked forward, Russell had already summoned a second arrow. The professors were surprised to see multiple arrows being launched, questioning if Russell was using a double summon. One professor observed closely and noted that it seemed Russell's summoning speed was so fast that it gave the impression of a double summon. Anton, who was busy defending himself, thought that Fire Arrow was the only magic Russell could use. He then summoned a specialized fire shield, the second circle magic, Fire Protection. Russell smiled as he had anticipated Anton's move. Anton planned to fight only after Russell exhausted his mana, but at that moment, Russell canceled his Fire Arrow spell, surprising Anton. The protagonist then used a similar skill, Wind Arrow. The swift arrow broke Anton's shield and hit him. No one could believe that Russell had identified Anton's shield type so quickly and adapted his skill accordingly. Anton fell to his knees, but before he could get up, Russell was already in front of him. He started punching Anton, throwing him to the ground. The professor who had called for the match wanted to stop the fight, but Hubert, who was sitting next to him, instructed him to closely observe Russell's body. Hubert stated that he didn't know how Russell had done it, but the boy had found an impressive way to use his mana. Russell continued to strike Anton, punch after punch until his opponent sank to the arena floor. Both the students present and the watching professors were extremely shocked. Hubert then asked the professor next to him what he was doing standing there, stating that he should announce the winner of the duel. The professor remembered what he was supposed to do and announced that the winner was Russell Raymond. The professor then rushed to the arena, declaring that Russell could leave, but the protagonist said that the fight was not over yet. He reminded everyone that according to the rules of the class, unless the winner surrendered, he was allowed to call the next opponent. Russell surprised everyone in the arena by pointing to a spot, challenging someone and asking them to come down, as he had received a mission to win the tournament. Hubert had returned to his office and was watching through the window. He had already witnessed Russell's 14 consecutive victories and concluded that the young man must have achieved a significant breakthrough. Daria had met Russell only once, but she had recognized the potential in the young man. Nonetheless, Hubert wondered how Russell had grown and become so strong. The protagonist received several rewards for the missions he completed, including a storage space. The compartment looked like a magical hole, and Russell wondered if the reward was inside it. When he reached in, he pulled out a map. He received a notification. Mission number 1 instructed him to go to the marked location and complete the designated task there. The lights would guide him along the way. The mission note added that he should attempt it only after reaching the 3rd circle. Russell was surprised. He had tried countless times in his past life, but had never managed to reach the 3rd circle. He wondered if he would be able to achieve it this time. He then looked at the map, trying to figure out where the location was. Russell headed to the professor's library and planned to use the information in the books to try to find a clue about the location marked on the map. The first book he picked up was about territories outside the Endymion kingdom. He searched through the book, moving on to the next one, which covered the empire's coastline. He continued to the following books and eventually read many others. Russell had already sifted through dozens of books, but none contained information similar to the geography of the map he had received. He left the library, feeling that he had wasted a lot of time searching for the marked location. He decided to focus on reaching the 3rd circle. As Russell walked, everyone looked at him. In this life, he had stopped being bothered by others, but he seemed to remain a loner. Suddenly, someone called out to Russell. It was Professor Hubert, who asked the protagonist to accompany him. The sun was shining in the sky, and while serving tea to Russell, the professor commented that summer vacation was approaching. He asked the young man if he had made any plans, but Russell shook his head. Hubert then proposed that Russell work with him on a research project. The professor said that, depending on Russell's performance, his name could also be listed as a co-author. Russell picked up some pamphlets that were on the table between him and the professor and noticed something that surprised him. As the professor asked if he accepted the offer, Russell apologized, saying that he already had plans for the summer. Hubert was puzzled, as Russell had said the opposite just a minute before, but he took the pamphlet that the young man returned. Russell then left the room, while the professor looked at the pamphlet returned by the boy, which was about vacations in the Maldives. Russell took a carriage to his destination. Since the journey was quite long, he knew he should eat something along the way. He then pulled out a mana stone from his storage and ate it, knowing it would sustain his stomach for a while. The man driving the carriage found the weather odd. Even though it was summer, it felt excessively hot. He didn't realize that behind him, inside the carriage, Russell's fire mana was overflowing, creating the scorching sensation. Russell planned to reach the 3rd circle before arriving in the Maldives. Hubert, knowing that the protagonist was heading there, found the idea intriguing but ultimately considered it a good thing, as a certain fire mage named Daria should also be there. The Maldives Sea in Endymion was Daria's home. She had seen this place many times, having grown up there, but even after all this time it remained beautiful. The old mage wondered when her last vacation had been. As she sipped her drink, she recalled that she was always protecting the empire, presenting magical research and developing students. She remembered a class she had given, teaching that the numbers 9, 6, and 3 had special meanings for mages. She explained that the number 9 represented the end for those who followed the path to the 9th circle of magic. The number 6 symbolized the completion of a 6th circle mage, and the suffering they endured to become great mages, and the number 3 represented the beginning of a mage's solitary life. Daria then thought of someone and wondered how the solitary boy was doing. It was the boy she had met in the library, Russell Raymond. Finally, Russell's carriage arrived at its destination. The coachman wondered why no one was getting out of the carriage and went to check the door. When he opened it, he screamed in shock to see that Russell had disappeared. Russell was already in another place, eating bread and other side dishes. He had used a lot of effort to calm the mana that had gone wild in his body, which was why he was found unconscious inside the carriage. But he had finally reached his destination, the 3rd circle. He released a bit of his mana, unable to believe that he had surpassed the power of his past life in just a few months after returning in time. He left some coins on the table to pay for the food and got up. He wasn't satisfied with just this level of power. He planned to go much further. Russell intended to find the location marked on the map. There was information that a light would guide him when he was near the location, which would be helpful. He held the map in his hands, stating that he needed to find the indicated location. While he was lost in thought, Russell heard someone shouting. The person was promoting a tour of the Pompeo volcano, claiming to be the best guide. Russell decided to follow the man, who led a group of people up the mountains. The man recounted that, according to legends, Pompeo was originally a common mountain that became a volcano due to a special creature that started living there. Russell looked at the volcano, wondering what kind of creature could have changed the nature of the place just by its presence. There wasn't a single creature like that in the world, except for a red dragon. Russell thought it would be better to proceed alone from there. He jumped off the cliff he was on and fell into the forest below, leaving the people behind, who wondered where he had gone. Russell arrived at a lake fed by a waterfall. Considering his return and the growth he had achieved through missions and rewards, the protagonist surmised that all these accomplishments should be connected to a dragon. Reaching the waterfall, Russell opened the map again, which glowed and released a quantity of mana that transformed into a small sphere. The mana then moved in a direction. Russell concluded that this was what was meant by the light that would guide him when he was near the location. The bright light passed through the waterfall, and Russell realized there must be something behind the falling water. He then created a wind arrow and shot it at the waterfall, causing the water to disperse and creating a temporary opening through which he could pass, entering the cave behind the waterfall. Russell was surprised that no one had discovered this place before. He walked through the cave, remembering he was told to wait until reaching the third circle, but he did not see any monsters or beasts in the area. After walking for a while, Russell came across some pillars. He touched an ancient pillar and again saw the light he had been following. The light was in front of a large gate which appeared to be guarded by two statues. Russell proceeded forward, unaware that something was following him. He blamed himself for forgetting his days as a mercenary and for letting his guard down. In a situation without monsters, beasts, or sounds, it meant he was in the territory of a powerful predator. Russell then turned around and came face to face with a gigantic Komodo dragon. The creature roared and swung its tail to attack Russell, who luckily managed to dodge, causing the dragon to hit a pillar next to him. The protagonist backed away, knowing that the Komodo dragon was a monster that could only be defeated by two teams of mercenaries. The only thing he could do now was run. Russell then used the second circle magic, Electric Arrow. He waited for the dragon to come closer before shooting the arrow. The dragon, struck and electrocuted, roared in pain. Thanks to this, Russell managed to buy some time to run. He decided to head straight for the stone door. However, as he approached, the statues blocked the way and demanded that he prove he was worthy to enter by using his mana. Russell was furious, but at that moment, the Komodo dragon had already closed in again. Determined to create his own path, he summoned fire mana. Unconsciously, his eyes changed once more. He extended one hand while pressing his fingers against his wrist with the other, materializing the second circle magic fire beam. Just as he was about to attack, a gem on the door began to absorb some of the mana he was emitting, without Russell noticing. The Komodo dragon stopped, surprising Russell, who then saw the dragon approach, look into his eyes, and to his astonishment, bow down. The statues cleared the way for Russell, who was confused. They then stated that he had provided the necessary proof. In the next instant, the gem on the door shone brightly, blinding the protagonist. A few moments later, Russell opened his eyes and found himself in a hall with a floor covered in ice. Around him were several statues. He wondered if he had been the victim of a teleportation spell, as he had been in the cave just a minute ago. Russell then turned around and saw something impressive. A horn was chained in one corner of the hall, with a ladder leading up to it. Russell received a mission notification. He was to defeat all the ice golems in the area to complete the fire trial. He watched as the stone statues transformed into ice golems and realized he needed to fight them. He had to defeat all of them. Russell used his mana to create fire attacks, but to defeat the golems, he needed to destroy the core inside each one. However, the golems proved extremely resistant, and Russell's attacks only caused small cracks in their bodies. Russell gritted his teeth, wondering how cold the ice of the golems must be. He decided that if fire attacks weren't working, he would try using wind magic. However, when he attempted to use wind magic, he failed. At that moment, one of the golems moved in to attack him. Russell then tried using lightning magic, but that also failed, forcing him to dodge the golem's attack that he had intended to face. Recalling the notification, Russell realized that this was the fire trial, and deduced that he could only use fire attribute magic. Under pressure, Russell was forced to retreat to a corner of the hall. However, he was not willing to give up. Summoning second circle fire magic, Fire Ray once more, the fire of bravery ignited within him, as he was determined to overcome the trial. Russell fired a series of fire spells at the golems, exposing their cores and destroying them one by one. At one point, only a few golems remained. But at that pace, he knew he would run out of mana before defeating the last two. He needed to find a new strategy to overcome them. Dodging the golems and contemplating a solution, Russell realized that he needed to pierce the golems' bodies all at once, concentrating all his power on a single point. He understood that the answer lay in density. First, he had to step back to channel his magic. Starting with a fire arrow and an amplification formula, Russell decided to add replicas of the fire ray formula. by doing so, he intended to fuse all of them into a compressed formula. He held the various arrows he had created, pressing them together. However, before he could complete the process, one of the golems approached. The golem prepared to attack while Russell hoped the arrows would fuse in time. A powerful explosion occurred when Russell succeeded in creating a hole in the ice golem. He managed to form an ember spear. He received a notification stating that, due to his understanding of the fire element transcending limits, the power of his intermediate fire magic would increase significantly. Russell felt that the spear in his hand had a power close to that of a fifth circle spell. Maintaining the spear drained an enormous amount of mana, so he decided to attack quickly. He charged at the golems, who also attacked him, but Russell was faster, piercing each of them. After defeating a few golems, only 4 remained. He defeated 2 of them, and when another tried to strike him, Russell managed to split it in half with the spear. The last remaining golem fled from Russell's line of sight, and when the protagonist realized where it was, he was attacked from behind, sending him crashing into the pile of shattered golems. Fortunately, Russell managed to block the blow with the spear, avoiding further damage. With only a breath of mana left, and the spear seeming on the verge of dissipating, Russell got back on his feet. Holding the spear in his hand, as a final effort, he threw it at the last golem, praying that it would reach him and destroy the golem as it had with the others. A flash of light illuminated the hall with the impact of the ember spear. In the next moment, the ice golem was still standing before Russell, who no longer had the spear. The cloud of steam spread through the hall due to the fire meeting the ice, but a large hole was visible in the ice golem. Russell, with his face dirty and staggering, had a fleeting glimpse that he had defeated the last ice golem before he passed out. The protagonist fell in the room, filled with blocks of ice from the defeated golems. He received a notification which he would check upon waking, confirming the completion of the mission. As a reward, he would receive 2 low-level mana stones, as well as 3 mana stones of the lowest level. He also received an unknown reward, the Fire Essence, the Horn of the Forgotten King. After obtaining the unknown reward, which turned out to be the Horn of the Forgotten King, a glow enveloped the artifact bound by chains, making it shine intensely. Unconscious, Russell didn't notice what was happening as his thoughts connected with those of the Forgotten King so that he could receive his reward. Russell opened his eyes. Confused about where he was, he found himself chained in a void, with notifications appearing, explaining what had occurred after he fainted. He wondered who the Forgotten King was, and if this mysterious being was the owner of the Fire Dragon's horn. He also questioned why the reward had put him in this situation, as if he were being tortured. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. "He who passed the trial by fire and reached the thoughts of the sublime being, I grant you the king's fragment." With those words resonating, Russell felt as if his head was about to explode. He then saw the enormous flaming dragon horn quickly approaching. Unable to move due to the chains, Russell was impaled by the horn. The pain was excruciating, and he felt the horn explode with power inside his body. As he suffered, the same voice as before, the voice of a dragon, begged him to use this power to fulfill a specific task. When Russell woke up again, he was on a beach in the Maldives. He stood up, looking around and trying to comprehend what had happened. Then, several notifications appeared. Due to consuming the Horn of the Forgotten King, his mana was overflowing, and his intermediate knowledge of the flame attribute had risen to an advanced level. Clenching his fist, Russell released his mana and, noticing how much his power had grown, realized he was close to reaching the 4th circle. He smiled with joy, as the reward was incredible compared to the suffering he had endured to obtain it. As he was lost in thought, someone approached him from behind. A familiar voice said it was a joy to see him there. Russell turned and saw it was Miss Daria. The two walked to a nearby kiosk. Daria explained that she had sensed a sudden burst of mana and went to check the area, where she ended up finding Russell. She handed him a juice, and he thanked her, saying he hadn't expected to find her there. Daria observed him closely, noticing that Russell was very close to reaching the 4th circle in such a short time, and that his mana had become even purer. She knew that this young man was undoubtedly a genius. Curious, Russell asked what Daria was doing in the Maldives. The mage revealed that few people knew, but that was her homeland, which surprised Russell. She explained that, for that reason, she spent every summer in the Maldives. Then she asked what Russell was doing there. Not wanting to reveal the truth so soon, Russell claimed he was just exploring the world. Daria accepted his explanation but wondered if she should test his abilities. She then asked Russell to help her with a task. Russell didn't quite understand, but Daria enveloped the protagonist's body with her mana, leaving the symbol of a flower, the emblem of the Tower of Flames, imprinted on his shirt. She reassured him, saying the request would be something within his capability. Russell then received a mission notification asking him to help Daria fight off pirates attacking the Maldives. At dusk, Daria explained to Russell that Endymion strictly prohibited slavery, and therefore they did not allow human trafficking ships to dock at the ports. However, some of those ships were trying to approach the Maldives. In a small boat sailing toward the open sea, Daria mentioned that she could complete the mission alone, but the plan involved rescuing the victims on the ship, which required more attention to detail. Russell quickly understood that they needed to stage a false attack, and Daria confirmed he was correct. Russell thought that if the master of the Tower of Flames was asking for help, hundreds of mages would be willing to assist her. However, since she had specifically chosen him, he concluded that this was likely a test. As the boat approached the ship, Daria explained that what he was about to see might be a bit too much for him, but that the path of a guardian was not always noble and smooth. This was just another of the mage's many fates. Daria leapt onto the ship, warning Russell that she would create a distraction so he could rescue the people while she dealt with the enemies. Alone in the boat, Russell pondered her words. The mage flew over the ship, and upon finding the ideal spot, she unleashed an immense amount of mana, illuminating the entire sea and giving Russell the signal to act. The pirates quickly noticed the attack they were under and moved fast, grabbing their weapons and preparing a gigantic crossbow to shoot a harpoon toward Daria. At the command, all the pirates fired, but they failed miserably, as their arrows didn't even reach the target. Daria summoned some flames in her hands and with disdain questioned the fools below about how they dared to hide in her homeland. She then blew the flames, which fell like flower petals. Scornfully, she stated that she wanted to see if the pirates were as skilled as they were bold. The flames fell swiftly, hitting the ship. The pirates retreated, but suddenly the flames changed shape, taking on humanoid forms that grabbed the pirates. This was an exclusive magic of Daria Snow White, known as Burning Wood Dwarves. The fire dwarves she created quickly took over the ship. Seizing the opportunity, Russell boarded the ship, observing both the pirates and Daria's magic. One of the pirates tried to attack one of the fire dwarves, but his axe passed through the creature, which reformed immediately afterward. Russell recalled that Daria's magic had destroyed an entire castle on its own, and he was amazed to witness it firsthand. In seconds, the dwarves attacked the pirates, turning them into ashes one by one. Knowing it wasn't the time to get distracted, Russell located a door on the ship and descended the stairs, aware that he needed to rescue the people while Daria distracted the pirates. In the prisoner's cell, one of the pirates wondered what was happening outside. The prisoners were ecstatic, claiming that someone had come to save them. Annoyed, the pirate struck the bars with his sword, stating that no matter what happened, they would never escape. While the pirate was distracted, a silent hand approached from behind, grabbing his neck. Russell used electric magic, electrocuting the pirate who fell to the ground, charred. Russell sighed, having expected to encounter pirates along the way. At that moment, one of the prisoners approached the bars, asking if Russell was there to save them. He confirmed that he was, but warned that it would be safer for them to remain inside the cell until the pirates were defeated. One of the prisoners knelt, thanking God for hearing his prayers. Russell looked at the cells, intrigued by how many people were confined in such a small space. To his surprise, even children were imprisoned there. He clenched his teeth, cursing the pirates. As he observed the place, several pirates entered through the door, noticing Russell and the defeated pirate. The pirates quickly drew their swords and advanced, intending to capture him. However, Russell summoned electric magic, creating chains to bind his enemies. Using second circle magic, he unleashed electric chains that attacked all the pirates at once. The pirates fell to the ground, unaware that Russell was a mage, but they trusted their captain would handle him. Russell then finished them all off. Walking further into the room, he noticed someone in one of the cells who recognized the symbol on his shirt. The person asked if he was a mage from the Tower of Flames. Russell used light magic to see better inside the cell and realized that the prisoners were elves. They recognized the symbol on his shirt, but Russell explained that he wasn't an official mage of the Tower of Flames yet. One of the elves stood up arrogantly and ordered Russell to open the cell. Although he was already about to do so, the elf's irritating tone made him hesitate. Russell knew elves were proud and wondered if he should just leave them there. At that moment, a white-haired elf ordered the arrogant one to mind his manners. The other elves called her Elo. She approached the bars and stated that the human before them was not an ordinary one. She remarked that Russell possessed mana as pure as the light of a sunset and said she could smell the spirits on him. The elf didn't understand what Elo meant, prompting the elf woman to repeat that she could smell spirits coming from Russell. Both the protagonist and the elves were astonished, with the elves doubting that this could be real. Russell then sniffed himself, but didn't smell anything. The elf who had been rude before bowed, politely asking him to rescue them. All the elves did the same, bowing to plead. Russell, who knew elves to have strong egos, noticed they were changing their attitudes just because of something Elo had said. He wondered if the white-haired elf was a superior elf or someone of an even higher rank. Russell used fire mana to melt the locks on the cells. Elo then asked if he had defeated all the pirates and bosses. Russell wondered what the bosses were. Elo explained that they were people even stronger than her warriors, highly skilled in magic. As they were talking, a man in armor descended to the lower deck of the ship. Seeing the empty cells and the fallen pirates, he let out an evil laugh. On the upper deck, a bald man steering the ship watched the pirates struggling against the fire magic. He then drew a heavy sword from his back and cut down 2 of the flame dwarves. He mocked the other pirates, who were being overwhelmed, and they recognized him as the captain. Their courage quickly returned, as they claimed that the captain would slice the mage in the sky to pieces. Daria, observing from the sky, found the situation interesting and descended to the ship. She landed at the spot where the captain had been standing. He glared at her with an irritated expression, asking if she was really closing the distance between them. Daria then realized that the bald man was the captain and that his name was Don Click. Noticing that the man was using an aura, she assumed he must have once been a knight, so she asked why he was doing this. Don Click began laughing, asking if the honor of a knight brought food and paid taxes. He loudly declared that he and the Click brothers were making much more money from selling slaves. Daria wondered why he had mentioned brothers, when only he was standing before her. Don Click then charged forward with his sword to attack the mage. Inside the ship, Russell suddenly sensed danger. A powerful explosion occurred, breaking through a wooden wall, but he used a shield to protect himself. He looked down and noticed several spears that had struck the shield. The armored man who had previously entered the cell area saw that his attack was blocked and assumed Russell was a mage. The protagonist observed the man in front of him, who was emitting an aura, and deduced that he was a knight. Russell then received a battle notification, instructing him to defeat the opponent, who would be his first swordsman adversary. Elo, who was standing behind Russell, warned him to be careful, as the man in front of them was the ship's vice captain. The vice captain remarked that, despite Russell being a mage, he was still just a child. He kicked the unconscious pirates, questioning if Russell had merely knocked them out instead of finishing them, saying that he should do so if he wanted to win a battle. He then pointed his sword at the protagonist, releasing an even stronger aura, and declaring that he would show Russell how it was done. Russell thought quickly. Fire magic caused too much area damage, so he decided to use electricity, a third circle spell, Electric Ray. Seeing the electrical attacks, the vice captain defended himself by slashing at them, praising Russell for at least using his brain. He then advanced, moving through the lightning which seemed ineffective against him. Russell cast multiple lightning bolts, but the man continued to advance, using his wavy sword to defend himself. Russell then realized it was a non-conductive sword. In the meantime, the vice captain got close enough to attack, forcing Russell to summon a shield to protect himself. The sword struck the shield hard and began cutting through it slowly. After some time, the shield shattered and the attack fell upon Russell. Outside, the captain was battling Daria. The attack he thought had hit the mage only struck some flames she left behind, while Daria reappeared elsewhere. The pirate captain praised the mage before him. Daria then asked him a question. She wanted to know if his brother was also a knight. The captain confirmed that he was, although his brother wasn't as skilled as him. Daria sighed, saying she had worried for nothing. She then summoned flame magic, causing fiery creatures to appear. The fiery creatures quickly surrounded Don Click, and he slashed at them with his sword. The pirate thought she was using the same ability as before with the fire dwarves, but Daria stated that this time it would be different. At that moment, the flaming monsters he had cut began to multiply. Don Click realized that the more he cut them, the more creatures appeared. This was Daria's skill, the fire dwarves from hell. The mage watched as her summoned dwarves attacked Don Click. Pressured, the pirate finally realized he was facing the infamous witch from the Tower of Flames. Below deck, Don Click's brother wasn't faring as well. He couldn't understand how Russell was dodging his attacks. He clearly remembered slicing him in half with an earlier strike. He wondered if the mage was strengthening his body with magic to improve his physical abilities. The knight laughed, thinking it wouldn't make a difference, believing Russell was like a rat trapped in a cage. Elo, on the other hand, was worried about the protagonist. Russell recalled a past life when he had encountered a knight who destroyed an innocent mercenary group with just a touch. The only one who managed to stop the insane knight was a mage who used shields to defend against the attacks. The method was simple, one shield over the other. Russell decided to use the same technique to defend against Click's brother's attacks. Suddenly the knight noticed that after one of his strikes, Russell had pulled back his shield. When he looked ahead, it was too late. Russell cast a wind spell, hitting the knight square in the chest and throwing him against the wall. The impact caused the knight to spit blood before collapsing to the ground. Although he had won the fight, Russell noticed that he had lost a lot of blood. He broke the remaining locks and freed the elves. Elo, stepping out of the cell, thanked Russell, once again calling him a guardian. The protagonist asked them to follow him, but at that moment, the knight rose again, telling Russell that if he wanted to win, he should have aimed for the head. Russell asked the elves to free the other prisoners. The elf who had first spoken to him gritted his teeth, asking if Russell really wanted the elves to free the humans. But Elo agreed. The knight in front of them laughed, asking if Russell really thought he had time to rescue the slaves. He charged forward, warning that the protagonist should worry about himself before anyone else. Russell returned to his shield strategy, but the knight kept attacking, not giving him a chance to counter. With a wicked grin, the knight watched the young man defending himself with nothing but shields. Russell planned to hold out just a little longer, until everyone could escape. Sometime later, Elo shouted, announcing that everyone was now safe. The knight smiled, asking if they thought that made any difference. But Russell's voice changed, and he answered that yes, it did make a difference. Not only his voice, but his eyes also changed as he summoned flames across the ship's lower deck. He then gave the knight his ultimatum. It makes a difference, because now I can crush you. Russell defended against the knight's attacks with his shield while setting the entire ship on fire. The knight fell back, realizing that the atmosphere around Russell had changed. He wondered if the boy was finally ready to set mercy aside, and then charged forward, planning to pierce Russell along with the shield. However, before he could get close, Russell used the magic he had created, the flaming spear. As he advanced, the knight wondered if it was just a simple fire spear, but soon realized that the magic was far beyond what he had imagined. Finally, the knight's sword and the flaming spear clashed. At the bow of the ship, the captain continued to be overwhelmed by the hellish dwarves, who were multiplying endlessly. He wondered what his brother was doing, believing that together they could defeat the mage. The captain kept slicing through the dwarves, trying to buy time until his brother arrived, but he was surprised when the floor beneath him began to crack. Through the fissures, he could see the flames from the lower deck. With no time to react, a tower of flames erupted from the ship's lower deck, throwing everything into the air. The captain, hit by the attack, could hardly believe what had just happened. Daria, witnessing the power of the explosion, was also incredulous. She looked at the door leading to the lower deck and saw several freed slaves. Daria admitted to being careless, as it seemed Russell had taken control of the battle. Through the enormous opening created by the flame tower, Daria saw Russell lying on the floor of the lower deck. He had completed his mission. Realizing that the captain had been defeated, the pirate crew fled to the lifeboats, planning to surround the ship and attack the invaders from there. However, Daria did not stand idly by. She ordered her hellish dwarves to jump into the lifeboats to deal with the pirates. Sometime later, Russell felt a warmth in his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Ilo was using a healing magic on him. The elf asked him not to move, as his mana had not fully recovered yet, so the healing was slow. Daria congratulated Russell for defeating 2 knights alone. Russell was confused, believing he had faced only one, but Daria clarified that, in the end, it had been 2. Ilo then thanked the protagonist, stating that although she could not repay his kindness immediately, she, Ilo, from the White Ash Tree tribe, swore that one day she would reward him on behalf of her ancestors. Russell introduced himself, saying he had merely done what a guardian should do. Daria laughed, asking Lady Ilo not to forget about the flame tower as well. At that moment, 2 elves caught Daria's attention, informing her that they had checked on the condition of the prisoners. Daria looked at Ilo and commented that she had acquired some good subordinates. Russell noticed that the elves' demeanor when speaking to Daria was quite different from before. Russell then asked what Ilo meant by her words in the cabin. Ilo replied that it was about the scent of spirits she sensed in him. Upon hearing this, Daria was surprised. Ilo asked if, in some way, Russell had dragon blood in his veins. The protagonist became thoughtful. Ilo then revealed that she had a small amount of dragon blood running through her veins, though it was just a drop in a lake. However, even that minimal amount was enough to attract spirits. Holding Russell's hand, Ilo stated that she felt a strong scent of spirits coming from him, which is why she asked if he also had dragon blood. Daria, listening to the conversation, wondered if the reason Russell had become so strong so quickly was related to dragon blood. She speculated that Russell could become someone capable of shaking the Endymion kingdom, or even the entire world. After docking at the port, several soldiers rescued the wounded. The elves, wearing cloaks, prepared to leave. Daria then called out to Ilo, asking if they would remain hidden until everyone's mana was fully restored. Elo confirmed, and Daria offered her nearby mansion for the elves to rest until they were recovered. She also suggested that Elo might assist with Russell's training. The protagonist was surprised by the mention of training. Elo was pleased to know she could repay her debt in this way. Daria, noticing Russell's surprise, asked if he would like to participate in some training. The protagonist replied that he would love to. Daria then guided them, stating that the carriages would arrive soon. As they departed, Russell asked the Flame Tower Mage about the upcoming semester. Daria reassured him, saying that Professor Hubert would handle all related issues. The carriages took Russell, Daria, and the elves to the mansion of the Grand Sorceress of the Tower of Flames, a residence as grand and imposing as a castle. Upon descending from the carriage, Russell noticed the grandeur of the place. Daria was the first to pass through the gates, reassuring Russell so that he would feel comfortable rather than pressured. The group crossed the mansion's garden, filled with beautiful and colorful flowers. Elo was enchanted by the place, thanking Daria for her generosity in hosting them. As he observed the garden, Russell had a flashback to his childhood, remembering that he had visited this place with his parents in the past. He approached the sorceress to ask something. Russell inquired if the place originally belonged to Daria. The sorceress, in a playful tone, replied that if someone heard the question as he asked it, they might think she had stolen the place, making Russell feel embarrassed. Despite the joke, Daria confirmed that he was correct. She explained that the place had previously belonged to a merchant association, and she had purchased it a few years ago. It was as Russell had imagined. The place had once belonged to his family. Daria asked if he had any more questions, but Russell declined. He knew that after his family's fall, the properties had been sold at a low price, but never thought he would return in this manner. A week passed quickly. The elf Elo had regained a significant portion of her mana, something that Daria easily noticed. Elo thanked her again, stating that her recovery was due to Daria's hospitality. The sorceress then asked if Elo had considered the earlier discussion about helping with Russell's training. Elo, understanding the question, said that if the subject was training, it likely involved spirits. She then revealed the presence of some elemental spirits around her. Daria confirmed that Elo was correct, but questioned where Russell was. The sorceress revealed that she had given him a task. Far from the mansion at that moment, Russell was falling from a cliff towards a river. Upon hitting the water, he quickly surfaced, looking up and wondering why he had failed once again. A few days earlier, Daria had brought him to that location where two cliffs were separated by a river. She had asked what he had learned from the battle against the knight and what he needed to improve. Russell, reflecting, replied that he needed to improve his ability to control distance. Daria agreed, explaining that for a mage, controlling distance was crucial. She then instructed him to watch her closely. Next, Daria began to walk in the air, explaining that he should imagine the space bending. In an instant, she crossed from one cliff to the other as if she had teleported. That was spatial distortion magic, called Blink. Daria instructed Russell to try crossing the cliff using the same technique, explaining that this magic would be a powerful weapon in the future. Russell received a mission notification, learned the Blink magic to earn a mid-grade mana stone. After falling into the river, Russell climbed up the bank and scaled the cliff. He knew that Blink didn't depend on magical level, but on understanding its logic. Upon reaching the top again, he took a step forward but fell once more towards the river. After some time, he climbed up again. He wondered if this training was to learn Blink or just to increase his physical endurance. Russell tried to focus once more, recalling what Daria had said about imagining the space bending. He took the first step, and flames enveloped his feet. It seemed like he was about to succeed. However, Daria suddenly appeared, distracting him and causing him to fall again. Daria descended to the bottom of the cliff next to the river and informed Russell that from that moment on, he would learn about contracts with spirits. Elo, who was beside her, would assist in this training. The elf, smiling, said she was happy to help, and Russell also thanked her for her willingness. The training began immediately. Russell sat cross-legged in front of a campfire, and Elo instructed him to close his eyes and imagine something related to fire. Daria, from a distance, observed the process. Elo provided examples of images that could help. The dawn, the noon sun, sunlight, or burning firewood, any of these would work. Russell began to think about fire, and his own mana started to transform into flames. Elo, observing him, was surprised by the purity of Russell's mana, which was rare for a human. She approached and, positioning herself behind him, said she would guide him in his imagination. In Russell's mind, he walked hand in hand with Elo, who guided him along a path. Elo knew that the gateway to making contracts with spirits was open to everyone, though most people were unaware of it. Humans, elves, or any other entity could make contact with spirits. They walked under a night sky illuminated by the large moon and stars forming constellations, They were surrounded by nature, where all entities were born, and by the elements that, like fire, destroyed and renewed nature. Spirits were everywhere, ready to be discovered, as long as the gateways were open. Daria, observing Russell from the outside, watched him closely. However, it was Elo within his mind who could feel his deep emotions. She wondered what that torrent of feelings in Russell's heart was, as what she sensed seemed to be hatred. Elo felt a headache while she was inside Russell's thoughts, the visions and places they passed through, the emotions in the young man's heart, the pains. Everything seemed to be hatred, but she knew it shouldn't be. On the outside, Daria watched attentively. Then she witnessed a massive burst of energy coming from them, which made her alert. The intense glow of mana that Russell exhaled, with Elo behind him, was so strong it could blind someone. When Russell woke up, he was back at Daria's mansion, while the sorceress watched him. As he got up, he felt a severe headache and asked what had happened. He only remembered the sensation of his mana suddenly exploding. Russell then saw Elo enter his room. The elf had a bandage on her arms. Elo reassured him, saying she was fine. The protagonist, worried, asked if he had caused that to her, and with his hands on his face, felt sad as he apologized. That night, Russell went to the garden to enjoy the weather. Daria watched him from a window and then asked the elf what exactly had happened. Elo replied that it was something tremendous. When they reached the path leading to the spirit gate, Russell's mind revealed a torrent of emotions so intense that they couldn't proceed. Daria wondered what this torrent of emotions could be. Elo explained that, despite appearing as hatred, it was closer to deep sorrow, a sorrow so intense that it made her question how Russell had managed to hide it for so long. The next day, the three gathered again. Daria informed Russell that they would start a new training. He lowered his head, prepared for any kind of exercise, but what Daria said surprised him. He would be helping with cleaning. For a week, he would work with the servants, assisting in a deep cleaning. Daria also mentioned that, in the meantime, she and Elo would visit the capital. Elo said goodbye with a greeting, and the protagonist returned it, telling her to be careful on the trip. Before they left, Daria emphasized that Russell's task was not a punishment. He sighed in agreement. Russell planned to practice blink magic during his free time while cleaning, but his plan was thwarted when Daria prohibited him from using any magic during the week, leaving him confused. Despite this, Russell grabbed a mop and began to follow the instructions. Since he couldn't use magic, he decided to train physically during the cleaning. However, to his misfortune, while trying to run and mop the floor, he slipped, kicking a jar that flew and shattered on the ground. A maid approached Russell and asked who was cleaning in such a hurry. Looking at the floor, she commented that the broken vase was one of Lady Daria's favorites. Before leaving for the capital, Daria had instructed Russell to follow the orders of the head maid, introducing them, and the woman behind Russell was precisely the head maid. He apologized for the mess. Knowing he couldn't use magic for a week, she handed him a small cloth and told him to clean as she instructed from then on. She followed him everywhere, even teaching him how to hold vases while cleaning the stands. When he was mopping the floor, she instructed him to clean every corner. Russell was already getting surprised by the amount of instructions and orders. With the head maid always by his side, giving orders and making complaints, Russell began to suspect that this was some kind of training to strengthen his mental fortitude. Finally, after such a long time cleaning, it was lunchtime. The head maid asked Russell to accompany her. The protagonist said he would eat later, but the maid gave him a sharp look and repeated the order, leaving Russell no choice but to follow her. In the servants' kitchen, Russell noticed that many people were working. A man in a suit asked his name, and Russell replied that it was Russell Raymond. The man repeated the name, making the protagonist think that perhaps he knew him, but what followed was a compliment. The old man called Russell handsome, praising his black hair and red eyes. A nearby maid blushed and reinforced the compliment. Suddenly, a strong man appeared behind Russell, commenting that he seemed to be in shape, and asked to feel the protagonist's biceps, doing so without even waiting for a response. The man smiled, as if it were a joke, and gave Russell a pat on the back. Russell smiled back, but inside he was crying. He knew he would have to endure this for a week. He repeated to himself that it must all be part of the training. He wanted to believe it was. In the following days, Russell helped with various tasks, such as carrying wood. He planned to finish everything quickly so he could use the mage's body, but afterward, he joined the other servants outside the mansion near a river for a picnic. While they were toasting, the strongest servant gave Russell a pat on the back, causing him to spit out his drink. Russell asked why the man had hit him, and the man explained that, since he was still a student, he shouldn't be drinking. Additionally, he said Russell would lose muscle if he kept drinking. Russell had forgotten that he was a student, remembering his days as a mercenary. An older servant commented that there was no harm in Russell drinking, as he needed to learn from the adults. Moreover, with the beautiful view they had, it would be a sin not to drink. Russell agreed internally as he observed the beautiful sunset behind the trees, reflected in the river. Suddenly, the headmaid arrived and joked that the real sin was drinking without having any snacks. Everyone laughed, and someone suggested a toast to the new family member. The headmaid looked at Russell contemplatively, as if evaluating how much he seemed to be enjoying the new environment. In the following days, Russell's routine remained the same. He cleaned, had meals with the other servants, and occasionally lay outside the mansion at night to watch the sky. Sometimes he also picked flowers and interacted with others. As the days passed, Russell found himself sitting by a fountain on the night before he would complete a week of cleaning training. He wondered what that feeling of dissatisfaction that was troubling him might be. As he looked at the sky, the headmaid approached, commenting that it seemed like Russell really liked the place. Russell stood up to greet her, and she, adjusting her glasses, asked how many times a day he did this. Russell laughed, questioning if he did it too often and explaining that it was an unconscious habit. She then asked if there was any reason he always went to that particular spot in the garden. Russell gave a vague answer, saying that when he was there, he remembered certain people. The maid commented that she had heard that mages could teleport, and asked why he didn't just go meet the people he was thinking about. Russell replied that teleportation magic was difficult, and even if he knew how to use it, there were places he couldn't go. The head maid remarked that she had always thought mages didn't worry about anything, and before leaving him alone, mentioned that the next day would be Russell's last day of cleaning, and he should give his best until the end. Russell confirmed that he understood, and then she said something that surprised him. "I don't know much about magic, but I think you are a good person, Russell." The young man was taken aback by the words, but the maid broke the mood shortly after, joking that if he didn't become a good mage, she would use him as a good servant. Sometime later, Daria and Elo returned to the mansion. The protagonist was the first to greet them. They asked how he had been during the week, and Russell responded that he was fine. Daria then invited Russell to take a walk in the garden. She commented that he must have gone through a lot during the week, but Russell denied it. The mage explained that they had been searching for a remedy to restore Elo's lost mana, as elven mana was special. Additionally, there was something in the records that she needed to check. Russell mentioned that Daria must have been quite busy. Suddenly, Daria stopped walking. She revealed that the property they were on had once belonged to the Raymond family, causing Russell to lower his head due to the complicated feelings it brought him. The mage mentioned that Elo had spoken about a torrent of emotions in Russell's heart, which was preventing him from reaching the spirit gate. She then asked if he felt wronged, angry, or sad. Russell answered that he felt all of those things. Daria commented that she remembered the first time she saw him, when he was trying to develop his magic and fighting alone. Looking at it now, she saw him as a solitary patriarch trying to rebuild his family. Then she told Russell that he should keep the property. Russell was surprised and asked what exactly she meant. The mage clarified that she wasn't giving away the property for free. He would need to become a war mage of the Tower of Flames and protect the country. She instructed him to earn a lot of money to buy her property. Daria also asked if he understood that he didn't need to fight alone. Russell resumed training with Elo. The elf explained that the last time they approached the spirit gate, she hadn't awakened Russell's consciousness. She had only guided him with her unconscious mana. This time she wanted to change that so they could reach the gate together. Russell was concerned that Ilo might get hurt again. The elf gave a thumbs up, saying that they had bought plenty of medicine, so everything was fine. Russell didn't want to argue and accepted. Elo then instructed him to close his eyes and think of the fire, as he had done last time, because she would awaken him in his imagination. The protagonist could see the elf in his mind. He looked down and saw his own hand. The place they were in was calm, just like before, but further on, the torrent was still there. They could see the brilliant passage on the other side, and it would be difficult to reach the source leading to the spirit gate. Russell took a few steps forward, approaching the torrent. Elo tried to warn him of the danger, but it was too late. He was pushed back by the waves. At that moment, however, Russell understood his feelings. Graduation from the academy, the tower selection, the rebuilding of his family, and revenge for his father. He apologized to Elo, saying these were things he couldn't rid himself of. Russell then heard Daria's voice talking to the head maid, who claimed that the young man was a good person. The mage asked if the woman had left him alone at any point, and she replied that she hadn't. Russell then remembered Hubert, the servants he had met, the maid's words, and most importantly, what Daria had told him. He didn't need to fight alone. With tears in his eyes, Russell stood up in his mind. He knew he couldn't rid himself of his feelings, but he could try to overcome them. He remembered Daria's advice, to think of space bending. Russell approached the torrent again. Elo tried to stop him, saying it was dangerous, but he remained calm. Even if he fell, he was no longer alone. His feet ignited as he took step after step. Finally, he performed Blink, leaving Elo behind and reaching the other side of the torrent in front of the spirit gate. Elo witnessed the use of Blink with her own eyes. Upon reaching the other side, Russell was finally able to complete the mission he had received. After crossing the torrent, he wondered what he should do as he looked at the immense, glowing gate before him. At that moment, Ilo instructed him to pass through the gate. Russell was surprised that he could still communicate with the elf, who explained that they could communicate because their manas were connected. Russell then received the mission to form a contract with a spirit. He was to summon a spirit according to Ilo's instructions and form a bond with it. Following the elf's guidance, Russell placed his hand on the light gate and asked what to do next. Elo explained that now it was up to the spirits to decide. He should just extend his hand and wait, as no one knew which spirit would appear, and he could not choose. That was all they could do. Resigned, Russell waited patiently, determined not to be frustrated if no spirit appeared. He was already grateful for all the moments that had led him there. While immersed in his thoughts, Russell did not notice when a massive red dragon approached the spirit gate and touched his hand. When he awoke, he found a baby spirit in his lap. The small creature, red with yellow eyes and tiny teeth, looked at Russell in an adorable manner. Elo congratulated Russell on the newly formed contract, and Daria smiled, saying there was even more to celebrate. Russell realized he had reached the 4th circle. The Great Mage commented that he had overcome a significant mental barrier. Russell then looked at the mission notification, which indicated that he had received additional rewards. Meanwhile, the small spirit flew and landed on Russell's head, where it began to rest. Ilo approached, noting that the spirit did not seem to be an ordinary one. She gently stroked the small being and, taking it in her hands, suggested that Russell give it an appropriate name, as naming it would complete the contract. Returning the spirit to the protagonist, Ilo and Daria eagerly awaited to see what name Russell would choose for his new companion. Looking at the small spirit in his hands, Russell could only see that it was red. He thought about naming it Bacon, which shocked the 3 women present. Russell laughed, saying he was just joking, and then asked if he should name it Pepper. The little spirit smiled at its new name. Elo thought the name was very cute, while Daria didn't find it bad. Little did they know that the name chosen by Russell was actually a shortening of the word pepperoni. Daria then stated that to celebrate, they would begin special training the next day. Elo also announced that she would be giving lessons on spirits. Russell was excited about this, holding the adorable spirit in his hands and happy to meet it. A month later, the day arrived when the towers would select their students. Some professors speculated on how many graduates would be chosen, while others said that it had already been decided. Each tower selected individuals to train every semester. A carriage arrived at the location, announcing the arrival of the judge from the White Tower of the Kingdom. Next, the judge from the Yellow Tower was announced, followed shortly by the judge from the Lance Tower. The professors were also excited. Some, with certain intentions, discussed among themselves how they should do more for the students chosen by the towers, not necessarily for the students' benefit, but for the benefit of the school. Professor Hubert couldn't understand how they could call themselves professors when they only cared about talented students. Finally, the judge from the Flame Tower of the Kingdom arrived. A large hand held the carriage door and opened it. Many students were startled by the enormous man who stepped out, Vermilion Olsen. Hubert wondered why the man was there. Olsen looked around, seemingly searching for someone, but not finding the person he was looking for, he assumed they had not yet arrived. Hubert thought that Olsen's presence might mean that Daria did not want to choose Russell. In fact, the professor had not yet seen Russell arrive. At that moment, a streak of flames crossed the sky. It was Russell, using his blink ability to reach the school. Olsen sensed the power of Russell's magic as he landed on a building across from the school, sighing at narrowly avoiding being late. The eyes of the two then met, and the protagonist recognized who the man was. Olsen then turned to enter the school and smiled, knowing that things would be fun. He was already looking forward to facing Russell. When he was about to leave the residence of Mage Daria, the protagonist thanked her for everything and said goodbye to Elo, wishing her a safe journey back to her homeland. He also bid farewell to the head maid, saying he would return, but this time as the owner of the property, and asked her to take good care of the place. The time Russell spent at the property was brief, but he was grateful. Daria asked if he was sure he didn't need a carriage, and he replied that running back would be much faster, otherwise he might be late. Daria then asked Russell a favor, to deliver a letter to Hubert when he arrived at the academy. Russell promised he would deliver the letter, making the old mage thank him. When Russell arrived at Professor Hubert's office, he was relieved that Russell had arrived on time. The professor said it would be difficult to assist Russell in the selection due to an unexpected issue that had suddenly arisen. But Russell reassured the professor, saying that everything was fine. The professor then gave him a piece of advice, not to take Vermilion Olsen too seriously. Hubert warned that, in this selection, Russell should not just try his best, he needed to be the best. The protagonist smiled, reassuring the professor, and assured him not to worry. Russell's task was to show a significant difference compared to the other candidates and earn recognition from the two judges of the selection. The first round of the selection was a written exam. Russell did not find the exam particularly difficult, as he had failed many times in his previous life. The only thing worrying him at the moment was the letter from Daria that he had delivered to the professor. Russell remembered that after delivering the letter, Professor Hubert would start making frequent trips to the point of being unable to give his classes at the academy, and not long after, he would take a sabbatical when a tragedy would occur. Russell did not know the details, but he knew the professor would probably receive a very dangerous mission, even for a high-level mage from the Tower of Flames. When the results of the written exam were announced, Russell achieved the highest score, surprising many and generating envy. Russell wondered if he could somehow prevent the tragedy that was about to happen to Hubert. Shortly afterward, the second round of the selection began, an interview test. The students were to enter the room when their names were called. It quickly became Russell's turn to have his interview in front of the various judges. The protagonist was still contemplating what would happen, as signs of change were already appearing. One of them was Olsen, who in his previous life was not one of the judges. He knew he could change the future and needed to join the Tower of Flames to prevent what was about to happen to Hubert. To do so, he needed to be recognized by the judges. One of the judges read the rules, stating that when they asked questions, Russell should respond verbally and briefly. A female judge began the questions, describing a formula created 300 years ago and formulating a question based on it. Russell, in front of everyone, answered the question by explaining that it was necessary to apply a concept of material cycles to modify the formula. Russell noticed that the interview questions were easier than those on the written test. However, there was another challenge in the second stage, enduring the mana exerted by the selection judges. In his previous life, Russell always failed at this stage, but this time was different. Thanks to his much higher level, he was able to answer the questions adequately without feeling the pressure exerted by the judges. One of the judges praised Russell to the others, stating that not even the young man's expression changed in the face of a mana storm. Olsen smiled and commented that the pressure was very light. He then released a much more powerful mana, attempting to pressurize Russell. The protagonist felt this sudden pressure and furrowed his brow. The other judges noticed what Olsen was doing and secretly called him crazy. They believed that if the pressure continued, the candidate might suffer. However, when they looked at Russell, despite the change in his expression, he was handling it very well. One of the judges found this surprising, as even some professors assigned to read the files were struggling. The judge began to wish for such a genius, and he was not alone. Many others shared this sentiment. Quickly, Russell gained the recognition of 9 out of 10 judges. Olsen, seeing that the protagonist was managing well under the pressure, became excited and decided to test Russell even further by releasing a much stronger aura. Soon it felt like an aura battle was taking place. One of the judges, already irritated, warned Olsen that there were still more interviews to be conducted and that he should stop there. Olsen clicked his tongue, saying that things were starting to get fun. The professors were relieved to have survived. A female judge praised Russell, stating that he could leave, and then called the next candidate. Russell returned to his seat in the hallway, relieved, thinking he might have fainted. Looking at the progress of his recognition mission, he sighed upon seeing that it was still not enough. He smiled sarcastically, as Olsen did not seem like an easy person to deal with. After the interviews, the judges discussed Russell, discovering that he was the person the master of the Flame Tower was observing. Everyone was paying close attention to him, which seemed to be a pity for them. The judge who had asked Russell the first question asked if Olsen was going to start disciplining him as a disciple. Olsen turned to face the woman and asked who had decided that Russell had become one of his juniors. The judge stepped back, trying to explain herself, but Olsen simply turned his back with a scowling expression. Olsen remembered a battle in which enemy knights attacked his juniors. They tried to defend themselves with barriers, but they were too weak and were quickly defeated. Olsen still recalled the tears of resentment he shed upon seeing the young ones falling. If that person fell, everyone would fall together. The next day, the third round of the screening test began. An organizer announced that the test would be a treasure hunt in the lush Walker Hill forest, where they had to find green mana stones. Points would be awarded based on the number of stones obtained and the order of return. Upon hearing the rules, Russell knew that everyone would be desperately trying to steal stones from each other. The organizer then instructed the candidates to line up. Russell had not yet received all the recognitions and wondered if Olsen would recognize him if he won this test. With the start of the test, everyone rushed into the forest. Russell knew that at that moment there was only one thing to do. He quickly reached the forest and wondered if he should call a certain being at that moment. He conjured flames in his hands, knowing he should be cautious. From the flames, the small spirit Pepper appeared. Russell apologized for not having freed the spirit earlier, as he couldn't use magic at the academy. The small spirit smiled cutely, showing its tiny teeth to Russell. The protagonist then asked the spirit for help. Taking a mana stone from his spatial storage, he instructed the spirit to find stones like that one. The spirit sniffed the stone and began to fly, trying to track down the stones. Russell knew that spirits that had crossed the mana world could detect even the faintest trace of magic. Arriving at a location, the small spirit turned to look at Russell, as a sign that it had found something. Russell then followed the small dragon, which continued to sniff around, unaware that some trees had unknown symbols. In a dark house, a hooded man lifted another by the collar, asking where the mage was with whom the man in front of him had made an exchange. The man claimed to know nothing, only that he had sold materials for a ritual. The hooded man tightened his grip, asking if he knew the materials were for a pagan ritual. Knowing that pagan rituals were related to the dead, the man became frightened. The hooded man threw him against the wall, stating that aiding a cult was the same as betraying the kingdom. He then looked deeply into the seller's eyes, asking again where the mage was. The man again claimed ignorance. The only information he had was about a woman who had burned people and taken on a disciple. The cultist was after this disciple. The hooded man hurried to his new destination, knowing that if the cult was against a woman, she must be his teacher. Hubert, who revealed himself to be the hooded man, knew that Russell was in danger and that the entire selection test was at risk. Night had already fallen. One of the students was wandering aimlessly, complaining about not finding any more mana stones. He was frustrated by his inability to create light in the darkness of the forest, fearing becoming a target. Suddenly, the young man was startled when something rustled the bushes ahead. He quickly used a wind arrow, knocking down whatever had shaken the bush. He wondered if what was in front of him was another candidate and planned to leave the area to avoid being held responsible if he had seriously injured another competitor. However, his steps stopped when he realized that if it was a competitor, they should have mana stones with them. But when he turned around, he saw that what he had struck was no longer there. He felt a chill upon noticing something behind him and screamed as he turned to see what was there. Meanwhile, Russell, who had followed the little dragon, seemed to have arrived at the center of the forest. The dragon sniffed a bag and found several green mana stones. Russell wondered why there were so many mana stones there, thinking something seemed off, while Pepper requested praise. Russell then crouched down and, besides the mana stones, found a golem core. Upon picking it up, he noticed it was broken. It seemed that the core was damaged even before a golem could be summoned. Russell wondered who could have done this when Pepper warned him of an imminent attack. Russell then realized he was under attack. Stones erupted from the ground like spikes, attempting to pierce Russell, who jumped to evade them. The protagonist realized that the earth magic was transforming into light magic as various spheres tried to hit him, forcing him to dodge again. It was likely that this was not the work of just one person. Suddenly, ice arrows were fired at Russell's back, but Pepper acted quickly, exhaling a burst of fire that melted the arrows. Russell praised the little dragon for saving him. The protagonist then used fire magic to create some arrows, destroying the light spheres, which exploded into dense smoke. Amidst the smoke, Russell found himself surrounded. The first to reveal themselves was an honor student selected by the tower. Russell called them cowards for using tactics like that. The student shouted in fury, asking how a bastard like Russell had found the mana stones first. The student was convinced that they were the only ones who knew the location of the mana stones and wondered how Russell had found them. Then, he noticed the spirit contracted by the protagonist and realized how Russell had located the stones so quickly. Other students also understood, and one of them could not believe that Russell had been hiding this level of power all along. Russell laughed, asking what was so incredible about finding the stones quickly, as if he didn't have the right to find them. He then made a guess, stating that it seemed there were students making secret deals with the professors. The student in front of him clicked his tongue, revealing that he had been found out. Russell then said he had no intention of getting involved with them and that they should get out of his way. The student was enraged and released his mana, rushing to attack the protagonist, but Russell quickly moved to his back, stating that he might regret it. They didn't even see when Russell moved, but they knew he had used blink magic. Suddenly, Pepper began to growl. Russell looked toward the forest where the leaves were rustling. He then asked the student if the professors who were helping had mentioned anything about a destroyed golem core. The student denied it. Other students emerged from the forest, approaching and saying they also found it strange. Knowing that something was approaching, Russell started using his mana in the fire element. The forest birds were agitated, taking flight. Something was rapidly approaching the clearing where they were. Russell was the first to see the terrible beings approaching. They were undead. The students were terrified, wondering how these beings were in the testing area. The first student to confront Russell was the first to plan to flee, but when he tried to run, he realized they were surrounded. Dozens or even hundreds of undead surrounded the clearing, leaving no gap for escape. Russell acted quickly, creating a wall of fire around himself and the other students. They were surprised to see the fourth circle magic. Russell instructed each of them to handle a specific direction, dealing with the undead that breached the firewall. The students froze in fear, but the protagonist shouted for them to react and wake up. They then nodded in agreement with the instruction. The older student sighed, thankful he hadn't started a fight with Russell, as it could have ended badly. But then he realized that something really bad was happening. The undead were advancing, jumping against the wall of fire. The four inside the wall were defending themselves, but Russell knew the wall of fire wouldn't last forever. They needed to find the sorcerer who had summoned the undead. In the forest, two people watched the undead attacking the flames, laughing and wondering how long the boy chosen by the master of the Tower of Flames would hold out. The undead continued to advance against the wall of fire, while Russell and the others dealt with them. These undead had been created by heretics who sought forbidden magic and blasphemed by summoning such beings. In the past, they had been subdued by Daria and her fire magic. Russell wondered if the attackers were remnants of these heretics, and what they were planning as they approached the forest near the Magic Academy. Russell then realized that they might be targeting him. Despite these thoughts, the protagonist knew he needed to focus on the fight. The magic used by the heretics was a type of curse, known for its low mana cost. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The protagonist then instructed everyone to use their mana effectively, reducing firepower and aiming for vital points. However, for the students, it seemed easier said than done. One student stated that the selection judges should arrive soon and that they needed to hold out until then, but another student said they wouldn't come, which worried the third student. Russell confirmed this possibility. There was no way for the judges from the capital's magic towers to detect the malevolent energy, as the heretics had probably used some form of magic as a barrier to conceal the presence of the mana. Russell then recalled a symbol he had seen on a tree but had overlooked. The cowardly student trembled, knowing they would have to deal with all the undead alone. One of the students, who had accepted Russell's suggestion, was trying to reduce the size of his arrows while making them sharper, while the coward complained about how to fight efficiently and observed his peers. The mages who had summoned the undead noticed that the group of students was trying to conserve mana. One of the mages remarked that even though he was a child, Russell was still the disciple of that woman. Suddenly, he summoned a monster and asked what would happen if a situation arose where they couldn't conserve magic. The monster advanced rapidly, passing through the wall of fire and startling the four who faced a troll. The first to attack was the student using light magic. His spheres emitted beams of light that hit the troll, but unfortunately no damage seemed to have been inflicted. The monster roared, drew the sword from its back and prepared to attack when Russell stepped forward, using his flame spear magic to strike the troll. The monster ignited and succumbed. After the attack, Russell watched the troll turn to ashes. The mages were surprised and annoyed to see Russell defeat the troll with just one attack. One of the students managed to sense the power of Russell's fifth circle magic and realized that the young man was on a level very different from his own, questioning whether he really was a student like them. Russell then looked for Pepper. The little dragon was in the sky, using the flames on its body to spin in a circle, as if signaling the location. Russell understood what the spirit was trying to communicate. It was pointing out where the mages were hiding. Russell held the flame spear again and used the mage's body to perform his maneuver. One of the students wondered what he was doing and saw Russell concentrating all his strength on the spear to throw it in a direction. The spear flew quickly towards the mages, who tried to dodge. Instead of evading, they attempted to block the spear. Several undead emerged between them and the flame spear, but they only saw the flash of flames that disintegrated the summoned undead and caused an explosion when it hit the mages. Russell wondered if he had hit the mages. The skeletons fell, but one of the mages was still standing, using the other as a shield. The mage claimed that Daria had created a monster and revealed that they were saving the target to use against the judges, but apparently would need to use it against Russell. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed several students being held hostage by skeletons. Quickly, at least a dozen of them appeared. Hubert had finally returned to the academy. Some professors tried to stop him as he headed towards the restricted area, where only the judges were allowed, but Hubert ignored them and entered the room. He quickly searched for Olsen, and upon finding him, said the words that left the red-haired man stunned. "Those cultists are on the move. They are after Russell. The exam candidates are also in danger." Olsen rose furiously, his powerful mana overflowing from his body. "How dare they cause trouble right in front of me?" In the forest, the bald cultist declared that if Russell moved even a finger, he would turn the hostage students into undead soldiers. The threat seemed real, as the skeletons were in attack position. Russell realized that the cultists had gagged the students to prevent them from using spells. He weighed his options. He could use Blink to approach the cultist, but if he gave the order in the meantime, it would mean the end for all the hostages. Seeing that he had the upper hand, the cultist ordered Russell not to resist and to come closer, calling him a child of the Tower of Flames. This confirmed to Russell that he was the target. Russell then walked towards the cultist, who laughed, impressed, saying he couldn't believe Russell was sacrificing himself to free his captive friends. Russell mocked the cultist's words. Friends? As if they were that. They call you weak if you're weak and strong if you're strong. Contempt, hatred, greed, these people are just envious. The cultist remained silent as Russell continued. You probably don't understand, but that is the duty of a guardian, to protect people. The cultist began to laugh, saying that in a world where the strong dominate the weak, concepts like mission and justice were ridiculous. To him, Russell's words were just a grand speech from someone weak. Russell then mocked the cultist, telling him to look at himself, a man who couldn't even handle the job alone. The protagonist noticed the skeleton approaching him, which had bound its mouth. The cultist then declared that he would heed Russell's words and finish him off with his own hands. He cast a spell, summoning bones that assembled into a spear. He said it was a pity he wouldn't be able to hear Russell's scream, but he had no other choice. As the cultist walked towards the protagonist, Russell was already prepared for what was coming next. There was a spell that required no incantation and could be invoked within the mind. When he completed his last mission, he received an additional reward, a ring, a magical artifact. At that moment, Russell used the spell from the cloudy ring which, although it was in the form of a ring, could transform into a cloud of lightning when necessary. Its functions would also become more powerful as the user grew stronger. A cloud appeared in the sky which the cultist had not yet noticed, while he declared he would begin his revenge against Russell. At the moment the cultist was distracted, Russell used the magical artifact spell to destroy everything. Just as his body seemed to be lightning itself, he invoked the lightning strike to fall upon them. From the sky, a blinding lightning bolt descended, dazzling everyone with its brilliance and destroying everything with its power. The cultist was still standing, but was instantly carbonized by the lightning and then fell. A student approached Russell to help him get untied. She said she couldn't believe he thought of using a magical artifact in such a situation. It was truly amazing. Russell thanked her praise, but the student said they should be the ones to thank, and suggested calling the judges quickly. Looking at the students who had been hostages, it seemed everyone needed treatment. Russell said the judges would arrive soon. The student asked how he knew, and the protagonist explained that it was because a friend of his would guide them there. While they were talking, Pepper was burning some trees in a straight line, signaling the path for the judges. It seemed Russell was always thinking several steps ahead. Russell then looked at his hand. The cloudy ring was consuming more mana than he expected. As they moved away, they did not realize that the cultist was still alive. He then used a forbidden spell, devoted to you, my life, my longevity, and even my afterlife. Russell and the others noticed the spell being cast, and various skeletons emerged from the ground, joining together and growing. The cultist had summoned a giant skeleton. The skeleton turned out to be many times larger than an ordinary human. Russell realized that this was a magic exceeding even the fifth circle. The student then warned everyone to flee to the forest, where they could hide. The first to try to run was the cowardly student who had led others to attack Russell, but in the middle of his escape, he remembered the bag of mana stones. The student was also prepared to flee, but noticed that Russell was going to stay behind. She asked what he was doing. The protagonist then said that the skeleton was focused on him, and that he was the only one who could buy time until the judges arrived, who were at that moment advancing rapidly through the forest. Russell was going to face the skeleton, but the girl knew he must be low on mana and wondered what he would do. The giant skeleton began to attack. Its blows were not something Russell could block with a shield, so he preferred to dodge, as being hit, even just once, would be dangerous. With the flaming spear in hand, he circled around the skeleton and threw the spear at it. Although the spear hit, the skeleton was still intact despite the damage it had taken. Russell knew this would be a tough battle, and realized that the skeleton also had regeneration abilities. Suddenly, Russell noticed something entering the ground. The earth began to tremble as a tail of bones emerged from within the ground and attacked him. After the first attack, the tail continued to target the protagonist. He tried to use a fire spell but was too late. Luckily, someone cast a mana spell, freezing the tip of the tail and paralyzing it. The protagonist noticed that it was the girl who had untied him earlier. She said that Russell had saved her life, so she couldn't leave him behind and go away. She summoned several ice arrows and shot them at the skeleton, freezing parts of its body. She declared that, as Russell had said, this was the duty of a guardian. As the young woman spoke, several students who had been planning to flee stopped. The coward, who was holding the bag of mana stones, asked what they were doing and if they had lost their minds. He continued to run, saying it wasn't his problem if they got hurt. Elsewhere, the cultist, who had been used as a shield, awoke. He saw the giant skeleton and realized it was a sacrificial magic. He laughed, saying it suited his companion who had tried to survive alone. Behind Russell, the various students had returned. One of them, who had been with him inside the wall of fire, apologized for being late. This wasn't part of Russell's plan, but it could be useful. The protagonist smiled as he used the flaming spear magic again. If they wanted to fight, he wouldn't stop them, but he said that if they wanted to live, they would have to win. Russell threw the flaming spear and asked the students to listen to him carefully. He said he would create an opening and that everyone should put their full effort into it. Russell invoked the flaming spear again. The powerful fire magic crossed the sky toward the skeleton's face. Russell then gave the signal for the students to attack. Various abilities crossed the sky after the flaming spear, hitting the skeleton and causing a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, the skeleton was still alive. Russell cursed and planned to use the spear once more. He tried and tried despite his lack of mana. He knew everyone was at risk, but they had returned to face the danger for the Guardian mission and for him. The judges should be on their way, so they needed to push further. Russell needed to protect everyone. His eyes shifted to those of a dragon as the flaming spear reappeared in his hand. He then channeled all his magic into it, aiming once more. He threw the spear, making the fire magic cross the skies again. The students took the opportunity to attack in coordination. The flaming spear, along with various other abilities, combined into a strike as massive as the giant skeleton itself. Even from afar, the teachers could see the giant skeleton and the students fighting against it. Olsen gritted his teeth, wondering what those weaklings were trying to accomplish instead of fleeing. Vermilion Olsen believed that being fragile was a weakness. If one fell, the rest would fall too. But before Olsen, he saw the unfolding battle. That day, he discovered that because they were fragile, if one of them stood up, all the others would do the same. With the explosion caused by the last attack, the giant skeleton fell. However, the cultist did not want to end it there. He, who was inside the skeleton, continued to use his mana to make it stand up again. But it was too late. By this point, the judges had already arrived at the scene. Olsen, being the first to attack, used the overheat spell. With the superheated flames, he aimed at the cultist, intending to make that evil being disappear. His flames, with a reddish-purple hue, completely destroyed the skeleton. The youths were amazed to see that not only had the skeleton been destroyed, but the entire part of the forest behind it had also vanished in the attack. Russell joked with Olsen, saying that if he was going to show up, he should have arrived sooner. The protagonist then fainted, falling into Hubert's arms. Olsen, seeing what had happened, gave his approval to the boy. When he woke up, Russell was back at the academy. He saw a chandelier on the ceiling and then heard Hubert's voice beside him. The protagonist asked the professor if all the other candidates were safe. Hubert assured him that they were, thanks to Russell, relieving the boy. Hubert said that everyone was saying the same thing. If Russell hadn't been there, a tragedy would have occurred. Russell was humble, stating that he had received help. Hubert then asked if he was curious about the result of the test. Thanks to Hubert's comment, the protagonist remembered it. The professor then stated that there was much to be considered. At the moment when the heretics attacked the testing area, the task became meaningless. It was a situation where teamwork was more important than competition. With that in mind, all the selection judges concluded that in the selection test, the person who should receive the highest score was none other than Russell. The protagonist was surprised, and his eyes filled with tears as he thanked the professor. He could finally graduate from the academy. Professor Hubert explained that an investigation had been initiated to find out who was behind the heretics. Under Daria's leadership, they would soon discover the origin of everything. The protagonist then revealed that, in fact, there was a second heretic, surprising the professor. This heretic, who had managed to escape during the chaos, swore revenge for the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the novice from the Tower of Flames. Olsen entered the infirmary, saying that apparently the other heretic had escaped. He approached Russell, asking to see him for a moment, but Hubert stepped in front, stating that the young man needed to rest. However, Russell reassured him, saying it was all right. Olsen and Russell went to a secluded spot near the academy. The red-haired man told the protagonist that he must have felt restricted while fighting the heretics, since he had to face weak opponents. Vermilion then stated that he believed being fragile was a weakness, and that these thoughts had not changed. Surprisingly, Russell agreed but said that weakness existed so that the strong could become stronger to protect the weak. Likewise, The weak, with the protection of the strong, could try to grow. Therefore, no one would be left behind, and everyone would move forward together. Olsen was silent, absorbing these words, and then said that this was not a bad answer. He threw a bag to the protagonist, asking him to open it. Upon opening the bag, Russell found a robe inside, the robe of the Tower of Flames. Olsen then told Russell not to be hasty, as if he wanted to join the Tower of Flames. There was one more test. The protagonist was surprised, as he thought the selection test had already ended. Olsen explained that this test was an ancient tradition. He created a circle around himself and instructed Russell to try to move him out of the circle, using any magic. If Russell could do it, he would win, but if he failed, there would be a price to pay. Russell was excited, took out some mana stones from his storage, consumed them, and warned Olsen not to regret it later since he had said that Russell could use any magic he wanted. At the academy, Hubert felt the ground tremble and rushed to check what was happening. At the location where Russell was taking his test, Olsen was surrounded by lightning, with his foot outside the circle. The man was covered by armor comparable to the fifth circle, and looked incredulous at being pushed by the young man in front of him. At that moment, a worried voice emerged. Hubert approached Olsen, asking what he was doing. The professor shouted at the judge of the Tower of Flames, "I can't believe you cornered the boy who hasn't even recovered yet." Olsen coughed and stated that this was a tradition of the Tower of Flames, but Hubert's words made him nervous, as the professor commented that it was something only an old man would do. Irritated, Olsen claimed that what he was doing was to impose discipline on Russell before he integrated with the others in the tower. Hubert roared, saying that if more of this kind of discipline were used, the pillars and walls of the academy would fall. Hubert then approached the protagonist, apologizing for Olsen, which Russell took lightly. Olsen then revealed that, of all the people who had ever taken this test, only one had passed, and it was indeed Russell. The protagonist had used the flaming lance along with the cloud ring to create a double attack. With the help of Pepper, the summoned spirit, Russell was able to surprise Olsen with a sudden attack. Hubert was surprised to learn that Russell had a summoned spirit. The protagonist then summoned Pepper, showing the professor that the little being's name was Pepper. The two men looked at the small dragon with big eyes, and after a moment of silence, they were both overcome by its cuteness. Some time passed, and during the graduation ceremony, Russell gave the speech, receiving applause from the students. He then returned inside the academy, where he heard Professor Hubert comment that the speech had been fitting for the best student. Russell thanked the professor, who stated that now, since Russell was no longer a student, he could call him senior brother. Hubert then asked if the boy had a place to stay in the capital. Russell revealed that he was thinking of staying in a small room on the outskirts of the city. The professor then offered his own house to Russell, since he couldn't return home until his contract with the academy ended. Russell asked if it was okay to do that, and the professor confirmed, saying it was his suggestion. Hubert revealed that he had bought Daria's house, which brought a sense of déjà vu to the protagonist. While packing his things, Russell, with Pepper's help, received the notification of mission completion for graduation. One of the rewards for this mission was unknown. When he received the reward, it turned out to be a map. Initially, he thought it might be the same map as before, but it was completely different and quite familiar to him. It was a map of Kulil Island, a forgotten island where humans were not allowed to set foot, a place filled with magical beasts and extremely dangerous unless one reached at least the sixth circle. Russell was very curious to discover what this opportunity truly meant. He remembered the king's horn that had been thrust into him. Was it merely to make him stronger, or was there a deeper purpose behind it? Russell didn't know yet, but he was sure that he needed to become stronger, as there were many things to protect. Inside the carriage, Olsen asked the protagonist if this was his first time going to the capital. Russell revealed that he had been there before, which made Olsen remember that the young man in front of him was a Raymond. Russell then wanted to ask Olsen a question. He wanted to know if Professor Hubert's role was somehow related to the heretics, as Hubert's return coincided exactly with the heretic attack. Olsen laughed, realizing that the boy was quite perceptive. He confirmed that this was exactly the case. Hubert's mission was to monitor the heretic society, although he wasn't sure if it could be called a society. Russell said he wanted to help with the mission as well. Olsen asked if he meant that he also wanted to monitor the heretics. Olsen then looked at the protagonist, trying to discern if he was bluffing, but noticed the confident look on his face. Excited, Olsen exclaimed, "All right, you're already a man, you need to have big dreams. I'll tell the master about this." The protagonist thanked him, but Olsen imposed a condition. Before they reached the capital, Russell would have to learn a spell that Olsen would teach him. Olsen then revealed that the spell he wanted to teach was called Overheat. It was a single-strike killing spell. Olsen manifested mana on his finger, explaining that the Overheat spell involved concentrating mana at a specific point. He compared the spell to gathering mana and launching it like a slingshot. Olsen then asked if Russell could perform this technique. In the following days, whether during breaks or while the carriage was on the road, Russell continued to practice the spell. He tried to gather his mana in his hand, and eventually one day they came across a rocky wall. When Russell used the overheat spell, a large hole appeared in the wall, exceeding Olsen's expectations. He'd never seen anyone so talented before. After using the spell, Russell felt his hand trembling. Olsen explained that, as he probably knew, the overheat spell was demanding in terms of focus and required caution regarding counterattacks after using it. Russell commented that this was risky against strong enemies, to which Olsen responded that it wasn't always the case. He then told Russell to remember that the best defense was actually the biggest attack. One never knew when a stronger opponent might appear, and the strongest often underestimated the weak. When their guard was down, it was the perfect time to pull a trick out of the bag and secure the victory. When Russell arrived at the capital, he noticed other people arriving as well. He saw a man in glasses and blue clothes helping an older man down from a carriage. Russell seemed to recognize the man in glasses. After a while, Russell encountered Daria again. He thanked her, as it was thanks to her help that he managed to advance. The mage congratulated him on joining the Tower of Flames and mentioned that Russell had arrived at the same time as a visitor, the master of the Tower of Spears. The two people Russell had seen upon arrival were, in fact, Alan Page, a mage from the Tower of Spears, and Hemingway Melville, the master of the Tower of Spears. Melville expressed his surprise that Daria had chosen that day out of all days to meet, and stated that it was to boast about a disciple she had accepted. Russell felt embarrassed by Melville's comment, while Daria revealed that this was indeed the reason. She said that Russell was a hero who had defeated a heretic at such a young age, and asked if he should complain about her boasting about her disciple, since it was the only thing he heard from her lately. Russell observed Alan Page, who would soon earn the title of youngest to reach the sixth circle. A strange genius. Russell had received great help from him in his past life and was surprised to encounter him again. Melville then declared that there was a real reason to boast, stating that objectively, Alan's skills were superior. Olsen, who was present in the room, already knew where the conversation was heading. Daria retorted, red with anger, reminding them that her disciple was younger than Melville's. Melville responded that this had already been considered by him. The atmosphere in the room quickly heated up with the two beginning to provoke each other. Alan approached the armchair where Melville was seated, massaging his master's back, and smiled, saying that Melville wasn't usually like this. However, when he was with Daria, he showed this childish side. Melville turned around, surprised by what the young man had said, and Alan tried to calm him down, saying that he was about to lose his youth, which made the old man nervous. Alan then leaned close to Melville's ear, reminding him that he also needed to visit the royal palace. Alan then, apologizing, shook hands with Russell. Russell expressed a bit of disappointment, saying he hoped to show his magic to Alan. Olsen, who was just observing, understood the meaning behind these words. Melville started laughing, finding the words somewhat cheeky. He released his mana, asking where such confidence came from. Quickly, the mana of the master of the Tower of Spears flooded the room, making Russell feel as if he were in an ocean. The master of the Tower of Spears was surprised that this had happened at his age. He then turned to the master of the Tower of Flames, proposing a bet. He wanted 5 years. If Russell could reach Alan's level in 5 years, he would give him 2 of his magical relics. Russell was surprised. The magical relics were artifacts from the age of myths, and even the weakest of these relics should correspond to the 7th circle. Daria wanted to lower the bet to 3 years, which startled Melville. Standing, she stated that if Russell did not reach Alan's level in 3 years, she would forfeit her mythical relics. The old man smiled, thinking the bet was favorable to him, while Daria advised him to prepare the artifacts. Melville then prepared to leave, stating that it had already been a warm reception. Alan also said his goodbyes before following Melville. As they descended the tower, Alan asked if it was okay for Melville to bet his mythical relics. The master of the Tower of Spears responded that it wasn't, which was why Alan should give his all, and the young mage affirmed that he would do so. After their departure, Olsen complained to Russell about not being able to stay quiet on the very first day. The protagonist awkwardly laughed at the confusion caused. Daria then asked Russell if he truly wanted the task of monitoring the cult members, which the protagonist confirmed. She used her mana to reveal a paper, claiming it was a spy report. She read that traces of the cult members who had attacked the academy had been discovered. The location was Sudra, the neutral city. The cultist was trying to escape alone. Russell was familiar with Sudra, known as a haven for criminals. The cultist had chosen a good place to flee. Daria then stated that since Russell had already confronted the cultist, it would be easy for him to follow their tracks, but warned that the man would be prepared. She asked if Russell was ready to take that risk. Russell placed his hand on his chest, affirming that he must fulfill his duty as a guardian of the realm. Daria nodded, telling him to set off the next morning. She would have the gate ready for him, and reminded him to bring supplies. Russell was pleased to receive permission. He was ready to take the first step to prevent the tragedy that would befall Hubert. In the carriage Russell took, he kept the 2 high-grade potions he had received, still astonished by how many valuable items he had been given. Daria had allowed the mission, but she must have been worried due to Russell's age. As the protagonist looked out the carriage window, he noticed a place and asked to stop the carriage, wanting to get out for a moment. The place was the Louvre Museum. Russell went to the area where his time-traveling event had occurred, observing the item that caused it all. All this time, he had been pondering why this miracle happened and concluded it was so he could grow and protect more people. Russell had received a mission to protect the dragon's heart kept in the Endymion Museum in the royal city. He also received another mission called Draconification, which involved harnessing the dragon's power at will. Russell looked at the missions and their rewards, finding them quite generous. The first mission meant making a significant contribution to secure a favor from the royal family. It was a difficult task, but not impossible. The second mission, however, did not make sense to him. He began to reflect on the mission when a notification appeared, stating it would explain what Draconification was. Suddenly, the power of flames surged within Russell, and his eyes changed. He had experienced this feeling of increased magic in moments of crisis before. He saw his eyes through the reflection in the glass. Returning to the hotel, Russell understood that such power had manifested during the fire trial. If he could control this sensation at will, it would be great. He could enhance his strength, adapting overheat to Draconification. This attack would be extremely lethal, bringing him closer to the 6th circle. The only problem was that Russell did not know how to materialize it. After all, this power seemed to emerge only in extreme danger situations. Moreover, he had no time to train due to the mission, and even if he did, it did not require normal training. As Russell pondered, Pepper had an idea and began tugging at Russell's clothes as if trying to get his attention. However, the protagonist was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not notice, leaving the little dragon irritated. Pepper released a burst of flames to make Russell understand he was being called. Russell was sitting cross-legged when Pepper climbed onto his head. He seemed to be entering a trance and found himself in a place he recognized, the spiritual realm where he first met Pepper. Time seemed to flow differently from the outside world, making it a perfect place to train magic. But Russell was disappointed not to have a training partner. Suddenly, Russell heard a noise behind him. When he turned around, he was confronted by a gigantic red dragon staring at him. Russell realized the dragon must be Pepper. The dragon approached Russell and nudged him with its snout, as if wanting the protagonist to pet it. Russell expressed his gratitude for the help, but mentioned that fighting with a dragon was a bit challenging. But his words were cut off when some beings appeared. Russell was not worried, as the leader of these beings was a humanoid in armor. Russell then snapped his fingers, preparing for the battle that those beings would offer. A group of men was gathered in a tavern. One of them asked the captain if they should pursue the pagans who had left the city. The captain said they needed to handle everything, and then instructed Jackson to report to the Tower of Flames that the situation had changed. Jackson, who was the bartender, confirmed that he would do so but asked the group to be careful. The captain, confident, told Jackson not to worry. He also mentioned that a deity nurtured by Daria was on its way to help, but they couldn't leave all the fun to him. The captain, followed by 2 subordinates, then left. 3 days later, in the tavern, Jackson made another report, asking that the deity from the Tower of Flames arrive quickly, as the scouts from the tower had gone missing in Sudra. In the city, a man grunted, and the man beside him also noticed the reason for his displeasure: a child with an innocent appearance in Sudra. Russell had finally arrived in the neutral city, Sudra. Russell walked through the dangerous streets of Sudra while many bandits watched him. Without the warp gate from the royal city, it would have taken him about a week to reach Sudra. But thanks to image training in the spiritual realm, where time stood still, it seemed like it had taken him a month to arrive in the city. Russell, who had spent all that time training, had finally mastered Draconification. He received the notification that he had successfully manifested the power of a dragon at will through his own efforts. He was warned that his dragon horns would manifest according to the level he reached. Additionally, during Draconification, Russell's level of understanding of the fire attribute would increase drastically. Despite being able to use this ability, Russell encountered a problem during his training against opponents. There was a countdown to how long he could use such power, and the duration was very short, about 15 seconds. Another issue he faced was the rebound that Draconification caused on his body, similar to overheat. After using this ability, he became vulnerable. The city of Sudra was quite sunny, but in contrast to the pleasant weather, it was dangerous. As Russell walked through the streets, he was suddenly approached by a man. With a menacing expression, the man asked if Russell was lost and said he could show him the way, if he wanted. Coincidentally, Russell was looking for a guide, so he handed his bag to the man. Shortly after, Russell arrived at a large tavern. The man who had carried his bag had a swollen face, probably the result of colliding with the protagonist's fists. He informed Russell that the tavern was called the Yellow Wyvern. The man and his companions bowed, wishing Russell a comfortable journey. Russell gave a slight smile and dismissed them. Upon entering the tavern, he was greeted by the bartender. After sitting at the counter, Russell ordered a 37-year-old Red Dragon cocktail mixed with another 12-year-old drink. One of the men sitting at the bar called Russell crazy, stating that he was choosing a cocktail with an alcohol content of over 70%. However, Russell wasn't really after the drink. It was actually a secret code from the Tower of Flames. The bartender, upon looking at Russell, could hardly believe that this young man was the deity of the Tower of Flames. Jackson then served the drink, and a soundproof barrier was created around them, preventing other customers from hearing their conversation. He introduced himself as a mage from the Red Tower, sent to the city and disguised as the manager of the Yellow Wyvern. Russell also introduced himself, saying he was from the Tower of Flames. Jackson then invited him to go somewhere else. There, Jackson explained the disappearance of 3 scouts from the Tower of Flames. He said the last he had heard of them, they were heading towards the desert ruins. Russell asked if the group had fallen into a trap, but Jackson said they weren't the type to rush in and fall into just any trap. The protagonist then asked if Jackson had a map of the desert ruins, as he planned to rescue the group. However, Jackson warned that it was a very dangerous place near the edges of the Empire, and advised Russell to wait for reinforcements. But the next moment he was pressured. Russell released a mana aura that made Jackson tremble. The man turned pale, thinking Russell had only recently reached the 4th circle, but his aura indicated that he was at least at the 5th circle. The protagonist then asked if it was okay for him to leave first. After being released from the pressure, Jackson coughed in relief, admitting that he had been hasty. Embarrassed, he scratched his neck and told Russell that he would show him the way to the ruins. Russell smiled, satisfied that he had gotten what he wanted. Elsewhere, in what seemed to be a temple, a man knelt, reporting that he had left the traces behind as ordered. The 2 figures before him smiled, saying they could already smell the blood of their pursuers. The paradisiacal weather of Sudra could also become suffocating if one didn't stay properly hydrated. Russell, who was suffering from this, wondered if he should have practiced more ice magic. He had finally arrived at the desert ruins, where he found a large dome, bigger than he had imagined. He ran around the site, noticing several entrances leading inside. Russell cursed the cultists. He could simply blow up the place to force them out. But since they had captured the scouts, that option was off the table. Russell knew he needed to go inside, but there were probably several traps prepared. Fortunately, he had a solution. His feet began to ignite with flames, and by repeatedly using the blink ability, he jumped to the top of the dome, deciding to enter through the most unexpected point. Upon entering through the opening at the top, Russell used wind magic to slow his fall. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed there were no visible traps. In the center of the enormous hall, there was a large mural where a dragon was breathing fire alongside a black-haired knight. However, the part of the mural showing the duo's opponent was destroyed. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, followed by a voice. Hey, what a surprise! I can't believe the Academy guy is chasing me. Russell then realized that dozens of figures were entering the hall. The voice continued, saying that since Russell had come on his own, it wouldn't be hard for him to find them. As the figures entering the hall drew closer, Russell noticed they weren't people, but skeletons animated by magic. The voice then gave an ultimatum. As a token of gratitude, I guarantee you'll never leave this place. Russell mocked the man, asking why he had fled so far if he liked talking so much. Irritated, the man called him arrogant and ordered the skeletons to attack. Russell noticed that these skeletons were former elite soldiers who had lost their lives on the battlefield. This battle would be harder than the last, and the man intended for this place to become Russell's tomb. The protagonist began to act, creating a wall of fire with his magic. The necromancer, watching, thought it was the same magic from last time, but Russell explained that it was different. He moved his hands, and magical formulas began to appear one after another. Draconification wasn't the only thing he had practiced. He had enhanced his firewall magic, adding a vector formula to it. Now the firewall transformed into a flaming wave. The flames, which rose dozens of meters high, soon expanded sideways, quickly engulfing the skeletons and turning them to ashes. The necromancer was dumbfounded as he watched his army being destroyed. At that moment, Russell managed to locate him, hiding behind an opening in the hall. The man couldn't understand how he had been discovered and deduced that Russell might have used detection magic amidst the flames. Knowing he needed to escape, it was already too late. as Russell had found him. Surrounded by flames, Russell attacked the necromancer. The explosion from the blow sent the man flying to the center of the hall, where he coughed up blood from the impact. Russell approached and asked if he was ready to surrender, preventing further trouble for both of them. The man slowly stood up and said, "Hey, I can't. My soul doesn't even belong to me. And if that wasn't enough, I sold my family too. I gave up everything that was mine." After the man's desperate outburst, two figures jumped into the hall in the same manner Russell had entered. The pair attacked the protagonist using a skill called Nightmare Tail from the demonic clan. Russell was caught off guard, with barely enough time to notice the attack. After the attack, a cloud of smoke filled the hall. The woman from the couple that had appeared laughed at Russell, the pursuer they had just struck. The man in the duo looked at the heretic Russell had been fighting earlier and remarked that even as bait, he looked pathetic for having been beaten by a kid. The woman also mocked him, saying that his rat-like appearance suited him perfectly. However, the man surprised the two by revealing the protagonist's identity, stating that he was their target, the disciple of the master of the Tower of Flames. The two were extremely shocked, asking if the boy really was a disciple of the damned Daria. By this point, the dust had already settled. In the place where Russell had originally stood, a barrier was revealed. As the barrier dissipated, Russell appeared and said, "Filth like you should keep my master's name out of your mouths." Furious, Russell received a mission: to fight the cultists. He needed to capture at least one of them or defeat all three. The masked man praised Russell, admitting he was better than expected. The woman laughed maniacally, claiming that the disciple of the bastard Daria wouldn't go down so easily. She threatened to turn Russell's body into a puppet to dance in front of the Tower of Flames. The masked man then pulled out some whips and instructed the man named Xavier to block the entrance. Suddenly, bones covered all the entrances to the hall. The woman said the situation was getting fun. Russell realized they were no longer summoning the dead from afar, but were ready for a full-on frontal assault. Unlike the previous enemies, these were opponents of a higher level. Irritated by the lack of action, the woman asked if Russell wasn't going to attack first. He then asked a question. He wanted to know what they had done to the scouts who arrived before him. The man with the large whips didn't understand what escort Russell was talking about, while the woman became furious, thinking he was just trying to buy time. She then attacked him with the demonic stinger claw ability. Russell dodged the attacks, wondering if the duo truly didn't know about the scouts. While avoiding the strikes, he also easily dodged the whip attacks. He was trying to figure out if they were pretending, but he had a way to find out. Frustrated with Russell's constant dodging, the woman asked if he was trying to run away. At that moment, the protagonist summoned flames in his hand, creating a flaming spear, which he used to block the demonic claw attacks. The heretic with the bandaged face recognized the spear and remarked that it was the same one that pierced the giant skeleton. The woman, excited, laughed maniacally, claiming that the battle was becoming even more thrilling. She then raised her hands and cast the spell Demonic Claws, merging two hands into a single demonic spear. She licked her lips, challenging Russell to see which spear was stronger. Despite the masked man's warnings, the woman attacked first, saying it was humiliating to be afraid of a child. As they charged, their spears clashed. The tips of the two spears met, but it was Russell's spear that prevailed, shattering the woman's weapon and striking her arm, evaporating it in the process. Upon realizing what had happened to her arm, the woman screamed in desperation, but the masked man acted immediately, silencing her permanently with a fatal blow. Her blood splattered onto Russell after the strike. Without remorse, the masked man commented that he had warned her not to act on her own. He then addressed the protagonist step by step, spinning his whips and creating powerful air currents. "Disciple of the Tower of Flames, I am your enemy, but I recognize your strength. From now on, I will use all my power to tear you apart." Quickly, a tornado began forming around the masked man. The masked man attacked Russell using the magic Nightmare Tail Tornado. His whip struck from all directions as he claimed that no matter how skilled Russell was, he would be unable to block attacks from every angle. However, the masked man's confidence was shaken. Flames enveloped his whips as Russell appeared unexpectedly inside the tornado. The protagonist used blink magic to quickly close the distance, initiating close combat. Channeling his mana into one of his fists, Russell delivered a devastating blow to the masked man, combining the overheat ability with his physical strength, inflicting severe damage on his opponent. A short time later in the Great Hall, the bandaged heretic wondered what was happening. He saw Russell holding the masked man's head, who was kneeling, and repeatedly punching him. Desperate, the bandaged man put his hands on his head, trembling with fear at the sight of their defeat once again. He cursed the duo that was supposed to help him, but was now being overpowered. Then, His eyes caught something near the body of the woman who had been killed by the masked man, a small red orb. Quickly, he realized it was an artifact. Meanwhile, the masked man, already coughing up blood, could no longer endure being treated like a punching bag and begged Russell to kill him. But the protagonist ordered him to stop spouting nonsense and answer his questions. With one hand engulfed in flames, Russell threatened the man, demanding to know where the scouts were. The masked man spat more blood, asking why Russell kept insisting on this story about scouts and who these damn people were. Russell began to wonder if the man truly didn't know anything. Taking advantage of a brief moment of distraction, the masked man attempted to counterattack, summoning a knife to strike Russell. But before the attack could land, a giant tentacle suddenly appeared, grabbing the masked man by the neck and lifting him into the air. Russell looked in the direction of the tentacle's origin and saw the bandaged heretic holding the artifact, reciting incantations. All around him, multiple tentacles were emerging from the bones of the previously defeated skeletons. Russell realized that this was a sacrificial magic. The masked man, with the tentacle wrapped around his neck, wondered if this was the work of the heart of the infernal giant. He didn't have much time to think, as he was soon dragged by the tentacle. The heretic continued his ritual, offering himself and everyone around him as a sacrifice. The masked man, in desperation, tried to resist, but was pierced by sharp bones, becoming trapped and coughing up blood. Xavier then completed the summoning of the creature known as the Abomination. The creature was a muscular and intimidating being, emanating an aura of such intense evil mana that it weighed heavily on Russell. Russell's mission was updated. Now he had to defeat all the cultists and destroy the Abomination. The Abomination looked around, then at its own hands, trembling with rage. How dare you turn me into this? Russell Raymond, I swear I'll tear you apart right here. Consumed by fury, the Abomination charged at Russell with demonic claws. Russell recognized that it was the same magic the woman he had previously defeated had used. The Abomination's powerful attacks came quickly, and Russell considered his strategy. A violent explosion resulted from the attack, causing the entire dome to collapse, creating a massive amount of debris. Caught in the collapse, Russell quickly created a tower of flames to push away the falling stones and protect himself. With his spear in hand, he cursed the bastard for causing such destruction. He began walking toward the rubble, believing that the Abomination had succumbed to the weight of its own attack and buried itself. However, it wasn't long before the debris began to tremble and rise. Seeing this, Russell was stunned. The Abomination emerged from the wreckage, now holding several whips, ready to resume its hunt for Russell. The Abomination continued to chase Russell with the whips, declaring that it would chew him down to nothing but bones. As the monster spoke, it was hit by a large explosion from behind. Russell's attack struck the creature directly, creating a huge cloud of embers. However, in the middle of the smoke, the monster emerged unscathed. It then turned its gaze toward the protagonist, finally locking onto him. The Abomination stated that Russell's attacks would have no effect on it, and Russell seemed to know this as well, recognizing the creature's incredible defense. While trying to dodge the attacks from the chains, Russell sought to think clearly. The Abomination, noticing the protagonist's intent, continued attacking and mocking him, saying he could think as much as he wanted, but nothing would change. Russell knew that for now, his goal was to buy time. Using Blink several times, he managed to stay safe, dodging the attacks. The Abomination laughed as it saw him fleeing, ridiculing his attempt to escape such overwhelming power. Unfazed by the taunts, Russell summoned Pepper. The small dragon appeared, surrounded by flames, and upon hearing Russell's call for help, it growled happily in confirmation. Now, with Pepper's assistance, Russell could begin to counterattack. He conjured his flames and launched a powerful wave of fire at the Abomination. The creature, however, laughed as it extinguished the flames, calling Russell a fool and asking if he really thought a magical ability like that could harm it. However, upon closer inspection, it realized that the protagonist had vanished. At that moment, Russell commanded Pepper, and the little dragon unleashed a breath of fire, burning the Abomination. The monster desperately tried to strike Pepper, but the small dragon was too quick to be hit. Russell's plan worked. He had distracted the Abomination, drawing its attention away from himself. Meanwhile, Russell was flying, preparing his next attack. He began to dive at high speed, and flames started to envelop his spear, seeking overwhelming penetrating power. Russell activated the overheat ability with his flaming spear. Pepper sensed his master's impending attack. The Abomination, still unaware of Russell, demanded that he reveal himself. As desired by the Abomination, Russell attacked it. The powerful strike hit the creature squarely on the head. Even enveloped in flames after the impact, the Abomination declared that the attack was useless. However, Russell knew that the true assault was about to happen. Lightning began to form in the sky, and Russell, anticipating what was to come, jumped away from the creature. Soon after, he conjured the Call of Thunder, an even more devastating ability, Giant's Thunderhammer. A massive thunderhammer descended upon the abomination, pinning it to the ground. Lightning coursed through its body as the hammer crushed its head. The impact was so powerful that it caused a massive explosion. Sometime after the explosion, the dust began to settle, and Russell wondered if the battle was over. He spotted the abomination's legs still standing, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the creature's empty skeleton was only attached to the legs. Russell received a notification that the battle was over and that he would receive his reward. Exhausted, the protagonist collapsed onto the ground, relieved. Pepper flew towards him, celebrating the victory by his side. As they celebrated, something unexpected happened. The skull, still attached to the abomination's skeleton, rolled to Russell's feet. Suddenly, the skull began to speak. Raymond, Daria created an incredible boy in her last years. Who would have thought that this boy would be a Raymond? Russell was shocked when the skull asked if the son would be more interesting than the father. Hearing these words, Russell angrily grabbed the skull, demanding to know who it was. The skull smiled and replied that sooner or later, Russell would find out. It commented that his father, in his last years, also had the same fierce gaze. Then the skull disintegrated, leaving behind only an evil laugh. In the newly arrived night, rain began to fall on Russell, like tears from the sky. Furious, Russell shouted, demanding that the damned skull reveal its identity. Russell was crying in the rain while Pepper tried to comfort him, touching his hands that scratched the hard ground of the desert. The protagonist remained like this for some time, devastated by the weight of the events. Nearby, someone was observing Russell through a spyglass. The man confirmed that the battle was over, and then ordered his men to send a report. The 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Army was located in the 10th Desert. Various huts were set up around an oasis, and in one of them, the battalion commander, Viscount Montmartre, was reading the report attentively. The battle between the man identified as the Mage of Endymion and a cultist had resulted in the Mage's victory. Judging by the magical force used, the Mage was estimated to be of a level superior to the 5th Circle. The Viscount slammed his hand on the table upon reading this, irritated. He then summoned the intelligence officer who, frightened, promptly responded to the call. Montmartre, furious, crumpled the report and asked how it was possible for a mage of such caliber to have come so close to his territory without being detected. The officer apologized, bowing his head, stating that there had been no reports of any suspicious movement from the high-ranking mages of Endymion. Another man present at the meeting suggested that the mage in question could be new, as there were rumors that the Tower of Flames had recently accepted a promising young student. This same man stated that, if that were the case, the newly graduated mage from the academy probably still didn't know much, and that there was no reason for concern as long as he didn't approach the border. The Viscount stood up furiously, shouting at his subordinates, "A newly graduated mage already estimated to be above the 5th Circle. That means he could become one of Endymion's major forces in the future." His subordinates had not realized the gravity of the situation, causing the Viscount to sigh. He then made a malicious expression, stating that he would have no choice but to call a certain maniac. When the next day arrived, the sun shone brightly over the desert. Russell was still sitting on a dune, lost in thought about what had happened. He knew that the cultist seemed to know his father. Shaking his head, he tried to focus on his mission, to find the scouts, especially at this crucial moment. Russell also realized he was being followed, likely by spies sent by the Empire. Since they had not yet attacked, he concluded that they were merely watching him. Suddenly, Russell spotted a figure in the desert. The sun shone intensely behind this person. The protagonist prepared for an attack, but was surprised by the speed of his opponent, who even cut through the sand with his aura, barely giving Russell time to dodge. He fell to the ground, realizing he had been attacked by an aura. Soon he received a notification. He was facing a formidable enemy, one he had never encountered before. Russell knew he needed to flee from this opponent. Upon taking a closer look at the man who had appeared, Russell recognized him. Spandam. The man with a sword resting on his shoulder laughed and remarked that he had definitely aimed for Russell's neck. This confirmed that the report about the boy being a master above the 5th Circle was true. Russell gritted his teeth as he faced the man known as the superhuman of the Empire, disciple of the great swordmaster McRae. Spandam, with a maniacal grin, declared that it would be fun to cut Russell into pieces. Despite being a disciple of a great swordmaster, Russell knew that the best description for Spandam was the homicidal maniac. Spandam was surprised to realize that Russell knew his name. He then summoned an aura on his sword, feeling relieved. The protagonist remained silent while Spandam, with a sadistic grin, stated that Russell should brace himself for the extreme pain he was about to endure. Spandam, the homicidal maniac with his crimson aura, was a vivid memory in Russell's mind. With just a simple bump, he had brutally defeated an entire group of mercenaries. Russell had almost met the same fate, but that day someone saved him by confronting Spandam. That someone was Alan Page, the only one capable of containing the killer. In short, Spandam was a powerful and unprecedented enemy. Spandam decided to initiate the battle, making the first move. His sword moved like a whip as he used the ability Volare Sangue, flying blood. Russell quickly conjured a quintuple shield to defend himself, but Spandam's aura strike was so powerful that it shattered all layers of the shield. The protagonist barely managed to dodge, and the attack passed over him, hitting the ground with incredible force. Russell couldn't believe the strike had so much power, even after breaking through his shield. He wondered how Alan Page had managed to face someone so devastating. Spandam praised Russell for his good judgment in using overlapping shields, but criticized the low density of his magical power. He then launched several consecutive aura attacks. Hearing Spandam talk about density, Russell used his flaming spear magic to cut through the attacks. Surprised to see the young mage defending against his strikes, Spandam commented that Russell was hiding something very powerful. Reacting to the swordsman's words, Russell threw the spear in his direction, trying to hit him. The spear flew towards Spandam, who was impressed that it maintained its form even after being thrown. Then he used the flying blood wave ability, visibly excited. He remarked that in battles against mages, this kind of situation made things more interesting. Russell advanced with the flaming spear in hand, trying to slash Spandam, but the swordsman vanished before the strike could hit him. In the next moment, Spandam appeared behind Russell. Just like a rat. You know how to use blink too, he mocked. Russell was taken aback by Spandam's speed, who seized the moment to attack him from behind. The swordsman, with his manic demeanor, licked his lips while claiming to be having fun like he hadn't in a long time. Russell stepped back, landing in a more distant area. Spandam, with a disdainful smile, said he would wait for Russell to strike first. The protagonist, who had already attempted to confront him, began to wonder if Spandam had enhanced his physical abilities by enveloping his body in aura. Such a skill was not even remotely comparable to the resilience of a mage's body. Laughing, Spandam remarked incredulously that the bleeding from the cut he had made on Russell had stopped. "Are all the people from the Tower of Flames as stubborn as you, or is it a prerequisite to get in there?" he teased. Russell was intrigued by the comment and wondered what Spandam meant. The swordsman let out a manic laugh, revealing that even those he had encountered a few days earlier did not give up easily, fighting until the end. With that, Russell asked directly if Spandam was responsible for the disappearance of the scouts. Spandam made an indifferent expression, as if he were not guilty of what he had done. Russell, whose mission was to escape and locate the scouts, initially planned to avoid a prolonged confrontation. However, his plans had changed. Russell's aura exploded, his mana overflowing with fury. For him, this was not the moment to think about the future. Spandam smiled as he noticed the change in the protagonist, asking if Russell had hidden his true powers during the fight. Spandam also released his own aura, curious to see if Russell would continue to fight cautiously after experiencing the intense pain in his body. Russell's ring, which contained his magic, had not yet recharged, leaving him with only one option. Spandam, channeling his aura into the sword, used a different skill called Volare Sangue Torrente. The attacks, resembling torrents of blood, surged rapidly toward Russell. But at that moment, Russell activated his most powerful ability, Draconification. Russell charged forward, completely destroying Spandam's attack and heading straight for his enemy. Amid the enormous fireball that was forming, Russell fixed his draconic eyes on the swordsman. He had less than 15 seconds. Quickly, Russell summoned his origin magic, the Flaming Lance. Spandam gritted his teeth at the devastating attack. Russell's attack collided with Spandam, unleashing a wave of flames. However, Spandam managed to evade at the last moment, appearing behind Russell. Not fully understanding what trick the protagonist had used, Spandam attacked swiftly, forcing Russell to defend himself. Smiling, Spandam remarked that he knew that sudden surge of power in Russell must be temporary. Only 9 seconds remained. Russell continued to press with his flaming lance, causing a torrent of flames that forced Spandam to retreat. Now only 6 seconds were left. Spandam, mocking, stated that no matter how great Russell's power was, if it wasn't enough, it would be useless. Determined to end the battle, Spandam advanced, using a cyclone skill. He leaped, attacking Russell from above, surrounded by a cyclone of auras. Russell confronted him with his lance, and the weapons clashed violently, pushing each other back. Russell's lance was forced to the ground, creating a sea of flames. As the ashes from the flames began to dissipate, the time for draconification was almost up. Russell fell to his knees, exhausted from the power overload. However, Spandam did not attack. believing that Russell's increase in strength had come to an end. But there was still 1 second left. Quickly, Russell placed his hands on the ground, conjuring a sixth circle magic. The entire ground around him began to crack, consumed by flames from within. In an instant, the ground transformed into scalding lava, like the eruption of a volcano. This was the powerful magic Meltdown. Meltdown was a spell that Russell had known since his previous life, but since it was an ability that required mastery of the sixth circle, he still couldn't use it to its full extent. Starting with small embers, this magic covered an entire area with boiling magma. Pepper, holding Russell by his shirt, flew over the lava, struggling to carry him. The protagonist thanked the little dragon for his effort, aware of the difficulty he had in supporting the weight. Once all the magma dried up, Russell descended to the ground. Observing the surroundings, he noticed that someone was still alive. Spandam, coughing. Russell approached the swordsman, summoning a fire arrow while asking what his last words would be. Spandam smiled ironically at the protagonist. Fun, isn't it? They throw you into a war in the name of protecting the continent, but they don't teach you how to get out of it. You have to defeat more and more enemies, turning the Guardian's path into a blood-stained road. With a cynical smile, Spandam thanked Russell, accepting his fate. He then fell to his knees. Russell received a notification that he had completed the mission with results exceeding expectations, gaining more mana stones than anticipated. Meanwhile, a person mounted on a yellow wyvern was talking to the bartender again. Inside a soundproof shield, they stated that Spandam, the Knight of the Empire, was acting secretly in the desert and that the disappearance of the escorts might be related to him. Hearing this, the bartender, an undercover agent, was shocked. He knew that if this were true, even the deity of the Tower of Flames would be in danger. No matter how skilled he was, he now knew that Russell was facing Spandam. As the bartender reflected on this revelation, the bar door opened. A person entered and placed a sword on the table. The one conversing with the bartender was surprised, asking if that wasn't Spandam's sword. The person who had put it on the table, instead of ordering the strong red dragon drink, simply asked for a glass of water. The bartender, recognizing Russell, smiled and said he would give him any drink he wanted. That night, the bartender prepared a new report on the scouts of the Tower of Flames and the warrior involved in the mission. In the report, he wrote that Russell Raymond had eliminated both the pagans and Spandam. This event quickly spread. In Camelot, the capital of Endymion, people were talking about Russell Raymond, the last heir of the fallen house of Raymond. A rumor circulated that he had defeated an abomination, the magical beast of the pagans, and had also overcome Spandam, the Knight of the Empire, in addition to becoming the newest member of the Tower of Flames. However, this story was hard to believe and generated mixed feelings. Russell returned shortly afterward through the gate. There he found his master, Professor Hubert, and Vermilion. Upon his return, Daria thanked him for being alive while stroking his head. Some were relieved by his return, although the master of the Tower of the Spear had to admit that he lost the bet he made with Daria. Alan Page, on his part, commented that Russell was even more amazing than he had imagined. While some viewed him with admiration and respect for what he had done against Spandam, others felt competitive. But there were those who began to harbor hatred and fury, like McCry Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster. As everyone experienced different emotions, there was one common feeling. They all now had a strong impression of Russell Raymond. In a snow-covered forest, McCry vowed that just as an eye is paid with another, one disciple would be avenged by another disciple. He promised himself that he would repay Daria Snow White for everything she had caused, no matter the cost. Russell was in a carriage with Daria. She asked him if what he meant was that the pagans were involved in what happened to his father. Russell, dressed in elegant clothes, confirmed that Daria was right. She commented that many files had been lost during the war, making it difficult to uncover the truth or identify the true culprit. He was aware of the situation. Daria then held his hands, stating that she was sure of one thing. If he continued to pursue the pagans, they would eventually uncover the truth. She assured him that she, along with the Tower of Flames, would always be by his side to help him. Russell thanked her for her support. The coachman then announced that they had arrived at their destination. Daria wished that Russell could set aside his doubts and anxieties and expand his horizons that day. The place they arrived at was vast and guarded by sentinels, the Council of the Magical Tower, a magical society that gathered the masters of the more than 20 magical towers existing in Endymion. Thanks to his feat of having defeated Spandam months earlier, Russell was able to enter that place as Daria's advisor, even though he was still a novice in the tower. In the luxurious banquet hall, adorned with golden ornaments, various people were engaged in lively conversation. Shortly after Russell and Daria entered, several people approached, wanting to meet the famous deity of the Tower of Flames. Russell accepted the compliments with a smile, while Daria also interacted with the guests. During these conversations, the master of the Yellow Tower appeared. Daria introduced Russell to him, Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of the Council of the Magical Tower. Russell bowed in greeting, and Niccolo laughed, placing his hand on the young man's shoulder, saying that he didn't need to be so formal since he had already defeated the disciple of a rascal. Curious, Russell asked who the rascal Niccolo was referring to, and he revealed that he was talking about Macrae Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster. Daria explained that Spandam, the man Russell had defeated, was Macrae's disciple. Niccolo, with a sinister expression, showed his satisfaction upon hearing this, while Russell watched him in silence. Suddenly, someone asked Niccolo not to touch on old wounds, suggesting that he hurry for the presentation. It was Hemingway, the master of the Tower of the Spear, who greeted Daria and Niccolo as he approached. As he got closer to Daria, the fire of rivalry between them flared up. Daria teased him, asking if Hemingway was envious of the praises her disciple was receiving. Hemingway shot back, asking if she considered him as petty as she was. Niccolo, embarrassed by the dispute between the two veterans, scratched his head. Russell, watching the scene, couldn't help but smile. Hemingway, seizing the moment, asked if Daria had forgotten the bet regarding the relics from the era of the gods. She replied that she had not, and Hemingway tried to boast by mentioning Alan, but he was interrupted by his apprentice, who pulled him away while the master grumbled, claiming he still had something to say. Russell laughed at the situation. Shortly after, Niccolo began the session of the Council of the Magical Tower. He announced that the main topic of the meeting was the ruins being excavated on Mount Calvane, dating from the end of the mythical era, with much still to be discovered. Excited, Niccolo declared, "In other words, there's a great chance that intact relics are hidden there." Daria told Russell that they could unearth an artifact capable of shaking the ages. From the podium, Niccolo stated that they needed help to ensure the security of the site and called upon Alan Page from the Tower of the Spear and Russell Raymond from the Tower of Flames, asking for their collaboration. Some people present commented that it was a good idea since both had proven their abilities. Daria felt proud of the praises for her disciple. Suddenly, a voice rose in opposition. Daria turned to see that it was Blaine Trilogy, the master of the Red Tower, accompanied by Jaren, another mage from the same tower. Niccolo, intrigued, asked if Blaine could explain his objection. Blaine responded that his opposition was due to Alex Raymond, mentioning his defeat. The people around began to murmur, questioning what Russell had to do with his father's defeat, a war that had occurred long ago. Blaine continued, questioning, what if that defeat had cost the lives of the kingdom's best soldiers, and their lives were lost because he abandoned the battle without permission? The crowd fell silent, but Daria spoke up, stating that this was merely speculation, as there was insufficient information about that period. Blaine disagreed, declaring that Daria was wrong because he had been there. The master of the Red Tower shocked everyone by asserting that he had seen with his own eyes Alex Raymond flee the battlefield. Russell was stunned, wondering if his father had truly run away. Russell knew there were no secrets regarding his father's death during the war, so what that man was saying made no sense. Blaine continued, stating that the Raymond family had a debt to the kingdom that needed to be repaid. He questioned how misled the young people of the kingdom would be if they entrusted such an important mission to the Raymond family, asserting that if Russell were in charge of the guard, the Red Tower would provide no support for the expedition. Niccolo observed Blaine stirring the crowd with just a few words. This was to be expected from the Red Tower, or rather, it was what one would expect knowing who Blaine was. He was trusted by the king's uncle and the most powerful man in the land, Archduke Bismarck. That was Blaine Trilogy. To rebel against him meant to oppose the Archduke's faction. The only people present who would dare tread carefully were Hemingway and Daria. Daria tried to prevent Russell from getting involved, but the protagonist stepped forward, asking if he could pose a question to Blaine. He then inquired whether Blaine would take responsibility for what he had just said. Blaine did not understand what Russell meant, and the protagonist clarified that he was referring to the responsibility for insulting the Raymond house. Daria tried to restrain Russell, stating that it was not the right time. Blaine scoffed, asserting that the honor of a fallen house meant nothing. He then said that Russell should be grateful that Daria was his master, or else he would cut the young man's tongue off to make him an example for all the other reckless and arrogant mages. At that moment, someone entered the hall, claiming that the master of the Red Tower seemed more grandiose each time they saw him, to the point that one might mistake him for the king. The crowd was surprised to see the woman entering the hall. Dressed in elegant attire and wearing a cape on her back, it was Her Highness Hecate Rathmos, the princess. Immediately, with the entrance of the princess, everyone began to bow, including Blaine, who wondered why she was there. The princess stated that having listened from outside, the master of the Red Tower seemed to have a point, to which Blaine thanked her. But in the next moment, Hecate turned to Russell, stating that those who had a debt should pay it. Daria tried to intervene, but the princess continued, saying it was necessary to give the person a chance to settle what they owed. She then gave an order. For this excavation, the Lance Tower and the Flame Tower will provide the guard, along with the Red Tower. Everyone present from the three towers was shocked by this, while the princess simply smiled. Blaine tried to withdraw, stating that this was not something to be taken lightly. Princess Hecate addressed the master of the Yellow Tower, who promptly responded to her call. The princess asked who the biggest sponsor of the excavation was. Niccolo, the master of the Yellow Tower, bowed his bald head to answer the princess, affirming that she was the largest sponsor. The princess then declared that this was how they would proceed. After that, she turned her back and left the hall, leaving Blaine staring at her with glances that concealed many meanings. The master of the Yellow Tower quickly moved on to the next item on the agenda, the excavation schedule. As he watched the princess leave, Russell felt excited. Blaine, who was withdrawing, thought of the carriage and saw it as an opportunity to cut the Raymond family at the root. He could not believe that the princess had intervened. Suddenly, the mage Jaren jumped onto the carriage with his sword. The carriage then stopped, and Blaine got down, stating that he saw the person who had caused the carriage to stop was someone lacking in manners. That person was Daria. Jaren approached the mage, placing the sword against her neck. She laughed, asking if he thought that was enough, her eyes ablaze. Blaine then stepped closer, ordering Jaren to lower the sword, avoiding any conflict. The man bowed to his master and backed off. Blaine stated that, considering their relationship, Daria had not come to him for an apology, questioning what she really wanted. She then asked about Alex Raymond, inquiring if he had also witnessed the man's death. Blaine claimed he had not exactly seen his death, to which Daria replied that it was a shame. She was trying to get to the bottom of the matter, thinking of asking him only if it were true. Blaine told Daria that he could not believe she was going so far, asking if she knew Alex Raymond. Daria, growing furious, asserted that it was a matter related to her disciple, and therefore it was also her matter. She was trying to help Russell resolve the situation, no matter what it was. Blaine then ordered Jaren to take the carriage back to the mansion, stating that he had something he needed to check. Elsewhere, a skull with a symbol on its forehead was on a table. In the silence and emptiness of the place, two flames appeared in the eyes of the skull. Daria was scolding the protagonist for being so distracted, even a day before his mission. She, who floated in the air with the aid of magic, had summoned several flame golems to train against Russell. She questioned him if what the master of the Red Tower had said had upset him. Russell, struggling to stay on his feet, supported by a flaming spear, denied the mage's assumption. Daria observed him, knowing what he was going through. Those who once praised him as a deity were suddenly slandering his father as a coward. In the face of such accusations, it was impossible for him not to be shaken. Returning to the ground, Daria approached the protagonist. "Child, the truth will eventually surface. In the meantime, I wish for you to focus on your path." After hearing Daria's words, the protagonist felt motivated again, asking her to guide him once more. Daria was pleased to see Russell's reaction, aware that his path would not be easy, but it was a journey he had to undertake. For children must step out of their parents' shadows, no matter how large those shadows were. While Russell trained with Daria, night fell, and in the great city where the academy was located, a woman with purple hair secretly blended among the people. 3 days later on Mount Calvane, Russell arrived through a teleportation portal at the incredibly cold location. As he stepped out of the portal, he looked around, and as far as the eye could see, only a white landscape covered in snow, with several ice spikes, was visible. He shivered from the cold before snapping his fingers, warming himself with his fire mana, relieving the chill he felt. The people around the protagonist who were carrying supplies also felt the air suddenly warm up, feeling much more relaxed. Among them was the woman with purple hair. Suddenly, someone approached the protagonist, asking if he was Sir Russell of the Tower of Flames. The man then affirmed they had been expecting him, showing him a path to follow. As he followed the man, Russell could see various symbols on banners representing different mages specialized in earth magic who had gathered at Mount Calvane. The man leading Russell asked if he didn't find it all incredible, showing him a wall made entirely of magical crystals. As he approached the wall, the protagonist placed his hand on it and saw his own reflection as if in a mirror. The man then explained that because of this, the ruins were called the Temple of Mirrors, due to the many crystals as clear as mirrors that reflected everything within the snowy mountain. As they walked, another man greeted Russell, introducing himself as Spiegelman from the Yellow Tower, who was in charge of the expedition. The protagonist returned the greeting, introducing himself as well. Russell was familiar with the history of the man before him, who had risen from a mere villager to the position of Elder of the Yellow Tower of the Royal Path. He was also an archaeologist and adventurer who had excavated more ruins than anyone in the kingdom. Russell was interested in asking him a few questions. At that moment, Alan appeared, seeing that the protagonist had arrived. Upon noticing Alan was already there, Russell shook his hand. They chatted briefly, with Russell commenting that Alan was so diligent it felt like cheating. Alan laughed at this, stating that he just wanted to protect the relic from the era of the gods. Alan then mentioned that they only needed to wait for the Guardian of the Red Tower to arrive so they could assign shifts and missions together. Spiegelman, watching the two talk, thought it was definitely reassuring to have the kingdom's deities guarding the excavation site, but he wondered what problems might arise in the ruins that required so many people. He was pondering whether it might be a bit excessive. While Spiegelman was lost in thought, a loud explosion occurred. From one of the gates, a large cloud of dust and energy spread, obscuring the view of what lay hidden. Suddenly, amidst the dust, a crystal golem emerged. Spiegelman was alarmed, while Alan and Russell commanded everyone to run to a safe location. The golem then exploded in fury, launching several sharp crystals that struck those who had been slow to escape, even piercing the shields raised by the earth mages. Seeing that the shields hadn't worked, Spiegelman used his magic, pressing his hands to the ground. The earth cracked, and in the next moment, several stone stalagmites emerged, forming a barrier that defended everyone from the crystal golem's attack. Spiegelman then instructed everyone else to do the same. Meanwhile, the woman with purple hair was helping a man who had been hit by a crystal to get up, but she didn't notice that there was another golem behind her. When she realized the danger, the golem fired several crystals at her and the injured man. She prepared to use magic to defend herself, but before she could act, Russell stepped in, and using his flaming spear, unleashed a wave of fire at the crystals, destroying them. The protagonist then asked if the woman was okay, and noticed her hair color, recognizing her as someone he had met before, the princess. The princess hadn't expected to be discovered on the first day, but Russell didn't have time to ask her any questions, as the crystal golem was approaching with a roar. However, Russell wasn't fighting alone. Alan Page used a spell he had created, the glacial bow, firing an ice arrow at the golem. The arrow caused a strong impact, freezing part of the golem's shoulder. Alan had tried to destroy the creature's entire torso, but it seemed too tough for that. The golem roared, enraged by the attack, but at that moment, a third person appeared to deal with it. Red Mana quickly crossed the snowy field and with the bloody flamesword magic struck the golem with a powerful blow. The man stepped back after the attack, remarking that he didn't think he was that late. He introduced himself as Jaren from the Red Tower. 3 days earlier, the master of the Red Tower was in an isolated location with Jaren, speaking to someone about Daria investigating the death of Alex Raymond and asking if the person knew about it. The one who responded was actually a skull with a pentagram on its head, which said it saw no reason other than the Red Tower Master himself ordering the attack on Alex. The skull then asked if he was afraid of being caught. Blaine stood up, clenching his fist, expressing his disappointment, saying that if the skull had properly gotten rid of Russell Raymond during the tower's selection, Daria wouldn't even have the chance to have doubts. The skull explained that it happened because it had received incorrect information, believing Russell was just a child. Blaine grew irritated, asking if the skull was blaming him. But in that moment of anger, another person entered the hall, asking if the two had summoned him to watch them argue. The man, who had a scar over his eye, was Bismarck Rathmos. Blaine bowed to the Archduke, who had sat down in a chair. The Archduke remarked that Blaine's niece had interfered with their plans. Blaine confirmed, saying the original plan was to keep the number of guards to a minimum. The Archduke then asked how Blaine intended to acquire the ruins. Blaine introduced Jaren to the Archduke, stating that he would join the guards. The plan was that once Jaren created a breach in the protective barrier set by the Yellow Tower, the cultist henchmen would ambush the expedition team. Bismarck thought for a moment, then stated that for the plan to succeed, they would need to subdue the masters protecting the current king. To cut off support from these masters, who were Daria and Hemingway, they would need something that could be obtained from the ruins. Bismarck then took out a small box that emitted green mana, identical to the cultists, and asked Blaine if he didn't think they needed something more to ensure the plan's success. At the ruins, the princess pulled the protagonist behind a tent against his will. She asked him to be quiet, saying that her presence there was a great secret and that it had to remain a secret in the future. The princess instructed Russell to ignore her and follow his own path, even though it might be difficult to understand. The protagonist then remarked that the princess must really like the ruins, adding that if he were in her shoes, he would be very disappointed not to see the ruins from the mythological era for himself. Russell assured the princess that she didn't need to worry about anything. The princess commented that the king and the ministers were going mad trying to keep her restrained, while apparently Russell didn't care about her. The protagonist then revealed that even for a brief moment, he had seen the princess's aura and, to her surprise, stated that she must possess a monstrous power that even the knights couldn't handle. Therefore, he didn't need to worry. Upon hearing herself called a monster, the princess grew irritated, sneakily flicking Russell on the forehead. She then went her own way, telling Russell that they should both do their best in their respective roles. With her back turned to Russell, the princess smiled, feeling that the protagonist was a decent person, though still completely childish. The protagonist then realized he could have taken advantage of the princess by asking for a dragon heart in exchange for keeping quiet. Elsewhere, Spiegelman and the other mages were constantly using their magic. The protagonist approached Alan Page, apologizing for being late. He then noticed that the magical spells weren't working. Alan explained that this was due to a spatial disturbance, one of the most powerful protective barriers. The mages kept trying to use their magic, like drills, to break through the barrier, but they were always thrown back. Spiegelman grew irritated, as they had finally found the gate to the ruins, and the spatial disturbance had appeared at that moment. Jaren, who was observing everything as a spy, thought it was a good idea to send a report to the Archduke about what was happening. The sun was already setting when Spiegelman was surprised to be informed that there was a way to create a breach in the barrier. Alan, who had said this, claimed that there was a relic from the Age of the Gods in the possession of the Tower of the Spear that could be used to penetrate the barrier and pass through it. Spiegelman thought the idea was great, but doubted that the tower would easily hand over something so precious. In response, Alan stated that he would personally go to the Tower of the Spear to request permission to use the artifact. The archaeologist was extremely excited, declaring that if Alan could solve such a problem, he would repay the favor as a representative of the Yellow Tower. Alan smiled, promising he would return as soon as possible. Alan said goodbye to Russell and Jaren as he headed to the teleport portal, stating that he would owe them both for protecting the site in his absence. Jaren found the situation favorable, as with Alan Page leaving, only one battle mage remained. Unaware of Jaren's intentions, Russell said he wanted to discuss the rotations for Night Watch, but without any conversation, Jaren declared that he would be on guard first. Russell, standing next to Alan, who had not yet left, noticed the terrifying smile Jaren gave before walking away. In an area near the barrier, two mages were warming themselves by a fire. Suddenly they noticed a masked group approaching. They quickly stood up and ordered the group to stop, as the area was under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Tower. Those were the last words of the two mages who were attacked from behind. Jaren was the one who eliminated the two mages guarding the barrier. He then placed his hand on the barrier, opening a breach in it. He informed the group of cultists that the plans had changed, as a spatial disturbance had appeared in the area where the ruins were being guarded, and Alan Page had gone to retrieve the artifact that would break the shield at the gate. The group of cultists was led by a masked figure who spread their arms to better sense the smell of the bodies burned by Jaren. Meanwhile, Jaren stated that all they needed to do was blackmail Alan by taking Spiegelman hostage. The cultist leader then asked about the guy they called the Divinity of the Tower of Flames. Jaren ordered the group to get rid of Russell, not tolerating any failures like the last time. One of the cultists, wearing heavy armor, belittled Jaren, stating that he talked too much for just a spectator, creating a tense atmosphere between them. The cult leader intervened, saying that they were on the same side. He then mentioned that obviously they couldn't harm the illegitimate son of the esteemed Lord Blaine, making Jaren grit his teeth. The mage was furious at the provocation, unleashing his mana to attack the cultist. But before Jaren's strike could land, the cult leader used some kind of spatial magic to create two portals, causing Jaren's attack to pass dangerously close to his own neck. Jaren asked what the man had just said, to which the cultist replied that he was merely joking, urging Jaren to open his heart a little more. Not long after, the cultist began using magic in the form of a circle, drawing a pentagram in the snow-covered ground. Suddenly, several monsters began rising from the circle. As the monsters emerged, the cult leader declared that their plans were foolproof, but if something did go wrong, Jaren should remember to use the artifact the Archduke had given him. Before going to the ruins, Blaine had reminded Jaren of something. After the mission is over, you will live as a ghost until the day the Archduke ascends the throne. For that, there must not be a single survivor returning from the expedition. Jaren asked if he should use the object the Archduke had given him if things went south. Blaine then smiled, placing a hand on Jaren's shoulder. Didn't you want my recognition? I'll simply trust that you won't fail, no matter the cost. Jaren watched as the attacks on the ruins began. observing the excavators while accepting the fate Blaine had set for him, to become a ghost that spread fear and despair. Before the attacks had started, Russell asked Spiegelman about a dragon with multiple horns. The archaeologist questioned why Russell was suddenly interested in the topic. The protagonist then revealed that he had seen a mural on a mission that caught his attention due to its unusual nature. Spiegelman regretted not being able to provide a precise answer, but recalled an entity he knew of. The protagonist became intrigued when Spiegelman revealed that it might be the Divine Dragon King. Russell had never heard of such an existence before. Spiegelman thought for a moment, stating that, due to the lack of historical documents, they didn't know much about its feats, but it was said that this dragon had resurrected those worthy of facing it. Suddenly, Pepper appeared, surprising the protagonist. Spiegelman was astonished to realize that Russell could also summon spirits. Pepper ignored the archaeologist and headed toward the tent's exit, growling. The protagonist wondered what Pepper was doing, but in the next moment, a large monster with yellow blisters covering its body burst into the tent. The monster inflated the yellow blisters on its face, as if holding something in its mouth, and in the next second, spat a jet of fire. All around, the tents were ablaze, and people were shouting that they were under attack. The mages who were leaving their tents found themselves face to face with a large knight wielding a mace. They united to attack the cultist. Quickly, sharp stones were launched at the knight, who easily defended himself, destroying the attacks and calling such abilities pathetic. The mages were shocked to see their enemy unharmed, even after the assault. In the next moment, the cultist swung his mace, now imbued with dark energy. The mace struck the ground, causing a wave of energy that forced the mages to retreat. Elsewhere, other mages were using earth magic to attack the cult leader, who walked calmly through the chaos. To defend himself, the cult leader used the same magic he had used against Jaren, creating a portal that absorbed the attacks, opening another behind the mages, teleporting the attacks back at them. Caught off guard, the mages were struck by their own magic. The cult leader walked through the flames, wondering where the old man Spiegelman was. In one area, amidst the fire, there was a barrier. The protagonist, who had created the barrier, asked Spiegelman if he was all right. The archaeologist was extremely irritated, questioning who the insane people were that dared to attack the Endymion excavation site. Looking at the chaos, the protagonist noticed the presence of the undead. Those who wielded the power of death as a weapon could only be cultists. Despite Spiegelman's surprise, the protagonist apologized to the old man, saying that he had to protect someone else, and told the archaeologist they would meet in front of the ruins. Spiegelman wondered who could be more important than him. Elsewhere amid the chaos, the princess was fighting the undead alone. Without a proper weapon, she used a small pickaxe to cut down the monsters. She wondered where such creatures had come from. After defeating some monsters, the princess called out to all the surviving mages, saying that it was safe where she was. The mages hurried towards her, but suddenly something surprised them. The large knight with the mace had appeared. The princess didn't give him a chance to attack first, charging in and trying to knock him out with a blow. She quickly struck the large knight with the pickaxe, hitting his neck. But when he realized it, the knight was completely unharmed by her attack. The cultist was impressed by the princess's strike, asking who she was. The princess gritted her teeth, frustrated that she didn't have a sword. She then noticed that the mages were trembling in fear, and knew she couldn't afford to lose there. She was determined to win, for she was Hecate Rathmos, the princess of the kingdom of Endymion, and she had the resolve to protect her people. The cultist knight, seeing that the princess hadn't answered his question, stated that it didn't matter who she was, but that things were getting more interesting, and he should make the situation more entertaining. He then raised his mace to strike the princess, but before any attack could be directed at Hecate, a lance of flames passed by her, with the wielder of the flaming spear attacking the large knight and throwing him far away. The protagonist then asked the princess if she was all right. At that moment, the knight began to rise, recognizing the famed flaming spear, and stating that the boy who had attacked him must be the saint of the Tower of Flames. The protagonist faced the armored giant, gathering the power of flames around him, and declared that he would handle the knight. He then instructed the princess to take everyone to the entrance of the ruins, as he planned to regroup with Spiegelman there. The princess asked the protagonist if he was sure he could handle the enemy alone. The protagonist looked at her and reminded her that she had said he would have the chance to repay his debt. Hearing this, the princess smiled and led the way, accompanied by the other mages. The knight adjusted his helmet and told the protagonist that if Russell fought in a duo, he would enjoy it even more. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was already fighting in a duo. The knight didn't understand what he meant and was caught off guard when Pepper approached, unleashing a massive wave of flames at him. The protagonist didn't stand still. He began using his magic, combining overheat with his flaming spear and adding an explosive formula to the spell. This technique was what he called the explosive flaming spear. The knight, claiming that Russell's tricks wouldn't work against him anymore, charged at the protagonist, who also charged forward with his spear. In the next instant, the mace was raised, the spear was ready to meet it, and the two weapons collided. After the clash, a wave of flames completely engulfed the armored knight. Meanwhile, the mages were running to safety. Suddenly, they encountered Jaren. One of the mages approached, asking if Jaren was injured and where he had been as the enemies were attacking. The three mages had no time to react when, in the next moment, Jaren slashed through them. Using magic in his blade, fire consumed the mages in front of him. Jaren then moved to a higher spot where he could see a large part of the ruins. He searched for Spiegelman and quickly found the archaeologist, who seemed to be planning to reorganize the group in the ruins. Suddenly, Jaron noticed someone among the mages with Spiegelman, Princess Hecate. As he watched the princess, Jaron was startled by a massive explosion of flames. Turning his face, he saw that it was the giant warrior with the mace, who had protected himself from Russell's attack by putting his hands in front of his body. Although he was unharmed, part of the armor he wore was broken, revealing his face. Seeing his face, the protagonist mocked, "Finally showing your face, huh? But what's with that sour expression?" The knight gritted his teeth, furious. "So arrogant! Don't you dare underestimate me!" He then began to use aura, surprising Russell. The knight was using something far beyond aura. He was enraged that he had to use the heart of a knight transplanted into him against Russell. Quickly, the mana from the two hearts he possessed began to strengthen his body. He then grabbed the mace again, attempting to turn Russell into pieces. The protagonist swiftly dodged the attacks as the knight pursued him, attacking continuously. The protagonist smiled, seeing that this opponent was faster than Spandam. Suddenly, Russell stopped. No longer running, he gathered energy and charged in the opposite direction from where he had been fleeing, striking the knight in the stomach. The protagonist intended to end the fight at that moment, but suddenly, a wave of water exploded from a portal, forcing him to retreat. The protagonist wondered what had just happened. In front of him, the knight stood up. Next to him was a masked man who claimed that the pressure from the seabed was quite useful. The protagonist then grabbed the spear again, determined not to miss the attack this time. 5 points spun with the tip of Russell's spear as the center. The protagonist had no intention of missing this attack. The cyclone of the flaming spear. He threw the spear at the two men, fast enough that they couldn't evade. The cyclone of flames approached them rapidly, but the cult leader claimed to have an interesting idea. He then opened a portal, aiming at Spiegelman's group. The protagonist realized too late what was happening. In the sky, a large portal appeared. The group of mages with Spiegelman looked up, seeing the giant cyclone of flames cross through the portal. Spiegelman, the princess, and Russell couldn't believe what was happening. The giant cyclone of flames descended upon the archaeologist's group without warning. The protagonist quickly ran to the spot where his spear had fallen. Amid the smoke, he searched for the princess and Spiegelman. Suddenly, a hand was raised. The hand of the archaeologist, who was lying in a corner, injured. The protagonist rushed over, asking if Spiegelman was okay. The archaeologist, however, asked how the others were. Looking around, they realized that tragedy had struck them. The protagonist apologized for what he had caused, when suddenly they saw some flames flickering in the corner of their eyes. At that moment, Jaren appeared, holding the princess in his arms. The protagonist shouted for the princess, worried. Spiegelman was surprised to see Princess Hecate, relieved to know the princess was safe. The protagonist approached to thank Jaren for rescuing her, but he didn't notice when the fire tower mage struck him in the stomach with a blade. The protagonist coughed up blood from his wound as Spiegelman shouted for him, alarmed. Pepper suddenly appeared, attacking Jaron, but before he could reach the mage, a portal opened between them, causing Pepper to pass through it. At that moment, another portal emerged, and the cult leader appeared, leading the rest of the cultists. The protagonist felt as if his body no longer had strength. Jaron then reminded the cult leader that he had suggested taking Spiegelman hostage. The cult leader then stated that Jaren himself could act as a hostage. Spiegelman was furious, realizing that Jaren had betrayed them. He then used earth magic to attack the group, but before his magic could do anything, he was struck by a mace, falling to the ground with a massive wound on his back. Seeing Jaren holding a woman, the cult leader asked who she was. Jaren replied that it was Princess Hecate, asserting that if they had her, they could control the entire kingdom of Endymion. He cast a disdainful look at the cult leader, stating that due to his foolish actions, almost everything had been in vain. The cult leader eased Jaren's guilt, claiming that in the end, everything had turned out all right. At that moment, Russell interrupted the conversation, declaring that he wouldn't let that happen. The protagonist forced himself to rise, stating that they wouldn't get any further than that. The mace-wielding knight then charged forward, planning to finish Russell off. The protagonist began to use the ability of his ring, while the knight raised his mace in revenge for the blow he had received earlier. A mist began to form, surprising the cult leader. The mace-wielding knight attacked, but at that same moment, Russell used draconification. A massive explosion followed. The cult leader did not understand what had happened, questioning whether the mist that had appeared was meant to block their vision. Suddenly, several cultists began to be attacked. The leader started summoning portals around him, stating that although he couldn't see, he could sense a rapid increase of mana rising beyond the realm of common sense. Quickly, he summoned about 10 portals around him. As he created more portals, the cult leader found himself facing two fierce eyes. Before he could defend himself, the lance's attack had already struck him. In front of him, Russell held the flaming lance with a pair of dragon-like eyes and horns. The cult leader laughed, claiming that Russell was basically a monster as he was thrown away. Jaren placed the princess on the ground, knowing that if they left survivors, their mission would fail. He then used a double summon, creating 2 flaming blood swords, and quickly advanced to attack the protagonist. The protagonist gritted his teeth, aware that the draconification was about to end. Facing Jaren, who was unleashing various attacks of bloody flames, Russell positioned the lance, planning to go all in on an attack. A massive explosion occurred as the two clashed. The dust settled and Russell fell to his knees on the ground. The protagonist coughed up blood while Jaren's swords had vanished. The chest of the red tower mage had transformed into a mound of flesh. The sunlight was beginning to shine again in the sky as Russell sat on the ground to rest. Suddenly, he heard a voice making him stand up again. Damn, in the end he lost. The protagonist was surprised to see the cult leader standing. He mocked the protagonist. Don't tell me you thought you were the only one with 2 hearts. That guy is the same, you know? The cult leader then pointed to the side. An energy of death surrounded someone, causing him to sprout horns in a metamorphosis. The cult leader explained, possessing a power that can rival a dragon, the heart of a chimera. In front of the protagonist, Jaron was standing again, completely transformed, with all parts of his body changing into parts of different animals. Dragon wings, horns, bird legs, and claws. He was completely healed and exhibited a much stronger aura than before. Traducir para Ingles. The protagonist stared at the being in front of him, realizing that his mana scale had also grown to an immeasurable level. Jaren raised his hand with his palm open and closed it in the next instant. Suddenly, the cult leader felt his neck being pressed by a force. Jaren asked if he was hiding his powers on purpose so that he would be forced to use the heart. The cult leader, who was being lifted off the ground by Jaren's strength, laughed, claiming that he also wanted to use such power and that he had even skipped a few circles thanks to the heart. The leader also declared that it wasn't his fault if Jaron had lost to Russell. On throwing the cult leader to the ground, Jaren asserted that he was right, acknowledging that he had followed the wrong order. He then turned to Russell, planning to finish off the protagonist first. In the next instant, Russell found himself being held by the neck by Jaren. The Chimera Man stated that the protagonist had made a big impression on him, but in the end he couldn't protect anything. Jaren then attacked the barrier protecting the ruins, destroying it with a blow that caused a spatial disturbance. The cult leader was impressed by Jaron's attack, realizing that the mage was harnessing his new power. The protagonist had no intention of losing. He summoned mana to his arm, creating a massive fire attack that struck Jaren. Despite being hit completely, Jaren merely laughed. He then stated that he had changed his mind, and throwing Russell away, declared that he would give the protagonist the end he deserved. Russell was thrown inside the shattered barrier. The cracked barrier began to close, pressing against the protagonist, while Jaren wished for him to feel the pain of having his soul torn within the fissure of the barrier, hoping that Russell would suffer while cursing his own incompetence. The protagonist woke up screaming. Quickly, a nurse approached him. Russell looked at his own hands, wondering where he was. The nurse stated that he was in the hospital in the capital of Camelot. The protagonist sat up, asking what had happened in the battle at the ruins. The nurse said she didn't understand what he was talking about. Russell quickly got up, asking about the princess and whether she and the old archaeologist were okay. At that moment, another nurse entered the ward, asking Russell to calm down. They explained that Russell had been taken to the hospital because he suddenly showed symptoms of convulsions while cleaning the Louvre Museum. The protagonist froze, unsure of what was happening. He then began desperately calling for Pepper, realizing that he must have gone back in time, but he was certain of what had happened. Suddenly, several magical circles were created around Russell, trapping him. A doctor entered the room, asking Russell to calm down so they could talk somewhere else. The protagonist was taken to the doctor's office, where she stated that, as the nurse had mentioned, after fainting in the museum, he showed extreme signs of hallucinations. However, Russell insisted that he had never suffered from that. The doctor then stood up, going toward some plants, claiming that she wanted to say something. Considering her position, she asked if Russell knew about the nightmare tree. Such a tree deceived people with the sweetest hallucinations, causing them to enter it to use their bodies as nutrients. Russell didn't understand what that had to do with him. The doctor then explained that the power of a nightmare tree that was to be displayed in the museum had spread, and besides him, several other people had shown signs of hallucination. The doctor then signed some papers, stating that the good news was that the museum would cover the treatment costs. Russell was shocked to think that everything he had gone through was merely a hallucination. The doctor then handed some diagnostic papers to the protagonist, stating that when the museum representative arrived, he could receive compensation. She approached Russell, saying it was time for him to wake up from the dream. The protagonist couldn't process that everything had been a dream. He then remembered Daria. Even on foot, he made his way to the residence of the fire tower mage amidst the rain. Upon arriving, 2 guards protecting the residence stopped him. The protagonist expressed his intention to find Daria, confident that she would recognize him. The guards wondered who the man in hospital clothes before them was, while Russell, looking at the rainy sky, pleaded for everything that had happened not to be just a dream. With a gloomy appearance, Russell introduced himself, claiming to have been Daria's disciple. The guards were confused, saying they had never heard his name and didn't know Daria had a disciple. The guards became furious, considering he might be a lunatic, but the protagonist insisted, and the guards attacked, throwing him away. At that moment, a carriage stopped in front of the residence, and Daria asked what was happening. The guard quickly bowed to the mage, stating that Russell kept insisting he was her disciple. Daria looked out of the carriage window and, seeing Russell, asked if she knew him, leaving the protagonist with a look of despair. Seeing that Russell did not respond to her question, Daria ordered the coachman to take the carriage away, leaving the protagonist alone in the rain. Not long after, at the Louvre Museum, Russell found himself once again in front of the dragon's heart. He wondered if it was truly the pollen from the nightmare tree that was to blame. Overcome with anger, he punched the glass protecting the artifact. He pleaded that if this was a dream, he hoped to wake up soon. The sound of an alarm went off when the glass shattered, and quickly the museum guards rushed to the scene. They threw him to the ground and without hesitation, restrained him, asking who he was before taking him away, much to Russell's despair. After this incident, Russell tried to prove that his life was not just a dream, but all his efforts were in vain. Thus, the years passed. Russell, who had desperately resisted this new, incomprehensible reality, was gradually overtaken by apathy. Now, Russell found himself in a field, traveling in a cart with other people, when he received a newspaper. In it, he read the news about the youngest master of the Lance Tower. At this point, he was already convinced that in no way could someone like him have received such a grand opportunity in real life. The cart took him back to the Walker Hill Academy, where he never imagined he would return, much less as a janitor. Russell emptied his mind, abandoning his ambitions and, in the end, abandoning himself. While sweeping the leaves, he reflected that, after all, life wasn't so bad, as he had at least managed to get a decent job for someone like him. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Behind a building, a group of students was oppressing a single student. Russell turned away, believing it was not his concern. However, upon hearing the cornered young man shout that no matter what happened, he would become a mage, Russell stopped. The others mocked the boy, especially because he suffered from mana vein constriction. This made Russell hesitate to continue walking. The young man was held down while one of the students, with fire at his fingertip, threatened to mark the boy, saying he would never forget the inheritance of his illness. The boy closed his eyes in fear, but when he opened them again, all the others were unconscious on the ground. He stood up, and his eyes found only the janitor, who calmly continued sweeping the leaves. Later, while eating a sandwich, Russell complained to the young man who was now following him everywhere. The boy laughed, saying he was just reading a book and that it was a good place to concentrate. Out of the corner of his eye, the protagonist noticed that several students were hiding. Russell sighed and asked if the boy really suffered from mana vein constriction. He mentioned that he knew someone like him who had also studied at the academy. The young man perked up and asked what had happened to that person. With a serious expression, Russell replied that this person had been expelled for not being able to overcome his own limits, being considered a failure, without even reaching his goals. Russell stated that for a mage, mana vein constriction was like living without a life. In some cases, giving up was a sign of courage. The young man, however, insisted that he could not give up. He stood up, smiled, and reaffirmed that he would never give up. Russell remained silent, watching the boy walk away. Suddenly, a bald man called the protagonist over. Russell approached, addressing him as boss. The man warned him to be careful and advised him not to associate with that boy to avoid trouble. Confused, Russell asked what he meant by that. The man then revealed that the young man was the son of the traitor of the deposed master of the Red Tower. The memory of a ruined family came back to Russell's mind. Elsewhere, a group of people listened attentively to the words of a skull. The world of the Guardians is coming to an end. Head towards Walker Hill Academy and announce our return. In a pond, the young man whom Russell had been advised not to approach held a small stone, trying to use magic on it. Suddenly, Russell approached the boy, asking why he couldn't give up on the path of becoming a mage just as he could. The boy lowered his head and, smiling, stated that he had made a promise to his own mother. The protagonist fell silent, not responding. At that moment, the group of students who bullied the young man appeared, armed. Their leader declared that they had been careless last time, but this time would be different. Russell looked at the youths and advised the boy beside him to pay attention, as it was the only way he could become a mage. Then, Russell released his mana, causing the youths to retreat. He gathered mana in his hand and clenched it to throw a punch. Time passed and snow arrived. Russell watched the young man running around a square, urging him to run faster as his life depended directly on the distance between him and the enemy. Overload and wizard body, unlike an adult with a fully developed body, would be much more effective if used by a child as they grew. While training the young man, Russell thought that his progress was very slow. He landed a hit on the boy, who knelt down, exhausted. The protagonist then asked if, even having made a promise, that was all the boy could give. The boy quickly got up, asking to train once more. Soon, the moment for practical magical combat studies arrived. During this period, the young man made significant progress, managing to use an ice arrow to hit his opponent, freezing him. With that, Spiegel managed to win. The people in the stands were surprised by the victory of the boy with mana vein constriction. The defeated young man, who had bullied Spiegel, swore he would take revenge for his loss. But the young man didn't care. He looked at the stands and secretly thanked the protagonist for helping him reach the second circle. The protagonist, who was watching the fight, was startled by someone calling him an insect. Recognizing the hair color, he wondered if the man was Coma Frederick. Not long after, Russell was found beaten in a corner. His boss reminded him that he had warned him not to get close to that boy. Frederick stood in front of Russell, claiming that thanks to the protagonist, his son had been humiliated several times. The protagonist laughed when he realized that the boy defeated by Spiegel was Frederick's son. The man then leaned down, stating that Russell seemed unaware of his situation. As if he used the connections he had, he could rid himself of both Frederick and the boy that Russell adored. Russell began to laugh, surprising everyone. He then looked at Frederick with disdain and said, "Me? Adore that boy? I just teased him because it was fun to mess with him." Despite everything, because of Frederick, Russell needed to leave the academy so that the man wouldn't touch Spiegel. The protagonist left during the night, but before he could go, the young Spiegel noticed him and asked where he was going. To the boy's surprise, Russell said he was leaving the place. Spiegel asked why Russell was doing this, but the protagonist didn't respond, just trying to escape the boy. However, the young man ran faster, placing himself in front of the protagonist and stopping him. He then noticed the bruises on Russell's face. Russell asked what Spiegel expected from someone like him, questioning whether the boy really thought he was his teacher or something like that. Russell then pushed past the young man, advising him not to be so delusional. Tears streamed down Spiegel's face even though he tried to hold them back. Coma Frederick was pleased with the situation, stating that this was why he loved money and power, because with it, he could do everything his way. Suddenly, the carriage where Frederick was stopped abruptly, nearly causing him to fall. In front of the carriage, some hooded men blocked the way, while a green light emanated from them. Coma became extremely irritated, asking how they dared to block the path of someone from the Frederick household. But in response, what Coma received was a powerful attack, the force of which was so great that it struck the entire street. Russell, who was already a distance away, heard the powerful explosion that occurred near the academy. Turning back, he noticed that the entire academy was on fire. He opened his mouth in surprise, questioning what had happened to the academy. A hooded man sat above everything, giving orders to the cultists. "Today's attack shall announce the rebirth of our cult in the world. Spread out, cause horror and despair, and create a sea of blood." At his command, the cultists dispersed, burning and destroying the academy and its students. But not everyone would let themselves be attacked without fighting back. A young man used an ice arrow on one of the cultists who, despite being hit, suffered no damage. He grinned maliciously at the boy. "A little fly is still alive." Russell quickly ran back to the academy. He found Spiegel, who was on his knees before the cultist. The protagonist noticed that the young man wasn't smiling, and the cultist also noticed, asking if the boy wasn't afraid. Spiegel was smiling because he believed he had bought enough time for the others to escape. Russell, who was hiding, could feel an immense magical power in the cultist, a power that even the teachers hadn't been able to face. He remembered that when he had the chance, he had become the utopian guardian. But now, after waking up from the dream, he felt powerless. He asked himself what he could do, thinking only that he needed to run. He confirmed that it was the right choice. There was no reason to sacrifice himself. The cultist belittled Spiegel, advising the boy to know his place. Spiegel simply replied that he knew he couldn't win, but that protecting people was what being a guardian meant. Russell was shocked to hear those words he himself had once spoken. The cultist had no intention of continuing the conversation. He let his mana overflow, stating that Spiegel's naivety had sealed the young man's fate. As he prepared to attack the boy, he was surprised when someone appeared from the side, striking him squarely in the stomach with a sword. The attack was not enough to defeat him, so the cultist turned his attack on the new target, throwing Russell away. The cultist pulled the sword from his own body, gritting his teeth in rage at such insects. Taking advantage of the cultist's distraction, Spiegel channeled third circle magic. Ice bolt. Several ice stones hit the cultist's back, though Spiegel was exhausted after the attack. Russell didn't stand still either. He grabbed a spear from the ground and rushed to attack the cultist, managing to hit the enemy's neck thanks to his distraction. Russell fell to his knees after defeating the cultist. Spiegel quickly ran to his side, seeing that the wound on the protagonist's arm wouldn't stop bleeding. Russell advised the boy to run quickly, as more cultists would appear soon. Spiegel was scared, saying he couldn't go alone. The protagonist then grabbed the boy's shoulders. "Are you going to become a teacher who can't even protect one of his disciples?" Being called a disciple surprised Spiegel, who heard Russell telling him to stay alive and become a guardian. The protagonist laughed, asking if keeping one more promise would hurt him. Spiegel started crying more than before. "I promise I'll become a guardian, master!" Russell watched the boy run, leaving the academy. He had always been like that from the beginning, just like Russell's lost dream, like the courage the protagonist had abandoned. That's why Russell hated him, and that's also why he liked him. As Spiegel ran away, more cultists appeared, and Russell confronted them head-on. The cultists laughed, claiming that not even a second circle spell was worth using against the protagonist. At that moment, Russell thanked Spiegel for making him able to live. He then grabbed his spear to confront the cultists. He knew that magic could be learned just by observing the principles in the circles, whether they were high or low. Using Blink, he advanced, teleporting behind one of the cultists, who, upon seeing Russell's attack, was quick enough to cast a spell to defend himself. Accepting the fate he would face in this battle, Russell wished for Spiegel to manage to stay alive. The starry sky seemed to have a brighter blue than usual. Faced with such brightness, Russell woke up, wondering where he was. Behind him stood a being in white robes and a mask, asking if Russell had finally awakened. Looking at the figure, Russell got up as the being asked what that world had been like. Russell replied, stating that he had lost the dream he had persisted in holding on to, but had found such a world again and protected it. After standing up properly, Russell was shocked. Looking in one direction, he saw the boy Spiegel, and became tremendously worried, asking if the young man hadn't managed to escape. Russell ran toward the boy but slammed into a barrier of energy. Russell knelt, sighed, and realized that in the end, he had protected nothing. The being with him in this realm disagreed. "You are wrong, Russell Raymond, heir to the power of a dragon." Russell then looked at the being, asking who he was. The being placed his hand on the barrier. "I am the master of the twisted world we are in, but people call me by another name. They call me the Temple of Mirrors." The protagonist thought he had misheard when the being claimed to be the Temple of Mirrors. The being then revealed that the place they were in reflected the deepest fears of one's heart. In Russell's case, it was qualification. The thought that such powers had been given to Russell, a former third circle mage and son of a fallen family, made him question whether he deserved to receive them. But regarding these questions, the Temple of Mirrors stated that Russell had found his own answers, to grow, become a guardian, and protect more people. Russell stood up again, asking if the time he had spent was a test. The temple confirmed Russell's suspicions, stating that the protagonist had overcome his own limitations and shown that even without power, he could become a guardian when he chose to protect Spiegel. The boy on the other side of the barrier vowed never to forget the promise he had made. While Russell smiled at the boy, the temple stated that Spiegel was not just an illusion, but the purest form of courage that Russell had protected and should continue to protect. The temple raised its hand to its own mask and removed it. He looked up, as if speaking to someone. "Now I will fulfill my long-standing oath, successor. From here, a new light. It's time to move forward." As the being took off the mask, it shone with a golden light before Russell, transforming into a cloud of energy. Russell received a notification. He was absorbing dragon blood, having his body reconstructed, and obtaining the first golden mask. Back on Mount Calvane, Jaren was stunned. In front of him was Alan Page, with his clothes completely burned as he apologized to the princess. Alan then fell to his knees on the ground. The princess was trapped beside the cultist leader. He looked at Alan, stating that he had heard a lot about a genius, but that for Alan, understanding what was happening immediately after returning and acting on limited information had also been a valid move. The cultist leader was impressed that Alan used the artifact as a trap to save the princess, but despite this, nothing had changed. The cultist leader then called out to Jaren, stating that they could stop playing around and get down to business. Jaron then flew towards the barrier, injecting mana into the artifact he held in the palm of his hand, stating that they needed to break the barrier first. Suddenly, a massive battering ram appeared. Spiegelman was surprised by the appearance of this weapon, one of the divine artifacts. The princess gritted her teeth, knowing the barrier couldn't block such an item. Jaren was thrilled. He no longer intended to deliver such an artifact to those who commanded him, but to show the world the item on his own, to prove he was superior. Jaren then commanded the battering ram to strike the barrier. The massive artifact moved, causing a loud crash as it struck the barrier that guarded the ruins. But after the first impact, a hand emerged through the crack the battering ram had made in the barrier, causing a massive amount of mana to explode into energy against the artifact. Not only Jaren, but also the cultist leader, the princess, and Spiegelman were shocked. They were stunned to see the battering ram blocked, but Alan was different. He realized that someone was there. A cloud of snow had been raised by the impact of the battering ram against the barrier. Within this cloud, a blue light shone. Through it, from an opening in the barrier, Russell appeared, wielding a flaming spear and wearing a mask on his face. Upon seeing this mask, the cultist leader and Jaren had a premonition, but they didn't have much time to think, as Russell quickly advanced against the cultist leader. He tried to defend himself by creating a portal, but Russell's attack was too powerful, pushing the cultist leader back and destroying the portal, sending him flying backward. Jaren was amazed to see Russell's attack destroy the portal. Taking advantage of one of his opponents being knocked out, the protagonist untied Spiegelman and the princess. He also said a few things to them which, ironically, they couldn't understand because the mask muffled his words. The protagonist then removed the mask, expressing relief that they were safe. The pair still hadn't realized that the masked person was Russell. On the other side, Alan smiled as if telling Hemingway that his bet with Daria would not be easy to win. The princess approached the protagonist, relieved by his return. He held the princess's hand while looking upward. Jaren emanated a terrifying mana, so the protagonist suggested they talk later. Jaren, who already considered himself a superior being, stated he was getting irritated by these insects. Just because you've returned doesn't mean things have changed. I will destroy you and take the artifact for myself. Quickly, the battle between the two began. Powerful explosions could be seen and heard from far away from the combat site. Russell's spear and Jaren's blood-soaked swords clashed in the air as the Chimera Man repeatedly claimed that the mask should belong to him. As they fought, Russell asked if everything that had happened there had been orchestrated by Blaine. Jaren grew furious, delivering a powerful strike that pushed Russell away. But the protagonist quickly recovered, moving behind Jaron and demanding that he stop and admit that he was Blaine's shadow. Jaron did not respond but continued attacking the protagonist, who retaliated, confronting his opponent relentlessly. Both returned to the ground after the stalemate between their attacks. Jaron flooded his sword with red mana as he unleashed an origin magic. The truth is simple. I am not his shadow. The powerful blow created a red wave, the color of blood, crashing onto the protagonist with a loud bang. The impact raised a cloud of dust, obscuring any trace of Russell. When the dust settled, the protagonist revealed himself, wielding two flaming spears and using draconification. He didn't want to waste time with the transformation, so he quickly advanced to attack. Meanwhile, Jaren was blinded by greed. If I obtain the mask, Blaine will be the one in my shadow. Power is everything. You know that too, don't you? The protagonist reached into a space, retrieving the mask and putting it on his face, while telling Jaron that strength was not the most important thing. Russell received a notification that the mask was helping manifest the dragon's blood, allowing for a second draconification. The protagonist wanted to use such power, activating the second draconification. Fire quickly surged around him. After that, the mask disappeared, giving way to scale-like tattoos beneath Russell's eyes, as he declared that courage came before all else. Jerome began walking toward the protagonist, repeating his last words. That's just nonsense coming from someone who's never fallen into darkness. Russell sighed as he started to release his mana. That's not true. I have been in the darkness too. The only difference is that I followed the light. The mana generated by Russell quickly materialized several flaming spears. With a tight grip, the spears merged, forming a magical spear, Gabolg. Jiran grew enraged. He spread his wings, rising into the sky, and with powerful mana overflowing, which could even turn the sky red, launched several attacks at Russell, challenging him to prove if what he said was true. The protagonist, with his new spear, confronted the heavy attacks of the Chimera, causing a massive explosion from the clash of the two mighty forces. Not long after the explosion dissipated, Jiran fell to his knees on the ground, supporting himself with one hand. The other, he realized, had been severed and fallen. Jiran, knowing he had the heart of a Chimera, wondered why he couldn't reach Russell, or how. The protagonist approached Jiran, commanding him to surrender. Jiran was furious. From the arm he had lost, a new one quickly grew, along with 4 more on his back. Each of the 6 arms held a blood sword. To use such power, Jiran spat blood. At that moment, Russell received a notification that his draconification had only 10 seconds left. Reading the notification, Russell stated that he couldn't lose. Holding the gay bulg, he channeled mana into the tip of the spear, gathering fire mana. Jiran seized the moment when Russell was still preparing to attack to strike first, with murderous intent. The protagonist closed his eyes, focusing. In the next instant, he used the overheat magic. The accumulated mana in the spear pierced the Chimera, who was caught by surprise. A massive torrent of flames erupted, engulfing everything in the path of the spear. Behind Jiran, a not-so-distant mountain was struck by the torrent of flames, vaporizing and creating a hole in its structure. An enormous crater formed where Russell stood, with the protagonist at the center. Looking down, he saw Jiran coughing black blood, crawling on the ground with his hands, as he no longer had the lower half of his body, but his strength faded, causing him to stop. Jiran's skin began to crack as he recalled the power of the Chimera he possessed. The truth was, he had always wanted to become a dragon, but he couldn't reach that until the end. He wondered if this was his final fate. As the fight ended, a powerful explosion occurred on a nearby mountain. The mountain's peak blew up, causing lava to flow in all directions. At that moment, Spiegelman, Alan, and Princess Hecate ran toward the protagonist. Pepper suddenly appeared too, headbutting the protagonist and hugging him while crying. The protagonist was relieved by Pepper's return. He then told everyone that they should return to Endymion and leave the ruins, which were now destroyed and had drastically altered geography. After the protagonist's group returned, the leader of the cultists went back to Mount Calvain. He picked up the severed hand of the Chimera while creating a portal to leave again. In the Supreme Court of Endymion, a trial was taking place. Jiran, a mage of the Red Tower, conspired with pagans, threatening the Empire's security. His teacher, the Master of the Red Tower, is also responsible for this. The defendant, Blaine, stepped forward. Blaine Trilogy, the Master of the Red Tower, stepped forward as instructed. He denied the accusations, stating that everything had happened because he had been negligent and hadn't noticed such conspiracies. He argued that the sins of a disciple were something for the Master to deal with, and as the Master of the Tower, he would take responsibility. As Blaine spoke, someone raised their hand, asking the judge for permission to speak. This person was the Archduke of the Empire, Bismarck Rathmos. The Archduke looked at the court with a menacing gaze, causing everyone to restrain themselves. He then stated that although the judge was not wrong, it was also true that the Master of the Red Tower had made significant contributions to the nation's welfare, suggesting concluding the trial with 6 months of probation for Blaine. The judge nodded at the Archduke's request, making Blaine smile. Daria, who was present, realized that they were all acting in unison. She then looked in a direction toward a balcony where the king was seated. Daria knew the Archduke constantly challenged the royal family's authority and wondered what the king was thinking. In another area of the court were Alan Page, Spiegelman, and Russell, who was being praised by the archaeologist for the elegant attire he was wearing. Interrupting their conversation, a woman in shades of blue and purple entered the room. The 3 men bowed their heads, greeting the princess. Hecate smiled, asking them to lift their heads while stating that she should be the one thanking them. The princess then bowed to the group. "To the saviors of my life, I sincerely thank you, especially you, Sir Russell." The protagonist was surprised by the gratitude directed at him. He then saw the princess turn to leave, but before she exited, she winked at him, stating that they would meet again. The atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward after the princess left. The protagonist tried to stay focused. He saw this as an opportunity to carve the Raymond family into people's minds. Not long after, the 3 were kneeling before the king. "Today's meeting is to honor the knights for their contributions. After recognizing your collective achievements, we will discuss each of your individual contributions." The king then placed his sword on the archaeologist's shoulder. "Spiegelman, the Mage of the Yellow Tower, resisted the pagans who threatened the Empire's security. Therefore, you will be rewarded with 200 gold coins and 2 mana enhancement pills." The king then addressed Alan, placing the sword on his shoulder. Sir Alan Page, second son of Count Page and Mage of the Spear Tower. You bravely defended against the pagans who targeted the relics. You are awarded the Dawn Medal, Morgenrot, and the title of Baron. The king then turned to the last of the three, Russell Raymond. He asked Russell to lift his head. In the past, your father deserted the battlefield, representing a significant threat to the kingdom's security. Therefore, it is natural that the ministers doubt the loyalty of the Raymond family, so prove it here today. The protagonist didn't understand what the king meant by those words. The king then stated that the master of the Flame Tower had said that Russell had advanced to the fifth circle. Daria smiled, knowing that the darker the shadow, the brighter the light within it. The king then instructed the protagonist, with such achievements, no one will doubt your efforts. Daria, watching closely, realized that the king's plan was to make Russell a hero before everyone and weaken the Archduke's faction. The protagonist then began using his mana, creating a projection circle, a first circle magic that revealed someone's attributes. But for those who knew nothing about magic, there was no better spectacle. Quickly, after using the projection circle magic, 5 fire circles appeared near the protagonist, revealing his current circle level. The people present were impressed by the mana from that magic and by Russell's rapid growth, as he had only recently graduated from the academy. Alan Page was also there, surprised by Russell's explosive growth. Not only him, but also the master of the Yellow Tower. Russell then bowed again to the king, who stated that he had thought Russell's father was a withered flower, but was actually hiding a beautiful seed. Russell responded to the king's compliments, saying they were far too generous. The king then spoke loudly for everyone to hear. Listen, knights, regarding the special case of the Raymond family, I elevate your title to Count. Additionally, with a third-class military merit medal, I hereby grant the right to levy taxes on 10,000 families in the neighboring city. The protagonist acknowledged the king's gifts while everyone present clapped and cheered for Endymion. The king then placed his hand on Russell's shoulder, asking him to rise. Holding the protagonist's hands, he thanked him for saving his daughter Hecate, stating that these words were not from a king but from a father. The king then asked if there was anything Russell desired so that he could repay his deeds. Russell knew exactly what he wanted to ask for. Not long after, the protagonist returned to his room with what he had requested from the king as repayment. Initially, he didn't know how he could obtain such a thing, but thanks to the unfolding events, he finally acquired a dragon heart. He observed the dragon heart above the flame, which appeared shriveled and ugly, but he knew that when he infused magical power into the heart, it would reveal its true form. Hoping to manage this, Russell began infusing mana into the dragon heart. After some time, Russell started to struggle when suddenly the dragon heart cracked, shattering into several pieces and releasing an energy. From the released energy, a dragon horn appeared. The same horn Russell had found during the Trial of Fire when he had to fight against the ice golems. Russell received a notification stating that the dragon heart had revealed itself and that he had obtained the Forgotten King's Horn, an essence of lightning. Russell sat in a lotus position, trying to assimilate the essence of lightning. His eyes were closed as he absorbed the energy from the horn. Compared to the time when he had to absorb the essence of fire, this was much easier. Russell opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Raising his hand, he could feel the powerful, thunderous energy flowing through him. He was impressed, as even without absorbing all the essence, it had already filled 1/3 of the fifth circle. While absorbing the energy, Russell received a notification that he had reached the absorption limit of the lightning essence. Any mana beyond the absorbed limit would reside within him as a dormant power. The intermediate understanding of the lightning attribute had been reached to the limit, advancing toward advanced attribute understanding. Fire spread over some things in the protagonist's room. With a growl, the small dragon spirit, Pepper, grew to the size of a bed. The protagonist was surprised, asking if Pepper had been affected by the lightning power. The dragon nodded in response. Pepper quickly flew out, passing through a window and heading for the garden. He then took to the skies. Russell quickly ran to the window to look for Pepper, who had already returned. Pepper then pounded his chest, prompting Russell to ask if the spirit wanted him to ride on him. The dragon grabbed Russell by the shoulders and quickly flew up into the sky. Russell was extremely worried, but his concern dissipated when he saw the city from above. Being carried by Pepper, Russell noticed that not only had the dragon grown, but his flying skills had also improved. He realized that with Pepper now larger, he would be easier to spot, and wondered if he should be concerned about that. Suddenly, Pepper's eyes glowed with flames. The dragon's wings also began to merge with the protagonist's body. Quickly, Pepper's wings enveloped Russell's body, creating 4 wings on the protagonist's back. Russell was amazed by the wings created by the fire spirit, asking Pepper if he should call them spiritual wings. The spirit then let out a growl. Russell started feeling confident. He had obtained the essence of lightning, reached the intermediate level of the 5th mana circle, and now possessed spiritual wings. With this power, he felt he could face any opponent without fear. At the Tower of Flames, a man approached Daria, stating that he had heard she had a mission for him. Daria then instructed him that the mission was to escort Count Kimberly, a special envoy from the Kingdom of Kiel. She explained that although the national forces of Kiel were weak, they maintained their position as a neutral nation due to abundant mana production. But apparently, Marquis Jorio Comanche of the pro-Empire faction had attempted to bring the Empire into Kiel, so rather than falling under the Empire's control, Count Kimberly might have thought it was better to ally with Endymion. The mage, heading out for the mission knowing it involved the Kingdom of Kiel, was aware it would not be an easy task. At that moment, Russell called out to Hubert. The man then returned to greet the protagonist, as they had not seen each other in a long time. Russell asked if Hubert was heading to the Kiel Empire, and Hubert was surprised, asking how the protagonist knew about it. Russell then asked if he could go with him, as Daria had already given her permission. From what Russell remembered, Hubert had lost his life on this mission. The protagonist then received a mission, to return alive with Hubert from the unknown danger. Russell knew there was no reason to prevent Hubert from going, so the only thing he could do was accompany him. The two traveled together. Hubert used magic to run on top of the trees, while Russell used his newly acquired spiritual wings to fly above them. Hubert confirmed they were almost at their destination, expressing relief at having Russell by his side. The mage then asked the protagonist why he had joined this mission. Russell didn't say much, only responding that he wanted to achieve new accomplishments, and that he had never been on a mission with Hubert before. The protagonist then flew faster than Hubert, stating that he would go ahead to check the situation. Russell knew that a failure in the mission would result in the tragedy that had befallen Hubert, and the Empire would interfere in Kiel's internal affairs. This meant there was a high probability the Empire was involved in what happened to Hubert. Russell then decided he had a single mission, to protect Hubert. Upon reaching a clearing, Russell saw several people fighting from above. There, he could begin his mission, to eliminate all the Empire's trash. Extending his hands forward, several fire cones were fired as Russell used the magic flare cannon. He would do this to prevent Hubert's life from being threatened. After defeating the enemies, Russell descended, along with Pepper, who had returned to a small form. Introducing himself as Russell Raymond, a mage from the Tower of Flames, he asked a man if he was Count Kimberly, as he was there to escort him. The Count was aware of Russell's fame. He then thanked him, stating that as soon as he had left the castle, people had started to follow him. While they were talking, Russell felt something coming from the forest. He turned and asked Count Kimberly to wait a moment. In the forest, Russell sensed an aura. The owner of that aura must have been at the same level as Spandam, or perhaps even more skilled. Among the trees, in another clearing, several soldiers from the Kingdom of Kiel surrounded a red-haired man who had appeared, trying to buy time. The man in red laughed, as if he were facing easy prey. He then attacked with his sword, making horizontal cuts. Russell finally remembered who this man was. As he recalled, the man had quickly defeated all the soldiers and destroyed several trees. Russell was sure the man who had caused the tragedy that befell Hubert was the Empire's swordsman McRae Hughes. Hubert finally arrived where Russell and Kimberly were, introducing himself. Kimberly, also introducing himself, thanked Hubert for helping him. Hubert then looked around, seeing the defeated men. He was able to understand the scene. They were up against the Imperial army. Kimberly was extremely frightened by this. Russell then had a hunch. The Empire wasn't trying to hide its identity, apparently because it didn't think it was necessary, or because things were so urgent for them that they didn't need to bother. Isn't that right, Princess? Russell looked at the carriage to confirm his suspicion. A young woman with golden hair and green eyes stepped down from the carriage. Actually, you are as extraordinary as the rumors say. Let me introduce myself formally. I am Princess Camilla of the Kingdom of Kiel. The four quickly ran through the forest. Kimberly recounted that Marquis Manch was trying to consolidate power by having his son marry the princess. With the Empire's support, his cruelty could be unparalleled. Kimberly, who was being carried on Hubert's back, continued to speak. He then stated that they had already gotten rid of their pursuers, asking if there was any reason for such urgency. Hubert replied that since they had been pursued since leaving the fortress, there must surely be other groups. Despite the significant distance they had put between themselves and their pursuers, Russell felt no trace of being followed. However, he sensed a sinister feeling. Suddenly, Russell had a premonition and told everyone to duck. Behind him, a surge of energy appeared, like a horizontal cut chasing them. The energy quickly passed over them, hitting several trees and cutting them down. With the impact, an explosion occurred, destroying many of those trees. Hubert then lowered Kimberly from his back, telling him to run, as he and Russell would handle the situation there. Kimberly and the princess began to flee, while Russell and Hubert took a battle stance in front of the man who had appeared. Hubert was frightened, facing the man he referred to as a disaster in human form, the great swordsman of the Empire, McCry Hughes. Hughes, who wore an eye patch, looked at the protagonist, observing his black hair and red eyes. He stated that the young man must be Russell Raymond. At that moment, Russell's mission was updated. He was to survive with Hubert against the dangerous McCray Hughes. The protagonist felt immense pressure just from Hughes's gaze. The man then stated that he would make Russell pay for taking the life of his disciple. In the next moment, Hughes made a horizontal cut using the magic sword Chemacy. Russell didn't stand still. He placed his hand on the ground using the magic earthquake and made a second casting to create a protective shield. Several stones jumped from the ground, being hurled at Hughes, who had to defend himself. He quickly sliced through the rocks. While Hughes was distracted, Hubert seized the opportunity. Clenching his hands, he caused the loose stones to gather, binding Hughes's feet and hands. Hubert then signaled the protagonist to attack. Russell quickly approached with the flaming spear, causing a massive explosion with his strike. After that, Russell swiftly retreated back to Hubert's side. As the dust settled, Hughes revealed himself, unscathed. He then asked Russell if he had merely learned cheap tricks from the Flames Mage's bastard. Russell was surprised to see that Hughes was fine, wondering if he had enveloped his body in aura. Hughes plunged his own sword into the ground, stating that he would show Russell something interesting. A light began to shine in Hughes's hands as a red ribbon started to swirl around him. In the next moment, using the magic sword Fuchsia, Hughes created several energy circles that attacked Hubert, cutting the mage. Hughes then introduced the attack he used. A sword made from dragon bones, corrupted with the blood of 10 mages. It is perfect for use against mages. Hughes drew the sword from the ground again, advancing towards the protagonist. Russell quickly scooped Hubert into his arms and, manifesting his spiritual wings, flew away, dodging Hughes's previous attack. Russell soared into the skies, causing Hughes to claim he was impressed. From above, the protagonist saw some objects near Hughes, wondering if they were firebomb stones. But Hughes didn't let Russell think too much, attacking him again with waves of mana attacks. Russell continuously tried to fly and dodge while remembering the properties of the firebomb stones. They were stones that, upon receiving strong impacts, would explode, devastating a large area. He then formulated a plan, definitely capable of confusing Hughes. Placing Hubert on the ground, Russell thanked Pepper for helping him save the mage. At that moment, Hughes pointed his sword at Russell, asking if he was trying to buy time for the others to escape, since he couldn't defeat him. Russell ignored Hughes, whispering to Hubert to run as soon as he gave the signal, so Hubert could join the princess and the count. Hubert gritted his teeth, asking if what Russell was saying meant he would sacrifice himself for Hubert to flee. The protagonist smiled at him, asking Hubert to trust that he would return alive with him. Hughes was already fed up with the conversation between Russell and Hubert. He then began to overflow mana, preparing to attack. But Russell acted first, using his new ability to summon lightning. He used the magic chain lightning. After using the spell, Russell signaled for Hubert to run. Seeing Hubert fleeing, Russell knew the firebomb stones would buy him enough time for his escape, but despite that, he couldn't underestimate Hughes as an opponent. The protagonist continued with the attack, using the Cloudy Ring's ability, the Storm of Thunder. Planning to give it his all, Russell quickly activated Stage 2 of Draconification. Several magical Gaybolg spears emerged from a circle of fire above Russell's head, who was also using his spiritual wings. He intended to pour everything into a single attack. He gathered all the spears and launched them at Hughes, causing a massive explosion in the forest. The shockwave was strong enough that Hubert, who had already reached the Count and the Princess, needed to create a barrier to protect all three of them. The dust created by the impact took a while to settle. Russell, who had deactivated the Draconification, was kneeling in a corner, exhausted from the backlash of the abilities. He wondered if the attack had worked. At that moment, he heard a voice. "You really are finished now. Don't think you will suffer peacefully." Hughes, who had lost his eye patch, was holding a sword in each hand, having used both to protect himself. The protagonist cursed the man who had managed to withstand his attack. The instant Hughes was about to try to attack the protagonist, his bone sword began to act strangely. Even gripping the sword with all his strength, it did not respond to his command. He then heard a sinister voice. "How dare you try to harm the Dragon Lord with the bone of a dragon? What a ridiculous human." Russell remembered that this was the same voice he had heard when he first encountered the dragon heart in the museum. He wondered if the owner of that voice could be the Divine Dragon King. Before Russell, a massive dragon appeared, its great majesty displaying the superiority of the draconian race. The mana the dragon exuded was so pure that it shone like gold. The dragon then spoke to Russell. I must grant you my power for a moment. I implore you to eliminate this worm that insults the name of dragons. O divine dragon king, I have something to ask. Find the dragons. Their existence will connect you to me. You will become the master and the hope for the remaining dragons in this world. Russell's eyes transformed into those of a dragon as he returned to the second stage of draconification. But this time he felt an even greater power within himself. He might not understand what the dragon truly wanted, but if he had this power, he would certainly be able to fulfill it. As Russell received the dragon's power, Hughes, on the other hand, was suffering. His sword, made of dragon bones, took control of itself, slicing through Hughes's arm. Moreover, Russell left no room for the swordsman to retaliate. With the flaming spear in hand, Russell used the magic overheat to attack Hughes. Despite the powerful attack, Hughes managed to respond. Where there had once been an arm, energy emerged, forming an aura arm that grabbed hold of the flaming spear. Hughes glared at the protagonist while mocking him. Do you think losing an arm makes a difference? Those arrogant eyes. You have the same eyes as your father. Are all the Raymonds like this? The protagonist quickly retreated, wondering if Hughes knew his father. Hughes then revealed something. I wanted to tear those arrogant eyes out of him, but unfortunately someone was faster than me. What a fool. Why do you think the Empire was responsible for your father's demise? At the moment Russell was distracted by Hughes's words, Hughes moved quickly to his back. Russell was quick enough to launch a horizontal flame attack, forcing Hughes to duck to evade. The swordsman then slashed toward the protagonist, who retreated rapidly. Despite his retreat, Russell was struck in the side, gritting his teeth in surprise at being hit. Hughes mocked Russell. To think you couldn't even dodge such a simple attack. How pathetic. You are a lamentable one. He then clenched the fist of the energy arm that had emerged in place of his own. Several attacks rained down where Russell stood as he advanced. Hughes quickly closed the distance to the protagonist, anticipating where he would run after dodging the attacks. He then delivered a downward strike. Russell hastily erected a barrier to defend himself as Hughes's attack came crashing down on him, slamming him to the ground with overwhelming force. Seeing Russell on the ground, Hughes asked if he thought he could win with such pathetic talent. Trembling, Russell tried to get up despite the pain. Hughes advanced slowly, stating that it was impossible to reach a higher level without sacrificing something. He raised his sword to attack, claiming it was too early for a child like Russell to fight against him. Hughes's sword strike fell heavily, causing an explosion of energy. But Russell was faster, dodging. The protagonist quickly ran into the forest, weaving between the trees. Russell had no choice but to admit that Hughes was a superhuman, an opponent beyond the ordinary. Hughes hurriedly ran to catch up with the protagonist. Russell then used the magic wind wave to attack Hughes and create distance. The wave of wind was blown from his spiritual wings, and Hughes swung his sword, confronting the wind strikes created by the protagonist. Seeing Hughes defend against all the attacks, Russell wondered if it was impossible to defeat him. He then changed his mindset, deciding that he would not give up. The movement of his hands, Russell conjured a spell to strike Hughes. Gravity. The gravitational pull descended upon the swordsman, making it difficult for him to move. Russell was sure he would make such a man learn how a real mage fights. With the tip of his finger, Russell released flames that merged with the wind, raining down on Hughes. Like a tornado, a massive explosion struck the swordsman. The strong explosion forced Russell to recoil, engulfing Hughes in flames. After a moment, Russell caught a glimpse of Hughes within the fire, a being without skin like a demon. Both of Hughes's arms now had that energy. He charged at Russell, grabbing him. "Do you dare to toy with me using these little tricks? You're done for." But Russell would not let Hughes threaten him without retaliating. With the enemy so close, the protagonist saw this as the best opportunity to use the ring's ability. Instantly, a lightning bolt struck both of them. Amidst the lightning, Russell planned to sacrifice everything if necessary to reach greater heights. Even if he had to sacrifice his own body, it would be worth 1,000,000 times more. After the lightning struck, Russell kneed Hughes, sending him flying. With the lightning hitting his own body, Russell stimulated his muscles with the electricity, explosively increasing his speed. This was the last card he had held until now. Grabbing the great spear in hand, Russell used a skill he had created, advancing rapidly. It was a lethal attack. Hughes had no reaction other than surprise when Russell rushed in, hitting him and passing through him. After the attack, Russell coughed up blood due to the backlash of the power he used. Despite this, Hughes was perfectly fine, laughing. Russell had fallen to his knees before this monster. At that moment, Hughes quickly approached the protagonist, pushing his head against the ground. Russell was desperate, trying to use his power again. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the two fighting. "Still looking like a beast, aren't you, Mr. McCry, Hughes?" A strong attack of stones struck Hughes in the stomach, sending him flying. As he fell to the ground, the energy creating a new arm for Hughes evaporated. He looked at the man before him, surprised. The man looked down at Hughes, asking how it felt to crawl on the ground like an insect. The bald man, the master of the Yellow Tower, was ready to put an end to Hughes. He channeled a final attack against the swordsman, hitting him. The master of the Yellow Tower looked around, observing all the destruction caused, and remembered the state Hughes was in when he arrived. He then thought to himself, unbelievable. To think he pushed McRae to such a point all on his own. You did something great, Russell. Your desperate fight changed the fate of Endymion and Kiel. Now no one can doubt your abilities. As the master of the Yellow Tower analyzed the situation, Hubert, the princess, and the count rushed back to rescue Russell, who lay on the ground. Hubert held Russell in his arms with tearful eyes. The protagonist was happy to see his former teacher, while the master of the Yellow Tower was sure of one thing. This was the true birth of a hero. 10 days after the incident, the protagonist had still not fully recovered, despite being focused on his healing. Because of this, he realized how formidable the barrier was to becoming a superhuman. Remembering the battle, Russell knew that if Sir Niccolo had not arrived in time, he would have emerged defeated. Before that battle, Russell thought he had become stronger, but there was still a long way to go. He then recalled what the dragon had said about finding the dragons. According to the information Russell had, the dragons should be extinct. He wondered if there were still any dragons alive. After some time, Russell received a visit from Hubert in the infirmary. He told his former teacher about what Hughes had said regarding his father. Hubert was unsure whether the incident with Russell's father had been caused by the Empire. Russell shared with the professor what Hughes had asked him, whether he thought it was the Empire's fault. Hubert then thought carefully and stated that it could simply be a provocation. But in any case, they should be cautious. Hubert then suggested that they investigate secretly through the Flame Tower. Hubert revealed that Daria was very worried and was happy to see that Russell was well. He then handed a letter to Russell. The protagonist asked what it was, and Hubert informed him that it was an invitation to the royal banquet. On the day of the royal banquet, the protagonist made his presence known at the occasion. He felt uncomfortable in the beautiful, formal clothes he wore, perhaps because he was used to wearing robes. Thus, he was constantly adjusting the bow tie of his fine outfit. Seeing Russell alone, Daria approached him, praising him for always doing incredible things. She gave a big smile, stating that as his teacher and the master of the Flame Tower, there was nothing more rewarding. While they were talking, someone interrupted them, calling for the master of the Flame Tower. Daria was surprised by the presence of the man she called Jillian, stating that she couldn't believe she was seeing him at the banquet. The man with long green hair tied in a low bun said he couldn't resist the urge to see the rumored divinity. The protagonist couldn't believe that the man before him was Jillian. He then asked the man if he happened to be Jillian Pearlson. Jillian expressed happiness that Russell knew him, as it would make the conversation easier. It was hard not to know Jillian Pearlson, the master of weapons, a superhuman practitioner of aura who could handle 18 types of weapons. Russell was impressed that such a strong individual had sought him out first. Jillian revealed that he had heard Russell had made McRae suffer difficult times. The protagonist smiled, stating he had just been lucky, but Jillian responded, nodding that luck only favored the skilled. Jillian then gave a maniacal smile. You did a good job getting rid of that bastard. McRae and his disciple were just trash. Hearing such words within the palace, Russell felt as if he were listening to mercenaries speak, not someone from royalty, but he merely nodded, affirming that Jillian was right. Jillian then squeezed the protagonist's arm muscles, asking if he was training with a spear, as his muscles were well developed. The protagonist then stated that he was only at the stage of repeating basic spear techniques. Jillian praised him, saying that the basics were important, but that to surpass limits, he needed to learn properly. He then handed a ring to the protagonist, stating that if he ever needed guidance, he should take the ring and seek him out. Holding the ring, Russell asked why Jillian was showing him such consideration. Jillian stated that it was not consideration, but rather like putting extra fertilizer on a promising tree. Hearing such an association, Daria let out a light laugh. To her, Jillian was like a true warrior disguised as a noble. The protagonist then accepted Jillian's favor. As the three conversed, an announcement was made. The brilliant son and ruler of Endymion, His Majesty the King, has entered the hall. The king, followed by Princess Hecate, crossed the hall as everyone bowed to greet them. As the princess walked, she glanced around as if searching for someone. She then smiled when she found who she was looking for, greeting Russell. The king ascended to a podium, while Russell and Hubert knelt before him. Before everyone, the king acknowledged their contributions to the alliance with Kiel and the recent victory. Hubert, you will receive 500 gold coins, 100 fine horses, and the right to collect taxes from 1,000 families in the southern part of the kingdom. Hubert thanked the king for his generosity, who then proceeded to reward the protagonist. As for you, Russell, 3,000 coins will be guaranteed, and by this means I designate 3 cities in the west of the kingdom as the county of Raymond, which will be under your authority. The protagonist was surprised by such a reward. A servant of the king then handed a document to the protagonist, which contained the names and locations of the 3 cities included in the county. Russell thanked the king for his generosity. He smiled, for he had finally obtained his own land, one step closer to restoring his family. The king, holding a drink, stated that these rewards should be sufficient, and raising his drink, continued with the banquet, a celebration for the great victory. He urged everyone to enjoy themselves. In the grand banquet hall, several people were dancing. In a corner, the princess sat in a golden chair, with a lady beside her. The lady, seeing the princess's expression, asked what was troubling her. The princess then pointed in the direction where the protagonist was, stating that Count Raymond was very popular. Raymond was surrounded by women, and the princess was irritated, saying that Raymond should refuse the girls if he didn't like the situation, questioning what he was trying to do. The lady then asked the princess why she couldn't invite Raymond for a dance, but the princess replied that she would simply wait. She raised her finger, counting that it was said one should not be aggressive when it came to a young man, as sometimes waiting quietly was a virtue of an older man. The princess's companion found such words strange, asking where the princess had learned that. As the two conversed, they saw Russell leave the center of the girls and head toward them. Russell then approached the princess, extending his hand and asking if it would be all right for him to ask her for a dance. The princess gave a beautiful smile as she took his hand, glancing at her companion and recalling what she had just said. Russell and Hecate made their way to the center of the hall to dance. As they danced, the princess stated that Russell seemed to have a question for her. Having been discovered, Russell reminded the princess that she had said she would take care of him and wanted to know why she had said that. The princess asked why Russell would ask such a question, asserting that he was quite capable for his age, despite having other reasons. She then placed one of her hands on the protagonist's face, her fingertips touching the hair behind his ear, causing him to blush. She looked into his eyes as she whispered for him to hear, "I find your face quite pleasing, you know?" Russell was surprised by the princess's compliment. She moved even closer, holding him by the waist and looking at the protagonist with a charming gaze. "I don't know if you're aware, but a woman doesn't say this kind of thing to a man she has no interest in. Even if a woman does, I'm not that type. I'm not asking for an answer now. I just hope your response will be positive." After the party, Russell was sitting outside the palace by a fountain. Even though some time had passed, he was still blushing. He knew the princess's personality but didn't expect to hear such words face to face. It was important to know that Hecate Rathmos was the only descendant of the king and the closest person to the throne. Russell knew that accepting the princess's feelings would be the right choice for his family's sake, but he wasn't sure about his own feelings. While Russell was lost in thought, someone approached him. Alan apologized for interrupting the protagonist's thoughts, revealing that he was there to make a proposal. Alan wanted to end the bet. The next day, Daria was talking to Russell, holding a letter sent by Hemingway. Alan had told the protagonist the previous night that he would inform both masters about his decision, but Russell didn't expect the information to reach Daria so quickly. The master of the Tower of Flames asked for the protagonist's opinion. Russell recalled that the bet period was 3 years, but he felt he didn't need that much time to reach Alan Page's level. Daria smiled at Russell's response, agreeing that she would go along with Hemingway and his apprentice. In the Colosseum was the duel arena, equipped with a magical barrier capable of withstanding not only six-circle magic, but also an expert-level aura sword. Russell was in the arena, looking around and remembering that in his past life, he was only a second-circle mage, but now he was in a place like this. Daria infused mana into a gem, urging someone not to delay and start right away. Hemingway, with whom Daria was speaking, also infused mana into another stone, provoking her and waiting to see how long she could keep up her bravado. Hemingway then informed the competitors that the barrier was created by 2 tower masters. They didn't need to worry about destroying the surroundings and were authorized to show all the skills they wanted. Russell stood facing Alan Page, a genius known as the Mage among mages. But now there was only a small difference in skill between them. For Russell, what was crucial in a battle between similar opponents was the distance. Instantly, as the battle began, Russell rushed forward, trying to close the gap. Automatically, Alan jumped back, trying to maintain the distance. He felt as if he were fighting against a knight or a swordsman, rather than a mage. The thought running through his mind was that Russell should have confidence in his own firepower and resilience. He knew that the firepower of the Tower of Flames was stronger than that of the Tower of the Spear, the Blue Tower, but he wasn't going to give up. As he tried to create distance, Alan gathered mana in his hand, launching a rain of ice toward Russell. The protagonist smiled, impressed by Alan's channeling speed. Seeing the ice shards approaching, Russell's hands burst into flames, destroying the ice by unleashing a rain of fire. In the audience, Daria watched the battle calmly, while Hemingway was amazed that Russell could instantly copy Alan's magic formula. After the clash between ice and flames, a wall of smoke was created. Russell advanced through the smoke, taking the initiative for the next attack. He extended his hand toward Alan using fire lightning magic. Despite the surprise, Alan managed to use blink to dodge, stepping back. Seeing that Alan continued trying to keep his distance, the protagonist decided to immobilize his legs first. Russell raised his hands, and in the next instant struck the ground using earthquake magic. Instantly, the arena split into several pieces, causing Alan to lose his balance. Russell knew that in a situation like this, even someone like Alan would struggle to keep creating distance. The protagonist's goal was simple. While using flame magic, he intended to press Alan into a corner. In response to the shattered arena created by Russell, Alan used a spell called Ice Age. Instantly, ice completely covered the arena, filling in the previous cracks. The protagonist smiled, impressed by Alan's strategy. Such a mage was truly a monster. Alan then made a proposal. "Sir Russell, let's put an end to this one-on-one trial, shall we?" In the next moment, Alan once again used Ice Rain magic, which was countered by Russell's Fire Rain. However, the protagonist felt his fingers go numb after defending against Alan's attack. Wondering when Alan had pulled off such a trick, Russell realized he wouldn't be able to move properly. The magic Alan had used was called Ice Halt. Daria mocked Hemingway, asking if he had taught Alan the Blue Tower's secret magic to fight against Russell. Hemingway scratched his beard, stating that Alan would be his successor, so there was no problem. Alan then raised his hand. At his fingertip, water began to gather from all directions. "Sir Russell, you have grown astronomically. I would like to observe you more, but my master is waiting, so I must postpone that desire." All the water gathered by Alan then transformed into a massive wave, which he launched at Russell using aquafield magic. Facing the enormous wave, the protagonist sighed, as he didn't want to reveal his full power. A tremendous wave of mana exploded in the arena. In the next instant, Russell activated Draconification and approached Alan. The mage felt the arrogant and violent energy, unable to move his own body. Daria watched the arena, stating that it was the dragon's fear. Hemingway gritted his teeth, realizing why Russell possessed such exceptional talent for his age. Before him stood the young man with the lineage of a dragon. In his Draconification state, Russell had horns, a tail, and scales covering his entire body. Claws had grown at his fingertips, showcasing the full structure of a dragon. Hemingway's statement about Russell having dragon lineage was denied by Daria, who said it was impossible since Russell's parents were ordinary humans. Hemingway then asserted that there was only one answer. As the battle continued, he suggested that there must have been a high-ranking dragon among the Raymond family's ancestors. Confronting Russell in his draconified form, Alan soared into the sky, feeling his entire body tremble. But he too was hiding his true power. Removing his glasses and raising one hand, Alan created a vortex. The area attack he was preparing was at a level capable of freezing an entire legion. Faced with Alan's conjured magic, Russell created the Gay Bulg Spear with a six-fold layer of mana. He knew that if he could break Alan's magic, victory would be his. Alan then declared they should end the battle there as he cast his spell. Russell felt a cold wind that could freeze not only mana, but even time itself. He smiled, aware that if it weren't for the experience he gained in the battle against McCrae Hughes, he wouldn't know how to counter this magic. Russell's spear cut through the cold launched by Alan. Alan was surprised to see that his attack hadn't worked. In the next moment, Russell leaped from the arena, shattering it due to the force of his impulse. He quickly reached Alan, who had no time to use blink due to their proximity, and considered blocking the attack. But before Alan could do anything, Russell's strike hit him, sending him crashing back to the ground and causing a tremendous impact. In the next instant, Alan saw the tip of a spear pointed at his face. On the ground, he was pinned down by Russell's spear. Alan sighed before smiling. In the end, the battle had concluded as he expected, and he accepted his defeat. Russell, in turn, completed his mission, receiving a high-grade mana stone as a reward and winning the bet over the relic of the Age of Gods against Hemingway. Daria, in the audience, approached Hemingway, asking if he had prepared the relic from the Age of Gods. Despite his annoyance, Hemingway accepted his defeat in the bet. He then opened a storage space, stating that as the master of the Blue Tower, he couldn't break a promise. He handed over a relic from the Age of Gods as promised. Daria smiled, hardly believing that Hemingway was giving up the item. Later, in a carriage far from the Colosseum, pulled by horses, Russell looked at the relic he had obtained, the Arachne's Thing Stitcher. The relic, which resembled a dagger and a needle connected by a thread, was an artifact from the Age of Gods that mimicked the goddess Arachne's ability to cut and connect space, a dagger that could slice through space. Russell tested it by cutting the space and managed to see the carriage from above. There was a needle connected to the dagger by a chain, which, when imbued with mana, could stitch the space back together. Even a spatial cut was extraordinary, but Russell knew that if he used it well, it would be very useful in ambushes or defense. After testing the relic for a while, Russell heard the coachman announce that they had reached their destination, the Autumn Moon Castle. Inside the castle, Russell saw various weapons scattered everywhere. He thanked the host, Jillian, who was already aware of the news of Alan's defeat by Russell. The protagonist acted humbly, stating that he had been lucky. Russell looked around the space, which had a special floor and numerous weapons, and asked if this was Jillian's office. The weapons master confirmed, asking why Russell had asked. Russell then said he was just curious because with all the weapons, it looked more like a training room than an office. While picking up a spear, Jillian explained that it wasn't like this initially, but as he continued to train, the weapons had piled up over time. Recalling that Russell had mentioned using spears, Jillian handed one to him, prompting Russell to ask why he was suddenly giving him a spear. Snapping his fingers, the weapons master explained that, to train someone properly, it was necessary to know their current level. He then invited Russell for a duel. The truth was that Russell had come to the castle because he had received an invitation from Jillian. Now, he understood the real reason behind the invitation. But either way, it was a great opportunity for Russell to receive guidance from a weapons master. Spinning the spear and assuming a battle stance, he was sure that using this opportunity to improve his spear skills would greatly benefit him in future battles. Observing Russell's stance and gaze, Jillian praised him, stating that he would let the young man make the first move. Taking the opportunity, Russell charged forward. But the outcome was as expected. He was thrown back along with his spear. Even without using magic, he couldn't believe that Jillian had defeated him so easily. This was the true power of a weapons master. The protagonist then asked Jillian what he thought. The weapons master commented that Russell's sharpness and flexible thinking were good, but he didn't seem to have the talent for wielding a spear. However, Jillian praised Russell, saying he was impressive for someone self-taught. Jillian chuckled to himself, thinking it would be quite entertaining to watch Russell. Jillian then asked a question that surprised Russell. "You didn't expect me to teach you for free, did you? I'll train you once a week, and in exchange, you'll spar against our knights." Hearing Jillian's offer, Russell didn't think it was a bad idea to fight against knights, though he knew that just training wouldn't make them equals. Russell then surprised Jillian by making a request. Not long after, outside the castle, all the knights were gathered. Some people were commenting that it was because Sir Russell was visiting the Lord. Others, who had heard rumors, asked if Russell was the mage who had blown up McCry Hughes's arm, while some whispered that Russell had horns and breathed fire. When Russell and Jillian arrived where the guards were assembled, everyone immediately fell silent and greeted Lord Gillian in unison. Seeing that everyone was present, Jillian announced that, from that day on, everyone would have 2 duels against Russell. In the first battle, they would use magic and aura. In the second, they would not. The knights were surprised, asking if a battle without aura and magic would put Russell at a disadvantage. The reason Russell had requested this was to train and improve his skills rather than gain experience. Therefore, not using magic was better. He then introduced himself to everyone. "I am Russell Raymond, and I look forward to your guidance. Well, shall we start now?" Of course, besides improving his own spear skills, Russell had also received a mission to fight against the castle soldiers, so he would do just that. One of the first knights Russell fought against was a swordsman named Rohakan, a 4th-rank knight. The knight said it was an honor to cross swords with a famous hero. Ignoring the praise, Russell nodded for the battle to start quickly. The knight had sharp eyes and swiftly charged at Russell. The protagonist noticed that Rohakan wasn't just fast, but had a perfect form, as if taken straight from a swordsman's manual. Rohakan made the first strike, forcing Russell to duck. He was impressed with such skills, though they were expected from a knight trained by Jillian. But Russell was not inferior. After dodging the attack, he countered. Rohakan fell to the ground, with Russell's spear pointed at him. The protagonist then asked if the young knight wanted to continue. Rohakan declined, accepting his defeat. Meanwhile, the other knights commented on Russell's movements, understanding why he wanted to train without using magic. Jillian observed the knights, who were no longer making jokes. This was natural, after their pride had been wounded by losing to a mage in a battle of pure martial skill. Jillian still remembered the moment Russell had asked to fight the knights without using magic. He had agreed to such a proposal purely for amusement, but in the end, it had become a great motivation for everyone. After the protagonist's fight against Rohakan, someone stepped up to challenge Russell. As the man approached, some knights were surprised to see Vincent, a second-rank knight, volunteering to fight. They wondered if Vincent thought that third-rank knights weren't enough to handle Russell. Vincent was a mature man with long hair and a strong build. Being in the second rank meant he was as strong as a vice-captain of the Knights Order. Russell thanked Vincent for the challenge, knowing it would be a great experience. Quickly, night fell. Russell returned to the castle with Jillian, who was impressed that he had tied with Vincent, admitting he had underestimated Russell. The protagonist laughed, saying he'd just been lucky. Jillian noticed that Russell always blamed luck. He then asked if Vincent would have had a chance if Russell had used magic. The protagonist didn't answer. Jillian stated that even if Vincent were a first-rank knight, the result would be the same if Russell used his magic. Russell knew Jillian wasn't wrong, as he had reached the 5th circle, a level that placed him on par with an expert-level knight. Jillian then instructed Russell not to speak of himself at such a low level, noting that excessive humility could turn into arrogance. As they talked, they arrived in front of an iron door with a large helm on the front, used to open it. Turning the helm and opening the door, Jillian revealed it was time to show the gift he had prepared for Russell. The large door guarded a vast library filled with books Jillian had collected during his youth while traveling across the continent. Russell was impressed by the number of books. Jillian then pointed out that the books about spears were on the left side and told Russell to pick one to study. Approaching one of the shelves, Russell knew it would take a long time to read all the books, so he decided to focus on finding guidance in the art of the spear. Jillian, seated at his desk, asked if Russell had chosen the spear books. Russell then showed the 2 books he had picked. Jillian was surprised. One was called Art of the 6 Unions Breaking the Heavens, and the other was La Mancha, stating that both were good books. Jillian explained that Art of the 6 Unions Breaking the Heavens was difficult to master, but if Russell could, it would be considered the best among all powerful spear techniques. La Mancha was a refined spear technique, and being able to use it without unnecessary movements was a positive aspect. Comparing the 2 books, Jillian recommended that Russell learn the first one, but contrary to the recommendation, Russell chose La Mancha. To Jillian's surprise, Russell stated that as a mage, he believed a refined spear technique that could be used flexibly depending on the situation was more suitable for him than a powerful spear technique. Noticing that Russell had made a rational choice instead of opting for something stronger, Jillian realized the protagonist thought like a mage. He patted Russell's shoulder, expressing respect for his decision and encouraging him to learn La Mancha now. Russell was surprised that Jillian gave him the book without hesitation. Whenever he met Jillian, he felt that this master of arms was very generous. However, Russell realized the book wasn't free when Jillian reminded him to fight against the knights. Time passed, and Russell had already bid farewell to the castle. During a winter journey, he trained silently with Arachne's relic inside a carriage. The protagonist's movements were like a dance, swinging and cutting, thrusting and blocking. Such simple movements came together to form a line. But at this point, he found himself stuck again. It had been a year and a half since he had received the book La Mancha from Jillian. Just memorizing the forms was an achievement in itself, but to perfect the spear technique, true understanding was necessary. For that, totality was the ideal, but Russell had many distractions. Currently, he had a mission that required him to become a 6th circle mage. He needed to overcome the barrier he faced and advance. Becoming a 6th circle mage wasn't just a matter of training and enlightenment. There was no simple solution to it. Additionally, Russell also faced the issue of the request made by the dragon who had given him power in the battle against Hughes, to find the dragons that would connect him to become the master and the hope of the dragons in the world. Russell wondered how he could find traces of dragons. During this time, he had researched ancient books and found 4 places where such traces might be found. Currently, 2 of them had already been checked, but nothing was discovered. The only ones left were the Gorge of the Red Mountain Belt and Kuril Island. Kuril Island seemed the most promising, but exploring it at his current level would be dangerous for Russell. Therefore, he was postponing his trip to Kuril Island until he reached the 6th circle, heading to the Red Mountain Belt Gorge in the meantime. He was determined to explore the depths of the underworld. When Daria learned of Russell's intentions, she was concerned. The underworld was the land of the dwarves, so humans could not easily enter. Despite knowing this, Russell was determined to go. Daria then advised Russell to visit the Master of the White Tower if he really intended to go there. She was a half-blood of the fairy race, so this might mean something. Russell knew that dwarves were part of the fairy race, so Daria had a point. While Russell looked at the gigantic white tower, he was surprised by a sudden attack. Daria, who was at home, had forgotten to warn Russell about someone he would end up meeting upon arrival. The person who attacked Russell was actually Ulson, who hugged the protagonist from behind. The two boarded a platform that served as an elevator. Russell learned from Olsen that he had signed up for a research trip to the underworld. Olsen then stated that such a journey was supposed to be solitary due to the research location, but with Russell by his side, he wouldn't be bored. Curious, the protagonist asked if Olsen had met the master of the White Tower before, and with Olsen's confirmation, Russell asked what this master was like. Olsen thought for a moment, trying to choose his words carefully. She's a bit of a girl, though eccentric. Well, you'll understand when you meet her. At that moment, the elevator reached the platform, and they entered the White Tower. The interior of the tower was very luxurious. The walls were painted white and adorned with golden decorations. Moving toward the center of the hall, there was a woman sitting on a beautiful sofa, hugging a plush toy. She then welcomed Olsen and Russell, who was impressed by the small fairy with white hair and pointed ears, dressed in green clothes. The master of the White Tower who controls the wind and spirits was Amelia Merwin. Looking at Amelia, Russell felt a sense of pure mana only found in elves, likely due to the fact that Amelia was half human and half elf. Hearing Amelia's welcome, Olsen laughed, stating that Russell really must be famous. Amelia, who was seated, then floated toward the protagonist. She stared at him, asserting that it wasn't because he was famous, but because it was fascinating how a human possessed such peculiar mana. The protagonist felt uncomfortable when Amelia sniffed him. She then smiled, asking if he had made a contract with a spirit. Russell smiled back, affirming that she was right. Internally, he was impressed, as no one had ever noticed this before. Amelia stepped back a bit, asking if Russell could summon the spirit he had a contract with. The protagonist inquired why Amelia had made such a request. The master of the White Tower then stated that he could not go to the underworld using normal means. She revealed that one needed to be lucky enough to find a hidden portal, to find a map with a portal marked on it, or to possess an artifact that could locate a portal. Russell then asked if what she meant was that a spirit was necessary, since they did not have any of the three alternatives she had mentioned. Amelia confirmed that he had understood quickly. The next moment, Russell summoned the little dragon pepper. Amelia looked at the small dragon, instantly hugging it for being so cute. She also realized that he was a spirit of intermediate grade and a mutant, which piqued her interest, while the dragon understood nothing. In a distant place, the moon shone in the sky over a castle. Inside the castle, the Archduke was pruning a bonsai. He paused his scissor movements when he noticed that something had happened. He then looked at a skull. "I thought you had manners, unlike Hypnos. What brings you here at this hour, Karen?" The skull, which was used for communication, stated that it was there because the day of the contract had arrived, and since Hypnos, the one with whom the Archduke had a contract, was busy, he was substituting for him. The skull then released an energy, delivering something to the Archduke, who, reminded of the contract, realized that it had already been 5 years. Archduke received a blue apple, which the skull stated was time for him to eat. The Archduke brought the apple to his mouth and swallowed it. As energy circulated through his body, he gave a sad smile. "If I could continue making this great deal, I could become immortal too. It's a shame I can't because of the side effects." The Archduke then asked Karen if he had heard the news about Daria's disciple. The skull confirmed that it had, asserting that it knew everything when it came to such a woman. Karen then stated that he knew what the Archduke was worried about. The gorge bordered the Amazon rainforest, so he should be concerned that the boy might interfere. The Archduke revealed this, recalling the situation with Blaine. Karen then stated that operations were being carried out deep in the forest, away from the gorge, so it wouldn't be discovered unless someone specifically searched for it. There was no need to worry unless a certain thing was opened. The Archduke didn't understand what the skull had said, but without repeating it, the skull bid farewell, stating that there were many others to contact besides the Archduke. When the skull lost its glow, the Archduke cursed the arrogant cultist who had contacted him. The Archduke already had malicious plans for when he ascended the throne, but suddenly he noticed something. The bonsai he was trying to care for had withered and lost its energy because of the skull's malignant energy. The Archduke laughed, asserting that he had to speed things up. Elsewhere in a red desert, Olsen thanked Russell for being with him. As thanks to the protagonist, they would easily find the underworld. When they were at the White Tower, Amelia stated that, with Pepper nearby, they could track the presence of earth spirits, gnomes, and find the way to the underworld. Now inside the carriage, Russell petted the little dragon, asserting that it was all thanks to him. Olsen looked out the carriage window, realizing that they had arrived at their destination, the village of the Red Gorge. Even from inside the carriage, at a certain distance, Russell could feel a mysterious power emanating from the stones. He had a good feeling that he would be able to find clues about the dragons in this place. Olsen expressed his thoughts, stating that they should go straight to the gorge without wasting time in the city. Russell agreed with the idea. The two quickly reached an uninhabited area. Russell held Pepper in his arms and then, releasing the little dragon, he would begin the search. Russell asked Pepper to track the scent of the gnomes, and little Pepper flew quickly into the sky. Olsen then stated that he didn't think Pepper would be able to sense the presence of the spirits underground at such a high speed, but the protagonist affirmed that he would probably follow. As they spoke, Olsen noticed something. Behind Pepper there were some eagles with horns. He then planned to get rid of such beasts. Just as Olsen was about to attack, Russell stopped him, stating that he had told him not to do that. Doubting, Olsen asked who had told him that. Russell then revealed that Pepper had said it. Olsen grew worried, asserting that those eagles were advanced flying monsters that could even hunt orcs. Just as Olsen was concerned, he saw Pepper turn around and attack the eagles. The protagonist laughed at the sight, affirming that Pepper apparently wanted to deal with the monsters by himself. In the sky, they saw the little dragon unleash a burst of fire, burning the monsters that were pursuing him. After evaporating with the waters, Pepper danced in the sky, celebrating. While doing this, Pepper noticed something. Russell nodded, stating that the little dragon had apparently found the presence of the gnomes. Russell and Olsen followed Pepper to a place where there were several holes in the walls. Olsen grew irritated, asserting that if they had to investigate all the holes, they would waste time and wouldn't be able to go to the underworld. While he complained, Pepper moved ahead of them and found an opening, signaling to the protagonist and Olsen. Olsen then created a small ball of mana in the palm of his hand, throwing it into the cave. Seeing the mana ball roll on the ground, Olsen stated that this wasn't an ordinary cave. There was no moisture or stalactites, which are characteristic of caves, so it must be an artificial cave. Hearing this, Russell asserted that there should be traps in the place, since the true entrance was hidden. Olsen ruffled the protagonist's hair, asking if he wouldn't enter if there were traps in the cave. The protagonist smiled, brushing Olsen's question aside and affirming that he was excited to see what the dwarves had prepared. A few minutes after entering the cave, Olsen and Russell were running from traps. They had already encountered at least 15 of them. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Initially, he thought it would be an easy task to disable the traps with magic, but he didn't expect there to be a mana control device inside the cave. At this point, Russell felt he had no choice but to use draconification. While thinking about this, he sensed a trace of mana. Russell stopped. The trace of mana was weak, but he could feel it. Olsen, who hadn't noticed this, continued running, asking why the protagonist had stopped. Upon further thought, Russell analyzed that if there were mana devices in the cave, but they hadn't been installed in that location, there was only one reason for it. He then used a combination of the La Mancha technique with the flaming spear, creating a circle of fire around him. He then executed several attacks on the cave. While attacking the cave, Russell ended up knocking down a wall. A strong glow came from the chamber they found behind the fallen wall. The glow emanated from the portal that led to the underworld. Russell knew that no matter how advanced the dwarves' technology was, they couldn't cross dimensions without mana. Therefore, the trace of mana he found was a sign that there were no mana control devices in the area. Thus, the gate was there. Olsen praised Russell for finding the portal, stating that such a discovery was something interesting to mention in the report. The two then passed through the portal. The place where they appeared was a vast underground cave, where there were hundreds or even thousands of homes. Such a cave was supported by pillars adorned with various gems that extended to the ceiling. They had arrived in the underworld. Russell had thought this place would be smaller, as it was an underground city, but it seemed as large as the royal capital of Endymion. Descending to where the city was located, one of the dwarves grew curious, asking if Russell had obtained a map from the tribe or if he was a spirit contractor. The other dwarf didn't care how Russell had arrived there, asserting that, in any case, he was a guest. They then invited the protagonist to follow them, as they could show him the city, which was much more interesting on the inside. The protagonist was amazed, as it was the first time he had seen dwarves. Following the dwarves, Russell was introduced to the luminescent stones embedded in the ceiling. The dwarves claimed they had been placed there 100 years ago, and yet they continued to shine like stars. The dwarves showcased a mithril armor and a liquor made from the spring water of the underworld. As he followed the dwarves, Russell felt more like they were boasting than actually showing him the way. At that moment, Olsen caught up with the protagonist, assuming that, even though both wanted to reach the same place, they had different goals. He revealed that his objective was to learn the dwarves' muscle training. With Russell's confirmation, Olsen said goodbye, running into the city with one of the dwarves and stating that they would meet again in 3 weeks. Russell was left behind with another dwarf, who dragged him through the city, claiming there was still much to show. While being taken through the city, Russell encountered something that caught his attention, a massive statue of a red dragon. Seeing Russell interested, the dwarf recounted a legend that said the underworld had been blessed by 2 dragons. Russell was curious to know if the story was real. The dwarf stated it was a story to be proud of. The silver dragon, who ruled over iron and wind, had granted the blessing of steel, while the fire dragon, who governed flames, had given the blessing of fire. Russell then asked about the statue. The dwarf explained that the statue had been created when the fire dragon bestowed the blessing of flames, stating that it was said the dragon even visited the statue years ago. Hearing the dwarf's story, Russell thought there might still be some trace left near the statue if a dragon used to stay there. He then asked the dwarf if visitors could enter the altar. The dwarf stated that he had planned to show the altar last, but that the order didn't matter. He then called the protagonist. As they walked, they passed by some blacksmiths, and the dwarf took the opportunity to say that the weapons sold in the underworld were of a very different level from those sold by ordinary blacksmiths. He claimed that even the famous weapon of the Beast King of Kulil had been made by the dwarves' ancestors. Looking around, Russell saw many races besides the dwarves. The dwarf then revealed that most of those from other races were inhabitants of the Amazon forest, of the fairy race, who had come there to trade or buy equipment. While walking, Russell was called by someone who referred to him as a savior. Looking back, Russell saw a small elf with white hair, Lady Elo. Elo was extremely happy to find Russell in that place. At that moment, an older elf approached the protagonist, claiming to know that he was the young man who had helped Elo. He introduced himself as Skan, an elder of the White Ash tribe. Russell shook the elf's hand, introducing himself as well. The elf looked at the protagonist attentively. He had always been curious about what kind of person had helped Elo, but upon meeting Russell in person, he felt as if he were staring at a live volcano. It was incredible for him to see that a human could possess such pure mana. Russell then asked what Elo was doing in the underworld. She laughed, stating that she was there to buy weapons. Russell didn't understand why a peace-loving elf was buying weapons, so he asked if something had happened to Elo's tribe. The elf let out a cold sigh, stating that the monsters in the Amazon forest were becoming more barbaric. Elo blamed herself for not having awakened her blood yet, claiming that was the reason this was happening. Skan tried to assert that it was not Elo's fault, comforting her. Russell remembered that Ilo had mentioned having the blood of a green dragon. He then took this opportunity to ask if Elo's tribe had any records or legends related to dragons. Elo apologized, stating that besides her dragon lineage, she didn't know anything about them. She then asked the protagonist how long he planned to stay in the underworld, as she would like to give him any records the tribe had. Russell thanked Elo for her favor, stating that he would be there for another 3 weeks. Finally, the dwarf took Russell to the altar of the dragon statue. Looking at the enormous red statue, Russell didn't feel anything special. He then decided he should check the statue of the silver dragon. Leading the protagonist to the altar of the silver dragon, the dwarf stated that the altar was symmetrical to that of the fire dragon, both in location and shape. Looking at the statue, Russell stated that perhaps the only difference was the color, but he knew that the statue was the last thing he needed to see. Seeing Russell observing the altar attentively, the dwarf left him alone, stating that he would wait at the entrance. Taking advantage of the fact that the dwarf had left him alone, the protagonist began to see if there was anything special about the altar. Suddenly, a green energy emerged, enveloping the protagonist's hand. He wondered if this was the work of the statue, and in the next instant, the eyes of the white dragon statue shone with a green light. "I have been waiting here for a long time. Fortunately, you came before the end of my lifespan." As he spoke, the green light on the protagonist's hand intensified, spreading in all directions. The white dragon then commanded him, "Follow the path and come to me, to our master, the genesis of all dragons." In the protagonist's hand, a green compass appeared. The voice of the dragon he had heard was weak, as if it were in its final moments, so he hurried. Quickly, using magic, he accelerated the speed of his body, following the compass. Russell swiftly passed through the portal, leaving the underworld and returning to the surface. He hurriedly crossed the red canyon. Looking at the compass needle, he noticed it had become smaller, which meant he was getting closer to the location the dragon was guiding him to. In the middle of the red desert, Russell found a house. As he approached the house, he couldn't believe that a dragon would be in such a small place, suspecting it might be a hidden passage. Russell then opened the door of the house, and what he found inside was a much larger place, a cave with a huge door. Walking through the cave, he wondered if that was the first gate, but suddenly a voice surprised the protagonist. "Welcome, future master of dragons. I, the silver dragon Silverter, am here to greet you." Inside the cave, Russell was shocked to find a large silver dragon lying down, illuminated by the calm blue light of the surroundings. The dragon continued to speak to the protagonist as long as he could. "I would like to talk to you as soon as possible, but I don't have much time left. As time flows, just like stones turn into sand, My body and spirit have aged, and now it is almost time for my eternal rest." The protagonist was impressed by the calmness of the dragon in the face of the inevitable fate. He wondered if this was because the dragon race lived for tens of thousands of years. Unaware of Russell's thoughts, the dragon continued, "Now I return the power that was granted to me." Suddenly, a breeze arose, and a dragon horn was given to the protagonist. The dragon stated that this horn, given to him by the ancient master, was being handed over to the new master. The protagonist received a notification that he had obtained the essence of the wind from the silver dragon, Silverter. After receiving the powers of fire and lightning, Russell was surprised to receive a horn with the power of the wind. He then wondered why the name of the horn was Horn of the Divine Dragon King, and not Horn of the Forgotten King. The old dragon brought its face closer to the protagonist, asking if he was delaying the succession of power. The protagonist confirmed that he was doing so for now. The powers of the horns, so far, had increased the protagonist's understanding of the elements and mana. It would be more efficient for him to become a six-circle mage if he used this power. The silver dragon stood up, releasing a considerable amount of mana while smiling. "To remain so calm in the face of such great power, you are a master worth waiting 10,000 years for. May all your wishes come true, young master." Seeing that the dragon was about to disappear, the protagonist asked him to wait, as he still had questions to ask. The dragon, however, said goodbye, stating that although his body and spirit would disappear, the missions he had were not yet complete. As the dragon dissipated, Russell heard his last words, saying he would leave the power to the child who carried his bloodline. Hearing such words, the protagonist wondered what that meant. At that moment, the energy with which the silver dragon dissipated crossed the skies, traversed the desert, reached the underworld, and going to the window of a house, found a young elf, Yahello, who received the energy in her hand. The elf felt the enormous wave of energy enter her body, and a great light illuminated the entire underground city. It wasn't long before Russell returned to the underworld. He sighed, unable to believe he had lost the first opportunity he had when it was right in front of him. As he passed through the portal, the protagonist noticed that someone was waiting for him. The person was Yahello, who looked different. The young elf had deep green eyes and overflowing energy. She removed her hood and introduced herself, Yahello, from the White Ash tribe. The protagonist was surprised, asking what those horns that had appeared on Yahello's head were. The elf, however, knelt on one knee and, placing her hand on her chest, saluted the Dragon Lord. In the next moment, Yahello fell to the ground, unconscious. The protagonist succeeded in taking Yahello back to the underground city. Laying the young girl down to rest on a bed, he couldn't believe that the successor the silver dragon had mentioned was Yahello herself. However, the power the dragon had become before disappearing, the powers given to Yahello, had still not been fully awakened. Suddenly, Yahello began to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was Russell, who was with her. She hurriedly got up upon seeing her savior. Noticing that Yahello was no longer calling him Dragon Lord, Russell understood that she had returned to normal. At that moment, Russell received a notification, the second generation of dragon. The notification stated that the elf before Russell had awakened as a second-generation dragon, but that she had not yet completed her mission. When elves became aware of their missions, they would have to decide for themselves, to awaken as a divine dragon or to remain as they were, elves. Seeing the notification, Russell thought for a moment. It was good that things remained as they were now, as if Yahello were forced to awaken. She would be linked to him, the Dragon Lord. Yahello, who remembered nothing, asked Russell why she was lying in his room. The protagonist then explained that she had fainted in front of the gate and that he had hurriedly brought her to where she was. He didn't think it would be good to tell her everything at that moment. Yahello thanked Russell for finding her. She stated that this had never happened, asking if it was because of the horns that had appeared. Yahello recalled that before losing consciousness, a silver light had flown toward her. She felt that the dragon essence inside her had awakened. Yahello then got up from the bed, stating that those she had gone to the underworld with must be worried about her, and that she needed to leave. With a smile on her face, she said goodbye to Russell, whom she called her savior. She wished that the blessings of the forest would be on that protagonist's path. The next day arrived quickly. Russell initially thought it would take 20 days to find traces of the dragons, but he had gained more time than he expected. He then decided to take the opportunity to look at one thing, the establishment of the two dwarves he had met at the entrance of the city. As Russell entered the dwarves' shop, he realized it was a forge. The dwarves, upon seeing the protagonist, asked what brought him to the forge, and he revealed that he wanted to show them something. Russell opened the storage compartment, and taking out a red mana stone, asked the dwarves to take a look at it. The dwarves were astonished, praising the purity of the mana stone. As they observed it, They felt as if it didn't just contain mana, but was made of condensed mana. After the first dwarf commented on this, the other agreed, comparing it to a dragon's heart. Hearing this, Russell became thoughtful. One of the dwarves then took the stone, holding it up to his eyes, and stated that it was strange because its purity was too high to be the heart of a lesser dragon, yet it was too small to be the heart of a superior species. The bearded dwarf asked if Russell could leave the stone with them, while the other assured him they wouldn't use it for something trivial. Hearing the proposal, Russell vaguely understood what they intended and saw no reason to object, so he agreed to leave the stone with the dwarves. They became extremely excited about the protagonist's decision, planning to immediately consult the Dragon Encyclopedia. Watching the dwarves' excitement, Russell saw them as mages who had just received new resources for their research. After leaving the forge, he headed to another place, the Great Library, where he was greeted by a dwarf who mentioned that Miggy had already spoken about him. As they descended the spiral stairs, Russell introduced himself, noticing how unique an underground library was. The dwarf guiding him responded that precious knowledge should always be kept deep within the great earth. He explained that they generally didn't allow visitors, but since Russell had been recommended by the masters, he was allowed to explore up to the 3rd sublevel, handing him an entry pass. Even among the dwarves who had many craftsmen, only the best were called masters. Still surprised, Russell discovered that the 2 dwarves who had greeted him were masters. Thanking him for the entry pass, Russell began exploring the library. Despite being underground, it was spacious and notably different from the theories of the surface world. Russell still had 19 days before returning to the Tower of Flames and wanted to use that time to gain knowledge and break through the 6th circle barrier within that period. However, wanting is not the same as achieving. Even with much effort during those 19 days, breaking the 6th circle barrier was not easy. Russell then returned to the forge, wondering if it was too soon to advance. Upon arriving at the forge, the dwarves greeted Russell warmly. When they learned that Russell was about to leave and retrieve his item, they were surprised. They asked if he could stay a few more days, even suggesting that he visit a hot spring. Russell laughed, embarrassed. It seemed the dwarves had discovered something about the mana stone. The bearded dwarf revealed that, in truth, they hadn't found anything extraordinary, but the others said that at least they had made some progress. They explained that the mana stone hadn't formed naturally. It was an artificial object, created with a specific purpose by someone. Russell took the stone back and asked why they thought so. One of the dwarves revealed that the alchemical reactions observed during the tests were similar to some they had seen before. The bearded dwarf showed Russell a page from a book and explained that based on the book's content, they had made some assumptions. It seemed that the stone was a magnum opus, created by breaking and diluting part of something greater. Russell examined the book and saw that it was filled with celestial and terrestrial symbols. He discovered that in alchemy, magnum opus meant masterpiece. To the dwarves, the mana stone held a value comparable to the legendary philosopher's stone. One of the dwarves apologized, saying it would be great to discover what the mana stone was made of, but that was all they had found so far. Russell shook his head, stating that what they had discovered was already more than enough. He thanked both of them and praised the underworld, saying it was incredible. The dwarves were delighted by the compliment and told Russell he was always welcome. As he said goodbye, Russell made his way back. While walking toward the portal, he reflected that, based on the situation, the material of the mana stone seemed to be similar to that of a dragon's heart. He knew that other mages would be shocked to discover this. When he arrived at the portal, Russell looked around, wondering if Olsen would return with him. Suddenly, he heard Olsen's voice, and as he turned around, he saw that Olsen was much more muscular, with enormous biceps and his skin glowing. Surprised, Russell asked what Olsen had applied to his body. Olsen explained that he had discovered the secret behind the dwarves' muscular strength and wanted to modify the oil they used for humans, promising to make some for Russell as well. They crossed the portal, and Olsen, noticing Russell's expression, asked if his research hadn't yielded results. Russell denied this, saying that he had indeed gotten what he was looking for. Olsen then suggested that what was bothering Russell was the 6th circle barrier. Russell revealed that he was frustrated because, although he could see the barrier, he couldn't break through it. There was a saying, "If there are 100 mages, there will be 100 different enlightenments," which showed how delicate enlightenment was. For that reason, even well-intentioned advice could be harmful, and there was an unwritten rule not to interfere. But Olsen knew that small pieces of advice could be helpful. Then he asked Russell, "Have I ever told you that I can lift 700 kilos?" Russell was surprised by the sudden question. Olsen explained that he couldn't lift that much at first, but with constant effort, one day it became possible. "I believe that enlightenment in magic comes in the same way. If you work diligently every day, one day it will come to you." Russell realized that Olsen was right. He couldn't be impatient. He had grown significantly over the last month. They exited the cave. Olsen asked Russell to look ahead and admire the sunset, the magnificent sunset over the Red Canyon. Russell looked at the horizon, where the sky and the earth met, and remembered everything he had learned and discovered, including the barrier he had built himself, brick by brick. He knew that a great enlightenment awaited him. Closing his eyes, Russell found himself in a mental projection, a world within his mind, where he stood by a lake. Reflecting on everything he had learned and experienced, he saw the burning sunset in his mind. He realized that if he combined the formulas he knew with the images of the sunset, he could create something new. In the real world, Russell raised his hand. In the next moment, a spell began to form. A vast amount of flame started gathering above his palm, like a sun on earth, warming everything around. He was creating the spell, Falling Sun. Before he could complete the spell, Olsen interrupted him, grabbing his hand and asking why he was suddenly creating such a powerful war spell, wondering if Russell planned to set the entire canyon on fire. Olsen then cast a spell, pressing 2 fingers against Russell's forehead, causing him to fall asleep. Although Olsen had given a small piece of advice about enlightenment, he hadn't expected Russell to have such a sudden revelation. He smiled, predicting that Russell would cause a great stir in the academic world, as he had become the youngest mage in history to reach the 6th circle. Thus, while sleeping, Russell reached the 6th circle, completing his mission and receiving his rewards, along with an unexpected one. He was brought back to the Tower of Flames by Olsen. He could still feel the remnants of the falling sun magic he had created. Thanks to the enlightenment that led him to create this spell, Russell had managed to become a 6th circle mage. The sensation of mana flowing through his veins was now on a completely different level compared to when he was a 5th circle mage. Additionally, Russell had received a reward for reaching the 6th circle, the 2nd golden mask. Unlike the previous one, which helped him with attack calculations, this mask was an artifact specialized in immunity to debuffs and defense against curses. Russell knew that this new artifact would be crucial in resisting the magic of the pagans. His thoughts were interrupted by Daria entering the tower room. She greeted him and asked how his experience in the underworld had been. She was excited, but upon seeing Russell, she was shocked to realize that he had broken through the barrier to reach the 6th circle. Russell scratched his neck, a little embarrassed, and said that the external research had been a success. Daria was impressed. It had only been half a year since Russell had reached the end of the 5th magic circle, and she wondered if she had underestimated the protagonist's talent, as she had believed it would take him at least a few more years to advance. Even so, she was proud. Daria praised Russell, stating that he was living up to expectations as her disciple. He nodded, saying he would continue working hard. Internally, Daria was already imagining Hemingway's reaction when he found out the news, as he would certainly be furious. With a smile, Daria unleashed a surge of magical power, challenging Russell to test his newly developed abilities. It was already night when they both arrived at the training grounds outside the Tower of Flames. Russell recognized the place as the same where he had trained before the expedition to the ruins, remembering how, back then, even facing a giant had been difficult. Hearing his memories, Daria frowned and remarked that he spoke as if it were easy now. With a massive amount of mana flowing around her, she suggested raising the difficulty to match his new level. Using her magic, Daria created a sea of flames, and from the flames emerged several firewood dwarves. Russell faced the dwarves, counting at least 100 of them. Seeing his reaction, Daria warned him not to be too surprised yet. She then raised her staff, and all the fires she had created began to merge, transforming into the giant firewood king. Russell understood that Daria wanted to get straight to the point, so he started gathering flames in his hands. He raised his arms, and in response, the falling sun spell materialized. Daria, sucking on a lollipop, was impressed by the grand war magic. Russell smiled, eager to show his master the fruits of the enlightenment he had achieved. He launched the enormous fire sun toward the dwarves and the giant, and the falling sun magic completely engulfed them, destroying the battlefield. Gazing at the devastated field, Russell made a mental note to be cautious in real battles, as such a powerful spell could easily hit allies. Daria, impressed by Russell's magic, knew that he had reached the level of mental projection and asked what he had in mind when it happened. Russell, recalling the moment he reached that point, revealed that in his mind, there was a burning sunset. Curious, Daria reflected on the potential of that scenario. Knowing that mental projection was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a mage, she also realized that the magic Russell had demonstrated was still unfinished and needed refinement. She wondered how much further the young man could evolve if he continued to perfect that magic. Unaware of Daria's thoughts, Russell was surprised when she laughed, imagining her disciple's promising future. After the test, he returned to his room, recalling Daria's words. Casting speed, power, and rarity as an original mage. You've passed in all aspects. I will officially request your achievement record with the association. Russell felt satisfied to be so well understood by his master, but at that moment, he had another mission in mind. He took out the various mana stones he had accumulated during missions and the horn of the silver dragon. Having taken a break, he now had enough time to absorb all these precious resources. Russell grabbed the dragon horn and began to absorb it, consuming every part. Time passed, and night turned into day, which again turned into night. As the hours went by, Russell completed the absorption of the dragon horn with the essence of wind. When he finished, he was floating above the bed, thanks to wind magic. By absorbing the essence to its fullest, the mana in his body exceeded its limit, transforming into latent power, which would be available at the moment of awakening. His understanding of the wind attribute also advanced significantly. Standing up, Russell sighed. Although his understanding had increased, he remained at the same level. He felt his body lighter and wondered if this was an effect of the wind attribute. He then threw a punch into the air, noticing the great power concentrated in a simple movement. Russell imagined that if he further strengthened his body with Overlord and Mage body, he would be able to face a second-degree knight without using magic. While he was exercising, someone informed him that he had visitors. Considering his last trip, Russell wondered if the visitor would be a certain person. He met with the visitor for tea. She asked, confirming if Russell's last trip had been to the underworld, saying she was curious about his adventures. Because of this, she had hurried to make a visit, even knowing it might seem rude. Russell laughed, saying she could ask whatever she wanted, whether it was about the hundreds of caves, the culture of the underworld, weapons, dwarves, or any other detail. However, the visitor stated that she needed to ask another question first, surprising Russell. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to receive a new mission. Princess Hecate asked if, while he had been so far away, he had thought about her. Russell felt embarrassed by the princess's question. She smiled while sipping her tea and commented that Russell's reaction made her feel at ease. Your expression is always so stiff, so provoking you is fun. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Russell remembered the last time they met and danced together. The princess didn't expect an answer at that moment. She merely held certain hopes. Reflecting on this now, the protagonist had avoided getting closer to the princess since the last ball, using revenge as an excuse to keep his distance. At that moment, he lowered his head, contemplating his actions and realizing that they made him seem like a coward, especially now that a mission forced him to no longer avoid the subject. After chatting for a while, the princess noticed the time. She said goodbye to Russell, stating that when she was with him, time seemed to disappear rather than just pass. For her, it was a pity she hadn't received the answer she hoped for that day. While she was daydreaming, Hecate was surprised to see Russell kneeling before her holding a pair of rings. Please, could you give me a little more time? As you said, I am indeed quite stiff, so I can only say this. I look forward to my future by your side. The princess stood up, still shocked by the unexpected declaration. She began to smile. Seriously, you really don't understand anything about the mood of the moment, do you? But it's funny how your words, even without style or refinement, sound sweet to me. The princess approached, took one of the rings that Russell was holding, and placed it on her finger. As you said, I am looking forward to the future too. Get ready, because I will provoke you for the rest of your life as punishment for making me wait. Hecate smiled, finally relieved to have her feelings reciprocated after so long. Time passed quickly. On an ordinary day, the capital was bustling. Some people were transporting wine with the utmost care, concerned about the cost of the cargo. Others were busy with the meats that were supposed to arrive, as it was the princess's engagement, and no mistakes would be tolerated. Amidst all the commotion, an elephant crossed the city streets, followed by several other mounts, all belonging to the Kiel delegation. Behind the delegation were Prince Seiron and the great shaman Kasa of the Golden Sand Runes. The prince, observing the pomp around him, found it all unnecessary luxury, but the shaman insisted it was necessary, especially to present a young man in his 20s who had already become a sixth circle mage. The prince questioned whether the shaman truly believed this, suggesting it might just be a political move to win allies against the empire. The shaman replied that he believed it to be true since so many countries had been invited. But the prince commented that uniting with Endymion because of this young man was another matter. The shaman grew apprehensive, asking if the prince intended to test the waters so directly, to which Seiron responded that he was tired of boring conversations and eager to know what the young Russell was like. In a room, a tailor was taking measurements of someone. This person then commented to Alan, who was sitting and reading a book, about the 4 tuxedos for the banquet and the formal attire, questioning whether engagements were always so complicated. Alan laughed, explaining that this was not an ordinary engagement. He mentioned that numerous guests from non-allied countries were arriving for the banquet, and the king likely had more in mind than just a joyful party. Russell understood and remarked that the king was certainly trying to achieve some political objective with the engagement. Alan confirmed the suspicion, explaining that it was not just about solidifying royal power, but also about demonstrating Endymion's strength. Russell reflected on these words, knowing that at that moment the best card Endymion had to play was himself. He sighed, aware of the crucial role he would have. Alan, trying to ease his concerns, assured him that he would be able to handle it. The scholar then asked Russell if they should start a lesson in etiquette. In the ornate square of the city, guests began to gather. Among them were obviously the masters of the towers and special friends of the couple. Finally, the entrance of Hecate Rathmos, the first heir to the throne of the royal family of Endymion, was announced. The princess wore a stunning white dress with floral embroidery, and various jewels adorned her hair, ears, and neck. She held a bouquet of beautiful flowers, radiating the grace and majesty of her position. After her, the entrance of the groom, Count Russell Raymond, was announced. The protagonist wore a beautiful red cloak that matched his eyes, and a luxurious bow tie adorned with a red gem, complementing the elegant white suit. As Russell walked through the room, some people whispered among themselves. Among them was Prince Saron, accompanied by other nobles. The prince, thinking that Russell didn't look as impressive as rumored, decided to test him instead of just murmuring. The people around didn't understand what he intended to do, but with a snap of his fingers, Saron made several snakes appear, attacking Russell. Worried, the princess watched the sudden attack, but the protagonist, with a calm smile, told her not to worry. He realized that the venue had been perfectly arranged for such a situation. In an instant, Russell used circle projection magic. Quickly, 6 circles of flames emerged, burning the snakes. The people who doubted that he had become a 6th circle mage were left in shock. Soon after, Russell pointed his finger to the sky. Knowing that the more spectacular the event, the better it would be, he launched several beams of flames upward. The attacks exploded in the air like fireworks, leaving the guests in awe. Even Prince Saron was surprised, unable to believe that Russell was hiding such a high level of magical power, as the rumors suggested. Smiling, Russell extended his hand to the princess and asked if they should move forward. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, someone was commenting on the engagement of a certain bastard's disciple with the royal family of Endymion. A beast was lurking at the one in the cloak, but before it could attack, the cultist quickly eliminated it, saying it was nothing more than a rat showing its teeth. He then congratulated his interlocutor, stating that with such a skilled person entering the royal family, he should feel more at ease. On the other end of the line was the Archduke, who claimed he would never recognize the royal family as his true family, considering them merely usurpers who had taken the throne that belonged to him. The Archduke then inquired about the progress of the excavations in the forest. The cultist replied that it would take a few more years, and even then, they could not guarantee how many stones would be intact. Before him, a creature was chained. The Archduke wanted to know if these creatures had guaranteed performance, and the cultist reassured him, stating that the Tartanos stones, used to seal giants who once dominated the continent, could restrain even an 8th circle mage, provided they recovered some. The cultist crossed his arms and commented that the problem lay with the Tartanos seal. With just a slight disturbance, the forest monsters had already gone mad. The Archduke, however, considered this good news, as if the creatures attracted attention and weakened Endymion's forces. The plan could advance more quickly. The cultist laughed upon realizing that, even with the impending destruction of his own country and citizens, the Archduke was still pleased. He knew that all of this was the result of erasing and distorting the records from the Age of the Gods, including the stories about the savior from another world and the giants. One of those stories spoke of a black-haired hero from another world who allied with dragons to seal the giants. That was a feat that should never have been told to future generations. The cultist then pondered, remembering that Daria's disciple also had black hair and an unusually rapid growth rate. He wondered if Russell could be a descendant of that savior from another world. Despite this, the cultist didn't care much, as these events happened hundreds of years ago. Even if Russell was a descendant, he wouldn't possess the full lineage of the savior. While Russell celebrated his engagement party, the cultist began to plot against him. Even believing that the chances were slim, he decided to increase the threats against this possible heir of the hero, just to be safe. At the engagement party, many people congratulated Russell. One introduced herself as being from the south, mentioning that the Walker Hill Academy was in her territory. Another identified herself as part of the Nadza Alliance. Surrounded by nobles from all over the country, as well as local and foreign lords, Russell seemed to be caught in a web of commitments that would last at least 3 days. Amid the chaos, Russell was called by someone. The man introduced himself as the Prince of the Golden Sand Dunes, Saren, and congratulated him on the engagement of the century. Russell recognized Saren as the one who had unleashed the snakes upon him. Approaching with a smile, he thanked him for the gift, but asked that next time Saren give him a break, as he really didn't like snakes. The atmosphere became slightly uncomfortable, but Saren shook Russell's hand and said he would remember that next time. The protagonist then asked the prince if he was satisfied. Saren, used to seeing people get irritated when tested, was surprised by Russell's response. This made him wonder if Russell was an easy person to deal with or simply magnanimous. The prince, however, did not care about the answer and stated that, as prince, he would like to propose an alliance, asking if this was a good response to his question. It was important to know that the Golden Sand Dunes were a wealthy nation on the continent. If they became allies, they would ensure support in the war against the Empire. However, the prince revealed that he was not interested in forming an alliance with Endymion, but rather with Russell himself. He explained that he preferred to make investments rather than engage in political games, and that Russell should become the youngest 8th Circle Mage. Russell laughed, though internally he felt exhausted. Saren, who initially seemed like a prince, was actually a businessman. Despite this, Russell shook Saren's hand and expressed his eagerness for the alliance. Time passed and the 3 days of the engagement celebration came to an end. Russell, now in his room, lay on the bed, resting from the long days. Hecate entered the room, and upon hearing Russell complain about his fatigue, said she was not surprised, reminding him that he was not used to social events. Russell rushed to the princess, grabbing a stack of papers she was carrying and asking what they were. Hecate revealed that they were business documents, accumulated due to the engagement ceremony. She sat down and explained that she had tried to finish reviewing the papers before coming to the room, but couldn't, as she was eager to see her fiancé. Hecate looked at Russell with a charming smile, teasing him. Seeing his shy reaction, the princess felt satisfied. Among the documents, Russell found a letter, which Hecate revealed was for him. Upon reading it, Russell discovered it was a request for permission for research abroad. The princess explained that she had made the request on his behalf so that Russell could leave without needing to formally ask for permission. Emotional, Russell hugged Hecate affectionately, thanking her for always thinking of him. The princess, smiling, remarked that maybe that was why people got married. Letting down the bun that held her hair, Hecate, exhausted after the events of the engagement ceremony, held Russell's chin and leaning closer to his face whispered, "I think we should turn off the lights. What do you think?" The two went to the bed, and with a passionate kiss, Russell stated that he was thinking the same thing. Time passed, and in the maritime city of Naze, a city-state of the Alliance, a man was in a freelancer's office looking for a 4th Circle Mage but could not find any. Irritated, he questioned where he should go, as even the largest office in Naze had no available 4th Circle Mages. The manager replied that they had 3rd Circle Mages, but the man retorted that they were not sufficient to repel a pirate ship. Suddenly, a hooded figure entered the office and asked if the man was looking for a 4th Circle Mage. Surprised, the man watched as the hooded figure handed over an identification token, revealing himself to be Ridman Louis, a freelancer with no affiliation, 38 years old and a 4th Circle Mage. Ridman then removed his hood and introduced himself. In truth, Ridman was Russell, completely disguised, with dyed green hair and a shorter stature. Now in disguise, Russell boarded a ship sailing through tranquil blue waters, hoping that nothing problematic would occur before reaching the island of Kulil. While gazing at the sea, someone called out to Russell. A bald man, holding a mug of beer, embraced another mage and invited the protagonist to drink with them. The embraced mage, visibly embarrassed, stated that they should not drink during a guard mission. However, Carl Naiman, the bald 4th Circle Mage, eased Aiden Owl's concerns, the 3rd Circle Mage, asserting that there would be no problem if they only drank a little, just enough to avoid getting drunk. Carl then boasted that this was not ordinary beer, but one that he had personally chilled using his ice magic. Aiden, convinced, agreed to drink a little. Carl asked Russell if he would like to drink as well, making a mug float towards him. Taking the drink, Russell commented that a cold beer was always perfect. Carl laughed, saying that Ridman, Russell's disguised identity, was a true man. While drinking, Russell reflected on finding Aiden Owl there. He knew that, in the future, Aiden would become an important figure in the academic world, revolutionizing potion research by increasing its effectiveness by 20%. However, being sponsored by Archduke Bismarck, Aiden would ultimately hand over his discovery to the Empire. But this time, Russell was determined to ensure that Endymion kept it. The three toasted and continued drinking. Then, Russell noticed a flow of mana coming from Carl's bracelet, prompting him to ask if it was an artifact. Surprised, Carl cleared his throat and explained that the bracelet helped clear the mind. He then laughed and suggested they play cards. However, at that moment, A scream interrupted the fun. Someone on the ship announced that pirates had appeared. 3 mages were astonished to see that 5 pirate ships had surrounded the boat. The requester Russell had encountered in Naze rushed out of the ship, calling all the mages to unite. Carl began to laugh, saying, "What are the mages going to do when they pass out from drugs? These idiots drink anything without even noticing if it's been poisoned." The ship's owner saw Aiden and Ridman unconscious on the floor, and realizing what was happening, asked Carl if he was colluding with the pirates. Carl provocatively replied that the man should have investigated his past better. He declared that he would not prolong the situation, ordering the ship's owner to surrender to the pirates, or he would not spare his life. As Carl spoke, the ring on Russell's hand began to glow with a strong blue energy. In the next instant, the clear sky filled with dark clouds. Lightning began to fall sporadically until a torrent of it struck the pirate ships. This was the giant Thunderhammer ability. The lightning quickly destroyed the pirate ships, leaving Carl stunned. He shouted furiously, asking which bastard had done that. At that moment, Ridman, Russell, stood up. He stared at Carl and with a challenging look, asked if that had scared him. In Ridman's hand, several bolts of lightning formed, as if he were directly controlling them, ready to threaten the traitor. Carl was surprised and asked Ridman how he was using magic. Ridman merely waved his arms, not answering. For Carl, there was only one explanation. The man in front of him must have been using an artifact. Russell reflected on the power of the magic he had used with the ring, realizing it was too strong for someone pretending to be a fourth circle mage, so he decided to use the artifact excuse. Setting Carl ablaze with a controlled flame, Ridman admitted he was right. Those flames were also the work of an artifact. Desperate, Carl cried and begged for his life, but Russell ignored his pleas. The requester, still incredulous that Carl was a pirate, asked Ridman how he knew. Russell explained that he had discovered it by noticing the artifact Carl was using. That artifact continuously released mana, probably to indicate their location to the other hidden pirates. At that moment, the requester noticed that the pirate ships were still surrounding theirs. Quickly, the pirates from the 5 vessels threw ropes and lines, trying to bind the ship to board it. The requester began to doubt that Ridman, even being a fourth circle mage, could handle so many pirates and considered paying the toll. However, Russell reassured him, saying he would be back soon and asked him to take care of Aiden. The requester, surprised, asked where he was going. In the next instant, Ridman was engulfed in flames and, laughing, declared he was going to feed the fish. The protagonist soared into the sky and, observing the pirate ships from above, announced that he would finish this quickly. He then conjured the magic Fire Rain, and a torrent of flames began to fall upon the enemy vessels. In no time, all the pirate ships were destroyed and sinking under the sunset. At that moment, Aiden began to wake up. He quickly sat up in bed, seeing Ridman beside him, who was reading some manuscripts. Confused, Aiden asked what had happened with the pirates. Russell reassured him, stating that there was no reason to worry and that he should rest a little longer. To neutralize the drug's effect, Russell had injected a bit of fire energy into Aiden's mana pathways. Aiden apologized, lamenting that he hadn't been more vigilant. Russell, however, downplayed the incident, saying there was something more important. He asked Aiden if he was the author of a specific research paper, showing him a manuscript. Surprised, Aiden wanted to know how Ridman had obtained the document. Russell explained that he had picked it up when the manuscript fell while moving it to the room. He praised the research on increasing potion efficacy. Hearing that someone considered his research amazing, Aiden became excited, asking if Ridman really thought so. The protagonist then stood up and said that he would like to offer help with Aiden's research for that reason. Aiden thanked him, believing that Ridman was suggesting sponsoring his research, but explained that it would require hundreds, perhaps thousands of potions to gather sufficient data, which would necessitate considerable funding. Russell reassured him, saying that money wouldn't be an issue. He then handed a token to Aiden, stating that if he took it to the Tower of Flames, he would get all the necessary funding for the research. Russell was sure that Daria would immediately recognize the value of that research. Aiden began to read what was written on the token: War Mage belonging to the Tower of Flames. Russell Raymond. Aiden nearly fainted in surprise, while Russell asked him to keep quiet. Extremely nervous, Aiden could hardly believe he was in the presence of the famous Russell Raymond. He then asked why Russell looked so different. Russell explained that he was disguised for reasons he could not reveal. Aiden, with trembling hands, declared that Russell was the only person capable of recognizing the value of his research. He placed his hand on his chest and swore, "I, Aiden Owl, will follow whatever you say." The next day, the ship they were on approached the island of Khalil. Russell looked at the map he was carrying, remembering that it had previously shown several marked points, but those points had now transformed into letters. The map read, Above the place where the Ice River and the Flame River overlap, follow to the end of the Flame River and ascend from there. Russell understood that the map wanted to guide him to a specific destination, which is why the instructions had appeared now that he had arrived at the island. Shortly after, the boat reached the port of Khalil. As they lowered the anchor, the ship's owner thanked Russell and Aiden for helping them arrive safely at the island, expressing his gratitude on behalf of the Merchant Association. Aiden, embarrassed, said he hadn't done anything, almost calling Russell by his real name. The protagonist laughed at how bad Aiden was at lying. The merchant leader handed them 2 bags of gold coins, the promised reward, and said he had put a little more than the amount agreed upon in the contract. Russell thanked him and wished the merchant luck on his future journeys. Seeing that Russell was about to leave, Aiden lowered his head, saddened that he couldn't learn more from him. At that moment, Russell called out to him, startling the mage. Revealing his true face, Russell bid farewell to Aiden, saying they would see each other next time at the Tower of Flames. With his hood covering his face again, he walked through the island. As he expected, being a land of beastmen, there were few humans around. He wondered if he would encounter fierce beastmen in that place. While observing the area, Russell noticed a monkey beastman running through the trees, very agile. As he pondered where to go, he realized he was being watched by the same beastman. Russell then decided to enter a bar, which he considered the best place to gather information in foreign lands. Upon entering, a horned beastman welcomed him. Placing a coin on the counter, Russell ordered a glass of cold beer. The attendant, seeing the gold coin, said it was too much for just 1 glass of beer. Russell sat at the counter and replied that the attendant could consider the coin as payment for answering a few questions. Smiling, the attendant quickly took the coin and asked what the questions were. Russell's first question was whether there was a flame river on the island. The attendant handed over the beer and, thinking, said that if he was referring to the lava area, there were some places like that. Russell was surprised by the answer. The attendant explained that the island of Khalil was formed by a volcanic eruption, but that there had been no eruptions for hundreds of years. Understanding the explanation, Russell then asked if there was a place where an ice river and a lava river met. The attendant apologized, saying he didn't know the answer. Russell waved his hand, stating that it was okay. After finishing his drink, Russell left the bar with a sigh, knowing he would have to search on his own. Looking at the city, he decided to head to the center of the island first. Walking through the uninhabited forest, immersed in thought, Russell was approached by someone who asked if he needed a guide. Looking back, he saw the monkey beast man he had noticed earlier, who offered his services for 2 silvers per hour, assuring Russell that he wouldn't regret it. Russell observed the beast man in front of him and, glancing at the forest, felt numerous eyes upon him. He had already sensed the obvious scheme being plotted against him. Despite everything, Russell hired the guide. The beast man claimed that no other species was as connected to the coast as the monkey men, so they knew the area better than anyone. Russell agreed that this was useful, but asked where the guide was taking him. The monkey man shivered, and with a grin, replied that he was taking Russell exactly where he wanted to go. The protagonist found it strange since he hadn't mentioned his destination. He then looked around and remarked that, for 2 silver coins, there were many guides available. The beastman stepped back, asking how long Russell had been aware of that. The protagonist revealed that he had noticed from the beginning, surprising the beastman, who asked why he had followed him if he knew the plan. Russell laughed, saying he needed someone to work for him. Angrily, the beastman bared his teeth and declared, "I was thinking of sparing your life if you surrendered, but now I've changed my mind. Let's skin you alive." In the next moment, several beastmen leaped from the trees, ready to attack Russell with their sharp claws. Russell, however, didn't stand still. Gathering electrical energy in his hand, he asked the beastman if he really thought he would fall into a trap without having something up his sleeve. The monkey man trembled at the sight of the area magic Russell was channeling and tried to order his companions to retreat, but it was too late. Russell unleashed the electric chain magic, hitting all the monkey men and knocking them to the ground. The guide was the only one who wasn't struck, and looking around, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The protagonist summoned electrical energy in his hand once again, causing the beastman to tremble as he stated that he had a few questions and wanted to know if he would answer calmly. The beastman didn't understand when Russell asked about a place where lava flowed. The protagonist explained again, saying he was looking for a place where an ice river and a lava river met. Kneeling before the bodies of his companions, the beastman apologized, claiming he had never heard of such a place. Russell taunted him, asking if he had lied when he said he knew the island of Khalil well. Shocked, the beastman vehemently denied it and said that no such place existed in the outer ring of the island. Hearing this, Russell asked if the place he was looking for could be in the inner ring of the island. The monkey man lowered his head, stating that he didn't know what was in the inner part of the island. The protagonist then stood up, saying he would have to investigate on his own. The Beastman was surprised and asked if he would really do that. Russell questioned him if there was a problem. The Beastman replied that, although Russell was strong, the inhabitants of the inner ring of the island were not ordinary and were extremely hostile by nature, attacking any intruder who entered their territories. Even so, Russell entered the island and soon night fell, forcing him to make a campfire. Shortly after, he heard a voice. "Are you the foreigner causing trouble on the island? You're smaller than I expected." Looking in the direction of the voice, Russell saw some bullmen with murderous intentions, as if they were eager for a fight. He wondered if this was the natural instinct of beastmen, who sought only to test their strength. The protagonist looked at them and asked if they were there to fight. One of the bullmen apologized, stating that Russell should already know, but that it was their natural instinct. The bullman, who wore a gold ornament around his neck, snapped his fingers and instructed Russell to say when he was ready. The protagonist stood up, and releasing wind mana, signaled that the fight could begin. The first bullman charged, praising Russell's spirit and saying he wanted to see if he had skills to match. Seeing him advance, Russell realized he wouldn't be able to stop him with a weak spell. He would need to condense his mana to the maximum. After concentrating his energy, Russell pointed the palm of his hand at the Beastman and cast the shockwave spell. The bullman smiled, saying the spell wasn't bad, but he wouldn't be stopped by just that level of strength. In the next moment, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and tried to dissipate the attack with his brute strength, but he failed, being thrown back by Russell's magic. The two other bullmen with him were shocked to see their leader thrown back with just one blow. They now thought the human was incredibly strong. At that moment, Russell approached and asked if they wanted to fight too. They were about to accept the challenge when someone told them to shut up and stay still. The leader of the bullmen had returned and stated that Russell was not someone the other two could handle. The protagonist looked at the Beastman, realizing that he had not suffered any damage, despite the amount of power used by Russell being enough to break some bones. He stepped closer, observing the Beastman's body, which seemed optimized for combat. Russell imagined that if this creature knew how to use aura, he would be like a superhuman, or perhaps even stronger than that. He then asked if the bullman wanted to continue the fight. The bullman replied that yes, he would like to, but admitted that due to his body's condition, he could no longer fight. Accepting his defeat, the bullman shook Russell's hand, stating it had been a great battle. He then asked what brought Russell to the inner ring of the island, as humans usually conducted business in the outer ring. The protagonist shared what he was seeking. When asked if he knew such a place, the Beastman shook his head, saying that despite his 80 years of life, he had never heard of a place as described. Russell was disappointed by the response, but he knew that a location like that wouldn't be easily found, unlike in the underworld, where things flowed more obviously. The bullman then offered a hint. If Russell entered the divine region, he might find some clues. The protagonist was surprised, as he had never heard of this region. The bullman explained that the divine region was a sacred land where a god resided. Although he himself had never been there, he believed it could be the place Russell was looking for. Russell paused to reflect. There were records that the first beast king, Fenrir, was a mix of dragon. Since he had already obtained a clue at the altar of the underworld, he had reasons to investigate this new information. The protagonist then asked the bullman to tell him where this divine region was located. As he advanced through the forest, Russell faced several attacks. In just one day, he had counted at least 17 fights. He recalled the bullman's words. To enter the divine region, you need to know the great warriors and the great elders, and for that, you need to prove your strength. Following this advice, Russell fought for 15 consecutive days and began to wonder when or if the beings mentioned by the bullman would appear. While resting after one of the fights, a creature with tusks approached and asked if he was the rumored human outsider. A panther man, accompanied by other beastmen, surrounded Russell and ordered him to follow them, as someone was looking for him. Russell noticed a rope tied around the arm of the panther man, wondering if that knot was the symbol of the great warriors. The protagonist did not immediately follow the beastman and asked who was looking for him. The answer shocked him. The one looking for him was Muya. Russell had heard that name before, Muya, the king of the beasts. He had hoped that a great warrior or elder was looking for him, but he never imagined it would be the Beast King himself. This was a much greater opportunity than he had ever dreamed of. In a vast hall, the Beast King was discussing with some subordinates a foreigner who was causing an uproar on the island. Upon hearing that even the young patriarch of the lion tribe and the gatekeeper of the snake tribe had been defeated, he smiled, as those two were almost at the level of a great warrior. He then stated that he would love to meet the one responsible for such feats. In front of him stood a member of the jaguar tribe, asserting that they would bring this person and make them kneel before him. The Beast King rejected such brutality, simply ordering them to bring the person calmly. The jaguar was startled when the king confirmed that he wanted this individual as a guest. These beast men were the same ones currently talking to Russell. Looking at the human, they thought he was weaker than the rumors suggested, not believing that the Beast King would want such a person as a guest. One of the beast men who thought this began to exude hostility, but was immediately interrupted by their leader, who stated that if he kept releasing fighting instincts, he would be left out of this matter. The jaguars conversed among themselves, knowing they couldn't fight without contradicting the Beast King's orders, and decided to turn the situation into something other than a battle. One of the jaguars then stepped forward, telling Russell that they needed to move quickly as they were busy. Russell didn't realize this was an attempt to create a conflict and accepted immediately. Seeing that Russell had agreed, the jaguar advised him not to fall behind and immediately took off. Running through the forest trees, he smiled, declaring that he would show the difference between himself and a human. But before he realized it, Russell had caught up to him. The jaguar was startled to find that the human had matched his speed, even though he was at his maximum pace. And to make matters worse, the human was complimenting him. To make matters worse, Russell stated that the jaguar shouldn't hold back out of consideration for him, as he could go even faster himself. Quickly, Russell and the group of jaguars arrived at an area with several residences. The jaguar leader was already exhausted by this point and, praising the protagonist, asked if he was the best runner among humans. Russell thought for a moment before saying that there were probably at least 30 other people in his kingdom who could do the same, and perhaps 100 when considering the entire continent. Hearing this, the jaguar nearly fainted. Russell then took in his surroundings. There, in the middle of the forest, was a large-scale city, as expected of the Beast Men capital. Russell was then introduced to the residence of the Beast King, the interior of which was as grand as a royal hall. Everywhere he looked inside that place, there were beast men, all of them at least at the fourth circle. He wondered if these were the true warriors of Khalil. Due to their sheer numbers, there was a dense fighting spirit in the air, making Russell feel as though he were walking through a swamp. He then realized he had made the right choice by reaching the sixth circle before coming to the island. Russell advanced through the masses of beast men. They were incredulous to see a human capable of withstanding the fighting spirit of at least 100 great warriors. At that moment, the Beast King reprimanded all the beastmen who were trying to stir up trouble. Moya, introducing herself, welcomed Russell. The Beast King, who had white hair and bandaged breasts, radiated a powerful aura. Russell recognized her, realizing that she must be as strong as Daria, but he was surprised, having not expected the Beast King to be female. As she stared at him, the Beast King grew irritated. Russell then lowered his head, greeting her and introducing himself. He also apologized for his ignorance regarding beastmen etiquette. Moya turned her face with a smile, stating that Russell didn't need to be so formal. However, the protagonist noticed that she liked the way he had addressed her. Moya then asked what brought Russell to the heart of Khalil. Russell explained his intentions, to find the place where the river of ice and the river of flames met. Hearing this, all the beastmen were outraged that a foreign human, who wasn't even a warrior, wanted to enter the divine region. Moya quickly ordered everyone to remain silent. Hearing the complaints of the beastmen, Russell asked Moya if no outsider had truly ever gone to the divine region, or if there was a rule that made it impossible. Thinking it over, Moya realized that Russell seemed to understand the situation as it truly was. Besides having great combat skills, comparable to those of great warriors, and possessing keen insight, he could be helpful in stimulating the growth of the beastmen, who had become stagnant. She then gave Russell the chance to continue speaking. The protagonist then mentioned how one of the elders had commented that those who were not warriors could not enter the divine region, asking if this meant that if a foreigner were recognized as a warrior, they could enter the divine region. The beastmen then understood that Russell wanted to undergo the warrior's trial, finding the idea ridiculous. Moya grew excited with the young human, asking if he was truly serious about passing the warrior's trial. Russell clenched his fist, resolute. If that is the only legitimate way to enter the divine region, then yes, I intend to. Russell was then taken to another location. He was instructed on the rules. He had to survive for 10 days in the canyon without receiving any food, and he had to search for anything he needed to survive, while also fighting 5 great warriors every day, winning every battle. Hearing the rules, Russell understood that this was a test that assessed the challenger's mental strength, survival skills, and combat abilities. He then observed the energy flowing from the canyon, sensing an extraordinary dark energy blowing with the wind. He realized he would have to be careful to keep his mind focused. After the explanation, Moya stated that it was time to enter the canyon. With Russell's leap into the canyon, the warrior's trial began. As he entered the place, Russell looked around, feeling that the energy was stronger than he had imagined. Among the information and stories Russell knew, there was one about Jormungandr, a serpent that had defeated the first Beast King, Fenrir. There was a rumor that the corpse of this serpent had been thrown into the canyon. Not long after Russell arrived in the canyon, several snakes surrounded him. Under attack, Russell summoned Pepper, who appeared, opening its mouth and unleashing a flame attack. Quickly, the dragon's breath of fire defeated the snakes. Russell, seeing this, grew excited. For that night's dinner, he and Pepper would feast on snake meat. Russell was closely observed by the beastmen during the days he spent in the canyon. On the final day, they commented on his mental strength, his incredible abilities, and most notably, the magical flames he created, which continued burning for 5 consecutive days. What impressed the beastmen the most was that, even after fighting 20 great warriors, Russell hadn't been injured at all. Moya was excited, watching Russell from the top of the canyon. She licked her lips, saying, "I can't contain myself. How can I just stand still with such a delicious dish in front of me?" To everyone's surprise, she jumped into the canyon. Seeing Moya land near him, Russell questioned whether it was a bit unfair for the Beast Queen to join the fight. Moya made an excuse, saying that her blood was boiling at the sight of someone so strong, and that she herself was also a warrior of the Beastmen. She then made a proposal to the protagonist. 5 exchanges. I won't be shameless. If you withstand 5 of my attacks, you will automatically pass the warrior's trial. Russell considered her proposal carefully. By enduring only 5 attacks, he wouldn't need to fight anymore, although the Beast Queen would definitely be harder to face than the great warriors. Despite everything, looking at Moya's fighting spirit, Russell understood that refusing was pointless. Knowing he couldn't decline, he accepted the fight, stating that he would give it his all and instantly using draconization. The glow from Russell's transformation illuminated the canyon, blinding even the beastmen outside of it. Moya looked at Russell, impressed, asking if that was his full strength. Seeing the aura he exuded, along with his bodily transformation, she grew excited. Very good. Even though this moment may not last long, I'll be able to enjoy it a little. Moya's muscular legs flexed, giving her an explosive burst of speed. She quickly created a gap, closing in on Russell. Wielding her spear, she was thirsty for battle. Russell confronted the Beast Queen's attack with a shield, trying to defend against the spear, but the shield was too weak and shattered. It was expected that someone so powerful would leave Russell with his hands tied, barely able to defend. Seeing the shield destroyed, Russell extended his hand, planning to create ice magic to freeze Moya's movements and buy himself some time. Seeing the ice attack coming toward her, Moya laughed, finding it very amusing. She then thrust her hand into the ground, ripping out a chunk of earth, and used the terrain to block Russell's attack. Russell couldn't believe she blocked his attack with such a simple move. Entering a stalemate, Moya praised Russell's interesting attack, stating that she would count their past exchange as 2 strikes. Hearing this, Russell told himself he only needed to endure 3 more times now. Moya didn't say much and quickly launched another attack, rushing at the protagonist with a punch. Russell swiftly created his strongest spear and used it to defend against the blow. To counterattack, Russell summoned Pepper, who immediately unleashed a whirlwind of flames around Moya. The Beast Queen became furious and kicked Russell. Caught off guard, he was hit by the kick and sent flying, crashing into a wall and shattering it completely upon impact. But Russell wasn't about to let that kick slide. Grabbing the relic in his possession, he tore a rift in space, surprising Moya as he hurled a massive hammer at her through the torn space. Despite the surprise, Moya reacted quickly, punching the hammer with her extremely muscular arm. The hammer flew high into the air and fell directly into Moya's hand, which she caught to use against Russell. Seeing that his previous attack hadn't worked, Russell decided to unleash a more powerful one. He raised his hands, gathering a massive amount of flames. A sun appeared in the middle of the canyon as he channeled the magic falling sun. Seeing the spell, Moya immediately halted her advance. Planting her feet firmly on the ground, she used the hammer to confront the giant fireball, which with a spear inside it became even more powerful. The clash of the hammer and the massive fire sun caused a powerful explosion within the canyon, resembling a true supernova. Sometime later, the brightness of the explosion faded, revealing a scene of utter destruction. At that moment, Russell was crouched, breathing heavily. Moya then approached him, crouching down, and said she wished they could have played more. Unfortunately, it seems you can't go on any longer, but this was really fun. For now, I'll give you a passing grade. And with those words, Russell fainted from exhaustion. Russell woke up sometime later. Looking up, he saw the ceiling of a tent. At that moment, the small dragon, Pepper, appeared, rubbing its face against Russell's in concern. Hearing the noise inside the tent, Moya entered, commenting that the little spirit had stayed by Russell's side the whole time. Upon entering the tent, Moya began to remove the bandages from her upper body. Seeing this, Russell panicked, placing Pepper in front of his own eyes, asking Moya what she was doing. Moya didn't understand Russell's reaction, stating that she was merely trying to show him the marks he had left on her body. Russell, embarrassed, asked when he had done such a thing. At that moment, Moya approached, tossed Pepper aside, and uncovered the protagonist's eyes. She then revealed a scar on her shoulder, admitting that she had never expected Russell to make the falling sun explode using a spear, and that if she had dodged a second later, the wound could have been much worse. Russell felt happy that his attack had worked, but upon seeing the scar, he realized it was too small to say it had truly succeeded. Still noticing Russell's embarrassment, Moya asked why he was so red, as it didn't seem like he had a fever. Then she got an idea. "Outsider, by any chance, do you want to pair up with me?" The protagonist was startled by the question. Licking her lips, Moya continued, "If that's the case, maybe instead of calling you an outsider, I should call you a man." She then climbed on top of Russell, who, frightened, pleaded for her to calm down. Moya ignored him and, with certain intentions, threatened, "If it's about you, I don't mind." The energy Moya exerted over Russell was intense, but he didn't give in. Pushing the Beast Queen away, he apologized and surprised her by saying that he had already promised his future to a love. Being rejected, Moya backed off, stating that she didn't want someone who didn't desire her, but revealing that she hadn't given up, as she loved savoring a good meal. Putting that matter aside, Russell wanted to know if he could now enter the divine region. Moya then commented that no one would be against it after seeing Russell's performance the day before. Instead, they would be envious of his strength. Russell was happy to have permission to enter the divine region, but was informed that he could only do so after 4 months, the time the doctor had said it would take for his body to fully recover. Time passed quickly, and Russell's body recovered. However, Moya was surprised because instead of the expected 2 months, only 2 weeks had passed. Russell had recovered so fast due to overload in wizard body. Running while carrying Moya in his arms, he asked if she didn't have other things to do besides serving as his guide, since she was a queen. Moya denied it, revealing that the concept of a king for humans and beastmen was different. She then stated there was something more important for them to do. Moya pointed to a lake, telling Russell to follow it. He was instructed to only walk across the surface of the lake without entering the water. Obeying the instructions, the protagonist noticed something. In a wall where the lake was fed, there was an opening. Jumping inside the cave, Russell found himself in a large space, surprised. Russell and Moya walked through the cave until the Beast Queen pointed to a place where the water flowed. She revealed that this was the water that fed both the lake inside the cave and the one outside, and that the water came from the divine region. Knowing that this was the entrance to the divine region, Russell used wind magic to float and ascend to the opening where the water flowed. Instructing Russell to go ahead, Moya decided to stay behind. The protagonist then set off, quickly passing through the tunnel and arriving at another cave. Moving forward, the sun once again illuminated him. Before him was a new forest. The green trees were cut through by a beautiful river of blue waters, turning this place into a sacred land where the god of the beastmen resided. Russell then followed the great river, which, due to its size, was unsurprisingly responsible for feeding the lakes he had seen earlier. He wondered if this was truly the river he was looking for, as despite its size, it seemed quite ordinary. But as he followed the river upstream, Russell finally reached a point where the waters turned red. Remembering that his mission was to ascend the River of Flames, he decided to press on. Eventually, upon reaching the top, Russell was surprised to find that the source of the river was a volcano. He looked around. The place seemed intriguing, as according to his instructions, it was the right spot. He then noticed that the lake inside the volcano was bubbling. This was a sign that there was a passage at the bottom of the river, through which air was passing. He decided to dive in to find the place. Reaching the bottom, he searched around, betting that the location he sought should be the true source of the river. Finally, he found a new cave at the river's bottom, which must have been the passage he was looking for. Swimming through the flooded passage, he passed several stones and crystals that illuminated the way. Eventually, he reached a chamber, where rising to the surface he could breathe again. Going ashore, he assumed he was in the right place, though he couldn't see much due to the darkness. He then summoned the little dragon Pepper to create some fire for light, but it wasn't necessary, as after walking a bit, Russell found a light that guided his way. The light led Russell and Pepper to a lifeless red dragon. Suddenly, an explosion of flames occurred, startling the duo. Beside the dragon, a flaming weapon appeared, and they both heard a voice. "I, Ignir, the fire dragon, greet the little master. Please forgive your noisy servant for not being able to wait for your arrival. The divine weapon Brahmastra has been here to deliver this great magic." Before the powerful weapon, even without touching it, Russell could feel how immense its power was. He wondered if he would be able to handle such power at his current level, as he was trembling. Russell then received a notification warning that Fenrir's corrupted will was reacting to the divine weapon Brahmastra. He would need to purify Fenrir's will to obtain Brahmastra as a reward. Suddenly, a winged white wolf appeared, roaring imposingly. Russell gritted his teeth in the face of the divine being's will, but a voice snapped him out of his daze, urging him to move forward. At that moment, the Brahmastra weapon was right in front of him, and the voice asked him to take it. Russell's eyes reflected the glow of the weapon's powerful flames as he reached out to grasp it. The weapon reacted when Russell held it, showing him a memory of a battlefield. Many humans were fighting against beings much larger than themselves. Russell wondered why he was seeing this. He then heard the same voice calling the giants filthy. On the battlefield was a woman dressed in black. The woman, with dragon-like eyes, had no fear of the giants and intended to eradicate them. She charged at the giants, but at that moment, Russell shivered, for in a brief instant, the woman seemed to look directly at him and smile. In the midst of the battle, scales that resembled obsidian appeared on the woman's body, along with horns that looked more like a crown. Russell finally understood who she was. She, who charged forward, creating the Brahmastra weapon with the divinity of the 6 gods who had left the earth, and from her very own horns, the divine dragon queen. Russell witnessed the birth of the divine weapon, imbued with the power to defeat a god. He then mimicked the actions of the divine dragon queen, wielding the Brahmastra, as if the vision he had seen was a guide for the future. He hurled the weapon at Fenrir, turning the divine beast into a torch of flames. A ball of flames was created, forcing even Russell to shield himself from the heat. Even though he had only attacked a will, he could envision the first king of beasts being defeated in a single blow. He felt that the power of the attack he had used must have been even above the 8th circle. It should have been a 9th circle attack. After Fenrir's will was defeated, it transformed into a human form kneeling. "O great master of dragons, I, who have received the blood of a dragon, would like to make a request of you." Fenrir then pulled something from her own belly using magic and handed it to Russell, asking him to deliver it to her son. As he took the artifact in his hand, Russell heard Fenrir reveal that it was the treasure that also shackled the beastmen. Fenrir then dissipated into energy, leaving behind the desire for Russell to remove the shackles that blinded the beastmen. Holding the artifact, Russell could feel a completely different energy emanating from it. It wasn't mana or something divine, but something special that would only work for the beastmen. Russell then received the notification that, with the purification of Fenrir's will, the reward would be granted to him. The Brahmastra was definitively bestowed upon the protagonist. Upon being delivered, the weapon attempted to force itself into Russell's body. He felt an intense fiery energy, as if his very veins were aflame. He thought he shouldn't be feeling so much pain, considering his level of understanding of the fire element, but what was stimulating his mana veins was now a high-level magical formula, almost at the 9th circle. As he was thrown into the air by a torrent of flames, Russell realized that if he did not acknowledge, understand, and control such power, his mind would explode. At that moment, the Brahmastra was expanding his brain, forcing his understanding of it, and reconstructing his mind. Forced into this cycle of actions, Russell suffered, but his burning mind finally grasped the understanding of the divine weapon, relieving him of the pain. Seeing Russell fall to the ground, Pepper became worried, crying beside him, but the voice of the fire dragon calmed him. "Don't worry, he just fainted from exhaustion. He will wake up soon. My child was meant to serve you, but fate did not allow that to happen. So child, if you are okay with this, would you accept my power?" What was initially a consolation turned into a proposal for the little dragon. Pepper was surprised and stepped away from the dragon's body. Seeing Pepper's reaction, the dragon asked him not to be surprised, as a spirit was merely a mutation. "You, a part dragon, are more than capable of receiving this. I hope you become the new fire dragon and travel with him, and I truly hope you continue the lineage of dragons." The fire dragon then handed an egg to little Pepper, who was dazzled by the power it contained. Not long after, Russell woke up, rising with a headache. He then saw the little dragon busy eating something. Pepper, upon being discovered, was startled but continued to eat. As soon as Pepper finished eating the egg, flames began to surround him. Russell then received a notification that the spirit of the fire dragon and the nutrients had completed all preparations. The flames surrounded Pepper like a tornado, while Russell received the notification that some time would be needed for the little dragon to digest the absorbed power and become a second-generation dragon. Russell heard the little dragon say he was sleepy, and as he fell asleep, Pepper bid farewell to Russell, stating that they would meet again soon. Quickly returning to the cave where Muya had stayed, Russell blamed himself for not having played more with Pepper, since he was now in a sleeping state. Upon seeing Russell return, Moya greeted him. She observed the protagonist for a while as he landed. Noticing the look of the Queen of Beasts, Russell asked what she was doing. She then stated that his eyes had become clearer and deeper than they were 5 days ago, guessing that he must have obtained something incredible. Russell then turned around, grabbing something for Moya to take a look at. Moya was shocked to see what Russell was holding. Instantly, her aura shifted to an oppressive one. "I need you to tell me every detail about how and where you got this." Russell felt a chill run down his spine. He already knew that Moya had not used all her strength when they fought in the ravine. However, Moya praised Russell for handling her battle spirit well, even while being so close. She laughed, stating she wanted to play with him, but that the moon crystal was a priority. She asked the protagonist if he knew why the beastmen were trapped on Kulil Island. Russell guessed that it was to protect themselves since they were few in number. Moya dismissed that bet, stating that even the pointy-eared archers and the little ones from the earth lived on the continent. She questioned whether Russell truly believed the beastmen would remain trapped on a senseless island, even being stronger than those two peoples. Moya revealed that the culprit was the item of the first Beast King, Fenrir. Because of it, the beastmen remained on the island, seeking such an item. Russell wondered if what Fenrir had said about shackles referred to this. He then wanted to know why the beastmen were so obsessed with finding the moonstone. Moya asked if Russell had ever heard of bestialization. Russell affirmed that he had, explaining it was the ability to enhance combat strength and bring forth the bestiality in someone's blood. He then asked if the moonstone was related to bestialization. Moya revealed that on full moon nights, the beastmen could use lunar bestialization, which was 3 times more powerful than normal bestialization. Such power could only be used during a full moon, but if they possessed the moonstone, they could use lunar bestialization anytime and anywhere, even without a full moon. Maya lifted the moonstone, hoping to use the power she mentioned, but the stone fell back into her hand. The Beast Queen clicked her tongue, commenting that apparently the moonlight stored in the stone had run out. She then stated that it was now Russell's turn to speak. The protagonist laughed, asserting that there was something he wanted. On the outer edge of the cave, Russell was thrown away, hitting a rock. Muya, who had attacked him, seeing that he did not get up, asked why he was breathing so heavily if she hadn't even started to fight properly. At that moment, Russell was already tired. He wondered if he had overdone it by asking Moya to train with him once a day. Holding the spear behind her head, Moya ordered Russell to compose himself, or she would eat him for continuing to show such a weak side. She asserted that if he kept being so weak, he wouldn't be able to satisfy the one with whom he had promised to share a future. Provoked, flames erupted around Russell, who told Moya not to worry about such a thing, as he was full of energy. The protagonist then used the magic he had created, summoning 5 magical gay bulg spears. The spears flew toward Moya, who praised him for his attitude before, with a strike of her own spear defending against the protagonist's attack, creating an explosion in the process. Russell was resting in a beautiful spot on the island of Kulil. After fighting so many times against Moya, he already thought of her as a monster, wondering if he would be able to fight her without using draconification. At that moment, the one he called a monster approached, asking if he was already tired and if he couldn't transform as he had done before. Russell stated that he was training to practice the basics and that if he transformed, it would make the training pointless. Moya pouted, saying that this was his problem and that she wasn't having fun like this. She then looked at Russell thoughtfully before claiming she had a request to make. Russell was surprised to hear Moya suddenly mention a request, but listened to her. She revealed that since they had found the moonstone, she would be leaving the island with the beastmen in the coming years, asking Russell to be their bridge to the world. Russell thought about her request, stating that if she was asking for part of the territory of Endymion, that would be impossible. Moya exploded, asking if he really thought she would make such a shameful request. She then clarified that she only wanted a small piece of land that would be enough to live on. Upon hearing this, Russell laughed, wondering if there was any difference between the two. Russell then had a reality shock and asked Moya if she was saying she wanted to join Endymion. Moya responded affirmatively, revealing that she would even be willing to bow to Russell's king if necessary. Territorial conflicts? Wars? We are capable of helping a bit during those times too. Hearing this, Russell was surprised. The Beast Queen bowing to Endymion and helping in the war was something insane. Back in Endymion, Russell made an official request at the palace in the presence of the king. There, the finance minister commented that for a migration of the beastmen from the island of Kulil, who numbered more than 200,000, it would be necessary to find a place that could feed and house so many people. The military minister rebutted, stating that even if half of them joined the kingdom, It would represent an increase of at least 100,000 soldiers. They could not ignore this. As Russell had thought, there were conflicting ideas about the issue he raised. In light of such discussions in the palace, the king ordered everyone to be silent. Since we do not have enough information, this is a futile discussion. The king then asked for Russell's opinion, the future husband of the princess, who had spent time getting to know the beastmen. Russell then answered the king's request. He commented that while the beastmen were mostly aggressive, their culture wasn't very different from that of Endymion. As long as there was space for them, if they thought of it as a prerequisite for expanding a strong army by tens of thousands, it would be a benefit to the kingdom. The king understood Russell's opinion, stating that they would have to calculate the details. At that moment, the weapons master asked how powerful the beast queen Muya was. Hearing the question, Russell stated that it was difficult to calculate based on his own strength, but he could speak from having fought against her. Upon hearing that the beast queen was a woman, Hecate became furious. Russell did not notice the change in the princess and stated that if Muya were compared to McCray Hughes, she was at least 3 levels above him. Jillian was surprised, as Hughes was not weak. At that moment, the White Tower Master yawned, taking off her sleep eye patch. She then asked if it didn't seem strong to Russell just because he was weak. Jillian, who was next to her, asked her to calm down, calling her a child. Hearing this, Amelia became irritated, telling the weapon-obsessed man to go away. Jillian laughed at Amelia's reaction. He then stated that the Beast Queen was a warrior, not a mage, and that in this case it would be better for him, someone versed in aura, to handle the matter. Knowing that Jillian was right, the White Tower Master clicked her tongue before stepping back. Jillian then summoned various weapons and, pointing at Russell, stated that he wanted to see how he would handle his attack. The various weapons flew toward the protagonist like a rainstorm. Seeing Jillian create so many types of weapons with the manifestation of aura, Russell realized the true power of a master of arms. Russell thought quickly, and knowing he would be filled with holes if he tried to defend against the attack, decided to reflect the blows. Upon seeing the protagonist's action, Jillian was amazed at how strong Russell had become. He wondered if Russell had received some sort of enlightenment while fighting against the Beast Queen. Dealing with the attack, Russell bent down, thanking Jillian for going easy on him. The Master of Arms waved his hand, asking Russell to get up and thanking him for entertaining him. Jillian then bowed to the king, apologizing for causing a disturbance in the situation and stating that, after observing Russell's abilities, the young man's assessment of the Beast Queen should be accurate. The king nodded, stating that all that remained was to assess the Beast Queen's intentions, whether she was being sincere about what she said, or if there was something more. Hearing this, Russell affirmed that it was probably true. He then showed a pendant around his neck, a gift from the Beast Queen. Before Russell left, Moya had given him a necklace made from one of her canine teeth. Upon hearing this, some nobles complained about how unsophisticated it was, while others claimed that it should show her sincerity. They then began to talk to Russell, asking about Muya. After so much discussion, the king clapped his hands, calling everyone's attention. He stated that now that they had so much information, they would discuss the matter in the future. He said that although this was a first meeting, if there were no unexpected variables, Endymion would welcome the 200,000 beastmen, and in that case, it would be considered a significant contribution from Russell Raymond. Upon hearing this, Russell thanked the king, stating that he was just fortunate enough to stumble upon and meet the beastmen, and that he hadn't done it to receive recognition. The king rejected such humility, asserting that a contribution was still a contribution. He then bestowed a new title upon Russell, who, from that day forward, would be called Morning Star. Furthermore, an item from the Empire's treasury would be given to him. The king expressed hope that he would continue to shine for Endymion, as his title suggested. An item from the Empire's treasury should be worth at least billions of gold. Even though the beastmen had not yet moved, this was a significant reward. Russell then wondered if there was another purpose behind the king granting him such a reward. At that moment, Daria told Russell to go to the reception room after the meeting ended, as it seemed the king had something urgent to discuss with them. Russell showed Hecate a jade hairpin, stating that he had heard they used such an item to hold their hair. The princess mentioned that she had read about it in a book and that the item was capable of detoxifying the user from simple poisons. However, with a cold gaze, she wanted to know why the protagonist had bought it. Russell replied that he thought it would look nice if the princess wore it. The princess said she was happier to hear such words than with the gift itself. She then commented that she didn't know how to use such an item since she had never seen one before, asking Russell to help her. Russell then took the hairpin and went behind Hecate, holding her hair. At that moment, the princess remembered that Russell had mentioned the word she when referring to the Beast Queen. She wanted to know if that person was a woman and what kind of relationship Russell had with her. Russell was startled, dropping the hairpin. He bent down to pick it up. replying that he had already explained the situation before. They had merely dueled. Hecate picked up the hairpin before Russell had the chance, and walking toward him, asked if that was all since she had given him the necklace as a gift. Russell was taken aback by Hecate's sudden look. The princess then, while giving a cold smile, commented that Muya had even made the necklace from her canine tooth. Pressured to this point, Russell knew one thing. He was in deep trouble. After suffering at the hands of Princess Hecate, the protagonist headed to the city of Endymion. He hadn't expected the princess to become so jealous, and despite sensing that something was wrong, he also felt happy. He still remembered being interrupted by the king, who had noticed the tension in the air due to his daughter being in front of the protagonist. Thanks to this intervention, he was able to avoid bigger problems. Holding a scroll, Russell recalled the king's shocking words. The monarch revealed that he had been analyzing reports about the Raymond family all this time, and discovered that the document stating that the Raymond family's territory had been returned to the national treasury was false. In reality, the territory had been taken from the Raymonds, which was why Russell had been expelled from there. The protagonist was shocked, especially when he saw the king lower his head and apologize for his negligence. At that moment, all the king could do was apologize. It was then that Russell remembered a question that had been asked of him. Why did he think the empire had dealt with his father? He realized that if the document sent to the king had been manipulated, it meant that someone in Endymion was behind what had happened to his father. Clenching his fist in anger, Russell understood that McCry Hughes had been right. At that moment, a hand held the protagonist's clenched hand. Looking up, he saw Princess Hecate giving him a gentle smile full of deep meaning, which made his anger subside. The king then took another scroll and handed it to the protagonist, saying that although it couldn't return everything he had lost, it could help him. The scroll would grant Russell access to the 6th underground floor of the Louvre Museum. With this, he decided to head straight to the museum, postponing his plan to visit the Imperial Vault. Upon entering the museum, the protagonist headed straight for the 5th floor. Normally, people would think this was the lowest floor of the museum, but there was one more underground level. The 6th floor stored the teachings of the Magic Tower's masters on magic, as well as information about their origins. Only those who had the king's permission, represented by the imperial family's seal on the scroll, could access that place. The seal on the scroll glowed, and around Russell, several lights began to appear as if the space was being manipulated. The protagonist realized he was being subjected to a teleportation spell, and wondered if, instead of being taken to the 6th underground floor, he was being transported somewhere else. After being teleported, the protagonist found himself in a library, filled with shelves that reached dozens of meters high, holding unimaginable amounts of books. Since Russell would only be allowed to stay in that place for 48 hours, it would be impossible to read everything in such a short time. Moreover, as magic was prohibited in that space, he couldn't use imaging magic to copy the books. Flying between the shelves, the protagonist decided to first look at the titles of the books to choose which ones to read. After a while, Russell found some interesting volumes, such as The Roar of the Earth Dragon, a book written by the master of the Yellow Tower 400 years ago. Flipping through the book, he was impressed by its content. The ancient master of the Yellow Tower, Ervan Rugen, had transformed a 5th circle earthquake spell into a 7th circle spell. The magic involved gathering the scattered mana underground, focusing it on the surface, and then releasing it in a conical impact wave. After reading the content, Russell's understanding of the earth element increased slightly, pushing his advanced understanding of the element to its limit. Upon reading the notification, the protagonist realized he had received a mission. He needed to expand his understanding of earth magic to surpass this limit. As a reward, he would learn the magic footprints of the Earth Dragon. After the Silver Dragon and the Fire Dragon, Russell felt lost on how to find the traces of the dragons. However, receiving this objective through a mission made him feel more confident, as now he had a clear direction, confirming the validity of the information. Still, Russell wondered how he could increase his understanding of the earth element enough to reach mastery if he needed to memorize as much content as possible. So he began reading various books, stacking them into a tower taller than himself. However, despite the accumulation of reading, his understanding level didn't increase. It was then that he remembered that he could take a book outside the museum. He wondered which of the many books he had selected he should take. Suddenly, something caught his attention. There was a statue of a mage holding a book, which piqued his curiosity about why the book was placed beside the statue instead of being stored in one of the shelves. Flying to the statue, Russell grabbed the book, discovering that its name was Transcendent Dream, and the author was the founding mage. The mage referred to in the book was Luther Raymond. The founder of the Raymond cause and Transcendent Dream was the magic that symbolized his philosophy. Looking at the statue, the protagonist realized it seemed to have been sculpted to resemble Luther. This made him consider the possibility that maybe all of this had been arranged by him. Leaving the 6th floor with teleportation magic, the protagonist took the book with him. To his surprise, his master was waiting for him. The mage showed concern when she saw the protagonist's face, which looked like someone who hadn't slept. She chattered a lot of things, questioning if he was now ignoring her advice, or asking why he was pushing himself so hard when he should be resting. After all the chatter, Daria recognized the book the protagonist was holding, which surprised him, as he hadn't expected her to know about it. Daria stated that Transcendent Dream went beyond human form and repeated magic at its essence. It was magic that transcended the boundaries of the world. According to stories passed down over time, the founding mage transformed into a vast tsunami in the middle of the sea during a great storm. It is also said that he turned into lightning during a heavy rain. To have such original ideas and make them a reality is what made Transcendent Dream a highly valued magic. Holding the book, the protagonist felt proud, especially seeing his master speak so highly of the magic, which indicated how incredible Luther Raymond must have been. At that moment, Daria warned the protagonist that she wouldn't stop him from trying to learn the magic, but she advised him to be careful, as although it was an 8th circle magic, it could go beyond that. If something goes wrong, you could be consumed by this magic. The protagonist accepted his master's warning, saying he would keep it in mind. With the acceptance of the advice, Daria called him to go to the Imperial Vault. As they walked across the field, the protagonist commented that he had never imagined the Imperial Vault would be located on the outskirts of the city. Daria revealed that the place they were going now was the first treasure vault. As Russell should know, the first treasure vault contained accessories. The second vault stored weapons, while the third treasure vault housed other types of treasures. After walking until the sun began to set, they arrived at a lake. Daria then said they had arrived at their destination. The mage drew her staff, telling Russell to open his eyes and watch what was about to happen. Several magical circles began to appear at the tip of Daria's staff, accompanied by fire magic, while she stated that she would show Russell a beautiful sight. The various magical circles turned out to be an encrypted magic, composed of dozens and hundreds of magical traps. If Russell hadn't come to the vault area with Daria, he would never have been able to enter. After Daria disarmed the magic, the waters of the lake parted, revealing a staircase that descended to the bottom of the lake. As they descended, the mage reminded the protagonist that he could only take one item with him when leaving the vault, just like in the museum. While Russell was planning to respond to his master, his hand began to glow with a great amount of lightning, which shocked him. The protagonist's cloud ring had started discharging lightning on its own, something it had never done before. However, unlike when he was fighting someone, it was as if the ring was finding an old friend it had missed for a long time. Daria looked at the protagonist with a smile, stating that apparently the other half of his ring was inside the vault. Artifacts were usually unique items, designed to fulfill their functions, but there were artifacts that required another half to reveal their full power, like the protagonist's golden mask. Stopping to think, Russell realized that most of the mission rewards that gave him dragon-related artifacts seemed to be those missing halves. After descending to the vault, the ring launched a lightning bolt at a door, as if indicating the path Russell should follow to find its other half. The protagonist was quite curious, wondering what artifact the ring was so desperate to find. After passing through the indicated door, Russell and Daria entered a room with few accessories. There, Daria was the first to find the Jade of the Clouds. She explained to the protagonist that the Jade had a special ability, the power to control the weather. Russell was shocked by this information, as there were fewer than 10 mages on the entire continent capable of controlling the weather. Weather manipulation was incredibly difficult, and therefore very hard to learn. Daria taught that controlling the weather was undoubtedly a great advantage, but it also carried great risks. The amount of mana consumed and the casting time were challenges to consider. What Daria was saying, Russell had already felt when he held the Brahmastra. Although it would be more efficient to choose another artifact instead of the Jade in terms of efficiency, looking at the ring on his hand made him decide to choose the Jade. The moment the protagonist placed his hand on the Jade, a bright glow and a large amount of energy overflowed from the stone. All this energy seemed to be absorbed by the ring. Not long after, all the energy was consumed, bringing back the feeling of peace. At that moment, the protagonist received a notification that he had obtained the wing fragment of the Cloud Dragon. The dragon that controls the weather and clouds, a mutant of the lightning dragons with a low chance of birth. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise upon discovering that the ring was related to a mutant lightning dragon. The lightning element was known in academic circles as a deviation of the fire element, being one of the elements outside the 5 typical ones. Lightning mages were rare and highly respected. If any element lateral to lightning were discussed, its value would be incomparable to anything else. Furthermore, the true power of the Cloud Jade didn't seem to be controlling the weather, but something even more impressive. While Russell was immersed in his thoughts and analyses about the new power he had acquired, Daria woke him up, asking if he had any idea how to use the ring now. With a smile, the protagonist said he had an idea. Daria then called him to leave, as she was curious to see the power of the artifact that had finally found its other half. After leaving the vault beneath the lake, the protagonist was ready to demonstrate his newly acquired power. Applying his mana to the ring, he activated the jump form. Preparing his feet, the protagonist made a large leap, leaving behind a great amount of energy used for the propulsion. Seeing the protagonist's action, Daria initially thought he was flying, but soon realized he had just made a simple jump. The jump Russell made was enough to take him to a height where he could see the city below him. Moreover, beneath his feet, a small mist resembling clouds formed. Thanks to it, the first jump wasn't the end. Stepping on the cloud formed beneath his feet, the protagonist jumped again. He zigzagged through the sky using the clouds formed beneath his feet in a way far more effective than any flight magic. It was an even faster skill that didn't force him to slow down when changing directions. However, Russell soon realized that this magic consumed a lot of mana, as he was already beginning to feel tired. Moving on to another test, the protagonist activated the power of the ring, switching to the weather control form. He used the cloud ring. From the ground, Daria saw a cloud charged with lightning, but those bolts were actually formed by Russell's steps in the sky. She realized that this power was enough to easily destroy a small castle. However, after so many tests, the protagonist felt exhausted. From the heights, he fell like a cannonball, returning to the lake after depleting all his mana. The next day in the Mage Academy's society, the protagonist walked down the hallways stretching. His body still ached from the effort he had made, so he decided to use the ring only when it was truly necessary. He headed to a bookshelf and decided to do what he needed, proceed with his mission. He needed to increase his understanding of Earth magic, from the advanced level to the mastery level. Russell picked up a book, knowing that the Yellow Tower was the most knowledgeable in Endymion when it came to Earth magic. So he decided to read books aimed at Sixth Circle mages and higher from the Yellow Tower. While flipping through a book, he found the image of a man. Upon seeing the image of the man, whom he already knew in the book, the protagonist decided to visit him. The man welcomed him warmly, even saying he had heard about Russell's deeds. Holding his tea, the protagonist apologized for not visiting him more often. The man, Elder Spiegelman, didn't seem concerned, saying that not having news wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At the time Russell had met him at the Mirror Temple, Spiegelman had only been a 5th Circle mage, but surprisingly, he was now a 6th Circle mage. Spiegelman revealed that he had heard Russell was looking for advice on Earth magic, which the protagonist confirmed, stating that he had read a book from the 6th underground floor of the museum that had left quite an impression on him. Laughing, Spiegelman said that if Russell was willing, they could start right then. Seeing that he would have help, the protagonist placed a box on the table containing all the books he would like assistance with. That night, in the Archduke's castle, Bismarck was busy with his logistical work. He had recruited many people, and the manufacturing production was going well. This made him believe that he wouldn't need to worry about military supplies either. With an evil smile, he now just awaited the right moment for the throne of Endymion to finally be his. Suddenly, one of the windows of the castle opened. An unexpected visitor apologized for the late hour. Bismarck looked at the visitor and upon seeing their green eyes wondered if it was Karen. The person, wearing a mask, stated that this should be the first time they were meeting in person. Then the masked figure greeted Archduke Bismarck, confirming his suspicions. The person was indeed Karen. Seeing the masked figure act so formally, Bismarck commented that such behavior was not typical of Karen and asked if he was there so late just to mock him. Karen dismissed the Archduke's thoughts and, holding an object in the shape of the knight, said he was there to show Bismarck the item. Bismarck, clueless about what it was, asked for an explanation. That's when Karen made the revelation Bismarck had been waiting for. This is the specimen of the item you so desired, the magical sealing stone. The magical sealing stone was a seal that blocked the gates of Tartarus for a long time. It wasn't an ordinary item, which made Bismarck wonder if the energy of the item was related to the abyss of Tartarus. However, in the presence of that item, Bismarck declared that it was not enough. Thinking about the ancient monsters, Daria and Hemingway, he knew that this seal wouldn't be sufficient. With a dark look, Bismarck reminded Karen that he had promised much more. The Archduke emanated a purple energy, a power that only the imperial family possessed, which made Karen remember that although Bismarck had been pushed to the edges of the empire, he was still part of the royal family. Karen tried to ask the Archduke if he knew how many giants and monsters were imprisoned in Tartarus. The ancient war between gods and giants, the Gigantomachy, ended with the gods emerging victorious after a long and cruel battle. They sealed hundreds of giants and monsters in Tartarus. Hundreds of stakes were needed to imprison giants with transcendental strength. If we can excavate even just 2 of these stakes, we will be able to immobilize the masters of the Blue and Flame Towers. As long as the excavation is done well and quickly, we will find a true stake soon." Hearing Karen, the Archduke smiled, saying that he was beginning to understand why he had brought only 1 specimen. The answer was simple. Karen was trying to show the progress that had been made so far. Karen reaffirmed that his side always kept its promises, and expected the same from Bismarck. The Archduke snorted at the half-threat, saying that as soon as he took the throne, he would help get rid of Daria's bastard. As Karen prepared to leave, the Archduke made a threat. "Keep this in mind. If you don't fulfill the promise, your men will be the first to face my wrath." Before leaving, Karen greeted the Archduke and said he would keep that in mind. After Karen's departure, Bismarck gritted his teeth. Giving him a hand just to get rid of Daria was a lie that even a child wouldn't believe. Grabbing a chess piece, the Archduke, who aimed to ascend to the throne, muttered to himself that once he achieved his goal, nothing else would matter. After all, no matter the tricks they tried to play, they would all be discarded like chess pieces after fulfilling their purpose. At Spiegelman's residence, the old man was visibly frustrated and asked the protagonist if he ever slept. The mage had already answered Russell's 4 questions 2 days ago, but quickly the young man had accumulated a stack of new doubts. Despite the complaints, Spiegelman noticed that each of Russell's questions was extremely enlightening, making him appear like a genius, though the mage knew that what made Russell so skilled was, in fact, the hard work he put into learning. The protagonist expressed his concern about taking up too much of Spiegelman's time, though his face was smiling. Laughing and leaning over the sofa, Spiegelman responded that if he didn't also work hard, Russell would soon catch up to him. That night, the protagonist gathered several scrolls and writings to study. The Earth Dragon's roar wasn't a simple ability to discharge mana. The principle of the magic was in using the heat of the earth. This made the protagonist wonder if it would be possible to use fire, since the heat of the earth was necessary. He would keep the magic rooted in the earth element, but would not impose any restriction on its branches. Thus, by using fire, wind, and lightning, he tried to open himself to all these possibilities. Successfully, a new world was revealed to him, a world where all the elements mixed, contrasted, and added up. The protagonist finally managed to increase his understanding of earth magic, reaching the mastery level. A small rod appeared before him as a reward, the Earth Dragon's footprints. Taking the small staff, decorated with symbols, the protagonist wondered how to use it. Initially, he began swinging the staff, trying to activate it. When he was told he would receive the dragon's footprints, Russell had imagined he would get a map. But to his surprise, he received an item of low durability that looked more like a weapon. Rising to get a better look at the object, he analyzed it carefully and noticed a pattern on its body. Quickly, he grabbed an ink cartridge and poured it over the item. Upon seeing the patterns, Russell concluded that this wasn't a regular stick. The symbols engraved on it were constellations, making him think it could be a celestial map. Suddenly, Russell received a mission notification. Find the location marked on the celestial map and enter the Earth Dragon's residence. Seeing that the mission confirmed his guess, Russell realized he was right about the map, but wondered why it was on a stick. If the system wanted him to go somewhere, it could have given him a conventional map. However, he put the question aside, determined to find the answer once he reached his destination. Using mana on the stick, a map of the constellations appeared on the floor of the room. Russell began searching for patterns and following the stars to determine which direction he should take in the sky to find his destination. Using the North Star as a reference, he quickly identified a desert, which seemed to be Nadia's desert. After discovering the location he needed to go to, the protagonist returned to the palace. There, the princess commented that Daria had already told her that he would be conducting research abroad again. While adjusting his tie, Russell apologized, clearly concerned about what he was about to do. With her eyes closed, Hecate reminded the protagonist that she was not a narrow-minded woman who didn't understand what her husband would do on the street. She was just worried. This was the restrictive behavior she was trying to express. Looking at the protagonist with a warm gaze, she wished that he would send her news regularly. Surprising the princess with a kiss, the protagonist promised that he would certainly do as she asked. In the desert, the sun was extremely hot. The protagonist was riding his camel alongside a merchant group, as requested by the princess. It was at this location that Russell understood why the location had been shown through a celestial map. He couldn't rely on a normal map, as the wind frequently changed the sand dunes in that place. A woman approached the protagonist riding her camel and asked if he wanted a robe to protect himself from the heat. The protagonist thanked the offer but stated that he was fine. Suddenly, Russell felt a tremor coming from beneath the sand. It was as if something large was swimming underground. His perception was quickly confirmed when large creatures began burrowing through the sand and emerged to the surface, attacking the merchant group. The group quickly realized that these were Krokoi, monsters that, if confronted, could annihilate them. An order was given for everyone to scatter, but the protagonist did not move. Looking at the monster, Russell realized that, although it was called Krokoi in the desert, It was actually a sandworm, a creature he was already familiar with. A person passed by the protagonist, telling him to stop looking at the monster and to flee. But Russell retorted, saying that if the person stayed by his side, they would be safe. Ignoring the person's doubts, Russell decided to take the opportunity to test his new magic. A golden energy began to form in his hand. It was the original magic left on the 6th underground floor 200 years ago by Ngale Gloman. Placing his hands on the ground, the protagonist transferred the energy to the earth, and at that moment, he channeled the desert flower magic, an earth magic that engulfed a radius of several meters, completely consuming the sandworm. Like a tornado of energy, the desert flower magic completely swept away the sandworms, turning them into bait for giant fish. Seeing the protagonist rid the area of the sandworms, the merchant group was impressed. Just a minute ago, they thought it would be their end, but now, looking at the mage, they wondered who the hell he was. In everyone's moment of distraction, one of the camels was poisoned. The blood spilled by the sandworms contained poison, and when it fell on the camels, it poisoned them. Seeing the sudden situation, the protagonist gritted his teeth and, summoning a spell, quickly moved the sand, burying the blood from the sandworms back into the desert. After using so much magic, the protagonist felt tired. Somehow he had managed to resolve the situation. The woman who had spoken to the protagonist earlier approached him, introducing herself as Anne Mashrin from the Kurtberth Merchant Association. She wanted to formally introduce herself to the person who had saved them. The protagonist introduced himself as Richard, hiding his identity. Mashrin shook his hand and, grateful, she said she would like to reward him for his help, asking if there was anything he desired. Among all the things he could ask for, the protagonist requested a camel. He explained that he was heading in a different direction, so they would need to part ways there. With the camel in hand, the protagonist continued his journey. Quickly, night fell, and he was able to follow the constellations in the sky. Mounted on the camel, when he took the dragon's earth footprint stick, an energy rose to the heavens, forming a path of light that would guide the protagonist closer to his destination. Leaving the camel behind, the protagonist jumped into the desert, following the path of light. Flying over the region, he saw a place emanating a ray of light into the sky. This must be the place he was searching for. Descending near the light, he realized that everything around him was just sand. He sighed, understanding that what he was looking for must be buried beneath. Suddenly, a spotlight of light emerged from beneath the earth, opening a hole. The protagonist jumped into the hole and quickly descended through the sand. After descending for some time, Russell finally found a passage through which he could pass. Upon emerging from the hole, the protagonist fell into a structure. His feet no longer touched sand, but marble. Walking through the vast space, the protagonist asked the dragon Pepper to light up the area, but then remembered that Pepper was asleep. Remembering the little dragon's words that they would meet again soon, the protagonist wondered when that would happen. Knowing he had found the right place, the protagonist picked up the stick again, which emitted light in one direction. The light created by the stick revealed numerous scorpions scattered all around, and not only them, but several other monsters as well. While fighting the monsters, the protagonist was concerned that the ruin might collapse at any moment. The ruin was not only large in size, but also filled with monsters, despite being underground. If restored, it would be valuable for research. Spiegelman would probably be thrilled to visit such a place. Since the monsters in these ruins weren't very strong, the protagonist easily defeated them while reflecting. After defeating several types of monsters, the protagonist finally faced the last one. With no more enemies ahead, he had likely reached the deepest area of the ruins. As he walked through the ruins, he analyzed the structures until he reached a large gate, dozens of meters larger than himself. Flying towards the gate, Russell wondered how he could open it. After analyzing it carefully, he realized the gate was completely sealed, and it didn't seem like it could be opened just by pulling or pushing. Finally, at the top of the gate, Russell found a small circular hole. Upon seeing it, the protagonist remembered the celestial map. As he approached to insert the stick into the hole, he understood why the map wasn't in a conventional shape. It was actually a key. When he inserted the stick, the gate opened, unleashing a great explosion of light towards the protagonist, forcing him to shield his eyes. Slowly opening his eyes, what happened next surprised him. He was back in the desert, making him think he had exited the ruins. However, upon closer inspection, Russell realized this desert was a bit different from the previous one. He looked at his hand and noticed he was holding a compass which hadn't been with him before. At that moment, he received a mission. This space was a dream created to test someone. He needed to reach the end, guided by the compass, but he couldn't use any mobility magic while in the air. Reading the mission, Russell wondered if being in a dream was the reason he felt that something was off. But when looking at the compass, he felt excited, realizing where he needed to go. As he planned to follow the compass needle, Russell noticed that the scenery in that direction didn't look very friendly. The ground was cracking and catching fire, so he took a few steps back. But the path the compass indicated was the one he had to take. So, with a small sigh, he decided to face that path, despite the challenges. Determined, he chose to move forward and face the challenge. After walking for a long time, Russell now found himself facing intense flames. Before long, he had to escape a sandstorm, then a snowstorm, and now he was confronted by a sea of fire. The closer he got to the flames, the more impressive they became. Analyzing the fire carefully, Russell realized that it had been created through magical formulas. This led him to decide to study the mana, understand it, and reverse engineer the magic, disabling it. The protagonist reflected on this trial and concluded that it was all part of a challenge to test his skills as a mage. To achieve his goal, Russell needed to intuitively understand the situation and continue expanding his knowledge of the world's truths in order to unravel the magic. After exerting all his effort to comprehend the magic of this place, the protagonist ultimately gave up. He was out of mana. However, he wasn't upset. It was a pity, but there was nothing that could be done except to hold on to the sensation he had experienced while investigating the magic. As he walked through the Valley of Flames, Russell decided that next time he would succeed. Finally, as he advanced, he completed the mission he had been given, to enter the residence of the Earth Dragon. The place Russell found was exactly the same as the ruins he had discovered in the desert. In the same location where he had found the door, he used the celestial map. At that moment, the protagonist received the reward for the mission, the horn of the divine Dragon King, containing the essence of Earth. The horn, placed before him, seemed strange and unpleasant, unlike any other horn he had seen before. Placing his hand on the horn, Russell wondered how much mana he would receive by absorbing it. However, the moment he tried to absorb the mana, something unexpected happened. He couldn't. In the next instant, a sharp pain hit Russell. The mana that should have been absorbed was, in fact, blocking his mana veins. Quickly, the protagonist sat in the lotus position to try and guide the mana, for if his mana veins completely blocked, he would be unable to do anything. Russell's veins seemed ready to rupture, and his eyes overflowed with energy as he tried to force the mana, guiding it towards his circle. After much effort, something happened within his body. He seemed to have transformed into a human made of sand. Suddenly, a powerful energy descended upon the protagonist, coursing through his body. Russell began to crack. At that moment, Russell received the notification that he had absorbed the maximum amount of mana from the essence of Earth in the horn of the Divine Dragon King. He was informed that once his dormant potential was awakened, it would be of great help. Finally, shells fell from his body as if scales were shedding, casting off the bad residue. Russell felt that something was different. Not only his muscles, but also his bones. He felt that everything was stronger. Picking up a stone from the ground, the protagonist squeezed it. He felt as if his grip strength was much more powerful now, perhaps similar to Spandam's if he used the mage's body and overload. At that moment, Russell decided to leave the place, remembering that there was a teleportation gate from the yellow tower near the desert. Upon reaching the location of the teleportation gate, the protagonist found a courier. The courier first confirmed Russell's identity, and then handed him an order from the kingdom and the master of the Flame Tower, revealing that the order had arrived a few days ago. Russell took the letter and opened it to read. He soon discovered that he was being sent to the swamp of the Raquel County with the mission to subjugate a hydra. He then remembered that in his past life, a hydra had indeed appeared around this time in the western part of the kingdom. At that time, the person who received the mission was Vermilion. Now, the reason Russell was receiving this mission was because the story had changed. Thinking about this, the protagonist realized that he had returned 8 years on the timeline, and that 7 years had already passed. This meant he only knew the events that would occur in the coming year. Looking at the list of mages who would participate in the mission, Russell was surprised. Alan Page would also be there. However, something seemed strange to him. Alan was still at the 5th circle, even though he had reached this level much earlier in his past life and should have already been at the 6th circle by this time. At that moment, in Raquel County, the Lord was eagerly greeting the one he called the genius mage recognized by the Blue Tower, Alan Page. Leading a group, Alan acted humbly, stating that he was just providing support to Count Russell Raymond, who would lead the subjugation. The county lord was surprised, mentioning that he had heard of the count and asking where he was. Alan replied that they had departed from different locations and that he had arrived earlier, but reassured the lord, saying that Russell would arrive soon. Thus, Alan asked Count Raquel if he knew where the Hydra's lair was located. After thinking for a moment, Raquel confirmed that the swamp area was under the Hydra's control, as it had built its nest there. Alan decided to investigate further, asking if the Hydra had attacked the city, but the Count denied it. Alan began to wonder what to do. Normally, they would wait for Russell's arrival, but that might delay the subjugation. So he decided that it would be better to at least take a look at the area. Just as Alan was about to thank Raquel for the information, screams were heard from outside the castle. The Hydra was attacking. A creature resembling a multi-headed dragon was causing great chaos within the city. Count Raquel was startled by the noise, wondering what was happening. Alan took the lead, informing Raquel that they would drive the Hydra away, leaving the task of evacuating the citizens to the Count. Alan and the other mages jumped out of the castle window, only to see a giant monster, larger than the city walls, destroying everything around it with fire and explosions. The monster hadn't noticed their presence yet, so Alan ordered everyone to prepare for a surprise attack. Alan began gathering his mana. At his current level, he knew he couldn't defeat the Hydra alone. However, he was confident that if he teamed up with the other mages, they could win. Opening his eyes, Alan, along with the other mages, unleashed a powerful attack that exploded on the Hydra's body. A large cloud of dust spread with the impact, leaving Alan anxious, wondering if they had defeated the monster. However, suddenly, from within the smoke, several pairs of eyes emerged, glaring at the group of mages. Furious, the Hydra lunged at Alan and the other mages, while the citizens screamed. Facing the Hydra's attack, Alan realized that with such destructive power, all the citizens inside the castle would be in danger if something went wrong. Therefore, they needed to avoid any casualties. Raising his hands, Alan attacked the massive Hydra, while it in turn attacked him with a poisonous aura that spread rapidly. In a nearby forest to the Raquel County, the protagonist hurriedly ran toward the city. However, his eyes showed desperation when from the top of a mountain, he saw the great city shrouded in an ominous fog, making him question what had happened to Alan. Sometime later, upon seeing the city, the protagonist noticed traces of destruction on the castle walls. The Count asked someone what had happened with the Hydra, and it was revealed that it had returned to the swamp, with no further movement observed since then. The man also revealed that Sir Alan had sustained significant damage during the Hydra's attack. The Count asked about Alan's condition, and he was told that when he defended the castle walls, he had been exposed to the Hydra's venom. He had survived by luck, but was not in good condition. The Count told the soldier that they should do everything possible to save Alan, and the soldier agreed. At that moment, another soldier rushed to find the Count, saying that the person they were waiting for had arrived. The man beside the Count reprimanded the running soldier, but the Count didn't mind and asked who had arrived. To the surprise of the Count and his assistant, the soldier said that it was Count Morningstar, Count Russell Raymond. Upon arriving in the city, the protagonist sighed and moved quickly, leaping over the walls. Count Raquel caught a brief glimpse of the protagonist's black hair and red eyes as he landed in front of him and greeted him. The protagonist followed Count Raquel to the room where Alan was, asking how long he had been in that state. Count Raquel revealed that it was the second day Alan had been ill. Looking at Alan, the protagonist was shocked to learn that the poison could leave someone in such a state just by breathing it in. If Alan were a normal person, he surely wouldn't have survived. The protagonist asked the Count if the Hydra had 8 or 9 heads, but the Count stated that the monster had only 5. The protagonist thought for a moment, as a 5-headed Hydra was actually a newborn monster, which made it strange that it had such potent venom. He would need to investigate this. The protagonist placed his hand on Alan's body while analyzing the mana in his system. The Count quickly tried to warn the protagonist that it was dangerous to get close to Alan, as a soldier tried to stop him. However, in the next moment, it was they who had to retreat, as Russell was completely burning the venom away with fire. The smoke filled the room as the protagonist healed Alan this way, causing the Count to believe that he was a sorcerer on the same level as the Tower Masters. To understand the poison, Russell needed to locate its roots. He held Alan's hand and moved his mana, investigating the mana pathways in the mage's body until he found the origin of the poison. Inside Alan's body, Russell was able to visualize something: a monster, a dragon. At that moment, the protagonist received a mission called the Secret of the Hydra. He needed to repel the Hydra that had caused destruction in the county of Raquel and solve the mystery behind the monster, uncovering its secret. Looking at the mission's reward, Russell realized it was divided according to what he was able to accomplish, whether it was expelling the Hydra or discovering its secret. While the protagonist was analyzing the notification, which was visible only to him, the Count asked what had happened. Russell relieved Raquel's concern by stating that he had found a way to cure Alan. The Count was surprised and happy with the news, but he was informed that the people around might be poisoned in the process of treatment, so everyone would need to leave the room. To cure a poison, it would normally be necessary to use an antidote or healing magic with divine power. However, Russell could do something else. He could burn the poison and expel it from the patient's body, something he could do with common poisons. To deal with the poison, he would need to burn and expel it at the same time. Poisons had a great resistance to attempts of expulsion, and even if Russell managed to expel it, there was a high chance that Alan would be poisoned again due to the potency of the venom. Even if the treatment lasted a long time, Russell needed to ensure that the poison was completely removed. After extracting the impure substance, Russell planned to help Alan with the circulation of mana, repeating the process as needed. As Russell removed the poison from Alan, he felt an energy similar to what he had experienced before. This made him wonder if Alan was reaching enlightenment during the process of removing the poison. As Russell continued the treatment, Alan began to rise, and the room began to freeze from the power radiating from him. After Alan stood up, fully healed, the protagonist congratulated him. Alan Page had reached the 6th circle. Covered in ice, Alan thanked the protagonist, stating that he now owed his life to him. Faced with such an offer, the protagonist felt awkward and replied that the residents of the county of Raquel were saved thanks to Alan. He in fact should be grateful to Alan for helping as the captain of the subjugation. Sometime later, Russell, Alan, the Count, and his assistant gathered. The Count revealed that he was happy with Alan's recovery, but the Mage apologized for making the Count worry. Laughing, the Count asked Alan not to say such things. The protagonist interrupted the two, stating that he had some questions about the subjugation of the Hydra. He wanted to know the number and capabilities of the knights participating in the subjugation, as well as the information about the monsters in the swamp area. The Count revealed that there were 30 knights and around 500 common soldiers. Russell then asked how many of the knights were at the expert level, and the Count answered that none of them were at that level. Thinking about what the Count had said, Russell began to doubt that he was hiding information about the troops' capabilities, given that they were facing an urgent crisis. It wouldn't be much help, but Russell decided to consider the knights as support. The Count provided a few more details to the protagonist. The swamp covered about 1,500 hectares, and they didn't know the exact number or types of monsters in the area, as the entire swamp region had become a monster's den after the Hydra made its nest there. Hearing the size of the area, Alan stated that there must be thousands of monsters there. The Count also mentioned that the number of monsters wasn't the only problem, as the swampy terrain would make it difficult for the soldiers to move. However, the protagonist stated that he had a solution, but he would need help to make the preparations and be ready to leave in 3 days. The Count was surprised by Russell's statement, who, laughing, said that he had a guaranteed method. At that moment, Russell placed his hand on Alan's shoulder, who seemed unsure. A few days later, during the sunset, all the soldiers and knights were gathered as Count Raquel gave a speech. Do you all remember? Last autumn, half of our county was covered in golden light. I vividly remember the fields, the smiles, the peace. However, we didn't receive the same gift this year. No, as long as the Hydra is here, we will never see such happiness again. Tell me, what should we do with those who steal our gift and our peace? We must fight. We must defeat them. With the Count's speech, the soldiers' spirits were lifted. Riding his horse, Russell knew that it was now his turn. Moving to the front, the protagonist introduced himself. I am Russell Raymond, the captain of the Hydra subjugation. From now on, I will explain how the subjugation plan will unfold. As he spoke, Russell created several illusionary screens to illustrate his plan. First, the knights would be divided into 2 groups. They would protect the 3rd and 4th circle mages while providing rear support. They would prevent the monsters from escaping. Additionally, they would work with 5th circle mages and above to clear a path through the monsters. In the middle of the explanation, a knight raised his hand and stated that they would have difficulty moving through the swamp, asking if there was a way to deal with the monsters that surrounded them from the front. The protagonist liked the question and responded that no one would need to worry about that. Not long after, when they arrived at the swamp, the protagonist demonstrated why no one needed to worry. Upon encountering several monsters, he used his origin magic, Falling Sun, to deal with all of them. The magic the protagonist used caused much of the swamp to catch fire. The knights were incredulous at the number of beasts he had defeated with just one spell, demonstrating the power of a one-man army, a 6th circle mage. The protagonist asked Alan to handle the next wave of monsters, stating that he would ask him to do this more than once. Alan smiled, asking Russell not to be such a cruel boss. He then obeyed the request and, stepping into the swamp, began to freeze the water. He decided to do his best since it was a request from his savior. The ice quickly spread through the swamp, covering the waters and trees, creating a frozen field. The protagonist watched Alan use his magic, a smile on his face, noticing that this was the same spell he had used before, the Ice Age. As in the real Ice Age, the monsters were frozen. Under the effect of the freezing magic, they lost their movements and were no longer a threat to the knights. Mounted on his horse, Duke Raquel raised his sword. Move! Advance using the ice as a path. All troops, attack! With the Duke's command, the army of soldiers and knights advanced. With most of the monsters frozen, it became easy for the knights to defeat them. They first focused on the frozen ones, but a certain soldier was caught off guard when one of the monsters that wasn't frozen attacked him. The soldier was grabbed by the leg and lifted into the air, screaming, but Russell quickly saved him with a swift movement. The other soldiers came to help their companion while the protagonist observed the monsters. Their numbers seemed endless. The soldiers were engaged in defeating the monsters using their spears and magic. Russell grew worried, as if he used an area spell he would also hit his allies. Thus, he decided to get rid of the Hydra first. Having made his decision, he advanced swiftly through the swamp. At a certain moment, he noticed movement in the water. A monster with several sea serpent heads emerged upon sensing the human's presence. The soldiers were overwhelmed by the Hydra's aura, unable to move any longer. Russell was too far from where the monster appeared and had no way to act. However, Alan stepped in front of the guards, channeling an ice spell. The Hydra broke through the ice wall created by Alan, advancing toward the mage. However, he cast another spell, freezing part of the monster and preventing it from advancing. At that moment, Russell managed to approach the monster. Seizing the opening created, he let his fire mana overflow. However, at that moment, the protagonist heard a voice in his head. "The humans who destroyed my mother! I will not forgive you!" Russell stopped, wondering if those were the Hydra's thoughts. The monster seemed to be trying to seek revenge for its mother, which had driven it mad. However, Russell knew this was the wrong way to go about it. While the group was facing the Hydra, a person watched the battle with a dark smile and golden eyes, using draconic control power to command the Hydra. Interesting. The person standing atop a cliff emanated a dark energy while observing the young man fighting the Hydra with keen interest. The monster was advancing toward the protagonist and the group of knights, but at that moment, Russell used his power, giving an order to the Hydra. "Stop!" The enraged monster did not stop at the protagonist's command, surprising him. He thought the Hydra would at least hesitate, but there was no sign of that, as if something was blocking his power from affecting the Hydra. The protagonist put his hands in front of his body, shielding himself from the Hydra's wind attack. Realizing there was no other way, he decided to simply take down the monster using force. A sun of fire appeared in the sky, and from it, dozens of arrows began to fall. The Hydra glared at the fire arrows as it roared. The monster quickly used the power of each of its mouths to counterattack the arrows falling upon it. However, the protagonist's attack was so powerful that the impact from the arrows was enough to strike the Hydra. Wide-eyed, the monster watched the fire arrows approach. Russell's great fire attack was met with a lightning attack from the Hydra. Fire and lightning collided, and Russell raised his hand, using the ring on his finger to absorb the mana from the attack. With the gathered mana, he smiled, realizing that with such an amount, he might be able to use a certain attack. Russell wanted to unleash the strongest fifth circle spell, Giant Thunderhammer. From the fire created by the protagonist, a massive spear emerged. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into launching the attack, adding the power of Karanos' fire. Alan felt pressured by the amount of power generated by Russell. Even as someone in the sixth circle, there seemed to be a vast difference between them. The Hydra was about to be defeated by the protagonist's attack, coughing several times. At that moment, a voice echoed, speaking to the Hydra. "It would be a shame for the fight to end like this. The power of the dragon blood I shared with you goes far beyond this." The protagonist was shocked to see the sinister atmosphere that began to form around the Hydra. A massive amount of energy surrounded the monster with a purple glow, pushing everything away. The voice then commanded it, "Rise, my servant." He realized that the power surrounding the Hydra was dangerous. Instantly, he cast his origin magic, creating multiple spears. 5 Gaybolg spears flew toward the Hydra as Russell watched. His attack hit the target, causing a massive explosion. The Hydra reappeared in a dreadful state, just as Russell expected. He was ready to end the battle with his next attack. However, suddenly, dark magic emerged, completely surrounding the Hydra. Russell felt that this magic was similar to one he had faced before, or perhaps even denser and more familiar. The dark energy formed a dense sphere in the lake. Both Alan and Russell could feel how powerful this energy was. The sphere continued to expand as the various warriors and knights felt the pressure emanating from it. Cracks began to appear on the sphere, slowly spreading as an immense power was released. Like an egg breaking open, the sphere revealed the Hydra once again, now with an even more threatening appearance than before. It no longer had 1, 2, or 3 heads, but a total of 6, showcasing its power. In front of Russell, the monster's number of heads had grown. The Hydra, with its red eyes, delivered a message to Russell and the others. "Vile humans who stood in my way of avenging my mother, I will devour you." The Hydra charged toward the protagonist with its mouth wide open, but Russell quickly raised a barrier around himself and Alan. The protagonist urged his companion to evacuate the forces back to the rear. He then advanced, drawing the Hydra toward another location. Russell recalled that the Hydra defeated by Vermilion Olsen in the past had 5 heads. The fact that this Hydra now had 6 heads meant that history had changed due to some interference, either by him or something else. The something else Russell referred to was now watching him fight the Hydra from within the forest. Russell launched a windburst attack against the Hydra, but noticed that his attack did not even leave a scratch. Ordering the evacuation had proven to be the right decision. Russell was confident he wouldn't be caught if he used draconification, but he still wanted to be careful. Instead, he chose to use partial draconification. The Hydra unleashed a green stream at the protagonist, as if it were poison. Russell swung a flaming spear as he advanced. Swinging the spear, he delivered a strike. Noticing the wound caused to the Hydra, the protagonist realized that it was regenerating at an absurdly fast rate. Therefore, any mediocre attack would just be a waste of strength. For this reason, he decided to concentrate all his remaining mana into a single attack. Gripping his most powerful spear, mana gathered around Russell, infusing the weapon. A gay bulg with 7 layers of aura was created. Russell moved almost instantaneously. The next moment, he appeared in front of the Hydra, which attacked him. The attack grazed him, but he did not stop. Wielding his spear, he used the La Mancha ability he had learned. Russell swung the spear, delivering a powerful slash toward the Hydra. The firepower imbued in the spear was strong enough to evaporate everything it struck. The Hydra screamed as it was defeated, cursing, "I curse you! I am the servant of that person. On the day he descends, all of you insignificant beings will face your end." Hearing the Hydra's curse, the protagonist was certain that someone was behind its appearance. One who had given the Hydra its power watched carefully as his creation was destroyed. Observing Russell's power, he understood why it felt so familiar. This was the power of the Dragon Emperor. A great celebratory banquet was held to commemorate the victory. Next to Russell, Alan expressed his gratitude, although he felt slightly guilty since the people in that place were still very busy with repairs. Russell replied that the people at the banquet seemed to enjoy spending, so it should be fine. Looking at some of the girls present at the banquet, the protagonist surprised Alan by saying that he would have some trouble. The bespectacled mage asked why Russell would say that, but before he could answer, several girls suddenly surrounded Alan, like an avalanche. Alan cried internally as he watched Russell walk away, wondering where he was going without him. The protagonist left Alan behind, thinking about how young mages often went through things like that, but not him, since he was engaged to Hecate. Thinking of the princess, he realized it had been some time since he last contacted her, and remembered he should reach out to her the next day. Suddenly, Russell felt the energy of someone watching him. There was a person on the upper floor of the palace wearing a cloak, looking down at Russell. When he looked at the person, Russell saw their golden eyes surrounded by dark energy. The protagonist felt an immense dark power around them, but at that moment the person turned and left. Russell displayed a resolute expression, certain that the sensation he had just felt meant something important. He then followed the person to the upper floor. Heading to the castle balcony where the person had entered, the protagonist found them standing atop the balcony railing. Russell approached and asked if, by any chance, they were a dragon. The energy Russell had felt moments before was the same he had experienced during the fight against the Hydra, the power of a dragon capable of forcing the Hydra's accelerated growth. The person smiled, pondering how to respond to Russell. The next moment, several feathers appeared beneath the cloak, revealing a large pair of wings as they replied, "There was a time when I was called that." The man turned, showing his back to the protagonist. He stated that he would like to continue the conversation, but that an intruder was about to appear. Leaping into the sky, he warned Russell that they would meet again soon. The protagonist watched the man fly upward, leaving him behind. He reflected on the answer he had received, wondering if the man meant that he was no longer a dragon. Suddenly, a message appeared, informing the protagonist that he had completed his mission. He received some supreme magic stones for defeating the Hydra, and also for uncovering the secret behind it. Russell grew thoughtful upon realizing the man was behind the incident, questioning why he had caused it. Inside the forest, a dark portal of fire emerged. From the portal came the same man Russell had encountered. The man walked toward a cave, and looking into the darkness, asked someone there if he was being ignored. The man's hand moved swiftly toward the darkness. He grabbed someone who began coughing. He reminded this person that he had warned him not to seek him out, asking if he really wanted to be eliminated. The person he was speaking to was Hypnos. With a weak voice, Hypnos warned that there was no more time. Hearing this, the pseudo-dragon smiled. The shadow of a dragon emerged from the man holding Hypnos. "How absurd! Since when does someone as weak as you think you can give me orders?" Julian Register, the fallen dragon, stared at Hypnos with his golden eyes. The bald man coughed, asking Julian if he was planning to betray them. At that moment, Julian gripped Hypnos tightly and threw him aside. He then bid farewell, stating that he had no interest in Hypnos' schemes, but that they should remember something. Just because half of his body was sworn to those commanding Hypnos, it did not mean they were his master. Recovering, Hypnos threatened Julian, claiming that he would regret it. The next moment he fled, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, as the sun began to rise, Julian recalled the protagonist. "Russell Raymond, can you really free me from this imprisoning spell?" At Guinevere Palace, a servant informed the princess that Count Russell had arrived. The princess quickly ordered that he be allowed in. Holding some papers, she asked the protagonist to approach. Russell bowed to greet Hecate, but stopped when he heard her address him as a Count of the Kingdom. Lifting his head, he became instantly shy upon noticing that this was the title displayed in a newspaper. Below the title, there was an almost perfect drawing of him, which, according to Hecate, was actually even more handsome in reality. Russell grew even shyer, while the maid brushing the princess's hair also smiled, pleased by the flirtation between the two. The princess asked the protagonist about the reason for his visit. He smiled awkwardly, informing her that he planned to leave the capital for a few days. Saddened, the princess crossed her arms, claiming that he always seemed to try to leave her. She pouted, saying that no matter how important external matters were, he should remember how long it had been since he returned, and now he was already trying to leave again. The protagonist quickly stated that it wasn't as she thought, revealing that he was only planning to inspect the Raymond County. She remembered the matter and asked if he was referring to the 3 cities he had received. With Russell's confirmation, the princess felt embarrassed, saying that if he wasn't going so far, he didn't need to report it to her. At that moment, Russell extended his hand to the princess while kneeling, asking if she would like to accompany him on this trip. A blush appeared on the princess's face, surprised by the invitation. In a place bathed by a grand waterfall lay the metropolis of Westel. The market was bustling, with many people walking back and forth. Hecate was excited as she strolled through the streets with Russell, commenting on the spices from the south and the honey cakes popular in the capital. She asked Russell if the meeting with the merchants wasn't scheduled for that night, and the protagonist confirmed it was. She then hugged his arm, declaring that they should explore the city together until the time came, just the two of them. In this happy moment, Russell noticed something approaching. He quickly pulled Hecate into his arms, moving her out of the way of a carriage speeding toward them. Several people reached for their swords, but Russell raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. Since the princess was out, the royal guard couldn't leave her alone. Russell had permitted them to protect her in secret, although as they were now, they seemed far too visible. With the princess in his arms, Russell asked if she was okay. Hecate quickly separated from him, calmly stating that she was fine. She soon changed the subject, asking where they would go. Seeing that she was unharmed, the protagonist revealed that he was thinking it might be good to visit the Westel Academy. Hecate snuggled back into Russell's embrace, stating that if that's what he wanted, it was fine with her. As they headed toward the academy, the princess asked who a notable alumnus of Westel Academy was, and the protagonist replied that Lord Niccolo of the Golden Tower had studied there. While the two enjoyed their stroll, something was happening in the great forest. An elf instructed 2 others, who were in the trees, not to advance and only to observe from where they were. That elf knew that recently monsters had been becoming more aggressive, but that day it seemed even worse. Another elf quickly approached him to deliver information to the captain. The elf asked about the situation ahead, and the scout reported that a fog was appearing, something they had never seen before. He revealed that they had spoken with the spirits, but they also didn't know the reason. The captain pondered on the fog that provoked the spirits' primordial fear, commenting that it seemed ominous. He was about to order a retreat, when suddenly the ground began to tremble. A horde of monsters was advancing toward them all of a sudden. They were under attack by the monster horde. Chaos broke out in the great forest as the monster horde advanced. The villagers of the elven village tried to flee. Mothers carried their babies while children ran on their own. Several archers fired at the monsters amid flames spreading through the village, trying to create an opening so the children could escape first. In the sky, a mage flew above the monster horde. Hypno held 2 cone-shaped inscribed objects in his hands, laughing as he marveled at the view below. The dark mage was thrilled because soon Tartarus would open. He knew that the monster horde was just the beginning, and that the remaining seals wouldn't be enough to hold the barrier. Before long, they would emerge, those revered as the gods of destruction, the Titans. Hypno laughed maniacally at the chaos that was approaching. In his vision, Endymion was pathetic, for the entire kingdom would soon be engulfed in flames. Hypno watched as the forest became completely engulfed in fire, reveling in his overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, the sun was setting in Westel. The protagonist was with the princess, watching the sunset while waiting for a certain time, the turning point of his life, the hour of regression. The moment the regression would begin was approaching. The fragment of knowledge of the future that Russell possessed was coming to an end. This made him wonder what he should do from that point on, how he should navigate an unknown future. Hecate noticed that Russell was lost in thought and snapped him out of it. The protagonist smiled, stating that he was just reflecting on the path he had walked, wondering if he would do well from now on. The princess asked the protagonist if he knew why the king had given him that city, but he said he had never thought about it. Hecate then explained the reason. Although wealth and power are important, the essence of power lies in the people. The academy gathers those who will lead the kingdom's future, His Majesty wishes for your house to rise again." At that moment, the princess placed her hand on Russell's face, asking if he was worried about the future, telling him not to be, for from then on she would be with him. With such a demonstration of companionship, Russell felt touched, which led the couple to share a kiss. While Russell shared this affectionate moment with Hecate, a man ran up the stairs looking for him. He handed over a scroll, an urgent message from the royal family. The protagonist opened the scroll, wondering why such a sudden message had arrived. His eyes widened in shock at what he read. Hecate grew curious, and he revealed that even master-level mages from the tower and master-level aura practitioners were being summoned to the palace immediately. Russell wondered if a war had begun. He informed Hecate that something serious had happened, and that they needed to return to the palace, stating that he would prepare the carriage. But Hecate stopped him. She asked him not to worry about her, and to leave immediately. Russell hesitated to leave Hecate alone, but she insisted that the kingdom's safety was the priority, above romantic affections. The kingdom needed him. The protagonist accepted Hecate's decision and followed her advice to go ahead. Using wind magic, the protagonist shot forward. Watching him leave, Hecate revealed her lonely worry. "More than the time spent with you, it's the time spent waiting and worrying about you. But I can't help it. This is the fate of one who loves a hero." In a certain tribunal, dozens of people awaited before a platform for someone to speak. The protagonist arrived just in time for the meeting, relieved but surprised by the grand scale around him. Present were Daria, Melville, Alan, and other tower masters. With such gathered strength, a small kingdom could easily be annihilated. With mages and knights present, Russell wondered what on earth had happened. At that moment, it was announced that His Majesty the King was entering. The king quickly ordered everyone to sit, as they would skip formalities due to the circumstances. Sitting in his place, the king announced that the assembly had been called due to an unprecedented situation, and so it was better for the parties involved to explain directly what was happening. He then asked for the guests to be brought in. Russell, observing the assembly, felt a familiar presence. Those who entered were elves and dwarves. The elf was the first to introduce himself. "I am Aslan, the first guardian of the Blue Wisteria tribe, and I greet the master of Endymion." After him, the dwarf also introduced himself. "Mathers, from the underworld, greets the king of Endymion." Some people were surprised to see elves and dwarves together. They lived in the great forest and the underworld, in the southwest of the kingdom. Seeing them together there made everyone wonder if something had happened. The king called for everyone's attention, asking if they could show what they had seen. Mathers presented the newest tool developed in the underworld, a device capable of projecting recorded images. From the images shown by the device, enormous monsters were advancing, which shocked the people of Endymion. Vermilion, beside Russell, observed that there were at least 10,000 monsters. Aslan stated that suddenly, a horde of monsters had attacked, driving the elves and fairies out of the great forest. Mathers also expressed his concern, explaining that monsters had invaded the Red Canyon underworld, and that they couldn't understand how this had happened. Russell raised his hand and the king asked for his opinion. Russell stated that something was strange, because the number of monsters was abnormally high. Even if all the monsters in the Great Forest had gathered, there shouldn't be as many as shown in the images. The protagonist's comment made Hemingway question whether the monsters had been created, and beside him, Daria suspected that another dimension might have been opened. The half-elf tower master remarked that the type of monster was also disturbing. Pointing a light to mark one of the monsters, she stated that it should have been extinct long ago. At that moment, both the elf and the dwarf knelt. Aslan pleaded with the king, "Master of Endymion, as the first guardian of the Blue Wisteria tribe and the representative of the Great Forest, I beg you, please save the Great Forest, which is in danger." Beside him, Mathers made the same plea, begging for the underworld and the Red Canyon. The king stepped down from his seat, asking the two to stand. He then spoke to everyone present at the assembly. "This is an astonishing number of monsters, beyond comprehension. We do not know how they emerged, but leaving them unchecked will certainly cause catastrophic damage. In the name of the king of Endymion, I order you to aid the Great Forest and the underworld. Ensure that no monster crosses our borders, by His Majesty's decree." Faced with this, Russell recalled that everything the fate of regression had ensured for him was now over. All he could do now was believe in everything he had built and move forward. Daria stood before Vermilion, Russell, and Professor Hubert. She stated that she would like to join the war, but that she needed to guard the kingdom with the Lance Tower, so she would only send the three into the battlefield. Hubert assured her it was fine, while Vermilion urged her to trust them. Daria acknowledged their skills, but expressed concern for the battlefield, where even a stray arrow could take a life. She voiced her main worry about Russell, asking him to be especially careful, as it was his first time on the battlefield. That battle would be fundamentally different from anything he had previously experienced. Russell smiled, assuring her not to worry. In truth, he had lived through endless battles in his past life, but he couldn't reveal that to her. Looking at Russell, Daria thought of some people and kept to herself, that if they were alive, they would have become as brave as him. Daria shivered slightly, which concerned Russell and the others, but she quickly dismissed it, stating it was nothing. Regaining her composure, the Tower Master asked the three to return safely. She wanted her beloved disciples to come back. Niccolo Machiavelli received the three newcomers at the Red Canyon. Leading the group, Vermilion asked if everyone had arrived. However, it was noted that only the Lance Tower and the White Tower had not yet arrived, likely due to portal capacity, which was causing a delay. The protagonist approached Aslan, who was curious about what he wanted. Russell asked the elf if he knew Lady Io from the White Tribe. Aslan was instantly shocked and asked how Russell knew her. At that moment, Aslan noticed the colors of Russell's hair and eyes. He then grabbed the protagonist's hand, realizing that he had been the one who saved Lady Io and her clan, which explained why his spirit's scent felt so familiar. Seeing Aslan's excitement, Russell understood he knew the young elf well. Aslan confirmed it, stating that although they weren't from the same tribe, she was a sentinel. The protagonist knew that a sentinel was a protector not only of the tribe but of all elves. He hadn't expected the young elf to have ascended to be a sentinel. It made him wonder if it was due to her dragon power awakening. Russell asked if the elf was well, but Aslan stated he wasn't sure, as she had been on the front lines when she left. The protagonist fell into thought. Io should have been fine 5 days ago, but they needed to reach her as soon as possible, as time was slipping away. At that moment, Alan Page and Olive, a mage from the White Tower, arrived. Along with them was Amelia Merwin, the small, eccentric half-elf master of the White Tower. Russell realized that half of the Empire's forces were gathered in that place. He couldn't imagine losing with this team. With everyone assembled, Niccolo began explaining. It was confirmed that the Elven Command Center had been relocated. They had been driven out by the monsters. Upon hearing this, Aslan and Mathers were shocked by what they were losing. Amelia Merwin mentioned that the 5th and 7th Army bodies would take at least 10 days to arrive. Moving a force of this scale took time. Niccolo continued with the information, stating that their mission was to get them to the Great Forest before the infantry arrived. They needed to reach the edge on the same day, and 2 days later, the command center. Thus, they would arrive in 3 days. With Niccolo in command, the entire group began running toward the Great Forest. The group ran well into the night. Their steps did not slow as they advanced through the Red Canyon, vigilant of the path ahead. At one point, Amelia, who was leading the group, noticed something. Raising her hand, she signaled for everyone to stop. Amelia placed her hand over her nose, saying she could smell blood, and it was getting stronger. Niccolo agreed that something was wrong, as they were still far from the command center. Niccolo then ordered a split. He instructed those from the Flame Tower to follow him, while the rest should go around the Rocky Mountain. Under command, the 3 from the Flame Tower pressed forward. Quickly, Russell and Hubert took the path that Vermilion was following, and the 3 climbed a mountain. Reaching the summit, they had a clearer view of the situation. Ahead of them was a sea of destruction. A massive horde of monsters was spread across the plain before them, far larger than they had anticipated. Birdmen were hurling stones, and meanwhile, several elf archers aimed at the monsters, seeking protection from the spirits. The monsters advanced toward the elf groups, which were reinforced by dwarves joining the battle. The protagonist was concerned by what he saw. It was nothing compared to the Hydra army. Those monsters were overwhelmingly more numerous. Niccolo gritted his teeth as he used his magic. A large amount of mana was consumed as the mage moved rocks from a mountain. Dozens of rocks were dislodged from the mountain, and under the mage's command, they soared into the sky. The moment Niccolo ordered, the stones were launched, crashing down upon the monster horde. The Red Tower group felt the wind shift. Amelia was moving on her teddy bear. In the sky, the mage began commanding the air. The monsters looked up at the green winds above their heads and were terrified when a massive tornado was created. The tornado sucked the monsters in its path, quickly defeating them. The protagonist was impressed. This was the power demonstrated by 2 of the masters of the capital's towers. Vermilion placed a hand on Russell's shoulder, stating they had been called for this, so they couldn't just stand idle. The protagonist smiled, affirming they were ready. In the next moment, flames began to swirl around him. From the top of the mountain, Russell's origin magic was unleashed. A massive flame sun appeared, illuminating the night. The protagonist used the falling sun spell. One of the elves on the battlefield pointed upward excitedly, declaring that the Endymion mages had arrived. Aslan and Mathers had succeeded, and they were saved. To fulfill the salvation of both races, the protagonist moved his hand, sending the great sun descending upon the monster horde. The flames illuminated the sky and approached the monsters. The massive fire sun fell onto the battlefield, creating a tremendous explosion, a wave of flames engulfing the monsters. The full moon illuminated the vast forest. However, this place, which should have been peaceful, was being invaded by a dark energy. Alongside this energy, unimaginable monsters had taken over the entire forest. In a wide area, ice formed, freezing the monsters. The ice magic was being cast by Alan, who had gained an advantage on the terrain against the enemies. Amelia didn't stay idle. She raised her hands, lightning coursing through her arms. A thunderstorm was unleashed by the mage, destroying everything below her. Elsewhere, monsters were also being defeated, thanks to the earthen spears created by Niccolo, with his large magic circle beneath his feet. The protagonist, along with the other two members of the Tower of Flames, observed the battle unfolding below the cliff. They had never seen such large-scale magic bombardments before. Surely the map of the area would need to be redrawn after this. Despite the large number of monsters defeated, Hubert was still worried, as the number of enemies didn't seem to be diminishing. Moreover, the more large-scale magic was used, the higher the chances of friendly fire. The protagonist was aware of Hubert's concerns. The line between allies and monsters had become blurred, and continuing to use large-scale magic was impossible. Ulson descended the mountain to join Niccolo. Both relayed the message to everyone else, including Alan, Amelia, and Russell, that large-scale magic was now prohibited, and that they should engage in close combat instead. Taking the lead, Niccolo let out a battle cry, "Everyone, advance!" Along with him, all the soldiers present charged forward to attack the monsters. Russell joined the battle. He knew this fight would be prolonged, so they needed to use mana efficiently, avoiding the use of draconification as much as possible. The protagonist followed the steps to create mana with a mental image, and then manifested in the material world. Two distinct energies appeared in the protagonist's hands as he concentrated. In the next moment, he charged at a gigantic monster. As if slicing bread, the protagonist cleaved the monster in half with the combination of those energies. Amelia was riding her stuffed animal beside Niccolo. With her wand raised, she prepared spells to be cast, while the bald mage used earth magic to ready his attacks. Unbeknownst to them, Alan darted swiftly among the monsters, defeating each one before they could react and moving on to the next enemy. The powerful energies dominated the battlefield. The elves, who had already been fighting earlier, raised their mighty bows, imbuing their arrows with energy. Each arrow fired by an elf was capable of taking down a flying monster before it could get close. Mages and elves worked together to dominate the battlefield, aiming to suppress the waves of monsters that night. The battle continued until sunrise the next day. By this point, Olive was already exhausted, but she kept launching attacks to drive the monsters away. Her strikes were sharp, flying at the monsters that attempted to catch her. However, one of the monsters slipped out of her sight, and by the time she noticed its presence, it was already behind her. Before the monster could touch her, a powerful attack struck it, saving Olive. The attack came from Russell, who ran over to her, asking if she was all right. After thanking him, Olive wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked that the number of monsters didn't seem to be decreasing, even with so many already defeated. She wondered where on earth they were coming from. Russell was worried. At this rate, the waves of monsters wouldn't stop. At that moment, someone shouted, catching the attention of Russell and Olive. They looked toward where the dwarf was pointing, toward the rising sun. The dwarves became excited upon seeing the sun about to rise, and the elves immediately began praying to the spirits. Vermilion was curious. He didn't understand why everyone was suddenly acting so strangely. Hubert was equally puzzled, as these monsters weren't undead, who would normally be affected by sunlight. But right before Hubert's eyes, something unexpected happened. The monster he was fighting turned away and, along with all the other monsters, began retreating as if fleeing from the sunlight. The protagonist was astonished, wondering if sunlight was these monsters' weakness. Amelia asked the bald mage where the monsters were going. Niccolo didn't understand the situation, but felt relieved thanks to the sun, as they could now relax. With the monsters retreating, everyone hurriedly ran around to treat the wounded. The elves and dwarves didn't miss the chance to express their gratitude to the human group that had come to their rescue, helping them avoid perishing in the battle. Arain, the representative of the elves, thanked the heroes of Endymion for helping them survive another night. Curvo, the chief of the Feather Tribe, declared they would forever remember their assistance. Beside him, Eitri, the representative of the dwarves, also conveyed his people's gratitude. As the leader of the group, Niccolo brushed aside the thanks, stating that they were allies. He wanted to know something else. At that moment, the elf Arain approached Russell. Normally, we would treat our benefactors with the utmost respect, but due to the situation, we apologize for our lack of hospitality. The protagonist didn't mind, and curious asked where Elo was. Crane sighed as she recalled Elo. Surprise flashed in Russell's eyes when the elven representative stated that the one he was looking for had been with them until a few days ago. Niccolo joined Arain. To him, it was still very strange that the monsters became stronger at night and weaker during the day, retreating. Arain stated that there was another strange thing. The monsters didn't scatter in all directions. Instead, they persistently pursued the fairy tribe, as if they hated them. Vermilion understood this meant the monsters would attack again when night fell. He suggested launching an attack while the monsters were weakened. However, the dwarven representative deemed it impossible. The alliance's numbers were only about 5,000, and less than half of them were capable warriors. Amelia realized they had no choice but to wait for reinforcements. Nicolo thought for a moment before announcing to everyone what they would do. For now, let's move the wounded, reorganize the front lines, and gather for a strategic meeting. At that moment, Arain, still unsure of who the protagonist was, approached him and asked if he was Russell Raymond. The protagonist grew curious about how she knew him. Arain then smiled and said, "Come to think of it, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Arain, leader of the White Ash tribe and one of the elves of Manhwa. I am also Elo's mother." Hearing Arain's words, the protagonist was surprised to find himself face to face with his friend's mother. Arain revealed what had happened to Elo. She had heard about an isolated fairy tribe and had left to help them. Many fairies were unable to gather due to the sudden monster attacks, and many were captured during their attempts to escape. The protagonist was worried, hoping they would remain safe. However, Arain gave a gentle smile and assured him not to worry, as her daughter was strong. While the sun still shone over the mountains, elves, birdmen, and dwarves worked together. Nicolo, who had learned from Arain that she was a Menhur, was utterly astonished. The Menhur was the supreme leader of all elven tribes. Knowing there were no longer any higher-ranking elves, it was understood that in the past century only 5 Menhurs had emerged. Russell now understood why Arain seemed so extraordinary. Nicolo was still surprised to have the chance to meet a Menhur in his lifetime. Beside him, Amelia greeted her as well. "It's an honor to meet you. Ma'am? Madam? Amelia was visibly confused about how to address Arain, as she had never used honorifics, having grown up in the human kingdom despite being an elf. Arain smiled, greeting Amelia, and stated that she too was unfamiliar with human etiquette, so Amelia could speak however she felt most comfortable. With formalities set aside, Nicolo began explaining the strategy devised in Endymion. The first step would be to form an encirclement. The arriving army would number around 60,000, which should be sufficient to trap the monsters. Amelia outlined the second step, to exterminate the monsters within the encirclement, forcing them to retreat to the great forest. Hearing about the second step alarmed Arain and Curvo. Arain sighed, lowering her head, as she realized the battlefield would shift from the Red Canyon to the Great Forest. Russell understood that the Great Forest was not only their home, but also a sacred place blessed by the gods for the fairy tribes. If the battlefield shifted, the Great Forest would inevitably suffer significant damage. It would take decades for a forest to recover. For one as vast as the Great Forest, it could even take centuries. Nicolo tried to ease their concerns, stating that Endymion would actively assist in restoration efforts, as well as provide housing for the tribes. Arain and Curvo exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Speaking for both, Arain stated that it would be painful but unavoidable. Beside her, Curvo revealed that, in a way, he had already anticipated this outcome. Nicolo felt relieved, thanking them for their cooperation and promising they would do their best to minimize the damage to the Great Forest. At that moment, someone alerted Commander Nicolo. Something was flying toward them. The soldiers pointed upward, wondering if it was a monster, as sunset had not yet arrived. Curvo was shocked to recognize what was flying in their direction. A birdman was struggling to fly toward the camp. An ally was approaching, a soldier who had gone to rescue the fairy tribe a few days earlier. Curvo hurriedly ran to his comrade, ordering others to call the medics. Curvo held the soldier as he struggled to speak. "Silver-haired sentinel, danger, Elo." Upon hearing Elo's name, both Russell and Arain were startled. Nicolo turned to the protagonist, asking if he would go to rescue the team, as one of his acquaintances was in danger. Russell confirmed his intent, and at that moment, Vermilion volunteered to accompany him. Seeing Vermilion eager to go, Nicolo felt more reassured. Amelia stepped in between them, and stating that the White Tower's research would be useful, instructed Olive to join them. Arain addressed Aslan, someone she trusted deeply. Aslan placed his hand over his chest, assuring her he would bring Elo back safely. With that, Arain blessed them in the name of the spirits. The group departed immediately, with Olive leading the way, using her detection magic. The sky had already darkened when Olive sensed something. She quickly alerted everyone, saying she had detected movement, likely flying monsters. Vermilion promptly ordered them to keep moving forward, as he and Russell would handle the monsters. As they advanced, the protagonist quickly noticed the flying monsters in the sky. Looking up, he saw them preparing to attack. Above the rescue group, an army of massive rocks appeared. Winged creatures resembling vultures, with bald necks and sharp talons on their feet. Aslan, followed by several elves, wondered how creatures from the west had made it there. He quickly commanded everyone to form up for battle. However, before Aslan and the elves could attack, a massive surge of lightning created by Russell struck the rocks. The lightning bound the rocks like chains, culminating in a powerful explosion. Olive pressed on with the group following closely behind her. She was surprised to see the large group of rocks defeated so effortlessly. Although she knew they were on the same level, she realized the difference between her and Russell. In her moment of distraction, Olive nearly got hit by something falling from the sky. Vermilion was in the air, with large flames in his hands, irritated that he hadn't had enough action. With a fiery punch, he struck down one of the rocks, moving swiftly to take down the others. Russell watched the spectacle unfolding in the sky, wondering if Vermilion was a mage or a martial artist. Despite the large number of rocks Vermilion had already defeated, he noticed more flying toward him. Seeing Vermilion irritated, Russell joined him to quickly take down the incoming rocks. The furious rocks flew toward them, but were stopped by arrows. Aslan, along with the elves, stayed behind, asking the group to leave these monsters to them and assuring they would catch up later. Russell and Vermilion entrusted the task to the elves, bidding them farewell as they continued to follow Olive. With that, the three of them pushed themselves to their limits, accelerating toward their destination. As they ran, Russell silently prayed that Elo was still safe. Meanwhile, a large battle was taking place. Several elves raised their hands, gathering their energy to create a massive barrier. On the other side of the barrier, a wave of monsters was poised to attack the elves' tribe. Despite the grotesque appearance of the monsters, the elves stood firm, focusing all their efforts on their tasks. Even so, Elo noticed that everyone's mana was beginning to deplete, worrying that they might not hold out until sunrise. She desperately hoped the reinforcements would arrive soon. A roar interrupted the elf's thoughts. One of the monsters had broken through the barrier, and upon seeing this, she urgently called for it to be stopped. At that moment, however, a plant monster shattered the barrier entirely, leaping onto an elf. Unwavering, Elo raised her bow, gathering energy. "Spirit of the wind, Euros, grant me your strength, barrage of arrows!" From the elf's bow, powerful arrows were unleashed against the monster. Olive continued running through the ravine, using her location magic, until she found the place they were looking for. Quickly, she alerted everyone that she sensed energies clashing beyond the mountains. Hearing this, Russell hurried. He was already nervous, praying they weren't too late. A powerful energy surged into the sky above the elf tribe, exploding. From it, a gust of rain poured down onto the monsters below. Elo quickly coordinated the other elves to take advantage of this opportunity and raised the barrier again. However, at that moment, the elf heard a cry for help. Monsters had broken the barrier again, attacking elves behind her. Elo swiftly raised her bow, preparing a new attack. As usual, she invoked Euros' name, asking for the energy needed. Just as she was about to strike, Elo suddenly thought of Russell. Blushing, she wondered why he had come to her mind at that moment. As soon as Elo thought of Russell, she heard a voice she knew well. "Firewall!" A huge firewall, even bigger than the barrier the elves had invoked, swept the monsters in front of Elo. The flames spread quickly among the monsters, and when Elo looked at the caster, a smile appeared on her face. Russell and Vermilion descended from the sky to assist in the battle. Vermilion made his hand turn into embers. "Russell, I'll clear the way for you." With a fiery punch, a large hole appeared in the firewall created by Russell. Russell passed through the opening and thanked Vermilion as he reached the elf's position. He ran up to Elo, asking if she was okay. The elf quickly reassured him that she was fine, not knowing how to express her gratitude. Russell humbly replied, "As a wizard from an allied nation, I simply did what needed to be done. Once you're ready, please lower the barrier. We need to get past these monsters before more arrive." Elo, however, showed her concern. If they left now, the children wouldn't be able to go with them. Russell, however, reassured Elo, asking her not to worry. Looking at the new arrivals, he asked Olive if she could help them. The mage readily agreed, stating she was there for just that. The energy released by Olive bathed the elves. She was casting the magic over the entire fairy tribe. This magic would help them run without feeling exhausted. Elo was surprised at how light her body felt. At that moment, Aslan and the other elves arrived to reinforce the group. Elo ran toward Aslan, happy to see him again. He too was glad to see her. Once Olive's magic was cast, Vermilion coordinated everyone into position. He would stay in front, Elo and Aslan would take the right, Russell would be on the left, and Olive, along with the fairy tribe, would be in the center. With the formation instructions given, Elo coordinated the elves to lower the barrier. After leaving the tribe, the group had to fight against several monsters. Flames and lightning spread across the battlefield. Clearing a path, Russell tried to hurry everyone, as they were nearing their destination. At a higher point, Vermilion advised the protagonist to conserve his mana, since when they reached the ravine, they would still need to create a gap between the monsters to join the main group. The two continued along the path, and as they climbed to a higher point, they were extremely surprised by what they saw. A large fortress had appeared, surrounded by monsters. The fire burned the monsters, while humans and flying birds soared above the fortress. "Don't let a single monster enter the fortress." Russell was amazed by the massive construction. It must have been created using Nicolo's ability. The creation of such a huge fortress in the middle of the night was truly remarkable. This man was supernatural. At that moment, Hubert alerted Niccolo to look in a certain direction. Further ahead, the rescue squad and the fairy tribe could be seen returning. Arain went to the fortress walls, excited to see Elo. Niccolo smiled confidently, commanding that they open a path between the monsters so that their hard-working allies could join them. Niccolo extended his hands, using his defensive wall magic. A large stone path appeared among the monsters as the skill was activated. Vermilion was excited to see the path created by Niccolo. Now all they had to do was use all the remaining mana to clear the monsters from the way. Vermilion and Russell then joined forces for the final task. Vermilion used his Fire Punch ability, while Russell unleashed his Fire Cannon. A wave of flames was released together by the duo, engulfing the monsters in front of them. They hurried to take the lead to reach their destination, which was now right before them. As they advanced, they saw the fortress walls opening to allow them to enter. The rescued elves passed through the fortress wall, celebrating the fact that everyone had made it safely. Olive sat down to rest after using her magic for so long. Elo, on the other hand, embraced her mother, crying at their reunion. Vermilion and Russell collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from practically draining all the mana from their bodies. Lying on the ground, the protagonist sighed in relief after overcoming that long night, which ended with everyone surviving. A week passed since the Endymion group's arrival. Inside the fortress, the group was still fighting against the monsters after sunset. They continued defeating the monsters hiding in the night. The situation was more organized now, allowing them to rescue a large number of fairy tribes that had been scattered. Now, around 9,000 had been rescued, and among them many warriors had joined the battle. Russell thought they only needed to wait for Endymion's reinforcements to arrive, but he felt something that day. To Niccolo's surprise, Russell climbed up to the fortress walls, which made him wonder if the monsters had appeared in broad daylight. However, what arrived contradicted Niccolo's concerns. The reinforcements that had arrived were from the 5th and 7th Endymion battalions. The sun illuminated the reinforced fortress. In a well-built room inside the fortress, the entire group gathered with the commanders of the troops. Niccolo sat at one end of the table and thanked the commanders for coming. However, the commanders didn't seem to mind, as they were doing it for someone from their own country, something a soldier should do. The commander of the 5th Corps was named William Luigi. He wore full-body armor, where not even his eyes could be seen. Next to him was Dwell Kruger, the leader of the 7th Corps, who wore similar armor, though at least his eyes were visible. With both commanders present, Niccolo decided to start the strategic meeting immediately. The mission focused on the two corps working together as a rescue force. He then handed the floor to Sir Russell, who had a better understanding of the terrain and the monster army, to provide more details. The protagonist greeted the two commanders, introducing himself. Upon seeing the protagonist, the commanders were surprised by how young he was and the extraordinary aura that surrounded him. Russell used some chess-like pieces on a map of the terrain to show each unit's role. The mission of Commander Williams' troops would be to defend. Although the monster army was targeting only the fortress, they didn't know when the monsters might invade Endymion. Therefore, they would form a strong siege, protecting the fairy tribe still in the ravine, ensuring that no monsters escaped. Russell revealed that the mission of Commander Dwell's troops would be to attack. While the 5th Corps would block the monsters' escape route, they would force the monsters completely into the Great Forest. However, since they didn't yet know what dangers the source of the monsters hid in the Great Forest, this would be a mission that needed to be completed in order to guarantee victory. Upon hearing that his mission was to advance with all the strength he had, Dwell became excited. With the plan decided, Niccolo stated that in 3 days, along with the fairy tribes, they would execute the mission to reclaim the Great Forest. The protagonist went to the fortress walls to observe the 5th and 7th Corps of the army, the best troops in the country of Endymion and across the entire continent. This meant that they should not lose, even if they faced many monsters. Despite this, when Russell looked at the ravine, he felt an uneasy feeling that worried him. Elo, who was walking through the fortress, noticed Russell's presence on the walls. She observed his back, noticing his broad shoulders. She remembered the time when she first met Russell, realizing that he was now taller, completely different from how he was back then. Elo's mother was surprised to see her daughter staring at nothing with a smile. Looking in the direction her daughter was gazing, she realized that Elo was already at the age for such feelings. Elo was startled by her mother, who placed a hand on her shoulders, feeling embarrassed by the words she heard. "Don't just stand there staring, why don't you go and talk to him?" Aaron smiled as she watched her daughter make excuses for not talking to Russell. Claiming that he must be preoccupied, Elo knew that Russell was someone who had entered the royal family of Endymion. She couldn't believe she had feelings for him. She didn't want to allow herself to feel such emotions. Arain grabbed her daughter by the ears, telling her not to worry about what she was thinking. "There is a strong thread of fate that binds you and Sir Russell." Elo was surprised to hear her fate being read by her mother. It was a skill that the high ancient elves possessed, the ability to see fate. It could also be done if an elf came from the menure. Looking into her daughter's eyes, Arain advised her, "My daughter, remember this. The time to make a decision will come soon. Your fate is as harsh as the winds of winter and immensely heavy. If you want to continue feeling something for him, you will have to bear this fate along with him." That night, the army gathered beside the walls of the fortress. Niccolo sighed, waiting for the waves of monsters to begin again. He went over the strategy where the 5th Corps of the army would cover the rear so that all the others could advance into the great forest. In the distance, the wave of monsters appeared. Seeing them approach, the group from the Tower of Flames began to warm up. And then, at Niccolo's command, he and the entire army advanced like a massive coastal wall to clash against the waves. Elo was with the group, and using her bow, unleashed a barrage of arrows. The dwarves also advanced against the monsters, holding weapons as big as themselves. Alan Page summoned an ice spear, ready to strike. His spear was powerful enough to freeze a whole monster. Niccolo and Amelia also joined the battle, using their own powers. The 3 seniors, Hubert, Olive, and Vermilion, worked together in a wave, with Vermilion ordering the others to help with the defensive line. Russell created 2 fireballs, one in each hand, to shoot at the monsters. Conjuring the Inferno magic, he condemned the monsters to the afterlife with his explosive flames. The large number of monsters advanced, triggering a great battle, where humans, elves, and birdmen joined together to confront them. 15 days later, the human army finally advanced to the entrance of the Great Forest. Expelling the monsters, everyone celebrated the success of the mission, their arrival at the Great Forest. Despite completing the mission, Niccolo was concerned. Vermilion was with Russell, asking if he had also felt that sensation. Since this was the source of the monster army, Vermilion had expected to see a large number of monsters there. However, there were no monsters, and not even the presence of living beings in the Great Forest. In addition to the lack of any living presence, there was a thick fog covering the forest. Elo revealed to her mother that she couldn't hear the spirits. The same was happening with Arain, who wore a concerned expression. Niccolo instructed them to wait for the Feather Tribe to arrive to escort the path ahead. The tribe had left the day before, so they should return soon. Eitri also wanted to do this, as the Feather Tribe had taken a projector with them to observe the situation. At that moment, Curvo noticed warrior members returning. The group went to a camp where, thanks to the projector, they could see the same thing happening at the entrance. There were no traces of monsters anywhere. Russell asked if there was a recording showing the entire Great Forest. Niccolo was surprised by the reason Russell wanted to see this. The protagonist then pointed to a place where the black mist was becoming denser. A birdman revealed that he was about to show what had been asked. He asked everyone to look at another recording from the highest place where they could film. Seeing the recording, everyone was shocked. Inside the Great Forest, a huge dome had emerged, exhaling the same mist. The elven duo, mother and daughter, were surprised. Arain asked how the Great Forest, which she had always considered so beautiful, had turned into that. The protagonist wondered if this was the source of the unsettling feeling he had sensed. He supposed that this must be the cause of the incident, the origin of the monster army. Looking closely, they could see the large dome recorded in the footage, where the black mist was so thick that nothing could be seen from within it. What they didn't know was that inside this dome, surrounded by the mist, was a powerful being. This being seemed to be resting, but at that moment, its endless red eyes opened. Observing the images, Niccolo pointed out that there must be at least millions of monsters, and asked Arain what she thought. The elven mother thought for a moment and suggested that this incident could be related to the folklore surrounding the birth of the Great Forest. The folklore spoke of the time when the world of the gods came to an end. Gaia's blessing, the mother of life, caused the Great Forest to grow, or at least that's what Russell knew. Niccolo then asked Arain if Gaia's creation of the Great Forest had been to seal the monster army. Russell stood up, stating that something was bothering him. He explained that when Gaia created the Great Forest, several gods still existed. Therefore, it should have been easy for them to deal with the monster army. Vermilion realized what Russell's words meant and explained that there was a great possibility that what Gaia had been trying to hide wasn't the monster army. Amelia interrupted the conversation, stating that they needed to confirm their suspicions quickly. She looked at the commander and asserted that they needed to form an investigative squad immediately. The investigative team was formed, and as they headed into the Great Forest, they were instructed to return before sunset. The investigative squad was made up of 10 people, Niccolo and Amelia, the 3 from the Tower of Flames, along with Alan, Olive, the 2 elves, and the representative of the dwarves. As they advanced through the forest, Vermilion expressed his disbelief that he couldn't feel any life in the forest. Next to him, Hubert felt as though the forest had lost its biological function. After advancing quite a bit into the forest, Niccolo stopped the group to let them rest for a moment. Russell went over to Elo, who was sitting on a log, and asked if she was all right. After Elo confirmed, the protagonist asked what Arain was doing. Elo revealed that her mother was trying to communicate. More specifically, she was attempting to speak with the spirits of the forest. Seeing Russell's curiosity, Elo made sure to explain. There were many types of spirits beyond the four main elements. Russell knew this: thunder, ice, light, and dark spirits. Elo then stated that the forest spirits were also a type of spirit, but slightly different from the normal ones. She called upon a strong energy from the forest, ready to show Russell what she meant. In front of them, a small glow appeared as the wind swirled around them. Hubert was surprised to see something he had only heard of. Alan even had to adjust his glasses to see the forest spirit. Before Elo, a small earth creature appeared, with a plant on its head. The little cute creature greeted the three men, who were taken aback. The little mud and flower doll stared at the protagonist, asking what he thought. Hearing the voice of the creature, Russell realized that it was Elo's voice. Russell then understood that Elo must have been sharing her consciousness with the creature, although it didn't seem like the spirit had its own mind. The forest spirit hugged Elo's leg, and she explained that these spirits were smaller than others. It was made from a combination of numerous spirits, and moreover, it didn't have its own mind, requiring preparation to use its strength. Russell understood that the process for creating such spirits was quite similar to the creation and control of golems. At that moment, the spirit that Elo had created dissolved. She felt a slight headache because of it. The condition of the forest isn't good. It's hard to even summon a small spirit. At that moment, Arain woke up with a sigh. Seeing her mother wake, Elo asked if she had achieved any results. Arain's expression was tired as she stated that she had tried many times, but all the spirits were scared. Arain then stood up, saying that this must be related to the darkness in the center of the forest. Russell looked at the mist on the horizon, wondering what the hell was hidden behind this darkness. Resuming their advance, Olive cast her magic to increase the group's speed. As they moved through the forest, the black mist began to grow denser. It was so thick that Russell felt as though it was eroding his mind. Russell was relieved they hadn't brought the soldiers with them. If they had, they would all have been controlled before they even realized it. Finally, after advancing for quite some time, Olive, who was leading the group, stopped, revealing that they had arrived. In front of them stood the dome with the mist so dense that they couldn't see even a meter ahead of them. When they got close to the dome, they noticed some stones with magical runes. Amelia was the first to recognize them, the key stones for magical sealing. Niccolo wondered what those items were doing there. Niccolo then turned to the group, announcing that they would begin the investigation now and urging everyone to hurry back before sunset. At that moment, just as they were about to start the investigation, the dome caused a tremor throughout the great forest. The group was startled, asking where that great tremor had come from. Niccolo crouched down to feel the power of the dome, saying that it felt as though it had come from within the darkness. As he analyzed the dome, Niccolo felt as if a being with an infinity of eyes was watching him. A concerned expression appeared on Niccolo's face, and he immediately ordered everyone to retreat. At that moment, a giant hand broke through the top of the dome. The massive hand descended into the forest, crushing several trees. The being that emerged from the dome was as large as the dome itself. It had a pair of heads looking in all directions at once. Eitri couldn't believe what he was seeing. Olive, standing next to him, felt as though a mountain had emerged from the dome, but Russell could clearly see that what stood before them was not a mountain, but a colossal living being. Niccolo recognized what the massive being was. A hecatonchere. He couldn't believe that one of these monsters still existed. Amelia was confused by the name of the monster and asked if it was a creature from the ancient era. Niccolo confirmed her suspicion. The hecatoncheres were beings who ruled the era in which they existed. Niccolo revealed that he had heard that the dragons had borrowed the power of a certain being and subjugated it. Arain embraced her daughter, who was asking if this was what Gaia had been trying to hide. The elven mother confirmed it. The great forest was, in fact, a prison for this monster. One she had never imagined was sealed beneath them. Niccolo looked up, revealing that this was a dreadful being that devoured all living things. If this being escaped into the world, something terrible would happen. At that moment, a huge burst of energy shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire great forest. Olive was quick, creating a barrier around the group to protect them. The energy had been released merely with the roar of that being, showcasing its immense power. Elo revealed to her mother that she could feel an overwhelming fury emanating from the monster's voice, and Arain stated that it was not just fury, but a constant murderous intent toward all living things. The protagonist stepped forward in front of the group. "We must stop it. We must stop this being right here." The Hecatoncera roared toward the group. Its eyes and size were so vast that just its presence and aura were terrifying. However, even so, Russell's voice remained resolute. "There is no room for failure. We must stop it." Elsewhere in the great forest, on a peak, a man was watching the being that had been released. The giant creature brought shame to his poor imagination. For him, it was a surprise that a hecatoncheire appeared instead of a titan. The man wearing a hood raised his hands to the sky, celebrating as if this were the arrival of a god. At that moment, a portal appeared behind the man, and someone stepped through it. "Oh, this is the end I've been dreaming of! It's incredible!" The man was startled, recognizing Karen as he stepped through the portal and asked what he was doing there. Karen was carrying a coffin on his back and spoke from behind his mask. "It's sad to see that you're not happy to see me after so long. I even brought a gift for you." The gift delivered by Karen left the man intrigued. It was a magic sealing stone, comparable to the one used in Tartarus, given to Hypnos thanks to him and the Supreme One. Observing the monster, Karen questioned whether Hypnos knew who he was resealing. Hypnos explained that the being belonged to the race of the Hecatoncheires, who lived in the era of the Titans. Karen found the explanation too brief. "It seems you don't know everything. That being's name is Briareos, the vanguard general of the Hecatoncheires race, the one who led the gods to their downfall." Karen couldn't help but glance at Russell and the others, commenting that Daria's apprentices would be in deep trouble. As he prepared to leave, Karen was already eager to inform the bastard he despised about the elimination of her disciples. Before departing, he left Hypnos with a warning. "Remember, any failure will not end with just your life." Even though the seal had been broken, Nicolo urged everyone to remain calm, explaining that the great being they faced was weakened from being sealed for so long, and for that very reason, they had to seize the opportunity to stop him. Amelia was ready to face the monster. Using her wind magic, she summoned a massive tornado descending from the clouds. Like a giant hand, the magic crashed down upon Briareos. As the battle began, Nicolo sent a transmission message to Russell. Amelia's wind magic enveloped Briareos, but the great being broke free with a powerful punch. Amelia was thrown to the ground, causing concern for the mage from her tower. Nicolo did not stand idle. Striking the ground, his magic extended to Briareos' feet. With the magic cast by the mage of the Yellow Tower, the ground turned into a sand swamp, causing the Hecatoncheires to sink. Nicolo quickly called for everyone to attack, and each present unleashed their magic against the great being. The combination of spells created a massive explosion that shook Briareos. Amid the trees, the elf mother and daughter duo conjured magic. Giant roots emerged from the earth. The roots intertwined, forming a colossal forest spirit, matching Briareos in size. The forest spirit grabbed the Hecatoncheire's hands, trying to force him back. Seeing the forest spirit restraining the monster, the dwarven representative believed they had a chance. However, Amelia revealed that it wasn't enough to defeat him. Within seconds of struggle, the Hecatoncheires crushed the forest spirit into mere wood and earth with his bare hands, dispersing its energy. His roar echoed through the forest, striking fear into all. "Do not stand in my way, you filthy trash!" With the roar, the elf mother and daughter collapsed, writhing in agony. Vermilion also covered his ears to protect himself, shocked to hear the great being speak. The monster looked at Nicolo, who stood before him, and then at the others behind him. "Vermin, you have such a strong desire to be devoured by me. Very well, I will tear you apart and savor you." Nicolo couldn't help but laugh, provoking Briareos. "Hey, don't you think you forgot something?" At that moment, Russell appeared, carrying massive lightning bolts. Nicolo had bought time for the young man to prepare a spell capable of defeating Briareos. Upon seeing the boy's black hair, Briareos was intrigued, but he had no time to admire it. The protagonist activated the clouded ring, summoning an endless mass of clouds. Lightning surged through his hand as he conjured the lightning vortex, sending a downpour of electric rain upon the monster. With such immense power, the strike illuminated the forest once more, spreading a vast wave of energy. Nicolo was stunned by how powerful the young man was, barely in his 20s and newly ascended to the 6th circle. Amelia also recognized Russell's strength, now understanding why the master of the Tower of Flames valued him so much. After the storm of lightning, a thick cloud of smoke covered the forest. Russell had consumed far more mana than he expected. Additionally, the spell's impact was so great that its area of effect became massive, causing not all the lightning to strike the monster. Even so, Russell doubted that Briareos had emerged unscathed. However, what he saw with his own eyes was the opposite of what he had hoped. Amid the sparks of lightning, the Hecatoncheire rose once again. Neither Hubert nor Vermilion could believe that the monster was still standing after that attack. This proved that his defense was beyond their expectations. Nicolo was in shock. He hadn't expected the attack to defeat Briareos outright, but at the very least, it should have caused some damage since they had bought time for Russell. Yet neither he nor the protagonist could believe that almost no damage had been inflicted. Briareos smirked maliciously as he stared at Russell. "Black hair and magic infused with the power of dragons? Are you related to Kim Hyusung?" The protagonist had no idea what Kim Hyusung was and wondered if it was some kind of artifact. To Briareos, it didn't matter whether the boy knew about this person or not. he would eliminate him regardless. Just the mere reminder of something he wished to forget was enough. His mighty punch tore through the sky, surging toward Russell. Vermilion tried to fly toward the protagonist to protect him, but it seemed too late. Powerful attacks rained down on the monster in the next moments. The protagonist looked up and saw people fighting. At the front, Alan was trying to speak to him, but Russell couldn't hear him, coughing. The protagonist realized he had suffered significant internal damage, but in the best-case scenario, it could have been much worse had he taken a direct hit. At that moment, Russell heard someone asking if he was okay. Looking back, he saw Ulson Vermilion collapsed at the entrance of a cave. Ulson coughed, recalling just how strong that monster was. It had nearly taken both of them down. The dwarven representative rushed toward the wounded, and upon seeing Atri, Russell quickly asked him to help Ulson. The dwarf approached the mage, noticing that he had likely dislocated a few ribs. Ulson couldn't help but lighten the mood. "Oh, so it looks like I won't be able to train my strength for a while." Niccolo also asked if Russell was all right, and the protagonist responded via transmission, assuring him that he was. Facing the Hecatonkare, Niccolo asked Russell if he could use that spell once more. If they targeted the wound inflicted on the great being, they might be able to deal significant damage. Russell knew that with better precision, he could deliver a concentrated strike. However, at his current level, he still couldn't fully control the lightning vortex. After considering it, the protagonist asked Niccolo if he could use a different spell, one capable of defeating that monster. Niccolo hesitated upon hearing about this new spell, especially when Russell said he would need at least 15 minutes. Even so, he didn't doubt that Russell could do it, so he called everyone to buy more time for the young man to prepare. The group nodded without hesitation, placing their full trust in Russell. The protagonist moved to a safe distance from the monster, where Ulson would also be protected. However, he couldn't go too far. He needed to stay within range of the attack. To recover his mana, Russell triggered a partial draconification. In his mind, the image of the only weapon capable of defeating that monster in a single strike emerged. Brahmastra, the spear of God, the weapon that could pierce through all things. Seeing the black-haired youth in the distance, Briaros roared, "Bastard! You must be a descendant of Kim Hyusung and that damned lizard!" Briaros' muscles tensed as he prepared a powerful punch. In an instant, he leaped toward the protagonist. However, Amelia wouldn't let him get that far. With her wind magic, she slowed Briaros' movements, preventing him from reaching Russell. The instructors from the Tower of Flames and the White Tower joined forces, each casting magic of their respective attributes. The Spear of Prometheus summoned an intense explosion of flames upon the monster, which, combined with atmospheric waves, spread around him. Knowing they had to protect Russell at all costs, Niccolo encouraged everyone to give their all to keep the demon at bay. Alan also joined the fight, launching ice magic to further slow Briaros' advance. The mother and daughter elf duo contributed by summoning a powerful forest spirit to aid in battle. By this point, Niccolo realized that everyone had nearly reached their limit after using so many large-scale spells. But they still needed more time. 15 minutes hadn't passed yet. Frustrated, Briaros couldn't help but call them worms. He roared, ordering them to get out of his way. A sinister aura enveloped his body. With a single hand movement, he unleashed a blast of magic directly toward Russell. The young man still had his eyes closed, fully focused on casting Brahmastra. Realizing that Russell wasn't paying attention to the incoming attack, Niccolo screamed in desperation. Alan tried to reach him but was too far away. Anticipating the worst, Ilo let tears fall in worry. She remembered all the times Russell had protected her, and now, when he was the one who needed protection, she was willing to sacrifice everything she had. Ilo reached out toward Russell, who was about to be struck by the devastating attack, and pleaded for someone to grant her the strength to save him. At that moment, time seemed to freeze around the elf. She realized that nothing else was moving, except for herself. It was then that a horned dragon elf appeared before Ilo. "You already possess the strength, you simply do not understand it yet." Ilo fell to her knees, asking the woman who she was. The woman leaned toward her, ignoring the question. "You already know what kind of strength you have. To make the power of dragons truly your own, you must accept your destiny. If you embrace life as both elf and dragon, then you will be able to live fully." Ignoring her tears, Ilo showed a resolute gaze. She would accept this power because she knew Russell would do the same for her. At that moment, Ilo heard someone calling out for Russell. It was the woman before her, but as she blinked, she realized the voice belonged to Hubert. The protagonist was completely unprotected. The attack struck a target, triggering a massive explosion. However, Briaros quickly realized that he hadn't hit the one he wanted. Standing beside Russell, a massive dragon had appeared. Niccolo was shocked to see it, as was Amelia, who recalled that such creatures hadn't appeared in 700 years. Ilo's mother recognized the truth. That dragon was her daughter. Briaros was enraged at the sight of the creature. He charged forward, but the dragon was ready to counterattack. She bared her fangs at Briaros, her voice echoing, "You still have that awful personality even after thousands of years." Not giving Briaros a chance to get closer, she unleashed her draconic breath attack. The blast of energy struck the Hecatoncheir, but he soon realized that the dragoness was weakened as well. Forcing himself forward, he threatened, "First, I'll rip off your wings, then your heart, and finally, I will devour you." Just as Briaros reached out to grab her, Elo lost her transformation. That was the limit of what she could sustain, but it didn't matter. She was certain she had fulfilled her mission. Elo had bought enough time for Russell to summon the power capable of piercing even time itself. Materializing in his hands, the mighty Brahmastra shone brightly. Everyone lifted their heads, feeling the intense heat. Hubert felt as if he were facing the heat of a desert in the middle of the great forest. Amelia realized that buying time had been worth it. Beside her, Niccolo understood that such power was far too great for a sixth circle mage. If it hadn't been manifested in the form of a spear, the entire forest might have disappeared. Briaros couldn't believe that for a moment he had felt fear. He refused to accept that feeling. It dishonored his name, his title as a Titan general. Without wasting time, Russell hurled the mighty spear at Briaros. Before the monster could react, the weapon had already struck him, but not directly. His reflexes were still sharp. Briaros burst into laughter, satisfied that he had dodged the attack. However, his laughter ceased when he realized that Russell had already closed the distance between them. The protagonist didn't stop at the first strike. With a devastating combination of spells and abilities, he continued his relentless assault. Retrieving the Brahmastra, Russell combined it with La Mancha and the Titan Slayer, piercing straight through the monster's defenses. A massive hole appeared in the monster's chest. Coughing up blood, Briaros cursed what had happened. After thousands of years, he had finally been freed, only to meet such misfortune. Just like Briaros, Russell also spat blood. He felt the immense backlash from using the Brahmastra. It was still too demanding a spell for him. His strength abandoned him, and he plummeted from the sky. Even so, a smile formed on his face, satisfied that he had managed to protect everyone. Russell was taken to a bed to rest. Sometime later, he woke up and got up despite the pain. Seeing Elo approach with a few items, the protagonist asked if she had rested. Elo nodded, and added that Ulson would also take some time to recover, but everyone else was completely fine. Remembering what Ulson and the others had been through, Russell felt relieved. Changing the subject, Ilo pulled back her hood, asking Russell to look at something. Blushing, she revealed the horns now emerging above her ears. "I accepted the dragon's power on the day of the battle, and I discovered that our destinies are intertwined." The protagonist vaguely recalled the dragon that had appeared to protect him, then realized it had been Elo. Looking into Russell's eyes, Elo asked if he knew what that destiny meant. Russell wasn't entirely sure, but he admitted he had a suspicion. The next generation of dragons that had long served the Emperor, that must be the bond that connected them. Changing the topic, the protagonist asked if Elo was okay. Now she would have to serve him, but he didn't know how that power would affect her. Despite Russell's concern, Elo didn't seem to mind. With a confident smile, she said with determination, "This was my choice." Moreover, Elo wanted her fate to be tied to Russell's. Even if she didn't become his partner, she wished to stay by his side for as long as possible. Scratching her neck, Ilo asked how she should address him from now on, since Dragon Emperor seemed excessive. The protagonist simply told her she could call him whatever she wanted. Blushing, Ilo hesitated before asking if she should call him Master. Feeling that didn't sound right, Russell suggested she just call him by his name. Ilo thought for a moment, but in the end she decided that would make her feel closer to him and agreed. The next day, Niccolo visited Russell and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't been there, many people would have suffered. Russell had already been informed that Niccolo had suffered from mana exhaustion. Seeing him standing, he wondered if Niccolo felt responsible for everything as the chief commander. However, the protagonist humbly stated that he hadn't been alone, and that's why he had been able to win. Besides, Niccolo had saved him before, so he could consider this as repayment. Niccolo sighed as he realized this and expressed his gratitude. Just like him, the others also gathered around Russell's bed, showing their concern. Russell thanked Niccolo, extending his gratitude to everyone. Upon hearing this, Niccolo smiled and urged him to rest, as he had already been through a lot. Once alone again, Russell lay down to rest. However, he quickly got up, intending to return to work. The third golden mask, which he had received for defeating Briaros, helped maintain his sanity, and also granted resistance against mind control magic. Now, he had greater defense against dark magic users capable of casting curses and illusions. The first mask assisted in calculating attacks, while the second specialized in defense. Russell couldn't wear all three masks at the same time, so he decided to connect them. Before him, the masks glowed intensely, merging together and revealing their true form. By combining the masks, the protagonist received Solomon's crown, awakening its true power. Solomon, the king of mages, who had reshaped the magic empire in the mythical era long ago. Receiving the relic of this king left Russell speechless. However, he soon wondered, why is the crown so small? Suddenly, the crown began to float around the protagonist. He couldn't help but laugh, wondering if this was some kind of summoned artifact. Seeing Russell laugh, the crown rose higher, releasing a massive surge of energy. Russell felt a sensation he had never experienced before, as if his body had been split in two. Quickly, he began cultivating, trying to understand what was happening. Various astral formulas appeared in his mind, displaying a magnificent vision. He could see himself in a space where his reflection was mirrored within a barrier. Faced with these formulas, he realized that there truly was an existence assisting him with calculations. Inside Russell's consciousness, a part of him now resided within the crown, helping him calculate the formulas of magical circles. Seeing this division of consciousness before his eyes left Russell astonished. Upon waking up, Russell felt a strong headache. At that moment, a notification appeared, informing him that the inherent consciousness had been exhausted, reducing the crown's functions. Analyzing what had just happened, the protagonist assumed that the crown wasn't storing his consciousness, but rather supporting it. This meant that if his mind were ever corrupted by a curse, he could recover using this backup. Holding the crown, he decided to explore more ways to use it, despite already being very satisfied with such an artifact. A few days later, the protagonist went to the battlefield to train. Conjuring multiple fire arrows, he unleashed a rain of them against a stone wall, bringing it down. Hubert was already in disbelief upon seeing Russell back on his feet after just 10 days. Adjusting his glasses, Alan analyzed that Russell had become even better at handling mana and faster at casting spells. Olsen was proud of Russell, someone who always worked hard. So excited, he approached Russell and suggested a duel. The rules were simple. Neither of them would use magic, allowing Olsen to rehabilitate his physical body as well. The protagonist was concerned about Olsen, but to prove he was fine, the battle mage delivered a powerful punch to a rock. Olsen showed he was doing just fine. His bones were still cracking, but he could set them back in place after giving Russell a beating. Before the two could fight, a sound caught their attention. A bell was ringing on the wall where the soldiers had gathered, signaling that something had happened. This made them wonder if the subdued monsters were returning. When Russell and Olsen climbed the wall, they saw a night messenger carrying a red flag, an urgent message. Olsen couldn't help but suspect that the Empire was attacking them. Calling everyone to a meeting, Niccolo announced that a national emergency had occurred. The Archduke Bismarck, he has revealed his hidden ambitions. Olsen questioned whether the Archduke was invading Endymion, and that was exactly what Niccolo had heard. The mage revealed that 5 leaders of magic towers, including Heatmore and Cargo, as well as the 13th and 21st divisions, were assisting Bismarck in attacking the capital at that very moment. Heatmore, the master of the Red Tower, Blaine Trilogy, was the one who had humiliated Russell's father and his house. Seeing him joining forces with the Archduke was no surprise. Russell was frustrated that his master had stopped him from attacking him back then. Thinking about Daria, the protagonist wondered if the masters of the Blue Tower and his own master were in the capital. However, Niccolo revealed that both had disappeared, leaving everyone in shock. Both Daria and Hemingway Melville had vanished. Hubert grew worried upon learning that his master had disappeared. Olsen, on the other hand, was furious, slamming the table in response. He couldn't believe this had happened while he was away. The protagonist didn't believe that his master had lost to them. If that had really happened, the enemy would likely have declared victory to demoralize their troops. Amelia agreed with Russell, stating that the Archduke must have had some tricks up his sleeve, but all he could likely do was keep them at bay. The protagonist recalled that if the Archduke wanted the throne, the real issue would be the king and the princess. Niccolo reassured Russell, stating that Sir Gillian was with the king and the royal knights were protecting the princess. However, if the enemy was allied with a tower master, she was still in danger. Hearing that Hecate was at risk made Russell anxious. The leader of the 7th Corps declared that his troops would move immediately. Niccolo understood how Russell must have been feeling, but warned him that even if they departed right away, they wouldn't be able to reach the capital in time. He then turned to Hubert, asking about the fastest method to get there. The professor assumed that using the teleportation gate to the capital would be ideal, but there was a high chance it wouldn't work, as the enemies might have done something to prevent reinforcements from using it. Thus, Russell assumed that the only way was to cross the Red Canyon as quickly as possible, reach a magic tower near the capital, and use their portal. This way, it would take them a day to get there. Niccolo liked the idea, and knowing they couldn't waste any time, ordered everyone to start moving. The protagonist approached Niccolo, asking if he could return to the capital first. This surprised Niccolo, making him question whether Russell knew of another way. Russell then presented the rings of Eros and Psyche, given to him by Hecate. With the ring of Eros in his possession, he could teleport to the owner of the ring of Psyche. Amelia understood Russell's urgency to return, but suggested that it would be better if a tower master went instead of him. However, Russell revealed that only he could use the ring, and even if someone else became its owner, that wouldn't change. Nicolo grabbed Russell by the shoulders, entrusting the princess to him, since the king was with Sir Gillian. Determined to protect Hecate with his life, Russell activated the ring. He received a mission: protect the princess until the rebellion is subdued. At the western gate of Guinevere Palace, an intense battle was raging. The knights struggled to bring the wounded inside while maintaining their formation. The injured were being carried in as palace servants rushed to gather bandages to tend to them. One of the wounded knights heard a woman asking him to endure the pain for a moment. Sir Thompson couldn't help but be surprised when he realized that this woman was none other than Princess Hecate. Thompson didn't understand why she knew his name. This confused the princess, as she had never seen them as mere swords to be used and discarded. At that moment, Hecate heard a loud noise. Several knights shouted, warning of what had happened. "The western gate has fallen! Stop the rebels, even if it costs your lives!" The battle escalated with a massive explosion of fire at the gate. The spell had been cast by a man in a red cloak. Arcarium Ergo, the apprentice of Blaine Trilogy, complained about being there when there were no powerful mages to face. However, he was surprised to find someone of interest. He couldn't help but be sarcastic, mockingly paying his respects to the princess. Seeing Arcarium before her, Hecate was furious. Arcarium expressed his displeasure that Hecate had removed the honorific Sir from his name, but she would no longer address him that way, as that title was only for those within the royal family's service. Hecate raised her sword. "You, who are now a rebel, no longer deserve to be called that." Arcarium recognized Hecate's sword, Arendite, gifted by a fairy of the lake, the sacred sword that had once slain a berserker fire dragon. He hadn't expected to claim the royal family's treasure here, which made him confident in his luck. Several knights stepped in front of the princess, urging her to retreat while they bought time. Arcarium was done playing. He was determined to bring the princess's end. Flames erupted from Arcarium's hands, launching toward both the knights and the princess. However, at the last second, the princess stepped past the knights, raising her sword to confront the attacks. At that moment, Hecate thought of Russell. She silently apologized, hoping they might meet again in another life. Arcarium's attack struck, triggering a massive explosion. Yet the mage noticed a sudden distortion in space. As small flame-like entities appeared, he wondered, had the master of the Tower of Flames arrived? He was immediately struck with fear, believing it was impossible for Daria to appear. His master had surely taken care of her. However, Hecate saw who had truly arrived before her. Russell took her into his arms, apologizing for being late. Arcarium had no idea how Russell had managed to summon a teleportation gate, but he remembered that his master had been humiliated because of him. Now that things had escalated to this point, he could offer Russell as a trophy to the Archduke as well. Arcarium greeted Russell, who immediately demanded to know what he had done to Daria. Seeing the young man skip formalities, Arcarium mocked him, asking if their relationship had grown close enough for him to share such information. Declaring that he would handle Russell alone, Arcarium gave an order to the horde of mages behind him. "Capture the princess, even if lifeless!" Noticing that all the enemy mages were at least of the third or fourth circle, the protagonist commanded everyone to stay behind the monsters he had summoned. With a single command, the flame dwarves exploded, setting the rebels ablaze. Seeing Russell focus on something else instead of him, Arcarium grew furious. "How dare you get distracted during our fight? You're far too arrogant." Arcarium conjured a massive fire serpent and sent it lunging toward the protagonist. But before it could reach him, Russell moved, releasing a surge of lightning energy. Clenching his fist, the protagonist cast Shockbolt. At the last moment, Arcarium summoned a barrier, but it only cracked under Russell's punch. Grinding his teeth, he seethed. "How dare you use such cheap tricks?" Determined to turn Russell to ashes, he unleashed a flame cannon. Russell responded in kind, casting the very same spell. The two cannons clashed, triggering a massive explosion. The protagonist was forced to acknowledge Arcarium's incredible casting speed. Though he wasn't quite a superhuman yet, he displayed the power of a true tower master. Arcarium, in turn, noted that while Russell's casting speed was impressive, his firepower was lacking, suggesting that he had likely sacrificed some spell formulas to speed up his casting. Smirking maliciously at this discovery, Arcarium prepared to overpower Russell with sheer firepower. He conjured his original spell, Red Viper Duet. The protagonist faced the pair of conjured serpents. Wasting no time, Arcarium sent them surging toward Russell, triggering a devastating explosion. As the flames engulfed the area where Russell stood, Hecate cried out in alarm. In a place where dark clouds covered the sky, casting a sinister atmosphere, several dark mages placed two bodies within a formation of sealing stones. The leader of those mages, Hypnos, couldn't help but speak to the two. "The apprentices you were so proud of are causing quite a disturbance, but Briaros was merely bait. My true goal has been the two of you from the very beginning. Enjoy watching Endymion be buried while you also witness your apprentices perish." Faced with the attack of the Vipers, Russell conjured a multiple barrier. Even so, the attack seemed to contain both magic and physical power. He couldn't help but grit his teeth upon seeing yet another of his robes damaged. The guards tried to take Hecate inside due to the danger, but she was worried about Russell. Seeing the princess trying to escape, the mages of the Red Tower advanced toward her. Russell was confident that the knights could handle them, especially since he couldn't help. Arcarium kept attacking him relentlessly. Attack after attack, explosions shook the battlefield. Arcarium mocked Russell, who continued to defend himself. However, something caught Arcarium's attention. Above Russell, the gay bulg spear magic was forming. Faced with such a powerful attack, Arcarium clenched his teeth, wondering if Russell had been holding back all along. In mere fractions of a second, the spear shot toward him, leaving no time to dodge. Seizing the weapon, Russell drove it in, ensuring his victory. Arcarium coughed as the spear struck him. He couldn't believe Russell had been preparing a counterattack while pretending to be on the losing side. Because of his own arrogance, he had let his guard down, and that had led to his defeat. Behind Russell, Arcarium exploded into flames. Despite his victory, Russell knew that if the man had kept his focus, the outcome could have been different. Meanwhile, the battle between knights and rebels raged on around the palace. Worried, Russell hurried inside, searching for Hecate. The mages of the Red Tower were shocked to see him, wondering what had happened to their master. Russell summoned his flames. That was all the answer they needed. The mages attacked, vowing to find out the truth in hell. After Russell defeated them, Hecate ran to him, wrapping her arms around him. She touched his face, her concern evident as she asked if he was okay. Remembering how Russell had appeared in the midst of battle, she was filled with gratitude. "If not for you, I don't know what would have happened," she said, her voice trembling. "Thank you for saving my life." She asked if he had reached her using the ring. Although he had joined her, Russell felt that he could no longer lend his strength, as his mana had been completely depleted. As they held each other, Russell glanced out the window, sensing a presence. Seeing the vast sea of flames, Hecate couldn't help but wonder where her father was. Russell reassured her, stating that Sir Gillian was with the king and was likely doing a good job. Then in a serious tone, he said they needed to regroup with the king. Once the enemies found out Arcarium had been defeated, they would retreat as well. Hearing what needed to be done, Hecate gripped her sword and released its power. "I, Hecate Rathmos, Princess of Endymion, command the sacred sword Erendite to grant the courage of the founding king to all our vassals." As soon as Hecate activated this ability, a radiant light fell over everyone, restoring their stamina. However, at that moment, Russell saw Hecate collapse. Erendite was the sword of the founding king, and its power distributed the user's stamina among others. Hecate gritted her teeth, feeling utterly exhausted. With a weak expression, she tried to smile, saying that was all she could do for now. Russell held her hand as the knights shouted, "Bring glory to the princess! Show your loyalty to the Rathmos royal family!" Just then, a sinister voice clicked its tongue. I was wondering why they were taking so long to deal with a single woman. Russell turned to the window, spotting an unwelcome guest. Lifting Hecate into his arms, he fled the palace, commanding everyone else to evacuate as well. At that moment, flaming swords rained down upon the palace, launched by Blaine Trilogy. Turning the sky crimson, Blaine rose into the air, wielding the fearsome Ragna blade magic. With a smirk, he mockingly greeted Russell. Seeing the boy withstand his magic, Blaine noticed that the barrier Russell had created was far from ordinary. He couldn't believe Russell had erected it in such a short time. Blaine praised Russell for growing stronger since their last encounter. Despite the compliment, Russell found it hard to believe that Blaine had destroyed the palace in an instant. Seeing that Arcarium was nowhere to be found, Blaine assumed that Russell had defeated him. He recalled how he had always said that Arcarium's arrogance would cost him his life. Managing to stand up, Hecate was furious. "Blaine Trilogy, why are you doing this? You were after me, weren't you? Then why did you involve the innocent?" Blaine burst into laughter, clapping his hands at the princess's touching words, commenting that she would definitely make a fine ruler if she ever ascended the throne. His mocking expression shifted, replaced by something new. "So are you done with your final words? I need to find your father next." Russell stepped in front of Hecate, telling her to stay behind him. Words would not work on Blaine. Just then, the knights burst into the room asking if the princess was safe. Hecate felt relieved, especially after they told her they had rushed there upon seeing the collapse. They reassured her not to worry as the king was safe. Annoyed by the new intruders, Blaine summoned his tower's members. Immediately, the Red Tower mages and the knights clashed once more. Raising his flaming swords, Blaine questioned Russell. "Are you really going to stand between me and the princess?" Russell refused to move aside. Looking at him, Blaine smirked, stating that it felt as if Daria were there. After all, she had given him the same look the last time they met. She is now trapped at the edges of the void and darkness. You will never see her again for all eternity. Russell grasped the true meaning of Blaine's words. The master of the Red Tower gave him no time to react. After the mental provocation, he swung one of his swords at Russell. "Show me all the tricks you've learned in your master's name." As the blade closed in, Russell activated the Crown of Solomon. The massive flaming sword crashed into the ground, scattering flames in all directions. Blaine knew that the speed of his Ragna blade surpassed the speed of sound, which made it hard to believe that a mere sixth circle brat was dodging it. Russell was shattering the flow of time into small fragments, allowing him to read Blaine's attacks. It was a risky move, but it let him evade the strikes. However, his allies were fighting behind him. If he dodged every attack, others would be hurt in his place. Russell summoned 5 gay bulg spears to counter Blaine's swords. However, he did not use them directly. Instead, he first fused them into a single spear. Blaine was pleased to see Russell trying to protect his allies, as it would only lead him to a faster demise. To finish Russell off, Blaine targeted his allies. He struck a massive stone wall with his attacks, causing it to explode and collapse into rubble. Russell gritted his teeth as a thick cloud of dust engulfed the palace. Preparing another attack, Blaine admitted he was impressed that Russell could keep up with his casting speed. However, he wondered how much longer the boy could keep going. Blaine's attacks showed no mercy, causing even more explosions within the burning hall. Seeing Russell still standing after his onslaught, Blaine was a bit surprised, as he hadn't expected the boy to last this long. "Ah, you're so good I would have taken you as my apprentice, if Daria hadn't done it first." The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. His enemy was unbelievably strong and fast. Even as a tower master himself, Blaine was on a completely different level compared to Arcarium. Worried upon seeing Russell wounded, Hecate ran toward him. When Blaine saw the princess supporting the young man, a threatening sarcasm escaped his lips. "What a touching scene. Since you two are lovers, I'll make sure your graves are side by side." But before Blaine could launch his next attack, several people appeared. The soldiers stepped in front of the princess, volunteering to hold Blaine off and ensure her escape. Seeing even magical soldiers rally against him gave Blaine a headache. He wanted to know what the hell the Archduke was doing at that moment. Hecate managed to carry Russell behind some debris, where she could check his condition. The protagonist was gritting his teeth in agony. He knew he had to activate draconification immediately, but he was out of energy. At that exact moment, a mission appeared. He needed to take the princess's green necklace, a treasure that would grant him an unknown reward. When Russell asked to see her necklace, Hecate was surprised. That necklace, adorned with a beautiful topaz, was a keepsake from her mother. The protagonist asked Hecate to give him the necklace, leaving her hesitant. However, believing he had a reason for the request, Hecate chose to hand it over. As he took the jewel, which began to glow, Russell thanked his beloved for believing in him. The mission was completed, and an instruction was given to the protagonist. If he infused his mana into the necklace, its true form would be revealed. As soon as he did, the gemstone began to emit a powerful light, unveiling a new upgrade. The dragon scale had returned to its true form, and the option to absorb it was granted to him. The protagonist was surprised. This time it wasn't a horn. Still, he decided to accept it. As Russell began to absorb the item, a powerful light illuminated the entire area, allowing Blaine to locate him through the mana's glow. Seeing Russell again, Blaine was shocked, not understanding what had happened. Russell, who now looked perfectly fine, wore dragon scale armor on his arms and legs. Through the power of the dragon scales, his physical body had been strengthened, and the duration of his draconification extended. With this boost, the damage he usually suffered while using draconification was also reduced. With his dragon eye glowing, the protagonist was certain that, with this power, he could defeat the master of the Red Tower. Immediately, he activated draconification. Blaine couldn't believe the information about Russell having dragon blood was true. Now he understood how that good-for-nothing McRae had been defeated. Before the battle began, the protagonist asked Hecate and the soldiers to move away. Immediately, Blaine's and Russell's mana clashed, and the Tower Master was surprised to see that the dragon's mana rivaled his own. A jealous smile appeared in his eyes. He wanted that power for himself, so that no other Tower Master could challenge him. Russell was aware of Blaine's powerful magical abilities, but he was confident in his own physical strength. Planning a swift attack, he created a fireball with both hands, using the overheat skill. Multiple spears were formed, along with a massive fallen sun. With 12 gay bulg spears created, the protagonist fused them with the La Mancha technique, preparing an attack capable of taking down even titans. However, Russell knew that even this might not be enough to defeat Blaine. When he realized his opponent had vanished after dodging, he spotted Blaine reappearing right beside him, conjuring a flaming whip strike. "That's all you've got? I guess you only look impressive on the outside." Immediately after the provocation, the protagonist formed a fireball in his hands and charged straight at Blaine. The Tower Master raised a barrier in front of him. Upon hitting it, Russell unleashed a flame cannon. The cannon's power tore through the air and completely engulfed Blaine with its overwhelming energy. However, a counterattack was launched at the protagonist. As Russell quickly pulled back, Blaine complimented his strength, something he wasn't afraid to face. "Your physical abilities are on the level of a superhuman. You might surpass me in 10 years, maybe even 5, which is why I'll end you here and now." With a gay bulg spear in hand, the protagonist challenged Blaine to try. Russell planned to keep attacking until he found an opening. The clash between the two continued, with several explosions erupting as they fought in the air. Russell gave everything he had just to find a single gap, until he finally managed to land a blow on Blaine. That strike created the opening Russell needed to use the ring's ability. Immediately, upon activating the mist ring, a massive lightning bolt struck the master of the Red Tower, making him scream like a pig. Russell was worried. His draconification wouldn't last much longer, and neither would the Crown of Solomon, which had already reached its limit. Preparing one final attack, he created several Gaybulg spears. Fusing them into a single one, the protagonist launched the magical spear at Blaine, who was plummeting from the sky. The Tower Master noticed the incoming attack. Cursing the damned boy, he made his final move. Blaine's original magic, Trilogy, was activated, summoning demonic flames that emerged dark and ominous from his back. The flames of darkness overflowed from his body, clashing with the incoming spear. With the impact of the two forces colliding, a powerful light streaked across the sky, releasing bolts of energy in all directions. With that attack, Russell had used up all his strength. As he fell back to the ground, his vision began to fade. Even as he slipped into unconsciousness, he remembered all the people who had helped him in this life, everyone who had been important to him. He knew it was his duty to protect them. That's why he forced himself to stand. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect them. A power surged from within him, manifesting as a magic circle that aligned his energy circuits. Seeing it, Blaine couldn't believe it. The boy was actually advancing in the middle of a battle. As the seventh circle formed, Russell smiled in relief. However, before he could embrace that power, a powerful energy struck him, knocking him to his knees. Hypnos, surprised by Russell's advancement, appeared to assist the master of the Red Tower, mocking Russell's pitiful state. Blaine gritted his teeth, telling him to shut up and asking why he had taken so long. Hypnos revealed that a few things had happened after Blaine left, like that damn master of the Flame Tower breaking her seal, which forced him to seal her again, this time perfectly, so they wouldn't have to worry anymore. When Russell heard them mention Daria, hatred swelled within him. "You're behind this? What did you do to my master?" Seeing the young man forcing himself to stand, Hypnos addressed him. "Russell Raymond, though we've spoken before, this is our first time meeting face to face. It seems I'll be the one to end both the father and the son of the Raymond bloodline." Seeing the malicious grin in that damned bald man's eyes, a flame ignited within Russell's body, along with his rage. The protagonist asked Hypnos if he was the one who had taken his father's life. Hypnos paused for a moment before answering. "Well, while I did do it, I wasn't the one who set the stage for it to happen. Right, Lord Blaine?" Hearing the bald man's words only fueled the protagonist's rage. "Blaine! So it was you behind all this. Why the hell would you do something like that?" Seeing Russell cough after shouting so much, Blaine smiled and decided to clear up the mystery as a farewell gift. "The reason your father was eliminated is simple. He discovered the links between the Archduke's plan and the pagan cult, uncovering something he wasn't supposed to. That's what sealed his fate." Cursing Blaine, the protagonist tried to stand up, but Hypnos interrupted him, saying he had a gift of his own. Hypnos summoned a skull through his magic, an object brimming with wicked energy. "This is seventh circle magic that holds all the evil in the world. Pandemic burst. I promise you, you won't suffer enough, and you'll be forced to live even when you don't want to." But at that moment, a woman appeared in the sky, unleashing a massive amount of blazing energy. "I won't lose someone precious to me by your hands again. Bloom and rise, my loyal army." At her command, several fire monsters began to emerge. Looking up, Russell saw that his master was safe. Upon seeing her disciple, Daria smiled, apologizing for making him wait. Blaine couldn't believe she was there. Hypnos had sealed her. Even the pagan cult's mage didn't understand how she had escaped from Tartarus, being nothing more than a human. Amid the fear in both of them, Daria stared them down with dark, piercing eyes. "I can't believe you thought of us as mere humans. That was your mistake." On the other side of the city, a massive blue tornado rose up, revealing to the two conspirators that the master of the Blue Tower had also broken free. Landing beside Russell, Daria asked him to rest, because it would all be over soon. With hatred in her eyes, she raised her weapons. "Damn traitors, I'll make you pay for reminding me of that day." Many years ago, a young red-haired boy was eager to become an archmage, just like his mother. Daria held him in her arms, encouraging him to chase that dream. To her, he was the most beautiful boy in the world. The moment he showed her his magic missile spell for the first time, Daria realized he was so gifted, he could learn magic on his own. The boy trained all day long just to show her what he could do. He also had a sweet side. He loved candy. One night, Daria received an urgent summons from the royal palace, and in that moment, her life changed forever. The letter was a trap set by the pagan cult to lure her away from home. Even though she returned as fast as she could, it was already too late. She found only utter devastation and her son in his final moments. Even while crying, she forced herself to smile to comfort him, trying to say that once he fell asleep, he'd wake up without any pain. Many decades later, the one who saved her when her life had already lost all meaning was that very young disciple. Now, seeing them attempt to repeat such a monstrous act, Daria's fury surged in her gaze. How dare you try this again? Don't even dream of leaving here alive. Without hesitation, she summoned a towering fire king, a golem of flames dozens of meters tall. Flames surged around her as flaming petals floated in the sky. This time, her Eight the Circle spell, Flames of Muspelheim, gave way to the mage's original magic, Floral Flames of Dreams. A rain of burning flowers fell upon Blaine and Hypnos, who scrambled to form a protective barrier. Seeing their reaction, Daria smirked wickedly. Like a miniature sun, a scorching fire mace appeared in her hand. At that point, Blaine's barrier had already shattered, and the flaming petals began to strike him. When his robes caught fire, a vortex of flames enveloped him. Watching his companion be consumed by fire, Hypnos realized just how dire his situation had become. With no other choice, he dropped his barrier and tried to flee. He aimed to regroup with the Archduke so they could eliminate the king first, and then ensure their own survival. However, as he fled, a flaming chain wrapped around his ankle. Russell had created it to keep the cultists from escaping. Seeing the cursed attack from Russell, Hypnos cursed back, momentarily losing focus on his objective. In that moment, a blast of fire zipped past his ear, missing by mere inches. High in the sky, Daria now looked like a fire goddess. Creating multiple fire lances infused with her crimson power, she reminded Hypnos, "Didn't I already warn you, abandon any hope of leaving this place alive?" The countless lances bombarded the cultist, erupting into a massive explosion. Struck by every single one, Hypnos finally realized that against Eight the Circle flames, his skills were utterly mediocre. Touching the burning lances embedded in him, he resolved to use all his magical power to destroy them and escape. But before he could act, Daria unleashed another spell, binding him once more in her flames. Descending to face him directly, Daria made an offer. "Tell us everything and I'll grant you a painless end." Hearing the cursed offer, Hypnos burst into laughter. He looked at the mage with a cunning gaze as he threatened her. "Ha ha ha! Don't think this is the end. The true darkness is about to rise. He will cover the entire continent in blood and shadows. Ha 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 ha!" As the cultist melted into a puddle of sludge, Daria couldn't believe he had actually chosen to end himself with such a vile spell. While they had been focused on Hypnos, Blaine had managed to escape, even in his decrepit state. To him, the war had already been lost. He blamed himself for placing all his faith in a damned pagan cult. Now his only option was to hide and regroup later. However, during his escape, someone blocked his path. Staring into those bloodthirsty eyes, Blaine saw Alex Raymond. He couldn't believe that man was still alive. He had seen his end with his own eyes. But when he was attacked, Blaine realized it wasn't Alex, it was his son. In the end, it seemed the true victor wasn't him, but Alex Raymond. As Russell brought Blaine's end, tornadoes of fire and water engulfed the traitors across the city. The traitors couldn't hold their ground against the mage from the Blue Tower and fled in search of reinforcements. Eliminating each of them, the Blue Tower mage reveled in his power. "Ha ha ha ha! How do you like the taste of water, traitors? Watching you dodge my spells makes you look like ants." The fleeing traitors soon encountered fire elementals, proof that the master of the Tower of Flames had also joined the hunt. Trying another route, they found themselves face to face with Jillian, the master of weapons, who had already taken control of the castle walls. Some traitors tried to boost morale, saying they had the advantage in numbers, but their firepower was still too weak. The Archduke ground his teeth in frustration. He couldn't believe the kingdom's defenders had managed to turn the tide when the walls were just about to fall. He wanted to know when the monsters would be released, and where the hell Hypnos and Blaine were. At that moment, a voice asked the Archduke if he was really looking for those two men. Suddenly, two rotten, mangled corpses were thrown at his feet. Seeing what Daria had tossed toward him, he asked what those things were. Daria showed a maniacal smile as she answered, "It's hard to recognize them in this state, I know, but I wanted to deliver them personally, you damn Archduke." Seeing Daria's threat, the Archduke also raised his sword. His dark energy overflowed, along with his hatred. He had prepared for decades, and now they were trying to interfere. In a sudden charge, he aimed directly at those who stood in his way. Facing a man blinded by rage, Daria allowed Russell to carry out his revenge. Immediately, the protagonist conjured a tornado of flames, the flames of destruction, completely engulfing the Archduke. Bismarck shattered, consumed by the fire as he screamed. Before everyone's eyes, the traitorous Archduke turned into a pile of ashes scattered by the wind. With the traitors defeated, peace returned to the kingdom. At the castle, the king gathered the tower masters while handling the paperwork. First, the palace had to be rebuilt, but before that, accommodations for everyone needed to be restored. This mission was assigned to the master of the Yellow Tower. Moving on to the next topic, he read the report and asked Daria if what Hypnos had said was true. The mage nodded, confirming she had heard the information personally. Daria reported that Hypnos had mentioned the beginning of the true construction, citing someone whose identity remained unknown. The king gave Daria full authority to deal with the matter, asking her to form a team to investigate the cultists. With that mission delegated, the king turned to the final topic, rewarding everyone for their contributions. In his hands was a list of names: Gillian Pearlson, Daria Snow White, Hemingway Melville, among many others. When he saw Russell Raymond's name, the king felt pleased to find him listed among such superhuman individuals. He had never imagined that someone with such power would emerge in his generation. On the other hand, some people were concerned about Russell's condition. The princess had been waiting by his side for 10 days, but he still hadn't woken up. Daria tried to ease her worries. Russell has only just become a superhuman. He's simply digesting the new circle he obtained. The mage recalled how he had pushed himself to the limit, even while in an unstable state. The fact that his circle hadn't collapsed was impressive on its own. To let Russell rest, Daria invited the princess to step out of the room, confident that he would overcome his current state, just like he always had, and so Russell was left alone. As night fell, a strange energy stirred him awake, whispering into his ear. His eyes widened the moment he realized it was Pepper. A notification appeared at that very moment. The fire spirit Pepper, now at intermediate level, had fully assimilated the power of the fire dragon. The former fire spirit had been reborn as a fire dragon spirit. The contract with Pepper had been restored, and now Russell could summon him again through the gate to the spirit realm. Without anyone noticing, the protagonist walked to the outskirts of the castle. He observed his 7th magic circle, something he had once believed he would never achieve before going back to the past. But now, not only had he reached that milestone, he had also managed to defeat the man who had taken his father's life. Even so, it wasn't enough. Many cells of the cult were still scattered throughout the empire. That's why Russell swore to become even stronger, so he could fight them all. Looking around, he wondered if there would be enough space. In the past, Pepper had been able to adjust his size, but now that he had become a dragon, Russell wasn't sure if he could still do the same. Either way, he summoned the gate to the spirit realm to find out. As soon as he called for Pepper, a massive red face with 2 golden eyes emerged from the gate. A scarlet dragon, dozens of meters tall, appeared before the protagonist. Seeing his companion again, Russell raised his arms, reaching out for a hug. The young dragon rubbed his snout against him, accepting the affection he hadn't received in a long time and earning praise for his majestic new appearance. Russell observed Pepper's body, now becoming translucent like that of a spirit. Not only had he grown in size, but his appearance had also changed slightly. Realizing that Pepper now held power comparable to the 7th circle, Russell wondered if their strengths were finally equal. It seemed like the only reason he had awakened was due to the influence of Pepper's power. Knowing it would be a problem if the dragon stayed that large, Russell asked if he could take on his smaller form. As soon as Russell made the request, a powerful glow enveloped the red dragon. Immediately, the enormous being transformed into his smaller version, now even redder than before. Seeing Pepper successfully transform, Russell clapped, celebrating the fact that he hadn't forgotten how to change forms. Pointing to the sky, Russell asked Pepper if they should go have some fun. Mounted on the dragon, the protagonist was amazed. Flying above the kingdom, Pepper could change directions easily, even at high speeds. He showed off his improved aerial maneuvers, making Russell even more excited. The protagonist was about to ask something about his speed when suddenly, the dragon launched his flames at him. Seeing the dragon cloak wrap around him, Russell burst out laughing, realizing their minds were now more in sync than ever. Immediately, they shot forward at full speed to enjoy that moment of fun. Feeling the wind on his face, the protagonist tested the cloak's speed. It wasn't as fast as Pepper's flight, but at that pace, he wouldn't lose to any superhuman in aerial combat. And so, the two soared across the city skies, flying over the mountains and toward the horizon. 3 days later, Hecate and the members of the Tower of Flames gathered in Russell's room to congratulate him. Seeing the letter that granted him the title of Duke, the protagonist was confused. Duke was a title given only to those who earned the right to become members of the royal family. In the history of Dendymion, no outsider from House Rathmos had ever become a duke. Even the first patriarch of the Raymonds, an 8th circle mage and founding vassal of Endymion, had only been made a marquis. Seeing that her man couldn't believe what was happening, Hecate pinched his cheek, revealing that even she had been surprised by the king's decision. Daria couldn't help but laugh, recalling how everyone in the meeting room had been so stunned they froze for a moment. However, Hubert reminded them that no one had objected to the idea. The boy deserved it. Laughing teasingly, Daria asked if she should start calling him Duke Russell from now on. "Please don't call me that, Professor," the protagonist said, lowering his head. I just can't believe this is happening. Please don't treat me formally. Even if I'm a duke now, I'm still Russell Raymond before anything else. I'm also your student, and a junior to my seniors." Hearing the sincerity in his words, the trio couldn't help but feel moved. Daria let out a soft sigh. Since that was his wish, she wouldn't go against it. Vermilion couldn't help but slap Russell on the back while laughing. "That's exactly why I like this kid." When night fell, the protagonist was left alone with Little Pepper. Now it was time to check the mission reward. Opening a map, he wondered if the mark indicated the location of a dragon. He could have figured it out himself, but this would save him a lot of trouble. However, as he looked at the map more closely, he was shocked. The location was inside the Empire. The protagonist paused to think. The Empire, Britannia, the only empire on the continent, was an enemy of Endymion. The emperor was growing increasingly ill, and the princes were currently fighting over the throne. To enter Britannia, one would also need identification. Russell couldn't believe that, of all places, the location was in Britannia. This would make things much more difficult this time. Squishing Pepper's little face, the protagonist reassured the worried dragon. Despite everything, he would still find a way to complete this mission. It might take time, and it might be dangerous, but everything would be fine in the end. Meanwhile, a ship sailed across the ocean. On board, a beastkin woman smiled brightly. "Human boy, wait for me. I'm coming for you." The next day, the king continued to deal with the matters at hand. When he met with Russell and Amelia, who was holding her plush toy, the two bowed in greeting. Thanking them for answering his call, the king felt comfortable enough to explain the situation. "The reason I summoned you is because I need your help with the settlement of the fairies and the beastkin." The protagonist realized that quite some time had passed since their encounter on the Beastkin Island. Enough time for him to have forgotten about the migration due to all the chaos caused by the rebellion. The king assigned Amelia the task of helping the fairies, while Russell was entrusted with aiding the beastkin. Receiving their instructions, both bowed and nodded in acknowledgement of the king's command. Now in charge of helping the beastkin, the protagonist grew nervous at the thought of dealing with Muya's aggressiveness. He hoped she wouldn't challenge him to a duel, especially since he was still recovering. While Russell was feeling uneasy, the beastkin fleet advanced across the sea, accompanied by seagulls. At the front of the fleet was Muya, eager to see the continent. She wagged her tail, imagining the duel she would have with the human man. A human accompanying the journey commented to a beastkin that the queen seemed pretty excited. Beside him, a bullman explained that it was her first time leaving the island. It was only natural that she'd be excited to meet the strong opponents who lived on the continent. He also added that a certain man was currently there. Before the human could find out who the bullman was referring to, a rabbit man spotted the continent through his monocle. Using the device, he was able to see Endymion just ahead of them. Russell was already at the port, waiting for the fleet's arrival. Not only him, a large crowd had gathered to witness the arrival of the beastkin. It was natural, since most of them had only heard rumors about the other races. As he waited, Russell felt a familiar mana. When he turned to the side, he recognized the owner of that mana. Alan had also come to the port to check the arrival of the beastkin. Alan gave a slight bow upon seeing the protagonist. "I've come to provide support under the king's orders. I'll do my best to assist you, Your Excellency." The protagonist thanked him for the help, but awkwardly asked him not to address him that way. Seeing how uncomfortable Russell was, Alan asked if he should just call him Duke Russell instead, which, to the humble protagonist, felt a little less bad. As soon as the ships reached the port, the guards overseeing security asked everyone to remain in their places. Several beastkin of all different races began to disembark from the first ship, under the watchful eyes of the humans. The protagonist quickly looked around for Muya, but didn't see her among the group. That's when he heard a shout, carried by a gust of wind. "Human man!" Alan was shocked by the level of battle energy radiating from the beastkin woman, far beyond that of a tower master. It was clear this was the person Russell had told him about, the queen of the beastkin, Muya. Crossing her arms and laughing, Muya greeted the protagonist. "Ha ha ha! Human man, it's been a while." The protagonist approached her, noting how she hadn't changed at all. Hearing the comment, she quickly retorted, "Of course I'm still the same, but you've definitely gotten stronger since the last time we met." Sensing the intense scent Russell gave off after leveling up, she released her energy and asked if they should see just how much stronger he had become. Seeing how eager she was to fight, the protagonist asked her to calm down a bit, as he was still recovering. Upon hearing his words, Moya deflated like a wilted flower. There was nothing she could do but postpone their duel. Changing the subject, the protagonist asked if she could suppress her battle aura. He said this because everyone at the port, beastkin and human alike, was terrified by her energy. While the beastkin made their way through the forest, Moya became outraged upon hearing the news Russell shared. She couldn't believe they would have to share the forest with the fairies. That wasn't part of the deal they had made. The protagonist explained that the Yvet forest was the largest forest in Endymion, so there should definitely be enough space for both species to live comfortably. But Moya wasn't talking about space. She was complaining about how utterly boring fairies were. Crossing her arms, the Beastkin Queen huffed, "I hate people who preach peace and love." To convince her, the protagonist offered to introduce her to someone she could duel, but only if she got along with the fairies first. Moya's eyes sparkled as she promised she'd try her best. Suddenly, she pointed at Alan and spoke to Russell. "But if you're going to pick an opponent for me, they'd better be at least as strong as him. That's the only way it'll be fun." Alan was taken aback by her words, and then grew flustered when she sniffed him and said, "It's kind of strange. When I first met you, you seemed pretty strong, but I can't sense any masculine scent from you." Seeing Alan being indirectly called feminine, Russell was stunned. According to the records, the Beast King, Fenrir, had mixed blood with dragons, so what Moya might have been sensing could have been the scent of dragons. Moya was a wolf woman with silver hair, just like Fenrir. If she had inherited Fenrir's blood, it meant there might be some draconic genes within her. Noticing Russell staring at her for so long, Moya nudged him with a suggestive look, leaving Alan speechless at the romantic air she gave off. Sometime later, upon arriving at the Yvet forest, a forest as vast as the ancient trees, the protagonist met with Amelia, who for the first time congratulated him for reaching a new level. She had forgotten to congratulate him the last time. The protagonist thanked the master of the White Tower and asked her to speak casually with him. When Moya saw the White Tower master, she quickly approached her. "This young human woman is pretty strong, huh?" With her stuffed animal shielding her, the Tower master frowned. "You're being rude." While the two women were sizing each other up, Elo's mother appeared to greet the queen of the Beastkin. "You must be our new neighbors. Welcome." The protagonist was surprised to see Arane and Elo, who both greeted him warmly. Seeing the mother-daughter pair, Moya walked over to them excitedly. "Oh, so there are powerful pointy ears here too." Seeing how Moya was treating the two, the protagonist reprimanded her. Pointing at Elo, Moya said she sensed a strong scent similar to Russell coming from the girl. Hearing that, Elo became extremely flustered, wondering how that could be possible. Moya's eyes sparkled, and tension rose between the two instantly. "Oh, so you're after him too? Do you think I'll just hand him over to you?" Hearing those words, Elo shot her a cold glare. "Hand him over, don't treat him like an object." Trying to calm them down, the protagonist bowed and began explaining how they would live together. Although they would live in the same area, each race would have its own territory. Since they had different lifestyles and cultures, conflicts could be inevitable. That's why the great chestnut tree at the forest's entrance would be marked as the dividing point. To the north would be the fairies' territory, while the south would belong to the Beastkin. The protagonist asked the two leaders what they thought of the arrangement. Arani gently thanked Russell for the land given to her people, and beside her, Moya laughed energetically, agreeing and reminding Russell of his promise. The protagonist also made a request of the two. In 10 days, a representative from each race would be invited to attend the welcoming ceremony prepared by the king. By the time they returned to the capital of Endymion, it was already evening. Inside the carriage, Ilo asked the protagonist if there was anything else to do besides the meeting with the king. The protagonist thought for a moment and remembered that Moya would be receiving a title as the representative of the Beastkin. The queen didn't care about that. She just wanted Russell to arrange a duel for her. Hearing her request, the protagonist revealed that there would likely be a ball at the palace, which would be an opportunity to show the other nations how strong and stable the kingdom was. Yawning, Moya asked if at least there would be food and drinks. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Several incredible beings are approaching from that direction." The Beastkin Queen had first sensed the strength of the Blue Tower Master. "I wouldn't be able to defeat one of them, but I wouldn't lose either." Then she felt Daria's energy. "As for the other one, I'd definitely lose." The protagonist reassured Moya, revealing that he knew both of the people she was talking about. One of them was his master. Moya couldn't believe he was only now telling her that. Hurriedly, Moya started licking herself. "If I'm going to meet your master, I need to look presentable. Tell me, how do I look? I look good, right?" As soon as the carriage stopped, the protagonist stepped out first, greeting Daria and the Blue Tower Master, and asked what brought them to meet him. With a hand calmly on her hip, Daria replied, "They are precious guests of our kingdom, so the king asked us to come fetch them." The Blue Tower Master welcomed them to the capital, Endymion, introducing himself. "I am Hemingway Melville, Master of the Blue Tower." Daria also introduced herself as the Master of the Tower of Flames. Upon seeing Daria, Elo's mother greeted her. "Master of the Tower of Flames, we meet again. I still remember the help you gave us back then." She was referring to the incident when Daria and Russell had saved their people from a slave ship. Arane bowed her head, apologizing for thanking her so late for saving her daughter. She then introduced herself. "Arane, Manure of the Elves from the Ash Tree tribe." Daria didn't need to accept her thanks, stating she had only done what she ought to do. Finally turning to her disciple, she asked who was hiding behind him. Moya, who for the first time in her life seemed shy, responded with a stammer, I am the Beast Queen Muya. I'm Muya, Queen of the Beasts. Seeing her demeanor, Daria asked her not to be so formal, but even then, Muya didn't seem willing to get close to her. The Beastkin chose their king based on strength, so it seemed that Muya was confused after meeting people stronger than her for the first time. At the same time, Ilo stared at Daria, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Muya nestled up next to Russell, clearly intimidated by Daria. Seeing how the two were behaving, Daria was shocked at her disciple. He always acted so innocent, but apparently there was nothing innocent about him. Someone would definitely not be happy seeing him with those two at the ball. Of course, Daria was thinking about Hecate, who at that very moment was feeling a strange discomfort, even though she was alone. Upon arriving at the castle, the protagonist was impressed. He couldn't believe they had rebuilt the castle in the short time he'd been away. Seeing his surprise, Daria revealed that Niccolò and his apprentices had worked non-stop the entire time, not even stopping to sleep. Apparently, they had been under pressure to meet the final deadline. Seeing that they were already late, Daria invited them inside, as the king was already waiting for everyone. As soon as they entered and met the king, the protagonist knelt down. I, Russell Raymond, Duke of the Kingdom, have arrived. I have returned after completing the mission assigned by your majesty. Hearing the report, the king asked Russell to rise, saying he hadn't forgotten the hard work he had done. The elf mother and daughter also bowed, with the mother greeting the king. We pay our respects to the governor of Endymion. I am Menhur Arani, of the Ash Tree tribe. At my side is my daughter, Ilo. All the fairies of the great forest will not forget your kindness in granting us such a vast land, and I thank you on behalf of everyone. The king gave a gentle smile, wishing they could live peacefully with their neighbors, until the great forest was fully restored. Upon hearing themselves mentioned, Muya nervously introduced herself to the king. I, Muya, greet the ruler of Endymion. I pay my respects to you. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, apologizing on Muya's behalf. As they were being watched by many important figures, the king overlooked Muya's behavior, understanding the culture of the beastkin. Turning back to Muya, the king asked what she thought about holding the title ceremony during the ball. Muya was surprised and didn't know how to respond, but Russell quickly helped her by whispering words she repeated. I will follow your will, your majesty. The king thanked her for adjusting to their schedule, and politely Muya also thanked him. After the brief exchange, Muya felt extremely embarrassed. The protagonist realized he would have to teach her a bit of basic etiquette. 3 days later, the day of the ball arrived. Soft music could be heard throughout the castle. On this occasion, Muya, fully dressed, knelt down. I, the queen of the beastkin Muya, am now a noble of the great kingdom of Endymion. I swear to faithfully carry out all our duties. The people at the ball were surprised to see a beastkin with proper etiquette. It was a sharp contrast to the rumors of them being barbaric. The king placed his sword on Muya's shoulder as he proceeded with the ceremony. I, Alphonse Rathmos, king of Endymion, grant you the family name Lycos, along with the title of count. You must forever remember the oath you made today. Muya raised her head, placed a hand over her chest, and thanked the king for what he had granted her. Thus, all the attendees at the ball applauded the ceremony in which the Beast Queen was the protagonist. Not long after, the music grew louder, and the guests began dancing with their partners. At a table, Muya sighed. Even though she did exactly as Russell had taught her, she still didn't understand any of it. It made no sense to her to go through so much trouble. At the very least, Russell thought she had done quite well. Taking the initiative after staying quiet for so long, Ilo was about to ask Russell for a dance. However, at that moment, a female voice came from behind them. Lady Ilo and Lady Lycos, forgive my late introduction. I am Hecate Rathmos. Without warning, the beautiful princess appeared, wearing a stunning dress in earthy tones that perfectly matched her hair and lilac-toned makeup. Ilo was surprised to see the woman associated with Russell. On the other hand, Muya focused on Hecate's scent, which was also similar to Russell's. Since the table they were sitting at only had 3 seats, Hecate asked if they should move elsewhere, as she had something to discuss with them. Russell stood up to go along, but the princess immediately stopped him. Though smiling, she emanated a powerful aura that pressed down on him. No, this is a conversation just between women. With her 3D glasses on, Daria munched on some popcorn while watching the interesting drama unfold, a movie in which 3 women of different races competed for 1 man. A maid was already waiting for the princess in a room prepared for the conversation. Taking a seat at the table, the princess invited the two to sit. Please have a seat. There's no need for formality here. Feel as comfortable as you like. As she poured a drink, Hecate explained that she had arranged this meeting because she had some questions for the two of them. Filling her glass, Hecate drank all the wine in one go, surprising the two. Then she looked at them sharply after the drink. What do you two think of Duke Russell, my fiancé? Taking a sip of her drink, Muya started coughing while Ilo focused on the question. If you're asking about how I feel, I'll be honest with you. I like Sir Russell a lot. Moya also answered honestly, crossing her arms. He's definitely a man I'm interested in. He's also quite strong. It seemed things were just as Hecate had suspected. She knew Russell was different from ordinary nobles. However, she then revealed something to the two girls that surprised them. Russell is someone who will eventually become king. A man like him cannot have concubines. Her gaze turned severe as she made her intentions clear. And I have no intention of sharing him with any other woman while I'm alive. The girls reacted in completely different ways. Ilo lowered her head, understanding the situation. She had expected it to turn out like this. Moya, on the other hand, gritted her teeth. Seeing Hecate openly threaten her, despite being just a mere and weak human, made her irritated. However, at that moment, as she looked at Hecate, Moya noticed something. Wait, you said, while you're alive? The princess, pouring herself another glass of wine, confirmed her words as she moved on to the next topic. Russell became a superhuman in his 20s. He might even become a transcendent being, something not seen since the mythical era. And since he also carries the bloodline of dragons, he will live much longer than I will, as a human. I don't want him to live in solitude after I'm gone. The princess's brief explanation touched the hearts of the two girls who were fighting for Russell. With a sad look in her eyes, Hecate continued to reveal her thoughts. You two are beings who transcend humans. Having him for myself while I'm alive is enough. Moya was surprised by the meaning behind the princess's words. However, Hecate wanted to set a few things straight first. Finally smiling again, Hecate declared, "The first thing we need to establish is that I am ranked first." With that said, she asked which of them would take second place in the ranking. The simple question shocked both girls, as well as little Pepper, who was eavesdropping on the conversation through a window. Dropping the bomb and leaving it to them to sort out, the princess exited the room. "Give me your answer once you decide who will be second in rank." Cleverly, the princess returned to the ballroom. However, while descending the stairs, she accidentally stepped on her long dress. Startled as she began to fall, a young man appeared in her path to catch her, Russell, who held her in his arms, preventing the fall. As she was caught by Russell, Hecate leaned closer to his face, intertwining her fingers with his. Surprised, Russell asked why she'd been drinking if she couldn't handle that much alcohol. Resting her head on Russell's shoulder, she asked if he knew the best method to keep one's enemies in check. Answering her own question, she stated, "You make them fight each other." Russell didn't quite understand what Hecate was talking about, but he held her hand to support her, as she was a bit dizzy after drinking so much. With a small smile, she asked him a suggestive question. "I can rest in the room you're staying in, right?" Wrapping an arm around her waist, the protagonist made her shiver as he confirmed in her ear that she could. 3 months passed quickly, and Russell reunited with Daria at the Tower of Flames. Daria couldn't believe that just as things had calmed down, he was planning to leave again. She wanted to know if at least this time he had informed the princess. And indeed, this time Russell had received her permission. Taking a sip of her drink, Daria gave him a warning. "If you keep this up, the princess might scold you harshly one day. The areas you'll be allowed to visit might even be limited." Scratching his neck, the protagonist smiled, hoping she wouldn't go that far. Daria looked over the information about where Russell intended to go. Akane, the third country, the trade nation. Knowing what kind of place it was, Daria asked if he was aware, and the protagonist truly was. Akane, the trade nation. It was small enough to be called a city-state, but within it were gambling, entertainment, assassination services, money laundering operations, and even slavery. It was a dark country within the continent, where everything was legalized. Daria asked him to be extra cautious this time, as the darkness within people living in such places ran deeper than usual. Russell nodded, accepting his master's advice. Such wise words, he would keep them in mind. While traveling by ship, a snow fog covered the sea, bringing Russell a bit of luck. Thanks to this fog, he'd be able to enter Akane quietly. The only issue was the people who had been following him since he left the docks. They had hidden their presence and their killing intent. Russell was certain those people were strong, but he didn't want to fight in the middle of the sea. Making a decision, the protagonist chose to expose one of them. Immediately, he pulled back their cloak. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Having been discovered, Moya scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. "Human man, you caught me, heh." Seeing Moya, the protagonist was surprised, not understanding why she had followed him. To Moya, there was no reason not to. Obviously, she wanted to challenge him, but he had left the capital. Since he was going to be away for a while, she decided to follow him. The protagonist sighed, begging her to return as he was heading to a very dangerous place. But Moya crossed her arms, refusing to go back. "I've heard about Akane. We just need to beat everyone and we'll be fine." The protagonist sighed again, revealing that this place was only a stop on his journey, and that his true destination was somewhere else. Moya was surprised, asking where he was going. With no other option, the protagonist revealed, "I'm heading straight to Endymion's sworn enemy. I'm going to the Empire of Britannia." Under the moonlight, Daria read a letter in her tower and commented to herself, "The war for imperial succession is becoming increasingly intense. Currently, 2 of the 5 princes had already been eliminated. No matter who managed to reach the throne, chaos was inevitable. She hoped that at least these arrows would not be aimed at her and the one she cared about." Seeing a letter signed by Russell, Daria wondered if he was sending more letters. Questioning what had happened, she remembered how the young man had never sent reports. No matter where he was, as she reflected on whether the young man had matured, upon reading the contents of the letter, she was surprised. The young man wrote that he would be visiting the Empire, which made Daria so furious that she exploded into flames. At the same time, the protagonist shivered all over, surprising the Queen of Beasts. "Hey, human man, what's wrong with you?" Smiling, the protagonist stated that he thought someone was cursing him. Thinking for a moment, he concluded that his master must have received the letter and that she must be furious with him. Unfortunately, it was too late for that. Suddenly, the Queen of Beasts shouted upon seeing in the distance, "Look! Land ahoy!" Surprised, the protagonist was relieved that they had finally arrived. Breaking the darkness of the night, fireworks exploded in the sky, and a wall of buildings illuminated the streets. Arriving at the dock, the duo entered Akain, the Empire's commercial district. As they headed for one of the city's alleys, the protagonist dressed Muya in an overcoat and handed her something to wear on her hand. Muya smiled with great happiness upon receiving a ring from Russell, who also put one of these rings on his finger, explaining, "This is a ring enchanted with a disguise spell." Russell's hair color changed from black to platinum, reminding her that they couldn't go around hiding their faces with hoods forever, commenting, "People from the north have platinum hair and black eyes. We need them to blend in." Muya listened to what he had said and put the ring on her finger. The next instant, her tanned body disappeared, taking on a pale appearance with ash-colored hair. Smiling as she saw her new form, she asked, "How do I look? Do I look glamorous?" Looking in a mirror, Muya didn't think she had changed much, but Russell cheered her up. "This change is quite significant for you." Being disguised, Russell asked her to play her part appropriately. Beside them, the little dragon gave a thumbs up. Russell and Muya headed to an inn, where people were drinking to enjoy the night. Muya crossed her arms, annoyed by Russell's decision on the room choice. Separate rooms during a honeymoon phase? A couple's fight is like cutting water with a dull knife. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist stated that she might need some personal space. As they went upstairs, those who had heard about the affair chuckled, and one of the men shouted, "I hope you two reconcile quickly! Ha ha ha!" In the end, they ended up going to a single room to talk. Muya continued to complain, believing they should have just rented one room since they were pretending to be married. However, Russell explained the reason for causing confusion by choosing separate rooms. They needed many people to recognize them, in case something happened. Russell took the opportunity to reject Muya, reminding her, "Please, some respect because I am already engaged." Huffing irritably, she looked away. "I have no intention of getting in your way. I've already made a promise to my big sister." Confused, Russell asked why Muya had started calling Hecate sister. Annoyed, the Queen of Beasts stated, "It's a promise between women. You wouldn't understand." Changing the subject while tucking Pepper in, Russell revealed that they would later receive some fake identities, necessary to enter the Empire. Surprised, Muya asked how they would get these identities. Russell didn't hesitate to say, "First, we need to get in touch with the Red Serpent. They are the underground syndicate that basically runs Akain's trade empire." Revealing that the problem was not knowing how to find them, Russell opened a portal for items and obtaining a bag of money, stated, "But we can lure them." At night, one could see rich men walking the streets accompanied by women, while in the alleys, thieves took what little the poor possessed. All this was happening on the outskirts of the Akain casino. Upon arriving at the casino, Muya became excited seeing it fully lit, imagining that the food there must be wonderful. The duo was visiting Akain's largest casino. All illegal funds were washed and circulated there. The place was basically a guarantee of connection with the syndicate. Before entering, Russell asked Muya to promise one thing: "You must follow my decisions, no matter what happens at all costs." With a confident smile, she stated that she would trust him and follow him. Thus, they passed through the entrance door, entering the casino lit as if it were daytime. Dalton, the casino manager, was counting a wad of money in his office. It was at this moment that a bald man with a snake tattoo on his head rushed in. "Manager, a situation has occurred." Dalton suddenly stood up, asking what had happened. The bald man shouted, "Someone is sweeping the floor with our money. We've run out of chips at the table." Surprised, the manager ran to the window from which he could see the entire casino, and from there, the bald man pointed, "It's that couple from the northern forests. They've really taken all our money, even in a rigged game where it's literally impossible to win." The subordinate pointed to none other than Muya and Russell, who sitting at a table held his cards while playing. Worried, the bald man asked if they should find an excuse to expel the couple, but the manager stopped him. "We can't do that in front of the guests." With a smile that revealed his devilish red eyes, he ordered, "Take them to the penthouse. In this casino, I am the law, the king. No one leaves here with money unless I allow it." The protagonist was intently playing, and against the owner of the table, laid down 2 cards. forming a 9 and winning once again. Muya was impressed. He had won 9 out of 10 bets. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he had calculated the odds of winning. Although he said this, he knew that in reality, the cards had secret markings that could be read by the dealer. They manipulated the game from the beginning, so that no one could win. At first, Russell planned to lose on purpose, but seeing how they manipulated the games, he couldn't stand by. Soon, the protagonist saw a bald man and 2 other men walking towards him, taking the bait just as he had expected. The tattooed bald man approached with a smile, greeting Russell. "Excuse me, sir, it seems you don't belong at these tables. Would you like to join the high-stakes tables instead?" Smiling, Russell replied that he had arrived at the right time. Just as he was starting to get bored, upon going up to the penthouse, Russell found a luxurious hall with very few tables. The place was unbelievable for someone who had only seen the previous floor, reserved only for elites and VIPs. As soon as Russell and Muya arrived, they were greeted by Dalton, the casino manager, who was impressed with the guests' plays, to the point of wanting to meet him personally. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist commented that he had won a bit too much. Laughing back, Dalton didn't hold him back. "This is part of our ways of congratulating you. Come on!" Muya was already getting irritated with Dalton's fake smile and whispered, asking Russell if she could eliminate him. Whispering back, Russell asked if she remembered the promise. When the bald subordinate brought some glasses, Dalton stated, "As a token of hospitality, allow me to offer you a drink." Muya couldn't hold back, downing the expensive liquor all at once. However, the alcohol didn't sit well with her, causing her to vomit rainbows. Annoyed, she crushed the glass, and beside her, Russell confirmed, "That's exactly what you thought. It's poison." Dalton, as several armed men approached, sighed, "What a shame. If you had just passed out, you would have only lost money." However, with a tremendously hot aura emanating around him, Russell replied, "I wonder if money is all you're after." Faced with that aura, Dalton was so frightened that he began to sweat. The tattooed bald man, not understanding the situation, blustered, "You should be begging for your lives. Don't you understand the situation you're in?" Dalton was surprised by the subordinate acting on his own and shouted, "Back off, you crazy bastard!" As the energy in the hall grew increasingly grim, Dalton tried to make his subordinates retreat. "I said back off, you idiots!" Dalton gritted his teeth apprehensively. Even facing just the young man's aura, he could tell from experience that he was dealing with a high-level aura master. He knew, thanks to his age, that the 2 before him were far beyond human standards. Quickly, the manager tried to apologize to control the situation. "I apologize for my rudeness. What have we done to be graced with your honorable visit?" With a superior smile, Russell congratulated the manager on understanding the situation, revealing that he needed him to do something. The message had been sent via sound transmission, startling Dalton. Hastily, he asked what the guest desired. With a frightening gaze, Russell stated that he wanted 2 fake identities and warned, "Prepare them by tomorrow." Leaving the casino, Russell didn't forget to thank and remind the manager of the request he made. Bowing before the couple who had withdrawn a large amount of his gold coins, Dalton even thanked them. "Yes, thank you for visiting the casino, sir." The head of security didn't understand what the manager was doing, fearing their reputation would fall. Annoyed, Dalton corrected him. "Idiot! Is there anything more precious in this life than life?" Seeing the manager return to the casino, the snakehead gritted his teeth. "Even the infamous hunting dog has grown old. I can't believe he lowered his tail without even a fight." However, the bandit thought things would be better this way, as letting the couple escape proved Dalton had been defeated, and soon the organization would promote him to manager in his place. Taking charge of the situation, the head of the guard shouted as he raised his sword, "Find the duo who robbed the casino!" They can't have gone far. From atop a building, the protagonist observed the situation with the muscular Muya by his side. Excited, he asked her and Pepper, "Shall we stretch a little and clean up this mess?" Descending from the building they were on, the couple arrived at a lively street, where Muya enjoyed various meat skewers. "Ha ha ha, the human world is truly fascinating." Seeing a music box, she quickly showed it to Russell. "Look, there's music coming from this." Russell felt like he was taking care of a child. While accompanying Muya, he also paid attention to his surroundings, noticing they were being followed as expected. When Muya also noticed, Russell asked if they should press on. He guided her, while she carried a bag of food and a giant plush toy, into a secluded alley. There, they stopped, and Russell spoke loudly. "Why don't you reveal yourselves now?" Leading a dozen hooded bandits, the bald man emerged with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha, you have some confidence, don't you? Or did you just choose where you wanted your body to be left?" Seeing the bald man with the snake tattoo on his head, Muya shouted excitedly, "Oh, bald head lunatic, I wanted to crush your head the first time I saw you." Annoyed, he drew his sword, bellowing, "Don't you understand the situation yet? I will torment you until you beg me to end your suffering." Faced with such sharp words, Muya snapped her fingers, provoking him. "Let's see who's more skilled." Quickly, Russell asked Muya to take it easy, as although Akine was surrounded by crime, it would still be better to avoid a big scene. Slightly annoyed by the request, Muya put down her snack. The bald man guffawed, thinking they would back down. "What's wrong? Did you get scared? Then I'll attack first!" However, before he could do anything, a teddy bear hit his head. Using the plush toy to cushion the blows, Muya attacked each of the bandits, knocking them down one after another quickly. The crazed wolf spun the plush toy above her head as she yelled, "All of you, come at me at once!" She was being quite helpful to Russell. Now, getting rid of the bandits, they could go directly to get the fake identities the next day. With their new identities, the duo headed to Aiga, the Empire's port city. In line to enter the Britannia Empire, the protagonist looked around with an empty feeling. Soon they were stopped by the gate guards, who asked for their IDs. Upon taking the two's documents, the guards asked what brought them south. Confidently, the protagonist replied, "We heard about the Empire's civil war, and we came because we were worried about our parents." With a sly smile, the guard stated that while the story was touching, they couldn't let just anyone in. As he smiled, he rubbed his fingers, asking for money. Taking out a bag of coins, Russell approached while whispering to the guard, "Here's a small gift to show our sincerity." Clearing his throat, the guard let them in. "The love you have for your parents has convinced me. You may enter." After passing the guards, Russell confirmed how corruption was spreading thanks to the Civil War. Now that they had entered the city, they could head straight to Mount Yahello. 3 days later, Russell and Muya found themselves running through the forest at night, having taken longer than expected due to the fake identities. Russell informed Muya that it would take another 10 days of travel, asking her to alert him if it became difficult for her. However, confidently, the leader of the Beastmen stated that running for this many days was nothing for her. They advanced a few more meters after the conversation until Muya caught a scent and hurriedly told Russell to stop. With a deep gaze, she revealed the reason. "I smell bodies, a lot of them." Curious, the protagonist asked if there might be a graveyard nearby or something caused by the Civil War. Muya closed her eyes, trying to sniff a little more, before commenting, "It's not a graveyard, nor the normal smell of bodies. It's dense and heavy." Although he didn't want to cause a scene, Russell decided they should investigate. This way, they would learn more about the Empire's situation. Muya and Pepper were excited to investigate, quickly agreeing. When the duo arrived at a village, they found beings they had never seen before. They looked like zombies and at the same time, ogres, green, lifeless, yet still walking. Muya was surprised by the place and hid Pepper, who was scared. Russell knew that sometimes undead appeared near graveyards due to the influence of magic power, but he had never seen so many. This was not natural. To him, there was only one possibility. The cultists must be behind what was happening in that village. As soon as he thought of them, a mission notification popped up. Mission number 1, Requiem for the Undead Village. Lumberjack Village, once peaceful, has become an undead village in an instant. Bring peace to this cursed village. Surprised by the mission's name, Russell imagined he would receive others after completing this one, stating he couldn't ignore such a thing. He stood up. Walking towards the village, he commented, "They may be undead now, but I doubt they want to live like this." The zombies, seeing the presence of a human, rushed towards him, but by flicking his hand to launch attacks, Russell brought peace of rest to each of them once more. Excited to be able to attack without restraint, Muya and Pepper charged into the village. With a terrifying gaze and bloodthirsty attacks, Muya struck, "Go back underground, all of you." Pepper followed suit, launching a fiery breath at the zombies. Soon, the duo's attacks filled the entire village with thick smoke. A few minutes later, Russell received the mission completion notification, receiving 2 low-grade mana stones as a reward. Muya and Pepper appeared satisfied. As the battle ended in the blink of an eye, worried about Russell, Muya asked him not to bother with the village anymore, as the zombies could now rest in peace. However, Muya soon caught the same scent of bodies again. Now that they had cleared the entire place, she could detect the true source of the stench. Alarmed, Russell asked which direction. The point Muya indicated led to a barony. Russell quickly led her and Pepper to the region. A barony was a territory governed by the Empire, meaning it was much larger than a village, with at least thousands of residents. What worried Russell was that if an entire barony had turned into zombies, it would only be a matter of time before they spread throughout the Empire and caused a collapse. Russell prayed to the heavens they wouldn't be too late for this city. Soon, they saw the walls of the barony. Inside the walls, children, adults, and the elderly all had become zombies wandering aimlessly. From above, they could see the undead walking through the fog. This was something Russell couldn't believe was real. He couldn't understand how this had happened in a barony. He knew that even with the Civil War throwing the country into chaos, there was no way the government would ignore something like this. However, there was a possibility. Just as Archduke Bismarck had rebelled, someone from the Empire's high ranks might have joined forces with the cultists. Faced with this situation, something came to Russell's mind. Could this be the true darkness he spoke of? Immediately, a mission popped up. Mission number 2, Darkness of the Barony. Purge the barony, now ruled by the zombie baron. Clear the entire land and uncover the territory's hidden secret. Upon reading about a hidden secret, the protagonist became a little more excited. He immediately stood up, asking, "Muya Pepper, it seems we need to clean this place up first. Let's send them to the other side, quickly and without pain." Overflowing with his flames, Russell prepared to begin the mission. Fire in one hand, lightning in the other. Closing his eyes, Russell imagined the flames spreading, ignited by electricity. Fusing the two elements, he conjured red current lightning. With Russell's attack, the fire spread like a wildfire, sweeping away all the zombies in its path. At the same time, Muya leaped from the walls, clenching her fist. Upon hitting the ground, she created a wave of smoke, sweeping away the other zombies. As Muya entered the battle, Russell again smelled the rotten odor. The stench came from runes written in reverse, spread throughout the village, and their lines led somewhere. Fighting the zombies, Muya asked Russell if he had discovered anything. With a worried look, the protagonist confirmed, "This is a magic formation. It's a sigil that channels the zombies' power to a specific target." Startled, Muya wanted to know where the power was being transferred. Looking around, the protagonist stated it was likely being sent to the center of the village, the Lord's mansion. Snapping her fingers, Muya confidently commented, "Then we just need to crush that place, right?" However, Russell stopped her as he felt the formation's core move. Muya also noticed the dense smell approaching. Powerful skeletons emerged, muttering, "Intruders." An army of dark knights with red eyes spread a sinister aura. Muya didn't hesitate and attacked the first bone monster. However, Russell observed the woman who was on the level of a superhuman respond differently. Moving her hand rapidly, Muya unleashed an arc of energy at the knights, hitting them. Then she leaped, raising her leg as she cheered, "These guys are fun to fight! Since I haven't had fun in a while, I hope you can take quite a bit." With Muya's aerial kick, one of the knights was crushed. Seizing the opening, one of them advanced with a rusted sword thrust. But it was so slow that Muya simply caught the blade with her hands and deflected it. The instant she was about to counterattack, a giant lightning bolt struck the knight. Hurriedly, Russell ran to Muya, asking if she was okay. Tearfully, Muya grabbed his shirt and complained, "Hey, why did you steal my prey?" "I was going to savor it slowly." Dizzy from being shaken, the protagonist merely apologized. After releasing him, Russell looked around. The people of that land had been turned into zombies and used as an energy supply for the Dark Knights. Faced with so many sacrifices, he was even more certain that the cultists were responsible for all of it. The Knights' presence was proof that the Empire was in cahoots with them, something he would need to report quickly upon his return. As they cleared the town, Muya looked up and commented, "It's been a while, but I feel like someone's watching us." While Russell wondered who it could be, a winged man watched from the sky under the moonlight. He muttered, "Your instincts are sharp, woman." Then, turning to Russell and Pepper, he said, "The next Dragon King, you've grown and become powerful, but it's still not enough. Become stronger. Time is running out." He then spread his wings and disappeared into the night sky. Muya, surprised, commented confusedly, "It looks like he just vanished." Having seen nothing, Russell asked if it wasn't just an illusion caused by the magic formation's collapse. Without proof, he called for her to move on. Muya followed, still unsure if it had been her imagination. Days later, they arrived at Mount Yahello, a chain of green mountains rising amidst the fog. The protagonist found the place quite different from the books he had read. The most dangerous mountain, but also the most beautiful on the continent. He hoped to find another clue about the dragons there. Unwilling to climb, Muya pouted, "Are you sure what you're looking for is here? No matter how much I look, I don't see anything." Searching inside his coat, Russell pulled out a map, but suddenly his hand ignited the paper, turning it into a compass. Seeing the direction it pointed, he smiled, certain they were close. Meanwhile, in a cave, a dragon's dark voice echoed with laughter. "Ho ho ho, it seems you finally arrived, young master, and thanks to that child who carries dragon blood. I don't know if she's the bridge, but you've brought the right girl." At that moment, the stone dragon with red eyes roared furiously, "Get out of here, damn you! This is sacred ground for the young master. You have no right to tread here." The winged man who had watched Russell and Muya in the barony tried to approach but was repelled by the dragon's energy. Angrily, he shouted, "Damn old witch! Do you think I wanted to end up like this?" At the same time, Russell and Muya, without disguises, arrived at a strange place. A plain and a forest on top of the rocky mountain. Before it, there was a displaced peak. With fog covering the forest, the protagonist figured they should hurry. It was then that a mist enveloped Muya, lifting her off the ground. Furious, she gathered air in her lungs and shouted, "How dare you! Let me go!" However, the mist clung to her even tighter. Hurriedly, Russell used wind magic to disperse it. Finally, Muya felt the prison break apart. The protagonist concluded that the mist was under a spell that barred everyone but him, and asked Muya to wait. Muttering, she sat on the ground to rest before shouting, "Come back as soon as possible!" The deeper Russell went, the denser the mist became. It wasn't ordinary, but molded by the owner's mana attribute, created as a prison. Soon before him, a maze of dark bricks appeared. As soon as he entered, a voice reverberated excitedly. "Ho ho ho! The young master has entered the labyrinth." A giant woman with black horns appeared above him and declared, "These trials were prepared by the Divine Dragon King, solely for the young master. All I can do is hope you don't give up. Show a willpower as firm as rock, young master." After spending 3 days in the labyrinth, Russell surprisingly felt neither hunger nor sleep. It seemed as if time flowed differently within the maze compared to the outside world. He was trapped, and if he tried to escape over the walls, they would simply grow to the height he jumped. Neither magic nor physical strength worked against the walls. Russell had tried everything, but nothing worked. However, Russell believed there was a way out of the labyrinth. He confidently vowed that he would overcome this trial. Even after a long search, Russell found no end. His sense of time had already been lost. He didn't know how long he had been there. As days passed, he began to doubt if there was indeed an exit. While he was worried about never being able to return, a notification appeared before him. The notification asked, "Would you like to give up on the labyrinth? If you give up, you can leave." It was frustrating to give up, yet both he and Pepper were tired. Accepting to leave the labyrinth, he decided to return only when he was fully prepared. But before pressing the button, he stopped. He felt something was wrong. He felt that if he abandoned the labyrinth now, he would never become stronger. He recalled his achievements up to that point. He had managed to revive his fallen family, avenge his falsely accused father, and even reach the 7th circle, a place many only dreamed of. However, he wanted to reach a higher level, to reach the 8th circle and attain the realm of transcendence. Knowing he could gain new power at the end of the labyrinth, he decided to endure a little longer. As soon as he pressed the button, Russell felt the ground tremble and the labyrinth crumble. A new notification appeared. "You have proven to possess a will as solid as rock. The labyrinth trial is complete. Now, transferring you to the abode of the Black Dragon." As Russell was surprised to read the notification, he heard a laugh. Looking ahead, he found a stone dragon that, laughing, greeted him. "Hello, young master. Please come in." Pointing to an old house, the dragon offered, "You must be tired, so it will be good for you to have some tea." Upon entering the house, Russell discovered that inside it was extremely luxurious. The dragon's voice emerged again around Russell. "Young master, please allow me to introduce myself formally." A kind lady in a wine-colored dress entered the residence carrying some cups with magic and, with a wrinkled smile, introduced herself. "I am the Black Dragon, Ophelia." The protagonist also introduced himself, revealing his name, Russell Raymond. Serving the orange tea, Ophelia praised his name. "A beautiful name. It suits a master." Smiling, the old dragon revealed that during the labyrinth trial, time had not passed in the real world, so he didn't need to worry and could feel free to ask whatever he wanted. While looking at his reflection in the tea, the protagonist remembered the dragons he had encountered. Unfortunately, he had never been able to properly converse with any of them, so he wondered what he should ask first. Decided, he questioned, "The Dragon Emperor, what exactly is that, and why was I chosen to become one?" Picking up her own teacup, Ophelia praised him for asking the fundamental question. Ophelia told a short story. The Dragon Emperor is the master and ruler of dragons, and also the origin of life. Curious, Russell asked why there were so few dragons in the current era. Ophelia revealed that the Great Master, the previous Dragon Emperor, the Divine Dragon King, had returned to nature's embrace. He had been injured in the battle against beings that threatened the Middle Realm. As for you, young master, you were chosen to be the new dragon, Emperor, because you are the last descendant of both the Divine Dragon King and the Savior. From another world, Ophelia revealed that the world's savior had been the Divine Dragon King's partner and had come from another world. Proof of this lineage was Russell's black hair. Remembering the drawings on the temple wall, Russell saw the pieces fall into place. Now he understood why his family's heirloom had reacted to the dragon's heart. He imagined his mother was a descendant of the savior from another world. Investigating a little further, Russell asked if the second generation of dragons were chosen descendants like him, who had inherited dragon blood. Ophelia confirmed his hunch, revealing that she too would have to choose a daughter to pass on her power. As Russell was about to ask who the chosen one was, Ophelia began to cough heavily. Ophelia's eyes showed that she was sick, as did her tired voice. "Unfortunately, I don't have much time left." Before leaving, Ophelia guided Russell, revealing she had something to give him. When Ophelia opened a door, a golden glow surprised Russell. In that room was the treasure Ophelia had accumulated her entire life. Piles and piles of gold and treasures were present. Smiling, Ophelia commented, "I was a greedy dragon. I worked hard to collect all this. Would you accept it, young master?" Surprised, the protagonist asked if it was okay for him to accept something so valuable. Ophelia placed her hand on his, stating, "This is truly the end. If I could, I would stay with you until the end, but I hope the young woman who inherits my power will serve you well." As she held Russell's hands, Ophelia disintegrated, turning to ash in the wind. As a farewell, Ophelia warned, "Young master, head north." A mission notification appeared. "The frozen land of the north. Head north and find the largest mirror beneath the full twin moons. At the same time, the dust Ophelia had turned into flew over the forest outside the cave, approaching Muya. The Beast Queen, while sleeping, choked when a small amount of dust entered her mouth. Waking up in despair, she complained, "What was that? Sand? I swallowed sand while sleeping because I dreamed of food." It was at this moment that Muya saw the mist dissipate. Russell walked on the pile of gold, still in disbelief. That amount of money alone was far greater than the entire annual revenue of the kingdom of Endymion. In the center of the pile of gold, Russell found a table. On it were various magic scrolls of 7th and 8th circle spells. The 8th circle was the pinnacle of magic. There he found scrolls for the spells Nightmare Fire, created by the Blizzard Burn School, something he imagined had been lost over time. Such scrolls were the most precious gifts possible. After half a day of storing all the money, Russell left the house with a smile on his face. If the subspace he possessed had not been expanded upon reaching the 7th circle, he did not believe he would have been able to store all the gold. As soon as he left the house, Russell heard someone call him. Russell was surprised when Muya jumped on him. Excitedly hugging him, she stated, "The mist cleared, so I followed you by scent." Giving him some personal space, Muya asked what they would be doing there. Surprised that she didn't know, Russell revealed they were in the Black Dragon's lair. However, looking around, Russell realized the dragon had disappeared. Sadly, he imagined Ophelia had disappeared because he had completed the mission. With a farewell look, he wished Ophelia could rest in peace. Curious, Russell asked Muya if she had felt anything while waiting. Thinking for a moment, Muya commented, "Besides swallowing sand while I was sleeping, I don't think so." "Why do you want to know?" Russell let the subject go. The fact that Muya swallowed sand confirmed that she was also someone who carried dragon blood. Like Elo, Muya would need some time to awaken. At that moment, Muya looked towards the cave exit. "It's that presence I felt before." Muya's wild senses were alerting her, and she prepared for a battle. As the winged man approached, Muya felt that even if she used everything she had, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. As the winged man approached, revealing his horns, the protagonist stated in surprise, "You are a dragon too!" The dragon man, dark, yet with eyes of light, observed Russell intently before commenting, "You definitely seem stronger compared to the last time we met." Before this dragon, Russell felt something was wrong. He couldn't understand why he felt the cultist's energy emanating from him. Before Russell could comprehend, the dark dragon moved towards him, completing his comment, "But you're still not strong enough." Seeing Russell in danger, Muya lunged at the unknown enemy. However, with just a wave of his hand, the dragon man sent Muya flying. Feeling challenged, Muya overflowed with crimson energy. "You want to fight? Then I'm willing to risk my life to face you." Russell hurriedly asked Muya to stop, doing the same to contain Pepper. "Calm down. He didn't come here to fight." With his eyes of light, the dragon man observed Russell intrigued and questioned, "Why do you think that?" As soon as he asked, Russell felt the man place a hand on his shoulder and say, "If you are the true dragon emperor, you must not abandon even a single dragon. Become strong enough to make all dragons submit to you, and strong enough to break my shackles. This is your destiny as the dragon emperor, the path you must tread." Flapping his dark wings, the man began to distance himself, introducing himself. "I am the corrupted dragon, Zillion Ryester, and I wish to meet you again as my true master." Under the beating of the corrupted dragon's wings, Russell watched him recede, soon disappearing over the horizon. A few days later, Russell boarded a ship bound for the Achaean trade empire. While Muya ate with Pepper, the protagonist thought about the corrupted dragon he had encountered. Such beings were dragons who abandoned their duties to protect the material world, a true fallen dragon. Russell recalled that historical texts often referred to them as dark dragons, but the dragon he met didn't seem like those in the records. Although he emanated the aura of cultists, he didn't seem like an entity completely consumed by destructive instincts. Russell felt he was masking a deep sadness within himself. As he reminded himself to look for records of corrupted dragons in the future, Russell heard Muya whimper. Concerned, the protagonist asked if she was feeling anything. Scratching the back of her neck, Muya revealed that her neck had been hurting for a few days. The protagonist asked, teasingly, "Could it be time for a bath?" Scratching her neck while blushing, she chided him. "What nonsense are you talking? I already took a bath last night." Without noticing that the proximity could cause a misunderstanding, Russell asked if he could look at her neck. Shyly, Muya shook her ears hastily, but upon observing her, Russell noticed something he had already suspected. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist created a few mirrors. With the help of the mirrors, Russell managed to show what had appeared on Muya's neck: dragon scales. Muya's transformation seemed different compared to Elo's, and this made Russell wonder if it was a change caused by different types of dragons. Unaware of her situation, Muya rolled on the ground, irritably scratching her neck. "I'm not even a reptile woman. I don't want to turn into a lizard." Laughing, Russell asked her to calm down, and so, as the night passed, he told her what was happening. The two went to the bow of the ship, where Muya curiously asked, So, according to what you're saying, I accepted the power of a black dragon, and once the power fully blooms, I'll be bound in a master-servant relationship with you? Apologizing, Russell confirmed the truth. He knew how much Muya valued freedom, believing it must be unpleasant to suddenly be tied to someone. However, Muya's response was the opposite of what he expected. Is that true? I like it. You mean I'll be able to become stronger like a dragon with your power, right? While Russell tried to explain the downsides, Muya remembered someone. That cunning elf girl is also in a master-servant relationship with you. Now I'm finally on equal footing with her. Fervently, Muya ignited her fighting spirit. Confused, Russell asked if she was okay with forming a bond with him. Muya, however, replied, "Between us, is there any difference between who is on top or bottom? Wolves only choose one mate for life." Confused, Russell asked what she was suddenly talking about. With her hands on her hips and confidence in her voice, Muya vowed, "I won't give up on being your second wife." Although he didn't know what she was talking about, the protagonist was relieved to see her happy. A few days later, in a large tower, a deafening noise was heard. Russell fell to the floor in front of a giant lollipop. He quickly hid behind a sofa, worriedly pleading, "Master, even if this is candy, getting hit by it hurts." With a devious smile, Daria reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll keep you alive." At that moment, a man interrupted them, calling for the master of the Tower of Flames. Irritated at being interrupted, she blustered, "What's going on? Don't you see I'm busy right now?" The man, however, quickly approached her, whispering something. Throwing the heavy candy on the floor, she huffed, "Lucky brat! How did they know the right time to contact you?" Irritated, Daria told Russell to get ready, as the regent was calling for him. Confused to discover that someone held the position of ruler, Russell hastily asked if something had happened to the king. Reassuring him, Daria revealed that the king was merely resting after going through some things. Grimly imagining who might have taken over as regent, Russell still posed the question to his master. He soon found out when a woman's voice yelled at him, "Duke Russell! Have you gone mad?" The one who had assumed the role of regent was the princess of Endymion, Hecate Rathmos. In the king's chair, Hecate yelled at Russell, reminding him how the empire was an enemy nation and how any contact with them should be punished as treason. Rising from her seat, Hecate announced Russell's sentence. "Considering your past contributions, the penalty will be alleviated to 6 months of travel restrictions. If you have anything against this, speak now." Facing house arrest, the protagonist sighed, yet without any complaints. Hecate soon shifted her expression from irritation to a worried look, murmuring, "Why did you go to such a dangerous place at a time like this? Is it related to the dragon blood within you?" Surprised, Russell asked how she could know that. Daria was the one who answered the young man, recalling how every time he returned from his travels, he showed an increase in power. Therefore, she had suspected he was looking for dragon-related artifacts, as well as strengthening himself through them. Lowering his head, Russell revealed she was correct. "Up until now, I've only explored the kingdom and neighboring lands, but this time, the place I investigated was within the empire." Russell revealed something further, the discovery of a barony completely transformed into undead within the empire, and the detection of dark knights. Daria and the princess were shocked to hear the account. This was a devastating situation. Shocked, the princess recalled a prophecy. The prophecy was left by a cultist who had joined forces with the traitor, Archduke Bismarck. He said they would cover the continent in blood and darkness. With the empire already in turmoil over a succession civil war, now with the appearance of undead in a barony, it must all be connected. Worried, the princess asked for the opinion of the master of the Tower of Flames. Daria felt the same, so she decided to dispatch spies to monitor the empire's situation appropriately. With the princess authorizing the mission, Daria and Russell greeted her, bowing slightly before her. Imagining that Hecate must have many worries on her mind, Russell decided to leave the palace and visit her later to apologize properly. As they were about to leave the palace, Russell was stopped by Daria. The Master of Flames turned, facing him with furious eyes and a fervent aura. "You dense idiot! Why didn't you come to visit the regent immediately? Do I need to teach you everything?" Hecate, who had sat back on the throne, saw Russell return and extend his hand towards her. Confused, she asked, "Is there something you want to say before you go, Duke Russell Raymond?" Pulling the princess from the throne, the protagonist asked, "If it's all right with you, could you lend me some of your time? I'd like to introduce you to a friend." That night, upon meeting Pepper for the first time, Hecate hugged him as if embracing a child. "Oh, does such a cute creature really exist?" Excitedly, she asked what exactly this little one was. Smiling, the protagonist revealed that it was a spirit with whom he had made a contract, a second-generation dragon spirit. Speaking a bit more, he revealed that he had never summoned him in the palace, which was why he hadn't introduced him yet. Surprised, Hecate looked at the small red dragon with yellow eyes, asking, "Are these the same beings you mentioned in the report? I thought dragons were supposed to be huge." Pepper jumped from Hecate's arms upon hearing Russell's command to show his true form. In an instant, the dragon that looked like a puppy revealed its true size and power, transforming into a red dragon exuding the power of fire. Hecate was amazed to see the dragon's true form. He is truly overwhelming in every sense. Climbing onto Pepper, Russell extended his hand to her, making the invitation, "Let's go, Hecate." As they climbed onto Pepper's back, the dragon crossed the skies under the sunset, letting the wind whip past the couple. Seeing Hecate close her eyes and snuggle closer to him, Russell asked while holding her, "Are you okay, Hecate? Is the speed too much for you?" Keeping her eyes closed, she replied, "I was just a little scared, but I'm fine." Soon, Hecate opened her eyes, able to see what Russell was showing her. Hecate could see the sun through the clouds under the sky, with its various shades of red. Looking at the sunset, Russell revealed he had imagined that such a sight might help alleviate her mood further, especially given the duties she must be facing as regent. Impressed, Hecate agreed, "This is the most beautiful sight I've ever seen in my entire life." However, pouting, she put him in a difficult position. "If you think just this will appease me, you're making a mistake." Nervously laughing, Russell apologized, agreeing with her. Still, Hecate, with her hair in the wind, showed a big smile. Well, it wasn't too bad. The two drew closer to each other, and under the sunset, they acted upon the feelings they had for each other. In the Avet forest, the settlement of the beastmen had already been established. Suddenly, a loud noise caused the birds to scatter among the trees. A monkey man and a turtle man were together, conversing and laughing about how those they were watching couldn't contain themselves, as 4 months had already passed. The monkey man guffawed, reminding his friend, "Every time he comes to visit, she gets quite passionate." The turtle man agreed. Muya Muya is very romantic. Those the duo was observing were none other than Muya and Russell. The latter, overflowing with dragon power, had conjured a spear while roaring. Combining the attacks of La Mancha with Titan Hunter, Russell created an attack that exploded like a fiery meteor. However, he soon grew worried about his attack. This was a development zone, but due to the fighting, it would soon be completely destroyed. The target of Russell's attack, Muya, walked through the smoke with a smile on her face. "Your last attack wasn't bad, but now it's my turn, right?" Stretching her body's muscles, she warned him, "I still can't control my strength that well, as you know. So don't worry about the forest and go all out, at least if you still want to live." With a roar, Muya lunged at Russell with a clenched fist, surprising him with her speed. Placing his arms in front of his body, Russell was hit by the punch and sent flying into the sky. Muya immediately leaped up, pursuing him, as she prepared another punch, cackling, "Accept my greetings!" Returning a spirited smile, Russell created a barrier with magic, leaving her greetings for later. However, Muya's claw attack shattered the shield he had created. Immediately, Russell used the power of thunder, creating a spark. Several mirrors appeared around Muya, sharing the lightning that extended from one to another, creating a web. In the next instant, a great lightning bolt struck from the sky, illuminating the entire forest as Russell chanted, "Keranos!" Russell had used the Spear of Thunder, Zeus, a 7th circle spell. Such a spell could vaporize a normal aura user just by passing near them. But of course, such an attack wouldn't work on Muya. Even though she had been hit by the lightning strike, and electricity was still coursing through her body, the wolf woman smiled with her mouth wide open. "Ha ha ha ha, this really tickles." Getting up, Muya flexed her leg muscles, asking, "Shall we proceed to round 2? However, Russell refused, stating they should stop there. Muya almost cried as she was just warming up. Descending from the sky with Pepper, Russell revealed he had an important meeting that afternoon. Curiously, he changed the subject, asking her when she had learned draconification. Muya, who had 2 small horns on her head, commented confusedly, "I really don't know when. It just started appearing when I demonstrated enough power." The protagonist frowned, recalling how hard he had worked to master the technique. Almost rolling his eyes, he wondered if Muya was what they called a prodigy. That afternoon, Russell met with Hecate, who was happy to hear that Muya was getting along well. The protagonist revealed to the princess how surprised he was to see Muya reach the stage of draconification. With an irritated smile, the princess took a sip of tea. "But why did you ask for this meeting? Don't tell me you came here to brag about flirting with another woman." Thinking he had stirred up a hornet's nest, Russell quickly denied it, wondering what Russell wanted to talk about. The princess inquired about his latest research from abroad. Remembering that Russell's travel ban was about to expire, she warned him, "You are forbidden from traveling to the Empire, understand?" Asking Hecate not to worry, Russell revealed that this time he would be going to the frozen lands of the north, Arendelle. However, upon hearing where he was going, the princess pouted enormously, puffing out her cheeks. Feeling a headache due to Russell, Hecate commented, "Arendelle is a land of extreme cold with constant blizzards year-round. The further north you go, the more lifeless and cold that place becomes. Do you really need to go to such a dangerous place?" With a determined look, Russell stated he needed to go, asking for Hecate's permission. Getting up from the sofa, the princess reminded him that there were still a few months left for his disciplinary probation to end. Sitting next to him and smiling provocatively, the princess revealed, "I'll decide if I allow you to go depending on how well you behave until then." Hastily, the protagonist called for Pepper, who was holding a biscuit, and ordered, Stay outside and cover your ears." The little dragon was confused but eventually obeyed. The kingdom of Arendelle, as expected, was covered in snow, which fell practically every day of the year. After a few months and finally climbing a mountain near the city, Russell recalled how he had visited this place a few times before his regression, but still he had never gotten used to the cold. Russell had a mission in this place, the Frozen North mission. In this distant north, he needed to find the largest mirror where 2 full moons rose over the frozen land. Russell only knew of one place in all of Arendelle where he could find 2 full moons and the largest mirror simultaneously. However, he imagined it would take a full month of walking to get there. Knowing that even he might freeze if he went to such a place by walking, Russell summoned Pepper, who appeared in his true dragon form. Excitedly, he flapped his wings, bringing his large snout close to Russell. As soon as he mounted Pepper, the protagonist ordered him to depart at maximum speed. Soon, the great red dragon disappeared into the white sky. Sometime later, Russell arrived at Lake Kalaman. Descending from Pepper, he allowed the great dragon to change back to his small form once more. Looking at the famous Lake Kalaman, Russell confirmed how it appeared as vast as the ocean, and how, even in such cold, it hadn't frozen. Regarding the 2 full moons mentioned in the mission, Russell imagined the message referred to the moon present in the sky, and the one reflected in the lake. Russell gently petted Pepper's head, praising him, happy they had reached the lake before moonrise. As there was still some time until sunset, the protagonist decided it would be important to prepare their camp in the meantime. Soon, a tent with a campfire inside was set up on a hill. In front of the lit fire with its flames, Russell allowed Pepper to rest on his lap while he read a scroll, Indra's Fury. This was a high-level spell, even more powerful than Kuranos, the 7th circle magic he had just learned and used against Muya. Indra's Fury reused the remaining mana previously used to reignite the spell, as well as stacking fire power. Learning more about such magic, Russell seemed impressed. Besides the high mana purity, it required control beyond the 7th circle to cast it. With such requirements, Russell imagined only his master Daria could master it. However, it didn't seem impossible for him to use it either. With mana control similar to those at the upper tier of the 7th circle, and a mana purity better than Daria's, he felt confident. Such magic was not as powerful as Hellfire, but it could still be a trump card. Therefore, it would be great to master it. Suddenly, Pepper woke up, pointing outside the tent. Surprised, Russell imagined it was time they were waiting for. Exiting the tent, he spotted the full moon in the starry blue sky. He immediately walked towards the lake, wondering what he should do. Even looking around, Russell found nothing special. However, he soon realized something. Could it be that I'm not in the right place? Faced with what he had realized, Russell quickly flew over the lake with Pepper. Soon he pointed forward upon finding something. The reflection of the ice wall on the water is different. Sensing a trace of mana coming from the lake's surface, he decided to stop. Looking at his own reflection in the water, the protagonist found a patterned mana flow. Extending his hand to the lake's surface, he discovered a magic circle, a camouflage spell. There was only one reason for something like this to be cast in this place: to hide something. Closing his eyes, Russell felt the mana flow weaken. Although the patterns of the maximum circle were complex, it didn't seem to be a big problem for him. Soon, the camouflage magic circle dissipated at Russell's feet. Instantly, the lake stirred, creating waves in a whirlpool. Surprised, Russell looked at the whirlpool that descended to the bottom of the lake and thought, based on previous experiences, missions like this always had a test that intended to push him forward. There was no way to finish just there. Seeing how the whirlpool had created an entrance to an underwater cave, Russell imagined there was probably something inside it. Pepper, the fire dragon, was quite happy when Russell allowed him to stay behind, not venturing into the water. Russell took a few breaths, preparing himself, and then jumped into the submerged cave, maintaining an excited smile. Diving into the lake, Russell faced strong resistance. Using underwater breathing while maintaining body temperature simultaneously became a difficult combination to execute. However, he still managed to advance. Descending deeper and deeper into the cave, where he was supposed to find a trial, Russell quickly realized that the difficulty increased when an underwater tornado entered his path. Hurriedly, the protagonist conjured a magic shield, as various mana-infused ice shards attacked him from the tornado. With the impacts accumulating on the shield's surface, Russell slowly saw it begin to break. The ice gathered before him, forming a pointed star. Facing this powerful attack, Russell looked for a way out. Finding a gap in one of the lakebed walls, he dispelled the shield and, using acceleration magic, swam as fast as possible. Once he escaped the first challenge, Russell felt relieved, though he felt he had lost 10 years of his life. What he hadn't noticed, however, was the dark monster behind him. A large shark narrowly missed attacking him. Looking at the first shark, Russell noticed a large school of sea monsters in a place they should never exist: a lake. With red eyes, the sharks bared their large teeth, charging at Russell. Hurriedly, the protagonist raised a shield, which the sharks hit with their enormous bodies. Those sharks didn't seem normal. In addition to their exaggerated size, their teeth were so sharp that they caused cracks in the shield. Knowing that the longer he dragged the situation out, the worse it would get, Russell devised a plan. Raging, Russell created several ice spears, the ice phalanx. The spears traveled towards the sharks, attempting to break their attacks. With his precision, Russell made the spears explode upon each shark. Using his remaining mana, he reignited the magic sparks, linking them to increase the firepower of the attacks. Extending his hand, he quickly reconstructed the imagery of the formulas, increasing the power of each spear, transforming them into ice blocks that spun around each other, creating a vortex in the middle of the lake and causing the sharks to hit each other. As he began to eliminate the monsters, Russell found a crack above the ice that froze the lake. Swimming hastily upwards, he caught his breath upon reaching the surface of the underwater chamber. While setting aside his surprise at encountering sharks, Russell looked around, admiring the underwater cave with various luminous ice crystals on the walls. Wondering if the crystals indicated the way, he decided to follow them. The colder he felt, the further he advanced. The source of the cold must have been at the end of the cave, an ice dragon. Russell was unsure if the dragon was alive or not. When he reached the end of the cave, finding various ice pillars, he found an ice horn on an altar. A notification appeared for him, rewarding him with the ice dragon's horn. Russell was excited to find the horn. Reaching for it, he wondered if he could absorb it. The ice horn transformed into a small icy star, entering Russell's chest. Russell's ice ability reached an extremely high level, thanks to the absorption of the ice dragon's horn. Not expecting the horn's power to be so great, he realized that if he accepted all the power, his body would be completely frozen into a block of ice. He quickly channeled fire attribute throughout his body, maintaining a temperature balance. With the overflowing power, the ice in the cave began to fall. The force of the mana within his body made him grit his teeth, and the difficulty of controlling the energy became even greater. Opening his arms, Russell allowed the power to flow into the yet-to-be-activated mana veins. Forcing them open would be painful, but he had no choice. The ice power quickly spread throughout his body, overflowing with an icy glow. From the protagonist's mouth, a trail of darkness emerged due to the force with which he gritted his teeth. His hair and body began to freeze due to the low body temperature. A cry of pain echoed in the cave, and before Russell realized it, he was completely frozen. Near him, there was a huge ice egg. At the same time, Hecate was dealing with the large pile of documents she needed to organize as regent. Beside her, Daria commented, "Taxes, administration, security, diplomacy, you need to know how to manage all territories. That's why I'm helping you." With her hand on her head, Hecate revealed that what worried her most was the state of the empire. With a civil war and cultists emerging, she couldn't rest at all. Daria commented that a messenger from the spies would arrive soon, so Hecate didn't need to worry in advance. As soon as Daria said this, someone entered the office. "Your Highness, an urgent message has arrived from the Empire." Upon reading the documents, the princess was startled, worrying Daria. Hecate revealed what had happened. The fifth prince eliminated all other candidates and ascended the throne, and the one who led the fifth prince's army was a dark knight. Not only that, the moment the fifth prince ascended to power, he officially announced the recognition of the Black Tower's existence. Thoughtfully, Daria commented that the tower had long been desired by the cultists. It was as Russell suspected. The Empire had likely joined forces with the cultists. Worried, Hecate asked Daria if this would really happen. Daria believed there would likely be a negative reaction from the Empire's magic community. Like us, they refused to recognize the existence of the Black Tower, especially the Empire's 8th Circle Mage, also known as the strongest mage of the Yellow Tower lineage, Roderick Armstrong. Daria believed that even Roderick would not be able to easily subjugate an entire magic community. As Daria imagined, Roderick was already confronting the cultists, but strong magic knocked him to the ground. Coughing and trembling, the 8th Circle Mage cursed the monster before him. A heavy foot stepped on Roderick, mocking him. To think that the Empire's strongest mage would be so disappointing. Above Roderick was none other than the corrupted dragon Zilean Ryester. A carriage soon appeared nearby, interrupting Zillion's actions. A blonde young man descended from the carriage, stopping Zillion. Waving his cape, the man approached, questioning the old man on the ground. "Why did you start acting so futilely, Lord Roderick?" Smiling, the fifth prince grabbed Roderick by the hair. "You never had greed for power. Didn't you say you didn't care who became emperor?" Seeing the dark energy in the prince's eyes, Roderick confirmed his suspicions. Soon, he remembered the past. The fifth prince was a young man who valued all beings, even the weakest. He was always good and just to everyone. "You are not the fifth prince." "What did you do, your highness?" The fifth prince smiled maliciously, asking Roderick if he could imagine, "I devoured him." Deliciously. After being frozen, Russell fell onto the stone floor. While he was unconscious, the icy shell of his body began to crack. Like drying ink, the shell started to flake off his face. Still unconscious, a red magic circle appeared above the protagonist. The power of water enveloped him, lifting him up as the energy within his body was controlled. Russell's understanding of the water element increased tremendously, and his affinity with water reached the advanced level. The casting speed and power of his water and ice magic were amplified. After several notifications popped up, Russell finally woke up. Sitting up on the floor, he scratched his head. still sore, trying to comprehend what had happened after absorbing the ice horn. He felt his body lighter, his skin in better condition, and unexpectedly, he noticed he had grown taller. As he reached out to cast a spell, Russell noticed his casting speed had increased, perhaps due to traversing mana pathways. While grabbing a shirt from magic storage, he heard a noise. Quickly hiding, he looked around and discovered its source, an ice dragon egg. Placing his head against the egg to listen to its interior, Russell realized it was different from the fire dragon egg he had seen before. Sensing a faint life force within the egg and remembering that dragons survived by absorbing mana, he attempted to infuse it with the energy he obtained from the dragon's horn. Slowly, he placed his hands on the egg, overflowing with ice energy. However, Russell was startled to find that the egg's suction power was greater than he anticipated. Sensing the egg was hungry, he allowed it to absorb all the mana it desired. After some time, Russell sat on the ground to rest. The egg's appetite was no joke. It had devoured 80% of the protagonist's mana stock. Soon the egg began to crack, as if the being within was hatching. A small blue dragon with a single horn emerged, smiling with a long tail, and excitedly jumped into Russell's arms. Russell observed the ice dragon, a descendant of sea dragons. Its large blue eyes were extremely cute. Lacking wings, possessing only legs, it looked quite different from Pepper. Thinking of Pepper, Russell quickly summoned him to introduce his new brother. Upon seeing the newborn baby in Russell's lap, Pepper was so shocked that he lost his color, turning into stone. Angrily, Pepper glared at the ice dragon, trying to intimidate it. However, a second later, the two small dragons hugged, showing they had taken a liking to each other. As the ice dragon embraced Pepper, the fire dragon called out to Russell, asking what their little brother's name would be. The protagonist pondered for a bit, as he couldn't just call him Ice Dragon. Soon he suggested some names. Bing Bing, King of Ice? Snow White? Faced with the ridiculous suggestions, Pepper and the ice dragon roared furiously. Then Russell proposed a name that pleased both. Sherbet? Extending his arms, he called out to the dragon, "Come here, Sherbet. I'm glad you like the name." Worried, Russell thought about what he would do with Sherbet. Taking him along would be safe, but he couldn't guarantee his protection in battles. Suddenly, Sherbet bit Russell's wrist. A notification popped up. Baby ice dragon Sherbet has used freeze. Russell was surprised. The dragon disappeared, and around his wrist, an ice bracelet formed. Pepper's eyes widened too. Another notification appeared. The blessing of the frozen ice dragon is imbued. The power and casting speed of water and ice magic have been increased. A crystal infused with the power of a young ice dragon. It contains the power of a dragon. Infusing mana increases its strength and hardness. Russell felt Sherbet's mana flow through his body. Dragons were indeed mysterious beings, but he never expected this kind of ability. The protagonist then asked the little ice bracelet dragon, "Sherbet, can you transform into something else, like a spear, for instance?" A trail of mana shot out from the bracelet, forming an ice star. Quickly, the star transformed into a spear, but the dragon looked quite tired. Pepper warned Russell, other forms besides the bracelet were still difficult for Sherbet to maintain. Russell then asked Sherbet to return to his original form, and the spear transformed back into the little ice dragon. After all he had gained, Russell felt the trip had been worthwhile, but now it was time to head home. Near Endymion, on the fringes of Nadia's army, Russell worried about the heat and spoke to the ice dragon, which was transformed into a bracelet. "It's difficult because of the heat, isn't it? Just hold on a little longer." As he approached the city, Russell saw a large crowd in front of the gates. Thinking they might be immigrants, he wondered what was happening. The guard shouted, "Next! Come quickly, there are many people." The guard became furious upon seeing a young man from the frozen lands cut in line and ordered him back to the end of the queue. Removing his disguise, Russell revealed his identity. "I am Duke Russell Raymond." Surprised at the kingdom's pride, the guard quickly lauded him. Timidly, Russell asked him to explain the situation. The guard explained that the fifth prince had won the succession war and become emperor. The fifth prince not only recognized the Black Tower, but also attacked the Najee and Keel alliances, using undead for it. Russell mused upon hearing this. He had already suspected that high-ranking officials in the Empire were cultists, but he never imagined the fifth prince himself was behind it. Russell asked how Endymion was responding to the situation. Greeting him, the guard stated that reinforcements had been dispatched to aid both nations. The master of the Yellow Tower was leading a magic corps to the Najee alliance, while Sir Erex was stationed in Keel. Erex Kalen was a superhuman, also known as the Warhammer. It was said his hammer made the earth tremble and mountains collapse. Even so, Russell knew they needed to act fast. Flying over the walls, he heard the guard wish him a good journey. Arriving at the kingdom, he discovered that the master of the White Tower was on the front lines, while Hemingway was preparing a second wave of fighters. Smiling, but not cheerfully, Daria told her disciple about the city's situation and how the entire defense of the capital had been left to her. Recognizing the problem, Russell apologized for having left his post at such a critical time. Using the power of flames to look inside Russell, the master of the Flame Tower reassured him, "I was ready to punish you if you returned empty-handed, but it seems you found exactly what you needed. You were halfway through the seventh circle when you left, and now you seem to have achieved mastery of the 7th circle, haven't you? Revealing the magic circles on his chest, Russell simply stated he was lucky. I was born a descendant of the Dragon King, and the savior of another world after all. Angrily, Daria told him to stop talking nonsense. Even the best steel turns to scrap if not cared for. The strength you possess now is not something one can achieve without effort. She held her disciple's arms, encouraging him. No matter what others say, you are the disciple of the master of the Flame Tower. The stronger your power, the stronger your soul must be to carry it. Seeing Russell recover, Daria guided him. Come, my young one. This country needs your power now more than ever. Russell headed to the royal palace, where Hecate and her father, the king, were. He felt the heavy and somber atmosphere in the chamber. Seeing the king's dark circles, who had appeared in person despite his isolation, Russell wondered if there was any bad news from the battlefield. Initiating the meeting, the king revealed that a messenger from Kiel had arrived. The Imperial Army has seized 17 mana stone mines in Kiel, and Sir Erex, sent to aid the kingdom of Kiel, was defeated by the undead army led by 2 superhumans from the Empire. Hearing the news, Russell and Daria were shocked, realizing the strength of Sir Erex. A dirty hammer served as a support for a man after a battle. Sir Erex used the hammer as a crutch, cursing, "Damn, these bastards are relentless." One of the men before him praised his resilience, commenting, "Endymion's strength is no joke." Beside him, his partner guffawed. "Ha ha ha! Still, they won't last long." The old man with long white hair was named Walter Pigray. Next to him, Jabol Niggle chuckled, teasing his partner. "Old man, want to bet on who lands the final blow on him?" Erex gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. He was facing a superhuman with dual-wielding swords and a high-level mage, the worst combination he could have encountered. Having defeated most of the regular soldiers, Erex considered retreating at this point. However, the duo wouldn't let him escape. Jabol charged forward immediately while Walter Pigray unleashed a fire spell. Enraged at being underestimated, Erex brandished his hammer. In the end, he managed to survive, but according to the reports the king received, he was too injured to continue fighting. Reports indicated that the Empire's victorious army was heading towards the granary region of Air. Knowing how strategically important this location was, the king stood up, summoning Russell. "Duke, it seems you'll have to go to Kiel." Daria, worried, reminded the king that the enemy possessed 2 superhumans, in addition to an undead army, and volunteered to go in her disciple's stead. Facing an audience of important figures in the kingdom, the king couldn't accept. "Duke Russell is your youngest disciple. I understand your affection, but Russell is also my dear son-in-law. Can you imagine sending a family member to war?" Hearing the king's words, Russell and Hecate avoided each other's gaze, biting their lips in distress. The king rejected Daria's request, reminding her that if the kingdom's greatest power left the capital, the Empire could seize the opportunity. There was no other option. Faced with the king's orders, the protagonist lowered his head. Duke Russell Raymond of this kingdom, must obey and show the Empire the power of our realm." Beside him, Daria felt proud of her disciple's maturity. "However," Russell continued, stating he had a request. Unconcerned, the king asked him to speak his mind. Confidently, Russell asked, "Please ask Kiel to clear the skies for me." After the meeting, Russell and Hecate met in the princess's chamber. Hecate agreed with Russell's plan. If he rode Pepper, he could reach the battlefield quickly, catching the enemy off guard. Hearing the couple discuss him, Pepper smiled confidently. The princess, with a downcast expression, commented, "Going straight into battle after returning. As a princess, I must accept, but as a wife, it's difficult." Changing the subject, Hecate looked at Russell's worn robe. She immediately summoned a maid, who entered carrying an urn. Taking a red cloak, Hecate draped it over Russell's shoulders, revealing she had prepared the item for him. When asked if he liked the cloak, Russell said he loved it. Looking closely, he noticed a golden dragon crest on the cloak. The maid interjected excitedly, "Her Highness the Princess embroidered this crest herself. She stayed up for several nights to finish it." Clearing her throat shyly, Hecate told the maid to be quiet. As Pepper flew out, preparing for the journey, Russell thanked Hecate for the gift. Touching Russell's face, the princess asked, "Think of this robe as me and come back to me safely." Russell replied lovingly, "I will, without fail, even if it's only for your sake." A few hours later, Russell had already arrived at Kiel's garrison. There, knights were using all their strength to fight the zombies. However, an armed guard had lost his sword, stuck in one of the monsters. At that moment, several shadows emerged behind him. Unexpectedly, a man still bandaged and carrying a hammer appeared to save him. The guard was surprised to see Sir Erex, remembering that he was still injured. However, Erex smiled and said, "How could I rest when our allies are in danger? I'm healed. Don't worry." Erex knew that retreating would mean losing the granary zone, responsible for 70% of military rations. They couldn't allow the enemy to take it. Attacked again by a fire spell, Erex used his hammer to shield himself. To fulfill his mission, he would have to face the 2 superhumans, who were advancing eagerly to attack him. Quickly, Erex shouted to the kingdom's knights, "Everyone, retreat and form a defensive formation." Brandishing his 2 swords, Gebel charged at Erex, preventing him from retreating. Raising his hammer, Erex blocked the swords with its handle, grunting, "I just cleared away the nuisances!" Sir Eric's gritted his teeth as he saw the swordsman retreat. A fire spell exploded near him, while the caster taunted, "You're quite agile for your size." Eric's began to struggle again. He couldn't fight two enemies at once. Confident seeing Eric slower than last time, the mage Walter advanced, accumulating strong energy in his right hand. Extending it towards Eric's face, he bellowed, "Say goodbye!" However, before the attack could hit the knight, a spear of flame fell between them, creating a large column of fire. Surprised, the Empire's duo looked up. Russell was flying over the battlefield after using his attack to stop the enemy superhuman. Analyzing the outcome, he realized that a single strike wouldn't be enough to defeat them, and that the battle would be difficult. In front of him, a notification appeared. Support Eric's and combat the two Imperial superhumans facing him. Russell quickly leaped towards Eric's. "Are you all right, sir? I'm here by the king's orders." Seeing Russell in person, Eric's clasped his hand excitedly, having never expected to find him in such a situation. Smiling, Russell reminded him that Eric's was his senior and asked him to speak comfortably. Conjuring new spells, Walter bellowed, "You seem too relaxed." Already saying your goodbyes? Though embarrassed to receive help from a junior, Eric saw no choice but to accept it. Stating they could face whoever they wanted, Russell asked Eric's whom he wished to fight. Disliking fighting mages, Eric's pointed his hammer at the man with two swords. Seeing the hammer, Jabal was surprised. "Oh, this old man thinks I'm easy? He'll regret it in the afterlife." Before he could finish, Eric's charged, striking him with the hammer. "You think you'll keep talking?" Alone with Russell, Walter asked, "I've heard rumors about you. You're a disciple of that old witch, the master of the flame tower, aren't you?" With an angry glare, Russell gritted his teeth, cursing him. "She's not someone you speak of like that." Seeing the boy's audacity, Walter bellowed, "It seems that witch didn't teach you good manners. Then let me see how skilled you are." Russell decided not to hold back, immediately activating the Crown of Solomon, which appeared above his head. Walter didn't stand still, launching a fire cannon at him. Russell skillfully dodged and summoned Sherbet to his aid. As the bracelet glowed, an ice attack exploded towards the enemy superhuman. Expecting someone from the flame tower, Walter anticipated fire or lightning magic, but ice magic and refined mana manipulation left him astonished. His eyes widened at such power. He recomposed himself and poured all his power, charging forward enveloped in energy. Walter P. Gray attacked like a lightning bolt of fire, exploding towards Russell. The protagonist retreated, facing an initial destructive attack, even greater than Blaine's. Revealing more of his powers, Russell chanted, "Compress gravity!" Immediately, the gravity around Walter intensified, pushing him into the ground. Raising his hand, Russell began to concentrate all his firepower into a single attack, invoking the Karanos Ray, multiplying its power fivefold. Walter was shocked. He realized too late that he couldn't dodge. The lightning fell from the sky as Walter attacked with fire magic. Raising his hands, he refused to be defeated by a brat less than half his age, who dared to face him after dedicating his entire life to magic. Not accepting his defeat, Walter unleashed a power that caused him internal injuries. A beam of energy shot towards Russell, who had to dodge. The sky turned dark, and around the white-haired mage, lightning energy overflowed. Furious, Walter commented, "There's a reason your name is at the top of the Empire's wanted list. If I let you live today, you'll become a great threat. Therefore, even if I perish, I will eliminate you." Once again raising his hands, Walter P. Gray unleashed a great amount of energy, using his original magic, the Indra form, creating a mana sphere. Russell quickly retreated, as the lightning bolts released by that energy sphere were so powerful they could be fatal if they struck him. With a look of indignation at being challenged by a mere rat, Walter made the energy sphere spin violently, launching blows towards Russell. Immediately, the protagonist used Draconicification. Dodging was no longer an option. He was going for a counterattack. With new power overflowing in his body, Russell charged at Walter using acceleration magic. Pushing his body to its limit, Russell managed to see a path between the energy bolts through which he could pass. Then, extending his hand, he used the magic created by the first Duke of House Raymond, a magic that transcended beyond the eighth circle, the beginning of the transcendent dream. Closing his eyes, Russell allowed the flames to burn his robes and his horns to lengthen. Walter was shocked to recognize the magic Russell was using. In his mind, there shouldn't exist a single being with such talent to wield such magic. Knowing that if he wasted any more time, his spells would be stolen, Walter pushed the limits of his body, using all his remaining energy to strengthen the mana bolts. With the need to end his young adversary, Walter utilized another magic he created, the Milky Way Thunder. The thunder, shaped like the infinity symbol, appeared in the sky, breaking the space around it. The knights looked up, surprised to see what appeared to be a river made of lightning. Even Jabal, who knew the old Walter, became worried seeing his partner use his trump card. Russell looked at the sky with a worried gaze. That magic was far beyond incredible. It was awe-inspiring, a magic conjured by burning one's own life force. Knowing that if he dodged, his allies would suffer the attack in his stead, Russell affirmed to himself that the only option left was to block the attack head-on. Bringing his hands together, he began an accumulation of energy between them. Thinking of various magical formulas, he focused on finding a breakthrough. Having studied countless magical principles over the years, he believed there was a path he could follow in these final seconds. Even with dark tears streaming from his eyes, Walter bellowed, "Here now, perish!" The white-haired old man unleashed the lightning attack, transforming it into a serpent that sinuously charged towards Russell. In the final instant, Russell found what he was looking for, the single clue born from the countless truths he had perceived, a spark of a glimpse that made him believe he was in a parallel space. Overflowing with dragon energy, Russell roared, "Pepper! Lend me your strength!" In the next second, the lightning attack fell upon Russell, causing an explosion, while Walter cackled upon hitting his target, "Victory is mine!" However, when the lightning attack dissipated, a large protective dome was revealed. An austral dragon enveloped Russell, Pepper's authority recreated with the young man's own magic, the new spiritual close, the flame that devours magic, predation. The spiritual dragon opened its mouth, devouring the energy of the lightning bolts under Russell's command. Seeing his spell being devoured, Walter screamed in astonishment. Russell knew Pepper had a limit to what it could absorb, so he was already preparing a countermeasure. Recalling the vortex he faced during the ice dragon's trial, he covered the spell with mana, deflecting it away. The power of the deflected lightning illuminated the sky with a blinding flash. Deflected, the power tore through space and earth, returning to its caster. Walter gritted his teeth as, faced with Russell's countermeasures, he was already reaching his limit. Using everything he possessed to win the fight, Russell created Gaebulg, the Spear of the End. Against the new blow Russell was preparing, the old Empire Mage's jaw dropped. La Mancha was activated along with the dragon's piercing magic, allowing Russell to launch a thrust at the Empire Mage. As soon as the attack made contact, an explosion of flames engulfed the entire battlefield, like a golden supernova. When the energy of the attack dissipated, Walter was revealed, fallen in a crater, with Russell standing near him. Seeing that the mage was still alive, Russell questioned him. "Why did you join the cultists? And why do you use cultist magic?" Seeing that the young man already knew of the plot, Walter smiled but couldn't help revealing, because it wasn't common magic that extracted strength in exchange for restrictions, but rather that which offered one's own life as a sacrifice. The old mage recalled the past, how he was once exceptionally talented, just like Russell, even reaching the superhuman realm earlier than many. However, he remembered how he couldn't find a way to cross that barrier. It was then that he met a certain someone with overwhelming strength sufficient to break down the wall before him. Succumbing to temptation, the abyss seemed much deeper and darker than it truly was. Hearing Walter's account, the protagonist wondered if the fifth prince and current emperor were in league with the cultists. With the respect of a mage, Walter left a warning and a final request to Russell. "The darkness that has enveloped the Empire is far deeper and more sinister than you imagine. Please be careful not to be consumed by it." Thus, the mage lost his strength and rested for eternity. Russell's mission was accomplished, and his reward was delivered. Having defeated his enemy, Russell addressed Lord Eryx. Upon seeing the young man, the kneeling knight stood up. Recalling the terrible battle, Eryx asked what had happened to the mage, only to hear Russell confirm that he had won. However, Eryx had not achieved the same result and allowed Gaebulg to escape. Suddenly, the pair conversing heard a noise coming from the crops. From within the fields, an army charged at them. This was no ordinary army, but an army of undead, in a quantity far beyond what Eryx imagined remained. Wondering how many people had been sacrificed to create this horde of zombies, Russell asked Eryx to leave the battle to him. Eryx wanted to fight alongside the boy, but Russell was convinced of something. With so many zombies together, there must certainly be a necromancer nearby. "Please find and eliminate them, quickly!" Heeding the Duke's request, Lord Eryx charged into the plantation to search for the true enemy. On the ground beneath Russell's feet, a small trench opened, from which hot fire emerged. Molding that fire with his hands, Russell muttered, "I will at least give them a dignified funeral." As if a geyser of fire charged towards the heavens, Russell used his original magic, the magma tsunami. The wave of fire engulfed the zombies under Russell's command, giving them eternal rest. At the same time, in the Emperor's chamber of the Britannia Empire, a young man was startled to see the state of the great Emperor, the former ruler of the Empire. He questioned the mages in the room as to what they had done to a healthy man to end up in such a cadaverous state. The man in black robes with a pointed hat stated he could not yet determine the exact cause. The illness that struck the former emperor is not caused by the body, but by something that corrodes his soul. Edgar Conrad IV, the new emperor of the empire, smiled maliciously, a sinister light in his eyes as he commented with feigned sorrow. "Seeing my father in such a state truly wounds my heart." If you enjoyed today's recap and want more manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.